We did it, everybody. We did it. I want everybody to take a minute. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Everybody give yourself a round of applause. It is finally opening day of the NFL season. Chiefs, Ravens, Thursday night football tonight as we get 2024 and the start of what we hope is not a three-peat for the Kansas City Chiefs.
I like football. I like football season and all the things that go with it.
Yeah, me too, Bill. Me too. You hope this isn't a three-peat for the Chiefs. And that is, it's so crazy to put that just on the forefront as we start today's show. That the team that we hate the most, Kansas City Chiefs, have won the last two Super Bowls and could very well win a third this year. Never happened in NFL history. Had a few back-to-backs.
It's heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
But never, ever, three in a row. And I pray to God that somebody stands as that impediment to make that not happen. But you doubt the Chiefs at your own risk. We did the power rankings with tiers yesterday. I almost thought about putting the Chiefs in a tier of their own. What's crazy about them, there were points last year where they did not look like not that they wouldn't make the playoffs, but they didn't look like a team that was competing for a Super Bowl. It's like, man, it feels like they just lost a lot. They didn't have a lot of skill position talent at like wide receiver. You know, Pacheco was good in the backfield, and obviously Travis Kelce. But you just thought, okay, if they don't have a Tyreek anymore, if they don't have somebody on the outside that you truly fear, then they'll still be good, but not good enough. And then you have to remind yourself, oh, yeah, but Mahomes is still there, and I think he can make it work. You know, the only way that I see the Chiefs not playing to that level is if Mahomes or Travis Kelce goes down with an injury this year. That's it. If they lose, obviously if they lose Mahomes, but if they lose Travis Kelce, then I think they'd have a really difficult time trying to match what we typically expect of them. Now, we got a big show today. So at 7:25, we'll talk to Connor Happer. He's a radio host in Omaha. He goes to break down on the Huskers and what to look for on Saturday for the CU game. At 8 o'clock this morning, one of my favorite people, Craig Robinson. You know him from The Office. You know him from a bunch of Seth Rogen's flicks. You know, Hot Tub Time Machine, This Is the End. Like, he's going to be on the show at 8 o'clock this morning.
Can't forget Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Doug Judy.
And I will ask Craig Robinson at 8 o'clock this morning. If you look at the movies and the TV shows he's been in, the blooper reels on these are hilarious. If you've watched The Office blooper reels, if you watch the blooper reels from Eastbound and Down.
I can feel it down in my plums.
That scene took them about 15 different times to shoot because it's Craig Robinson and Danny McBride staring each other down as Will Ferrell's doing that. So I want to ask him which scene took the most time just to get.
Let the boy watch.
Without breaking. And then we'll talk to Ian Furness at 9 o'clock this morning. And you might know Ian from a few years ago when he was on with, who was talking to him? Was it our show?
I found an interview from September 7th, 2022. He was talking with Kreckman and Lindahl.
And this was right after the Russell Wilson trade. And Ian Furness was telling us about, hey, man, Russell Wilson's on the decline, and Seattle fans aren't that upset about this. And it sounded to us like cope. Like he was just coping. He was coping in the way that all Seahawks fans would be when their best quarterback in franchise history just leaves. And turns out he was right. So we'll give him the opportunity to gloat today.
I was listening back through his interview, by the way, listening to some of the things he had. He pretty much, I hope he bought some winning lottery numbers that day because everything he said about Russ came true.
Yeah.
Things like how his social media and his entourage were going to be a problem and how he had to go to a team with a first-year head coach because a veteran head coach wouldn't let him push him around. And how he could never go. It's funny. He said he could never go play for a guy like Mike Tomlin, actually.
Right.
But he said that Russ is going to set the schedule. He's going to bring his own guys into the building, and that a first-year head coach would be okay with that. A veteran head coach wouldn't be. I mean, he exactly nailed pretty much the Russ era to a T in one interview. So I don't know. Do you have a fork and a knife with you? Are you ready to eat some
Oh,
crow? Or?
I totally. Well, he deserves it. Like, he called everything, and there's two things that can happen when he talks to somebody in that kind of situation. You can either have one, somebody who knows exactly what they're talking about because they've seen it inside and out, or two, it can be somebody who's trying to just talk their way through it. You know, if you had a really hot girlfriend who was super successful and it was the girl you wanted to marry and she leaves you for somebody else, maybe you go to your friends, you're like, yeah, I don't know if you know this about her. She's addicted to heroin. Yeah, did you know that? Like, maybe you just start making things up to make yourself feel better about the situation. I thought that's what was happening with Furness, but he nailed it. So we'll give him a chance to gloat a little bit and then break down the game on Sunday, as the Broncos will travel to Seattle for the season opener and the debut of Bo Nix, which I wanted to ask a question about. And I'm feeling that 6 o'clock sneeze coming in here sometime soon.
What's the question?
Be prepared. Here's the question. Would you rather? This is going to sound maybe stupid on the surface, but let me explain. Would you rather the Broncos win, but Bo Nix looks bad? So they win the game 14-13. Bo Nix has 3 picks, no touchdowns, but you got a couple from Javonte Williams. Or the Broncos lose, but Nix looks great. You lose the game 34-31. He had 3 touchdowns, threw for 350 yards, no picks, looks amazing, looks the part. So you lose, but Nix looks great, or you win, and Nix looks bad. Given those two options, what is more preferable? And I'll give you guys a minute to think on this, because this is not as obvious as it usually is. You can go to the well, and I'm sure a lot of you are thinking this, dude, I'll always take the win. Let me explain why I think I'd take the opposite given those two situations. Because, yes, you can also have a world in which the Broncos win and Bo Nix looks great. That's not one of the options I'm giving you. I would choose the loss and Nix looks good. And here's why. This season, to me, is not about the win and loss record. It's not. It would be great if you had a Houston Texans season where everything just, the stars aligned and you won, 11 games and made the postseason and looked awesome. Like, in an ideal world, a utopian world, yes, of course you take that. But this season is about Bo Nix proving that he is the guy that over the next decade plus is going to be the leader that you have full faith in at the helm. And if you tell me right out of the gates Bo Nix has a great showing in a very tough environment and the loss isn't necessarily on him, I think I take it. The most important detail from this season, and this is bizarre to say, especially in Denver where success is almost assumed, the number one goal is that Bo Nix looks good. I said this from the Friday after the NFL draft. I've said the same thing. If they had a season similar to the San Antonio Spurs last year, where they were awful and they're picking in the top 3, but they got the answer to the one question they were concerned about. Is Wembanyama really the guy? Like, is Wembanyama the dude that we're going to put the full faith of our franchise in and trust the next decade plus? That we're going to build around him, and he's going to be the guy to carry us to the heights that we want to get to. You ask any Spurs fan last year, I don't think that was an unsuccessful season. That's also a franchise, by the way, with a proud history of winning that probably doesn't like losing all that much. But here's what they took away from last year. Wasn't the record. A Spurs fan would tell you the thing that we took away most is that we're going to have one of, if not the best player in the league in about 3 years. Maybe shorter than that. Maybe it's this year. Maybe it's the year after this year. But they got it. Like, not every team situation is built the same. You ask me for the Buffs, I don't care how it looks. I don't care if they win the game 2-0 this weekend against the Huskers. Get the win. It's all that matters. I don't care about style points. I don't care about nothing.
Give me an Iowa Hawkeyes type game. I
Doesn't
want the
matter.
CU punter to have more yards than Shedeur Sanders. Let's go, baby.
If that's what it takes to get the win on Saturday, then do that. But the Broncos are in a different place. And again, yes, it's ideal that you get both. You get the win on top of the quarterback looking good. But let me just give you the opposite scenario, and I'm saying this for just game one. If this were, if I extended this throughout the course of the year, that the Broncos were winning football games, but Nix did not give you the confidence that he was going to be the dude in charge here for the next however many years. Over the longer term, it's a much different story. Because if that's the case, then you just have to think about restarting again at quarterback, and then that delays the process again. Like, I want to be able to say after this season that they got that right, and there is no questions moving forward with quarterback. Now it's about building around him. Because the first thing that you need to get back to a winning trajectory is to have the foundation of your team set so that you can start to get the pieces that surround it. That's what rebuilds are. So you have to establish, I have the main key component in this first. I'm a big Gordon Ramsay TV show guy. Like, I love Kitchen Nightmares and Hell's Kitchen and all those different shows. Some of these competitions they do, Nelly, they like spin a wheel, and one of the wheel will land on some sort of protein. That's what they got to base their meal around. Okay, some people get the filet mignon. Some people get, a pigeon. And it's just like, you got to make a good meal out of it. I would rather have the filet mignon to start with, right? You have to. So you have to have some sort of core identity. And once you have that, you can start putting the pieces around it. You can't start building a team if you don't have that main thing figured out. I can't tell you, like, I'm going to go to the store and get onions and lemons and broccoli. And they're like, what's your protein? I go, I don't know. Just give me something. It's like, no. What if I gave you peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? What are you going to do with that now?
All I know is pigeons out here catching a stray, man. You're telling me you wouldn't have a nice pigeon steak? You can't build a franchise around pigeon fillets?
I would rather not. I've never said, honey, I'm hungry. Let's go out and get some pigeon tonight. Now, if it were made by Gordon Ramsay or a Michelin star chef, then I might give it a try. But I don't want them to tell me it's pigeon first. Just let me taste it first.
You just hear that sound in the backyard?
That's
Get
like,
over
no,
here.
No,
I'm hungry.
No.
It's game
Can't
time.
do that. Can't do it. So anyway, continue this in just a second. 303-504-0925. Jay Norville was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. Had a couple of takeaways from the Texas game that I want to play some audio for, so we'll get to that in a minute as well. Stick around. So, a couple of the texts coming through here. One texter says, I will give you a third option, Brett. I would rather just see no bad coaching decisions, no bad time management, no mistakes for anybody. I could take all of that, win or lose. Sure. I think the most important detail, and it doesn't have to be in week one. This is why I said this is just a preference. Like, which one of these would you rather have? The most important detail for the season is that Bo Nix looks good. For this game, yes, you would love to have a win, and you'd like to take that no matter how it comes. But if I had the choice between winning and Bo Nix looks bad or losing and Bo Nix looks good, I would take the latter. Because I think that is just the number one detail in all of this. And I would say from the texts that are coming through, it's mostly like, I would say 60-40 in people that agree with me on this. You know, a texter says, it's more important to win. Winning culture is real. I absolutely agree. I just think in week one, it's okay. I said this yesterday, actually. You know, I don't think the Seahawks are that good. They're okay. They got some talent on that roster. Like, they're going to be, you know, probably an 8-9 win team. But I more believe, Nelly's doing spirit fingers over there. I more believe that if you played them week 13 or 14, I think the Broncos win this game. And I think it might be a lot more trouble now. You play them in a hostile environment in the first ever NFL game, in the first game against a starting defense for Bo Nix. It's just going to be a little bit of trouble.
Brett, I love when we get these texts where somebody just assumes we can read their mind and understand the context of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Ron with two N's, Ronan, just said, you are not a Broncos fan.
I think he's saying that because I said I would rather have the loss and Bo Nix looks good. By the way, it's not true. I am a Broncos fan. I love the Broncos.
Well, here's the thing, Ronan. I guess you're trying to just stay consistent with what you've said all offseason. And you brought up the Spurs Wemby comp earlier. You and Vic and Moj have been saying for like 5 months that this upcoming season is not about wins and losses. It's about setting the foundation for the future. And so I agree with you. I understand that Ronan wants to see wins now, but if building the foundation means Bo Nix making steps and then still taking the loss in one of 17 games his first season, you got to look at the bigger picture.
Like, all I'm saying to you is this. When you're a team, and this is where me not being a Broncos fan before moving here, where you guys all know I'm a Lions guy, I've watched a lot of bad football. I've seen the stupid ways that teams try and build. My team did it virtually my entire life up until recently. They took all the wrong steps. They tried to take shortcuts. They would be the team that'd be like, you know what? I'll just take the 9-8 season because it's not as bad as 3-13. And I go, 3-13 is a bad year. It's really bad. But it also can build a springboard for you if you do it correctly. Like, I do believe in professional sports, there is a purpose to maybe sacrificing the short term in the longer term mind. And some teams have got that figured out really well. The Niners were really bad when Shanahan first got there. And they accepted that and built the team the correct way. And it took maybe a couple of years, but it was with a long-term foundation-built plan that serves for extended success as opposed to trying to, like, thread the needle every season.
And how many times have we seen it in baseball? I mean, look, we could talk about trash cans until the cows come home, but if you look at what the Astros did like 10 years ago, they said, we're going to suck a lot. We may lose 100 games in back-to-back seasons, but we're going to ship out any expensive contracts, just pour a ton of money into our farm system, develop the future, And so they did suck, but it was with a plan. And then they have been contenders for titles for like 6-7 consecutive years once they laid that foundation. It's like what you say with the Rockies. It's okay to lose 100 games if you're trying young pieces and you look like you've built your infield for the future.
Right. If there is an intention that would the team be better if they played more veteran players on a day-in, day-out basis? Probably. But does
we
that
need a full season of KB.
Does that serve you at all for a year from now, 2 years from now? You know, I kind of look at what the Nuggets did. The Nuggets were in a weird place a few years ago. They made the Western Conference Finals in the bubble. And you felt like you were finally starting to get there. And then the Jamal injury and the MPJ injury. And some teams would have panicked. At that moment, right then and there, would have panicked and said, you know what, we got to do something right now. Let's go ahead and do this big trade. Michael Porter Jr., we can't trust him to stay healthy. Get him out of here and find somebody else. You know who does that? LeBron every year. Every year there's not a championship won. There's a panic mode and a panic button that's hit, and they restart every season. That doesn't sustain long-term success. You can get away with it because you have LeBron James. But all I'm saying is, did the Nuggets sacrifice the short term for the long term? Did they sacrifice virtually a year and a half to keep it together, to stick with the plan of what they thought was going to work, which was that team and that core winning a championship? Yes, they did.
I don't know, man. I bet the farm on Facu Campazzo and Austin Rivers taking him to a title, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just like, you have to look at your franchise sometimes as a stock and not a lotto ticket. You know, you gotta play it more long term. It's a safer and smarter bet, and it's way more consistent. And so that's what I'm looking for. Like, this year's about setting up the next couple. You play in a division with the Chiefs, and you have a rookie quarterback. The odds of you having the Houston Texans C.J. Stroud year are slim to none. So play the odds in your favor. And I think they have. Like, this is what I've been praising them all offseason for this, because I think they have. They have cut veteran contracts of, like, would Justin Simmons make them better right now? Of course he would. But they cut the contract, save some money, and spend that elsewhere, maybe some younger guys getting some playing time. I think it's really smart what they've done. By the way, Jay Norville on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday talked a lot the last couple of days about CSU that lost to Texas, and if a game like that is worth it to them. You know, you play a very, very difficult opponent like Texas, where you are very clearly outmatched talent-wise. It takes a lot of things to go in your direction to keep the game close. At the same time, 52-0 is not fun, and I don't know what you can take away from that. But here's what Jay Norville said on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday.
Well, you know, we had to play that game a certain style, I thought, to give ourselves a chance. And they just have so many good players on offense. We tried to play a little differently than we normally play. And so we had to play mistake-free. We didn't quite do that. We got behind the eight ball. But I do think we did some really good things as far as running the football. You know, Justin Marshall had over 100 yards rushing against a very good defense. You know, we got some great experience with some new kids that really played well. Gabe Kurtzky on defense at defensive end really did a lot of good things in the game. We had a lot of young defensive linemen that played. And, you know, we got a chance to play against a very physical, very fast team.
Yeah, you better hope that does build something, that you faced a good opponent, and so you know what that's like, and you're able to kind of build off of that now, because I want to look for some sort of positive takeaway from that game. It's difficult for me to do that. I would have loved, like, again, you lose, I don't know, 42-21. Like, I think that's a game that everybody would have accepted. but it's tough to really find that after a 52-0 loss. He said this about the Texas game as well.
They got probably about 40 draft picks on that team. They'll have 10 this year, and then the year after that they'll have 10, and they'll kick out about 10 every year. So it's a very talented roster, and I think we'll gain a lot from that game going forward. We have to understand that we've got our whole season in front of us, and that everything we want to accomplish is still out there for us. And we got to get back to playing with a lot of confidence, spreading the ball around to our playmakers, and really playing attacking style defense, and really getting the groove of doing that every week. And to have 3 home games coming up is a great way to start that.
That, I think, is the proper perspective. Forget the first part. Texas, yes, they're super talented. We all know that. The second thing, and this is what I mentioned shortly after, talking about just how disappointed you were with that first week and that loss. The proper perspective for Jay Norville to have with his team, I don't think that's a game where you walk into the locker room on Monday and you start yelling about, you look at the tape and you just start chewing guys out. What were you doing here? Why didn't you do your job on this play? I don't think that's going to work in a game that you lose like that. The proper perspective is this. Guys, that sucked. Really sucked. And guess what? None of our goals have changed. It's the nice thing. If there's one decent thing about scheduling an opponent that might be better than you in the non-conference schedule, and it goes that kind of direction, you go back to the locker room and you say, what was our goals this year? It was to win the Mountain West Championship. And what did that affect on those odds? 0%. None. It sucked. Didn't make you feel good. Was pretty embarrassing. But you now can just jump right back into it. Got a game against UNC. Got a game against CU the following week. Win a couple of those. Build some momentum. Head into the Mountain West schedule with some confidence. And all of those goals that we had before the season are still in front of us. It's one of the first things I keep in perspective. For some of the higher-end teams in college football, some of these blue bloods that are in the top 10, top 15, you lose a game like that, much different story. Much different. Because you can have the top 15 teams getting shell-shocked like that, and one of their goals is, I want to make the college football playoff and I want to go win a national title. Well, those can have some big implications if you lose that way early in the year. I mean, look no further than a team like Clemson. I believe, were number 13 or 14 heading into the college football season, and they get boat raced by Georgia, and they drop to, I think they're 25 now. So what that means is if you don't win the ACC championship, your odds as an at-large bid have now taken a big hit. So it's different situations for different teams. In the grand scheme of things, that sucked and it was embarrassing for CSU. It had no bearing on what their season should be. None. That's one of those, you look at the turd in the bowl, you flush the toilet, and you walk away and don't think about it again. It's the only thing you can do. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Again, we got the season.
There's no turds here.
We get the season opener tonight. Chiefs and Ravens on Thursday Night Football. In some other breaking football news, here is Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee Show yesterday.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Oh, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, Instaface. See you soon.
Okay, that was on McAfee Show. That was one of his first Instagram posts. And just listening to that, if I heard that, Nelly, without knowing what that was, that sounds like AI.
It sounds like he's being
like
he's being forced to do it.
I want you guys to hear this again and tell me if you were to type this in and say, do this entire statement in Bill Belichick voice, this is what AI would spit out.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Well, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place.
That sounds like AI to me. I don't think I trust this Bill Belichick on Snapface.
I want him to go Patriots era Bill Belichick on Instagram, though. When he posts a video, I want him to say, yeah, I woke up this morning and my hair really isn't cooperating here. Hashtag just woke up like this.
You really realize, don't you, Nelly, that he was playing just a character for two decades.
His voice is like 2 octaves higher since he left Foxborough. It's crazy.
He's playing a coaching character this entire time. And now, you see Belichick on TV when he's doing his TV hits with McAfee or whoever, and it's like, oh my God, he actually has a personality. Who would have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it?
If you want to get ready with me, follow for more content.
Yeah.
Hashtag blessed. Just woke up like this.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A lot more to get to again. Game 1, the opener of the NFL season. Chiefs and Ravens tonight. Get a lot more into that as we go along. Stick around. All right, Nelly, help me out here. I know you're a Buffs guy. And this is just, it's an anecdote because I know Twitter is not real life, but you know what? It's where I get at least a feel of the pulse for sports fans. And I've seen like a lot of really confident, borderline cocky CU fans heading into this game this weekend, which is odd for a game in which you're a 7-point dog. And they're pointing back to plays last year, and Hjer had, I mean, if you guys remember, it was an amazing play last season where he scrambled out of like 2 different sacks and fired a bullet in the end zone, and that's when the game was already like 29-7 or something like that. But I don't know if people quite understand and quite remember the total feel of the game last year. And I only bring this up just to be cautious. And we'll talk to Connor Happer, who's a radio host in Omaha at 725 this morning. He'll give you more details on this. But there's a big difference between the Nebraska offense with that QB from last year and this one. Now, it's been 1 week of this Riola kid, so maybe it was just, they played UTEP, he looked good, and he's going to look worse against a better opponent. But I will say this, CU's defense isn't something that teams fear, at least not right now. They might be better than last season. They didn't show that in the first half against North Dakota State. They showed it more in the second half. So we'll see which one of those is more real. But I would just caution some CU fans who are feeling like a little chest thumpy right now. I don't think it's going to look like last year's game where you're handed a couple of gifts throughout the course of that.
I think two things to that. First part is a lot of people are looking at what's the number? Nebraska hasn't beat CU in like 5,200 some days. So
yeah.
I think some people are going based on that. I mean, and especially in recent history. Was it in 2018 or 2019 when CU had the 90-something yard flea flicker touchdown against Nebraska?
Right.
So I think a lot of CU fans are riding that recent history, riding that high. But I think the second part is, Brett, it's a rivalry game. You want me to bring logic into a rivalry game?
Okay, fair.
Next week, do you want me to go, I think CSU is fielding a better team? No, beat the Rams. Done. Like that's all. That's half the fun of a rivalry. I don't think a lot of CU fans want to actually statistically break down Nebraska's improved roster. Nah, I'd rather be dead than red. Next question.
That's a fair point. So I'm just looking back to last year because I want to make sure I have this correct. So it was with 2 minutes and 43 seconds left in the first half. It was a 3-0 game, and that's when Jeff Sims threw an interception. And it was one play later. Buffs get in the end zone. They're up. They're up 10-0, going in halftime, and then that's when the game just started to get away from them. And I'm looking at these numbers, quarterback numbers. Nebraska last year, combined passing was 11 for 22 for 119 yards. Jeff Sims had 2 fumbles. Nebraska had 4 fumbles on the day, including a pick. It's a lot of gifts that were given away. And all I'm saying is, if they don't protect Hjer better, I don't know how much better Nebraska's offense is, but it's 100% better than it was last year because you could basically, I think, put me at quarterback last season, and I could have done the same thing as Jeff Sims did. So it's just, I'm go ahead. I guess you're right, Nelly. It's a rivalry game. People just want to be boastful about it. Okay, totally fine. But I do think this game's going to look a lot different. And I'm trying to remember going into last season what the spread on that game was. Okay, so last year, the line on that game was CU was favored by 2.5 points. This year, Nebraska is favored, I believe, by 7. And look, different. You were playing at Folsom last year. You're in Lincoln this year, so all that stuff kind of matters. But Texture says CU got burned by quarterback runs against NDSU in Riola can't move. Totally fair. Now, I don't know what his athleticism is like. Again, this is why we'll talk to an expert on this. Been watching him for the entire offseason through week 1 at 7:25 this morning. But I'm not really concerned all that much about the defensive side of things for CU. I'm purely concerned about the offensive line going against their defensive line. That's the one thing I know is their defensive line is good, Nebraska's. And the offensive line for CU is, even after that first week and a whole bunch of promise in the offseason, I would say suspect is the word that I'd use. Were they better than last year? Looked like marginally better, but not a ton. And I just think that's something that if you were to build out some keys to this weekend and how you think that game's going to go, like that matchup is going to be hugely, hugely important. So, a lot more to talk about with this at 7:25 this morning.
What did you think about that text I sent you over the weekend? Do you think is that a fair punishment?
I can't remember what it was.
I sent you. So I was watching college football this weekend, and an actual trailer for an actual TV show popped up where bees overtake a city. It's called Bee-mageddon.
I saw that, yeah.
And I have to bring up the teaser trailer here because I couldn't believe this was actual television. And I said that if Nebraska loses, you should have to watch the first episode of Bee-mageddon as penance, since it was very well documented at Broncos training camp that you do not get along with bees, wasps, and the like. You got stung.
Okay, hang on a second. I love this idea. Here's what I feel like I need to explain this all the time. But I'm not a Nebraska fan. Like, I want CU to win this weekend. So why would I be, just because I'm from there? Is that why I'd be punished? Like, I don't want Nebraska to win. I want CU to win.
All right. By the way, so the show is 911, and this season is B-NATO.
B-NATO,
and
that's
just
what it was.
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is from a real trailer for a real show.
911, what is your emergency? Please.
We'll just save that for any outdoor show that we do from here on out, whether it's at, we had that problem at the golf course. We were playing in the charity tournament. We had that problem. Well,
you got
both
dove
times.
bombed.
You got dove bombed.
911, what is your emergency? Please.
You need to watch that.
Look, that seems like they're totally out of ideas. I saw some previews for like network television shows, and what happened? Like, I understand that Netflix came on the scene, and Amazon Prime's got their own shows, and Hulu does, and all that different stuff. Did people just like? It used to be a badge of honor if you were on a network TV show. That was like the dream. And now, if you're on network TV, it might as well be like on the what's the channel during Christmas with the terrible movie? Hallmark. The Hallmark channel. It's like the same thing now. If you're on a network TV show, it's bad.
The problem is Sharknado absolutely crushed it. Sharknado was so bad that it was brilliant.
You got to cross that line.
And ever since then, people have tried to fall into that uncanny valley of so bad that it's good.
Texture says, come on, Brett, no one believes you. Do you ever stick with one team? You seem like you jump around. I have never been a Husker. All right, I'm going to make this clear one more time to people. One more time. My parents went to Kansas State. They hated Nebraska. So as a kid, so did I. Now, it changed, especially when I got working there, because I got to know people. I didn't root for them to lose. I have never once been upset after a Husker loss. Ever. And I don't. How many times do I need to say this to people?
Can I chime in?
I don't like how they think that I'm lying, though, Vic.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
I'm going to defend you.
Go ahead.
Because you do what every good reporter does when you're in that market. When you're in that market, you're talking about that team, like any reporter would do here in Denver.
But
you're
I also
talking
wouldn't
about
lie.
the teams.
But Vic, if the
and
Broncos
you're pulling for the team,
exactly. But Vic, if the Broncos were playing the Lions, I would tell you I want the Lions to win.
I'm going to defend you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, you might be a Nebraska native, and you might be born under the cow, and
Correct.
you might be a lot of things.
Yes.
But you're not a Husker fan.
I'm not.
I can vouch for that.
Thank you. Everybody, like, this is why.
And let me add, just because somebody's a Husker fan doesn't make them evil either. That makes them a Husker fan.
Well, this week it can. This week it can. You can choose to call them evil this weekend. That's totally fair. I've never lied to you guys on this show. I never have.
Listen. I hate Nebraska to the core when it comes to this matchup. I've hated them my entire life. But I can also say that Nebraska fan is one of the most loyal, passionate, They spend money on their product.
Yes.
They attend the games no matter what. Those are the fans you want. Not the fans who abandon the program the first time things go south.
Now, I will defend the people from Nebraska to my dying breath because I think they're some of the greatest people in the world. Truly. Now, you want to get mad at Husker fan this weekend? By all means, do it. It's rivalry week. Go ahead.
Dr. Tom Osborne, when he had to issue his rankings in the
Totally
coaches
fair.
poll and he screwed CU fans don't forget that, man.
But, Vic, you know this. When I say this, I want the Buffs to win this weekend. You know I'm telling the truth. I want them to win wholeheartedly.
I believe
no question.
you.
No question.
Now, do I believe you shot a 74 legit without mulligans? No.
I did do that. You want to know how I know? Because I shot an 86 the other day, okay? That's how I know. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Shop Safeway's Game Time 4X Points event. And earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. A lot to get to today. Connor Happer, radio host in Omaha, is going to join us to preview the Nebraska game in about 25 minutes. We have Craig Robinson, Vic, who is part of the very famous Feel It Down in My Plums scene.
I can feel it
Eastbound and down.
Love it.
And at 9 o'clock, Ian Furness gives us a preview on the Seahawks game. All of that today. Stick around.
911, what is your emergency? Please.
We all take a moment, please. All take a moment. Look at me, Moj, Vic. Good to see you guys this morning. Give ourselves a round of applause.
Yeah.
We have made it to the opening day of the NFL season. We've done it, everybody. Nice job. Way to keep your patience. Way to take this summer seriously. I'm proud of everybody. But we got the opener tonight, Chiefs and Ravens, as the NFL season opens up. Can't wait. And the Chiefs, and this is the bummer, they're going for a three-peat this year, which has never happened in this league before.
That's what I've heard.
And I don't like that. I need that to not happen, please. Very much so, I need that to not happen.
See, I don't like Kansas City, but I'm not going to blame Kansas City for being very good at football. I'm not like, this is not personal. It's if you want to be them, beat them.
Yeah.
Is all I'm trying to say. The problem is that they've got a witch at quarterback who's still very young and not going anywhere. And I don't know what you do about that. Because in my world, you could put anybody on that team and they'll win with that witch at quarterback.
Here's the bummer. Last year, I thought it was finally happening. I thought all the money that they spent was finally catching up with them. They had no, as far as just wide receiver, obviously skill position talent. They have Kelsey, they have Pacheco. But they had no wide receivers last year. Their best wideout was, at the end of the year, was Rashee Rice. Yeah. But, Marquez Valdes-Scantling was, at the beginning of the year, their best guy. And remember, the Chiefs didn't look great early in the year.
Sure.
And we thought, okay, finally, it's happening. All that stuff caught up with them, and they went on to win the Super Bowl anyway. I really feel like the only way you don't consider them a favorite to win the Super Bowl is if Mahomes goes down with an injury, which you don't want to see, or Kelsey. If Kelsey goes down, then that would be something that would be a huge impediment.
Moj, let me ask you something. If Baltimore were to win tonight, and let's say they win by 14 points, let's say they win convincingly, would it change your perception of the season? For me, it doesn't change a damn thing because Baltimore would still have a lot to prove, and that is, what does Baltimore do come playoff time, specifically Lamar Jackson? His game changes. Their output changes. The way they're defended changes. You know what Kansas City does before the playoffs. They ratchet things up.
Yeah.
So I've never seen a team where, the outcome of tonight's game doesn't mean a damn thing. A damn thing. Nothing.
No, not really. I'm looking forward to a good football game. And we've got a team going for a three-peat, Brett, as you said, has never happened before. Oh, I think it'd be interesting. I think that would be a fun ride to sort of partake in this year. So I'm looking forward to that too.
No, that would suck. It would really suck.
It would be good. I think it would be something. I mean, we all want to see history being made, don't we?
No.
Yeah, we do. And
because
we do,
not a big history guy.
Yeah. Because we do, I think it would be cool. I'm looking forward to just seeing how it all plays out and if this superb team can make the run again. And Vic's right. Tonight doesn't really has no bearing because the Chiefs last season did not get off to a great start. They know how to do it when it matters the most.
Can I take this to the opposite approach, by the way? So, yeah, the Chiefs, they're great. They win Super Bowls, blah, blah, blah. What about the team on the opposite side? They got a good coach in John Harbaugh. They got a guy who's a multi-time MVP that's under center. And they have had disappointing exits from the postseason the last few years. What do you do if you're the Ravens this year and it kind of ends the same? You make it to the divisional round, you lose again? Do you start to question Harbaugh stuff? Do you start to question Lamar stuff? What do you do?
You start to question your quarterback because Harbaugh's proven. Harbaugh's proven.
Harbaugh's one of those guys that, you fire him, he's got a job in 2 days, right? Somebody else is going to be yeah, I'll take that immediately.
Maybe you just look at the construction of your team and say, are we doing it the right way? Maybe you sort of reassess the franchise top to bottom and wonder if there's any place that you can do better because clearly you're not doing something to go all the way. And then, honestly, you realize that you have Kansas City in your way. And sometimes good teams don't win because the other team is just better.
Imagine living in a world. You're the Kansas City Chiefs. You're the Chiefs fans. You live in a world where the outcome of the opening game, where all the hubbub and hype and all the promotion that the NFL puts into the opener, the game means nothing in the overall grand scheme of things. It doesn't. They could lose 32-0 tonight, and it's still the Kansas City Chiefs, and you're still, okay, well, they'll get it together because they always do. I mean, that's the world they live in.
I want to live in that world.
Am I being dramatic here, or is that?
No, not at all. It's funny because college football is, with the 12-team playoff, they got a little bit more of that, right? Like if you lose in week 1 of the season against a tough opponent or something like that, it doesn't kill you throughout the course of the year. But, yeah, if the Chiefs lost by 30 points tonight, you just kind of shrug and be like, so what?
Willie on Twitch says, please stop blankety-blanking the Chiefs on Denver Sports Radio. I'll blankety-blank whoever the hell I want to blankety-blank.
It's also just acknowledging a reality, isn't it? Like,
I think as sports fans, we need to embrace it.
I don't like your attitude this morning already. I don't like it.
I don't understand his attitude.
What do you mean? I think as sports fans, we look at history possibly being made in front of us. Just as a sports fan, you ought to embrace that. It's reality, sure, but it's also something that's we've never seen.
You know what? What else it is?
Before I meet my maker, I would like to see more things that I've never seen before. So I'm pulling for Kansas City.
Shut! I swear to God.
Yeah, you're being stupid. You know what this is in my world?
Well, I'm being stupid.
Yeah, you're being facetious. You got. There's some undercover activity here. But let me tell you what it is in my world. I think it's a conscious effort for me because I did the same thing. If you guys recall, because you reminded me. Before the Nuggets started owning the Lakers and like physically owning them, do you remember the Lakers, we got no shot. The Lakers, historically, they've owned us. The Lakers. Do you remember
Sure.
the refrain, the popular refrain I used on the show?
Remember, I said it to you 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think you're being a fraidy cat.
Yeah. And then what happened?
The Nuggets have lost one time in like the last 15 matchups.
Yeah. So I think I think it's just human to think that way. The conscious just goes that way, in that direction. You think they're impenetrable.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're unbeatable, indefatigable.
Never heard that one before.
Oh, it's out there.
Say that again.
Oh, it's there.
Say that again.
Indefatigable.
Gotta be careful with that one, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Persisting tirelessly.
Yeah.
That's a good word.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's there. It's out there. It's in there.
I definitely would have said indefatigable.
I know you would have.
Definitely would have said that. By the way, as we got a lot of stuff to get to, so at 7:25 in about 15 minutes, we'll talk to Connor Happer. He's a radio host in Omaha. He'll give a preview on the Huskers.
You know, it's interesting, too. I've been thinking about this matchup as well. And I think you're right. I think I was a little too defensive. I'm just looking forward to a good football game.
I don't like this character that you're playing.
Cool,
right now.
Carl. I don't know what
like
you're doing.
this. I don't like what's happening.
No. When I was defensive of CU yesterday, I was over the top, and I realized that the Corn they're building something special, and because of that, you need to go in with a healthy dose of respect, the way Coach Prime has done it already this week with Coach Matt Rule, his opposite. And they've got this freshman quarterback who I think is probably going to be something really.
I need you to walk out of the room.
Nelly,
open
you're
the
not going
door,
to shut the mic
walk
on.
out.
Get the hell out of here.
Walk out of the room and then walk back in.
You're stupid
with a regular attitude.
Your little facetious games, the games you play. Nobody likes your games, so get out.
Out of
Seriously,
the room.
get out.
And walk
We
back in.
just kicked you out.
Reset.
There's 3 of us. One of you, get out. Get off the show.
Well, what happened?
Get off the show.
I got yelled at by you yesterday for calling them suck. They've been suckholes for 2 decades. I got yelled at for that.
No, I yelled at you because you were ignoring what I was saying and you just wanted to say what you wanted to say.
Get off
That's why I
our
yelled at you.
show!
Because you weren't hearing me.
Let me take a page out of Vic's book. I will say whatever the hell I want to say. And if that means that I think that the Corn are building something special, then I'm going to say the corner building something special. And no friggin' dill hole from Omaha, some bug-eating friggin' hack coming on our program here in 10 minutes is going to tell me any different. We are done with this segment.
Okay.
You're disrespectful.
Anyway, we'll talk to him at 7:25 this morning.
The more I read about this quarterback, he's huge too. He really is. This is a new leaf for the Corn. They've been dealing. They haven't had a guy like this since Vince Ferragamo, 1977.
Yeah,
interesting. You mean a great quarterback? What are you talking about? They've had great quarterbacks there,
and not a big guy like this.
They've had great quarterbacks.
Tommy Frazier's
a pretty damn good quarterback.
How big was Tommy Frazier?
But
he's a big guy.
Size doesn't matter. What wins matter.
Tommy Frazier wasn't even 6 foot, was he?
Scott Frost was a damn good quarterback.
I understand that.
They've had great quarterbacks.
6'2". Oh, I guess he was big. My bad.
So we'll talk to him. By the way, Craig Robinson going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning.
Awesome.
And you know Craig Robinson from The Office, from a whole bunch of Rogan movies, Hot Tub Time Machine. He was the guy in the stare down with Danny McBride in Eastbound and Down during Let the Boy Watch.
Feel it down in my plum.
And I want to ask him
what role was he in that?
He played a Major League Baseball player.
The former hitter.
Yeah.
The rival of Kenny Powers.
Gotcha.
Total stud.
But I want to ask him at 8 o'clock this morning, because he's had all these movies, a lot of it's improv, and there's blooper reels. Which one took the longest to shoot? Because I think it's probably that one, if you guys have seen the bloopers from it.
You've seen the outtakes.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to hold it in the last.
He's the one who broke the most, too. Like, he just, whenever Will Ferrell said something, he would just break. So we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock. Ian Furness at 9 o'clock this morning to get a preview of the Seahawks game.
Let the boy watch.
I think I can get Mosher back on track today because we got some things to give away, and we'll start with this. We're going to give you a keyword right out of the gates this morning. If you don't know, Sunday night at Coors Field, there's a concert happening. Who's at the concert, Moshe?
My wife's going to that concert. She's going to that concert.
Is it Def Leppard and Journey?
Def Leppard, Journey, and Cheap Trick
are
all
ask
playing.
You a question. Hold on a second. When you lead, who's at that concert? Who's your lead band there? For me, it's Journey. It's not Def Leppard. It's Journey. Journey's the lead band. Journey. You led with Def Leppard.
Well, that's how it's billed.
They're officially the headlining.
Def Leppard in Journey.
Know, but in my brain,
Vic, you're right. I mean, Journey's a remarkable group of musicians.
Is it because? I mean, who? I don't know.
Steve Perry's no longer the lead singer. Maybe
maybe that's why.
Arnel Pineda is very good.
Dude, he's better than Steve Perry. He's the Steve Perry of Steve Perry impersonators.
It is funny, when Queen was touring, they took that American Idol kid. What was his name again? Adam Lambert.
Adam Lambert, yeah.
Who has an amazing voice, and he did nobody's Freddie Mercury. But I'm like, you can't take Queen and have some, and he actually did a pretty good job doing it.
You do the best you can,
right? But here's what the key word though, because this sounds like something if I was with Mosher and we're taking a road trip for a few hours, all of these songs would be played. So we're gonna say Mosher playlist is the key word to try and win these tickets. 303-504-0925. Text in your first and last name and Mosher playlist, and you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to that concert. Def Leppard, Journey, and Cheap Trick.
This is just going to be fun.
Four pairs of tickets. We got
four
pairs to give away.
Wow, that's awesome. Super
serious?
Cool.
Mosher, what's your reaction when somebody comes on the Twitch feed and says, "Oh, great, man! If I were 60, that would be a dope concert." What's your reaction to that? Let's wake you up this morning.
Don't go. You don't have to go. Nobody's saying you have to try to win. Don't text in. I mean, you're probably single.
Moshe, is there anything I can do this morning to get you out of whatever this thing is?
He's probably never had relations before. This might be an opportunity for you if you've got a couple of ducats to a very popular show at Coors Field to maybe invite a friend and maybe spark something.
Hang on. Before we get to break, I need to clarify one thing because I already see a problem happening here, Nelly. The first word is Mosher. M-O-S-E-R. The second word is playlist. All one word together. People are separating play and list. Some people are saying Mosher's. It's Mosher Playlist.
Nobody knows how to spell my last name, and that's okay.
Mosier.
It's a stupid last name.
Mosier, one word. No possessive. Mosier, space, playlist, one word.
It's a dumb name. There's no two letters in the English language that go together to make the je sound. It's dumb. I admit it. It's really, really dumb.
What do you mean there's no two letters?
Well, two letters go together to make the je. What's that?
G?
Je. It's
G?
a push. That's G.
Jim?
Je.
Jim.
Yeah,
No,
like arpeggio.
Arpeggio. Right.
Those are two G's put together.
That's Italian. That's not, that's je. Z-H.
Je.
S-E.
How would you phonetically have that?
Exactly. It's a
How would you
stupid
phonetically
name.
spell your name?
M-O-Z-E-R?
Yeah,
That's
it's probably
Moser. It's, I don't know. It's really,
U-M-A-S-S?
I've told you guys many times, my
You know what?
name is stupid.
Here's how I'd phonetically do it. I would spell it M-O-Z-E-R, and in parentheses behind the phonetics, I would say Jerry Jones' voice. Mosier. I think that people would get it.
Settle down a little bit.
You settle down a little bit.
What?
303-504-0925. Let's get a preview of the Nebraska game and the Huskers with Connor Happer of 1620 The Zone next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, your favorite lottery app where many of you participate in games like Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And tomorrow, Mega Millions is going to be $740 million up for grabs. And if you download the Tulatero app and register with the code MAGIC, again, that's the code MAGIC, you receive one free credit to play your first lottery game. And again, $740 million up for grabs. Remember, download Tulatero, T-U-L-O-T-E-R-O, and register with the code MAGIC. Try your luck today, Tulatero. It's your lottery app. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Connor Happer, 1620 The Zone in Omaha. And I know Connor pretty well, and I just got to ask something real quick.
Hold on, Brett. I'm usually nice to all of our guests, and I appreciate
He
Connor.
called you a hack before you got on, Connor.
No.
No offense.
I appreciate Connor coming onto the
dude.
program today, but dude, you look evil. I don't.
What are you talking about?
You're a scary looking dude.
You
man.
look like you just ate your friends.
Yeah. I mean, no hair, red beard, scowl. Anyway, I'm sure you have a great disposition.
Well, welcome
let's
to
get
the
on with
show,
it.
Connor.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm like 5'9". I'm not gonna beat anybody up. And you'll notice, I was wondering if anybody would pick it out. There's a Nikola Jokic, poster in here.
Yeah.
I put that up just for you guys.
You're good.
We don't do well with kiss ups either.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead with
Hey,
this.
Connor, before we get on with this interview, we're going to talk Nebraska football. CU, obviously. I am told that you asked our friend Brett to be a groomsman in your wedding, and he said no. Is that fact?
Yeah, it is. It is. He had another wedding that he was a groomsman in on the exact same day. And I believe this person's name is also Connor. Is this true?
No,
or is this
his name is Ryan.
No, he told us the real story. He just didn't want to be in your wedding, and he spent the afternoon at Costco.
Yeah,
no, it's just
I know.
it's just
And
that
then
everybody in
and then I
Omaha
tried to
gets
get him to
one day
come
to get
out.
married, and so everybody does it on the same day every year, and then you disperse.
And then I
guess
tried to
that's
get
the
him
way
to
it
come
goes.
out after the wedding to come have a beer with us or something. And he was, incapacitated, I think, by that point. So
Yeah.
that didn't work.
By the way, before we get to the Huskers, how is it? So he just had his first kid, and this came right at the start of football season. How's that been? The kid combined with football.
Yeah, it's quite the hurricane. Not much sleep going on. I have discovered the love of coffee very recently, and it's helping me out.
How about
tremendously.
that?
Welcome to the club.
Well, Connor, let's start here. There is, I think, from what I sense from a few relatives of mine who are Husker fans, this for the first time is a real sense that Husker fans believe that they might have a good team this year, and I think it starts with that quarterback. What do you think Riola is compared to especially last year with Jeff Sims in this game fumbling the football all the time? How much of an impact do you think he has on the way that Husker fans feel about not just this week, but this season?
The way I always sort of talked about it in the offseason. Like, I think if you take the quarterback position out of it, Nebraska is a better football team than they were a year ago. They went out and got better wide receivers, a couple transfers. You'll see them on Saturday. Their two top wide receivers are both transfers, Jamal Banks and Isaiah Nair. And their defense is all back from last year. So they're all a year older. I mean, there's some 5th and 6th year guys on that defense. The offensive line is basically all back. It's a year older. So it's a better football team, like the bones of it, than it was a year ago. But obviously, Nebraska turned the ball over 31 times last year, 31 times, and 4 times in the Colorado game, and it just killed them. And they couldn't keep up, and they put their defense in bad positions. And almost all of that was on the quarterback. They played 3 different quarterbacks last year. None of them were very good. One of those guys that actually won games last year is their backup. Riola makes such a difference just because he's competent. Like, I'm excited about what he's going to look like in 2 years when, you really see his talent and his potential realized and his ceiling realized. But he does simple quarterback things right away. He's pretty advanced. He can make checks and reads. He had a triple check last week that resulted in a 40-yard run. So I would call it aggressive competency right now, and then we'll see what the ceiling looks like. He makes a gigantic difference.
So he doesn't fumble the ball away on every snap like the quarterback last year did in the CU game.
It's helpful.
Yes. Yeah. That's defensively. What do you think Nebraska employs, especially after facing Shedeur Sanders last season? What do you think they'll do to try and stop this CU offense?
Well, I think they'll try to get after him, just like they did a year ago. I mean, they sacked him 7-8 times last year. Obviously, it wasn't enough to bottle up. Like I keep seeing the highlights pop up where the one where he's in the red zone and scrambling around and running around 50 yards and makes a seed of a throw. That was impressive. So there's going to be, I think Nebraska knows that there's going to be plays like that. There's going to be some stuff that breaks contain. Hunter's probably going to get his, and Horn's probably going to get some of his as well. But I think Nebraska hopes to sort of obviously neutralize the run game. if Colorado even wants to bother trying. And then you could kind of figure out what's next beyond that. Nebraska has what they think is one of the best defensive fronts in the country. They think it's one of the top 10 defensive fronts in the country. So I think if they try to impart their physicality on them, that's the start. But with that, Colorado's got presents some serious challenges, some stuff over the top. Nebraska's defensive secondary, I wouldn't call it shaky. Like there's some guys who are experienced back there, but they know that that's where they're going to go with it. And that's their chance to beat them outside the numbers and over the top. So I think Nebraska tries to win with physicality on the defensive side. They go there and, we'll see how much they can keep them down in terms of the passing stuff.
Connor, I've been around. Vic's been around. Brett has now been around for some time. I like that. But the reality is that this used to be big. This used to be important. This mattered. Even to corn people, it mattered. The problem is that for the corn and for the Buffaloes, we've been dealing with this now for a decade. They've been totally irrelevant, right? And Vic said it yesterday. When Colorado and Nebraska, and this is Old's point of view, when they're good, it's better for college football, at least the way we feel about it around these parts. What has been the problem in Lincoln? Because, really, Pelini is the last guy who had any consistent winning whatsoever, and that's over a decade ago. What's been the big issue for the corn, and why have they been such suckholes?
I would say that's a good way to put it. I would say, under the previous coach, Scott Frost, it's just attention to detail. I think he had a pretty good idea of the way he wanted to build it because he was here in the 90s and they never got to the point where they could execute and all that stuff. And he never ended up being the coach that people thought that he was going to be anyway. It's a mix of, details. It's bad coaching. It's losing recruits and losing the players that are on your roster because you're not able to have success. It's just been this constant bad wheel of suck, to your point, that's just fed itself over the years. And Rule's whole thing last year when he got here in his first year was just like, hey, let's not worry about all the stuff and all the stuff that makes us Nebraska, and let's just be competent. Let's just do the fundamental things right. That's where they started. And I think last year, as the year went on, it was really, really about that for them. And now they feel like, okay, we have that stuff. Let's build on top of it. So it feels way, way, way different than it did when these two teams line up to play a year ago, and certainly much different than it did, 2 years ago before Rule got here.
Connor Happer, 1620 The Zone in Omaha, joining us, giving us a preview of the Huskers. Here's one question that I have. This is a 7-point spread. Nebraska is favored in this game as of right now. But Nebraska might be, over the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 years, the worst in one-possession games. Like, whenever a game was close, they found a way to lose. You don't get that opportunity in week one because you blew out UTEP. But do you think that's changed? If this game is close, are Nebraska fans nervous that they're going to do something to blow it?
I think it is the lingering question that is still out there. There's reason to believe that Nebraska, will be better in this category. Like, Rule will tell you that it's just all about what we do. It's all about execution. Like that's sort of what, the thing that he's gone with here. But no doubt, I mean, and I think it does help that the fan base is a little bit confident going into this one. And I think they like their team indeed, but they did not get real. There was a couple moments of, I don't know. Are they going to play with their food last week against UTEP? And there was maybe some murmurs, but that was taken care of quickly. But no, Nebraska has constantly got into these games that have been built up, and they've fallen flat on their face. So I think that's a lingering question that's still out there, only because Nebraska hasn't had an opportunity to pass that test yet, as they feel like they're a pretty good team this year. So we'll see. It's the first one, but there's no doubt that's something that if it does get late and it does get close, it's there's going to be some nervous energy in that stadium for sure.
Connor, I think college football is a better product when Nebraska is a better team. I really believe that. And, I was all here for the Nebraska CU rivalry when Coach McCartney made it a red letter day on the calendar for the Buffs. But what do Nebraska folks think of CU these days with Dion at the controls? I mean, we've always considered Nebraska a chief rival. We've always hated Nebraska. How does it work on the other side of the fence?
Oh, well, I mean, there's this added thing now where, they've played each other 3 times in the last 6 years, and Nebraska fans can't believe that they've lost all 3 of those games for a variety of different reasons. So it's like annoying is a bad word because it I don't know, maybe that is the word, I guess, but it's Nebraska fans can't believe that they haven't found a way to win one of these games over the last couple of years. And so I think there's that piece of it. There's the rivalry, the old school part of it. And then there's the whole Dion thing. And you match that up against Rule, and they just approach things in such a vastly different manner. And they are, they're not approaching building programs the same way. There were people after the game last year, after the Colorado Nebraska game last year, who were like calling into our shows and saying, "Hey, Dion's way is the way to do it." Like, and I'm like, hang on, it's just a couple games in.
What's Dion's way? Describe
portal.
that.
That's the portal, baby. Go get yourself some goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. The portal, the quick fix, like, hey, because after game 2 last year, people thought they were going to the playoff.
Right.
Right. And so a year later, it's kind of flattened out. It's evened out a little bit. We'll see where Colorado heads this year. I'd be curious from you guys. Like, I don't know where people think they're going to sort of go this year and how big this game is in that regard. But it's definitely a different feeling now than it was last year.
Well, you can tell all your peeps, all your corn peeps, that it means a lot to the Buffaloes. This is a have to get to a bowl game season. And if they blow this football game, they're blowing the schedule. That's the way I think we look at it. They need every damn win they can possibly get, which is why the North Dakota State win was still a good win. You need every possible W. So that's the way that we look at it here. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to a great football game. I just think this is going to be fun, and it's going to be, the crowd there has always been, it's been loud, but it's been fair, and this is just going to be good.
See, Mosier's on one today. He's on one, Happer. I
It'd
don't know
be
what
good.
to tell you. Yeah. Can I ask you a question just real quick?
You know what, Happer? Screw this.
Ask him a question. You just made a statement.
Are you making statements or asking
You're
questions?
like me yesterday.
He asked the mother trucking question. I answered it for him.
But you didn't ask him a question back.
Well, so what? I answered it for him.
All right, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Happer,
Anybody could ask any question, yes.
Don't ask any more questions because then I'm going to get nailed.
True or false? I guess that's not a question either. True or false? This game comes down to Nebraska's defensive line versus Colorado's offensive line.
I think it comes down to the terms in which the game is played on. Like I do think there is a realm in which Nebraska can kind of keep up in a track meet, although we haven't seen that yet. But gosh, I don't know how Colorado does it if it's a slugfest and Nebraska's possessing the ball for 30, 40 minutes. Like I just don't know if that really works for them.
Throw the football. Tell him to throw the football. You got a 6'3" gem of a kid out of Georgia. Throw the football, you big babies. Ground and pound all the time. Let's control your football.
Hey,
screw that, man. Let's have a shootout. Let's go.
Nebraska gets down 13-0 last year. It's like, oh my God, they're not scoring today. It's over. That is not the case this year. If Nebraska plays with their food early on and they stink, they turn it over a couple times, I don't think it's over. I'd be curious to see. And I think it'll be billed on TV as like, hey, this is Hjer versus Dylan Riola. So, man, I can't wait to see the show. And by the way, you mentioned the crowd. It's been nice. This is like this. This is a huge game.
They're
for
pumped.
people.
Of course they are. They always used to look down their nose at Colorado. Oh, it's our little baby brother of the West, right? They're as pumped as they would be for Ohio State coming in. They're jacked there. I know they're jacked.
Connor, last one for me, and I want to apologize for the disrespect from our co-host. This is not indicative of the show, but one last question for me. On an average sitting, how many buckets of milk do you squeeze out just on an average sitting from your favorite cow?
I haven't got my cow yet this year. So it's I did get, the deep freeze. It's more of, we're more on the meat side of things, not in the on the dairy side of things.
I would love to see your compatriots at 16-20 the what?
16-20 the zone.
The zone. which is a fine station. I would love to see the rest of your compatriots, though, because I know this jackwagon came from there. Look at you. Look at your face. Oh, don't get your hand off your face, please.
You got such a weird attitude.
Well, everybody's
this
got
morning.
a red beard. I mean, everybody is it like a law to
Again,
be on Omaha and Lincoln Sports Radio? It's all red all the time. You got to have red hair and a red beard. Does everybody look like you back there?
Yeah, it's amazing. It
figures.
Shocking that, yeah.
Hey, listen, I think you're a hell of a
Poor guy.
knowledgeable guy, and you got a sweet personality. Thanks for coming on, but I ain't doing it. Sorry, I'm out.
Apologies, Connor. Apologies again.
I sense nervous energy.
Yeah.
That's all. That's what I'm saying.
you
I
drink
just
The
your-
Buffaloes could very well lose this game. It's not going to make me like you any better.
I just want you to drink your milk in peace, and we apologize for our friend here.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate the
Thanks,
time.
boys. Yeah.
Connor Happer, 1620 The
Jesus.
Zone in Omaha, giving us the preview of the Huskers.
Is he on something this morning?
It's something, dude. I don't know what's going on with it. It's been that way from the very beginning. Very beginning this morning has been weird. He joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I was just going to go to break, but I guess he's got to yell about something now.
I just don't understand you people.
Who?
Yeah,
Who's you people?
You, and everybody else. The only son of a gun who's on my side is Nelly. He's the only freaking ally I got.
What are you talking
You
about?
guys are sitting
what?
here.
What are you
all
yelling
you've done
about?
all week is play kissy face with the corn. It's ridiculous. And then you get your best buddy on, your tickle fight
groomsman.
buddy on from 1620 the
So,
corn or
What do you
whatever
mean,
the
best
hell it's
buddy?
called.
He denied it. He said no to him when he asked him to be at his wedding.
It's the Buffs and it's the Cornhuskers, dude. It's supposed to be real. This reminds me of when you started respecting the Lakers. You got to respect the Lakers. You don't even get it anymore, man. I don't know.
I took a shot at his cow milking.
Oh, yeah, that's real funny. You know, if this was 1999, you'd be getting your ass kicked in this town for your attitude.
I said he was
You
under a
wouldn't be able
cow.
to walk the streets. You'd be getting beat up. And you wouldn't even be here.
I referenced a bovine animal.
Texter says, cook that milk boy, Moj. 303-504-0925.
Well, you know what I'm saying is, dude, let's get real about this. This is a huge game for both programs. It really is. The Corn think they're on their way back. You know what? And maybe they will be. This quarterback, I'm not even kidding. This is not facetious. This is not a joke. This kid's a stud. And I think he's going to be an absolute stud. And he may be the one-way ticket for the Corn back to relevancy. Great. The Buffaloes need a win. If they don't make a bowl game this year, it's a total disaster. They need a dub. That's everything's on the line in week 2, and I'm not even kidding. This is big. So act like it's big. Don't act like it's just some patty cake little situation. Act like it matters.
You want me to do jumping jacks? What do you want me to do?
Well, you're just sitting there with your teeth in your mouth, going, how much milk do you milk? It's just, I don't get it, man.
Every guy with 3 big old cow hearts, 2 pancreases, and 5 stomachs.
Can I ask just a request, Moj?
Yeah, sure.
Can you bring this same energy to Craig Robinson, who joins us at 8 o'clock this morning, and just start yelling?
I have no reason to get on that guy's bacon. He's a great actor, a funny guy. I like that guy a lot. This guy, this redheaded dude you got on,
I feel bad for him now.
he's a very nice person. Don't get me wrong. He seems very
killed
knowledgeable. I came in today trying to have a better
You
attitude.
mocked his appearance.
Why wouldn't I?
Your attitude was garbage from the start today. Don't say you came in trying to have a better attitude. You didn't try very hard.
You're a joke.
I'm trying to be a sweetheart. It's not working.
All right.
We don't mock people's appearance on this show, dude.
Yesterday you said my face looked like I got stepped on by an elephant. What the holy...
All right. Craig Robinson in 20 minutes. Stick around.
I think our last guest may have to hire a lawyer after that. And if you're going to hire one, choose Dan Kaplis, a record-setting injury lawyer With a long history of community service, which means something in this town, Dan is believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history, I've told you this before, to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. If you're involved in an accident, anything of that nature, Dan is the man. His last 16 trials, he has won an average of over 10 times more than what the insurance company has offered. He's the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Serious firm for serious cases. Dan accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help today, give him a call, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dancaplisslaw.com.
Look at you. Look at your face. Oh, don't get your hand off your face, please.
You got such a weird attitude.
Well, everybody's
this
got
morning.
a red beard. I mean, everybody is it like a law to
Again,
be on Omaha and Lincoln Sports Radio? It's all red all the time. You got to have red hair and a red beard. Does everybody look like you back there?
On an average sitting, how many buckets of milk do you squeeze out just on an average sitting from your favorite cow? I don't think we had anything offensive. I mean, those are obvious questions you ask.
Yeah, I
if
guess
anything,
so.
Mosier took a little too far, but
Nebraska, it's not for everybody. What's their slogan?
I think that's it.
That is it.
No, their slogan is actually
On an average sitting, how many buckets of milk do you squeeze out just on an average sitting from your favorite cow?
So we'll talk to Craig Robinson in about 15 minutes. Let me ask a question as we approach closer and closer to the weekend. The first.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize. Nebraska. Honestly, it's not for everyone. If that's your state slogan,
Give him credit. It's very self-aware.
Hey, I guess Colorado's state slogan is, it is for everyone, because everyone's moved here.
I reckon.
As we approach the weekend, the Broncos opener, the CU Nebraska game, let me ask you a question about the Broncos. And this might sound stupid on the surface, but I have a reason behind this. Would you rather, if given only these two options, these are the only two you get, the Broncos win, but Bo Nix does not look good. They win 14-13. Bo Nix throws 3 picks, no touchdowns, that sort of game. Or the Broncos lose 34-31, but Bo Nix has 4 tutties.
I'll take B.
I would do it too.
Yeah.
I'll take the L with Bo Nix looking good.
Yeah.
Why is it that I feel the same way that you guys do?
I'll
Why is
take
it that
B.
we feel that way?
Because we've seen A before. We've seen that.
I'm tired of A.
Yeah, we've seen A.
Option
We've seen
A can
ugly
get bent.
wins, and
yes.
Eventually, who cares? I mean, you have to show me that you have that guy. I want to know if you have that guy. That's
when we see
the whole point of the season is what?
Is developing the guy.
Bo Nix,
this is the guy.
Establishes himself as your foundational piece for a decade.
And if that comes with winning, great.
Vic, you are so correct this morning about that. It's one of those, when you see it, you'll know it, right? I've seen some stuff in the preseason. That's preseason. This is the first grade A frontline starter defense he's seen in his NFL career. If he navigates it even decently, I'm going to be pleased as he navigates his way through this rookie season. If he has a B game, I'm talking option B, not A, B, C, D. If he has the option B type of game, I'm going to be completely stoked because I'm going to think that, you know what, not only did Sean Payton get his guy, but he got the right guy. He got a guy, and the Broncos now have a guy for the next decade.
And for those of you,
I'm excited if that happens.
For those of you, because I know you exist out there, and you're muttering to yourself in your cars, it's just about winning. You guys are clueless about winning games. Well, this isn't 2015. All right, your defense isn't going to carry you to the Super Bowl by winning games 14-10 every step of the way. That's not what this season is about. This season is about identifying the guy. Is he the guy or not? That's it.
Yeah, to me, it's the only thing that matters. That if you, regardless of record, and I mean that regardless of record, if you can establish that Bo Nix is your foundational piece, it's the only thing that matters this season. You know, I brought this comparison up before, guys, but like if they have a Spurs season from last year where they're one of the worst teams in the league, but what did the Spurs find out last year? They have one of the best players in the NBA in the next couple of years.
They have a budding superstar.
And now you can build around that guy. That's the most important detail. And I'm not overly concerned with the wins in the short term. Like we've played that game for 8 years where winning was the only thing that mattered, right? That's why you trade for Flacco. That's why you go out and you make these really quick and hasty decisions on guys on 1 or 2 year deals just to try to make the team as good as possible in the short term. You got to take a longer term view with this one. This year, you have to.
Absolutely. Broncos fans, I think you should listen to Brett. And it goes like this. Now listen to me, because I'm going to tell you too. Winning this season would be a very fortunate and happy byproduct of the growth of the kid.
Yes.
That's it. But first you need to find out if you have a guy. We don't know that he's the guy yet, do we? We have no idea if he's the guy. We've liked what we've seen so far. We like the processing, the decision-making, the matriculating down the field. All of that is fine. Fine to good. But do they have the guy? We don't know.
I'm going to pick on your point you just made. I'm going to needle you a little bit here because you wanted to describe the Wemby San Antonio situation. This is far from that because Wemby came into the equation as a can't-miss prospect. I mean, he already came in with a lot of fanfare. We already knew who Wemby was before he played an NBA game.
Sure.
We think Bo Nix can be the guy. We knew Wemby would be a difference maker.
This is just off the basic principle. Obviously, he's not the prospect that Wemby is. I wasn't making that comparison, okay?
You just said Bo Nix is 7'4" with a wingspan of 10 feet.
Don't believe I said that.
That's what I heard.
All I'm saying is they know the foundation of their team is set now. That's all I'm getting at. And I have no idea. Like, I am not one of these guys that thinks that Bo Nix is like, oh, you guys just wait. He's going to light up the league. I don't know. I don't know that at all. Hopeful that he's going to be good. But, with the comparison that people want to make is, oh, yeah, well, the Texans did it last year. Let me give 2 different points of separation here. Number one, that is the oddity of all oddities. Like, that is the biggest outlier you're going to find, that a rookie quarterback comes in for a team that we all thought could be the worst team in the league last year, entering the season, that has that type of year.
And they went boom.
Never happens. That's one. Number two, they were playing the Colts, the Jags, and the Titans. They weren't playing the Chiefs and the Chargers in their division.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot easier for you to have that meteoric rise when Patrick Mahomes is facing you twice a year.
Yeah. You bring up a great point. How many bad teams, they've been bad. They get a rookie quarterback who's supposed to be the chosen one, and they turn it around year one. How many times has that happened? All right, so C.J. Stroud did it. We have it just happened. C.J. Stroud just did it. Did Andrew Luck do it? And they weren't bad. They just came off Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that team was already, it had some pieces
See,
already.
when Elway arrived in Denver, they had troubling seasons.
Yeah.
They got to the playoffs their first year.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Roethlisberger started 13-0, but Pittsburgh wasn't bad at that time either.
No, they were still pretty decent.
Andrew Luck's rookie year, they were 11-5, but as you said, they were just coming off the Peyton Manning years. RG3 in Washington was 9-6. That was a pretty damn good year.
I think the Houston case is more similar to the Broncos only because there have been years of sub-mediocrity. 8 years now for the Broncos not making the playoffs. So you're asking a rookie to put on his shoulders 8 years of misery. It's what C.J. Stroud did in Houston. Years of misery.
Here's one for you. In the years subsequent to this guy coming in, the team was 4-12, 5-11, 7-9, 7-9. His rookie year, they're 11-5.
Russell Wilson.
Yep. Russell. Best example I got.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. We'll see. I mean, it's a lot. Listen, it's a lot to put on this kid, but at the same time, he's not he's in his mid-20s.
You know what, though? That's a great comp.
He's in his mid-20s, and he's a captain.
Russell Wilson's a great comp because he had to beat out a veteran to win the starting spot. Remember, he had to beat out Matt Flynn.
Mm-hmm.
He did that. He wasn't ballyhooed like Bo Nix was. He wasn't the 12th overall selection. That was not the case at all. Yeah. But people knew who he was. He had a resume. They knew who he was. And the expectations weren't really that high. They were like, wow, can this guy play? And then not only did he play, he played at an unbelievable level. He turned a franchise around. Now, he didn't do it by himself. He had the Legion of Doom with him. A boom, I should say. He had that aspect. He had a running game. He had all of it. But you know what? He still produced beyond expectations. That's a great comp. If you could tell me that Bo Nix has any resemblance to Russell Wilson in his rookie season, you got yourself your quarterback.
Heck yeah. 303-504-0925. Let's get to Craig Robinson. You guys all know him. TV star, movie star, comic, and going to be at the Comedy Works this weekend. Craig Robinson next.
Let me tell you, there's still plenty of time to get grilling. Plenty of time. I do it all the way through the fall and the wintertime anyway, but you can now too because Centennial Cuts is simply the best. This is a Colorado company, a family that's been in the business for generations, super high quality beef. It's even served in high-end restaurants downtown like Velvet Cellar and A5 Steakhouse. They've got the individual beef cuts, the premium multi-sized bundles. They've got all the beef jerky you want, delicious flavors and a huge variety. They've got the sausage. They've even got the pet treats. And right now, you can get 20% off. All you've got to do is use promo code Mosier. That's M-O-S-E-R, my last name, at CentennialCuts.com. Why don't you go there and just check out what they've got? Put in that promo code. It's delivered right to your front door. You don't have to go looking for it. If you want to, hey, go to all the kiosks they have around town or go to the kiosks at DIA on your way out of town. Grab yourself some jerky for the airplane. It's absolutely fantastic. Do yourself a favor. Go to CentennialCuts.com because once you do and once you serve it to your family, you will never go back. Promo code Mosier, M-O-S-E-R, 20% off right now at CentennialCuts.com.
And I told my wife, Beverly, when I was on top of her. What?
Don't laugh.
Making intense, painful love. Let the boy watch. the boy watch. He needs to learn the way I learned from my father, the way he learned from his father.
I mean,
so good.
it is one of
So
like
good.
an automatic laugh. You look at those Eastbound and Down blooper reels, which this man is in many of them. That is Craig Robinson, who will be at the Comedy Works tonight, 2 shows tomorrow and 2 shows on Saturday. Craig, first of all, thank you for joining the program today. One of the things I wanted to ask, you've been in so many funny things. One of my favorite comedies that has come out over the last, decade or so is This Is the End. And I've seen the blooper reels for that one, too. Which scene in all the movies and TV shows you've been in was the hardest to get through?
Man, probably the one you just played.
Yeah.
Really, because you got Will Ferrell trying to break you, and then you got to stare Danny McBride in the eyes and not laugh. It was the worst thing ever. It was worse.
How long did that scene take to actually get on tape properly?
4 days.
No way.
Wow. That's
Come
awesome.
on.
No, it's like, I don't know, an hour, but it was rough. It was rough.
How much of when you're working with guys like Farrell and McBride, how much of it is all ad lib and how much of it is scripted?
It depends, project to project, but you get guys like that. What Will was doing was all improv. He was just that was all improv. So you got this, the bones of the script, but then you got somebody like a McBride or Will Ferrell. You just expect it to go to the next level.
Craig, you've been part of. Well, you've been part of so many things that we love, man. Obviously, hilarious things. When you're in it, when you're doing a show like that, for some episodes, or you're in the office when it first breaks and all this kind of thing, do you get a sense right away you got something special that, hey, man, we've got something that's really, really good here?
With The Office, I wasn't there till about the 4th or 5th episode, and at that time we were just doing 6 episodes. Nobody knew The Office was going to do what it did. Nobody knew that. Like Eastbound and Down, we just knew we were laughing our butts off, and you hope that people collect with it. But The Office and we didn't know. It was just amazing.
Craig Robinson with us. He's, again, going to be at the Comedy Works tonight. 2 shows tomorrow and 2 shows on Saturday, so go and grab your tickets now. I mentioned the movie This Is the End. It's one that always gets me howling laughing. I just love the idea. When you got the script for that, and I know you're friends with a lot of the guys who made the movie, the idea of an apocalypse movie where everybody plays themselves has to be like, oh, so I just get to be me. What did you think when you first saw the script and was like, oh, we're just going to go mess around as playing each other?
The heightened versions of ourselves. But I think I was the first one to sign on. Because I just, it looked like too cool. They were like, they want you, your wardrobe. They copied our, they got the idea, especially for my shirt, because I wore it to a party one time. So they were like just seeing people from their memory in a party, and they were like, "Hey, you remember that shirt you wore?" And they copied all our stuff, and then so you basically came to set in your regular clothes, got out of those, and then got into those again.
Hey, so you're on the road, you're still doing your comedy routine, and I'm sure it keeps you sharp. And that's even though you probably don't need the gigs, you're doing it. What can people expect to go to Comedy Work this weekend? What's going to be in your set?
They got to see it, man. I cannot answer that question because it gives it away. If I was there, maybe, I don't know, we could restart stuff. But it's not going to be office jokes.
Yeah.
Right.
Part of that. Can I ask a question, by the way, for you who does so many things comedy wise, whether it's some stand up stuff, TV, movies. A lot of times you ask people this, they say they love the stand up aspect because you get the live audience, you get the live reaction. Where does stand up kind of rank in all the things that you do?
Yeah, stand up is first because you do get the live reaction. You get to actually touch the people. It's such a blessing to go do stand up. Especially as part of like the office of some of these projects because you get to see the people, you get to react, get in there and mix it up with them. A lot of the actors don't have that luxury.
we all know you're a musician as well. You've got a band that you sometimes play with and so on. Your mom, I read, was a music teacher as well. Was there ever a time when you thought to yourself, hey, you know what, maybe I'll go that direction. Maybe I'll just get into music full time and do that. But then the comedy and the acting takes over as well. How does all that work, and how much music do you really play on a weekly basis?
I play a lot of music on a weekly basis. And I in college, I was going to do, I thought I was going to be like an R&B singer. And then comedy just took over. That's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, because I was so silly and all this. And then I saw a buddy of mine do stand-up at a homecoming talent show or something. And that just changed everything. I didn't realize people I could touch could do I thought that was some kind of superhero thing.
Hey, well, this is a sports show, Craig, and I know you're from Chicago. Are you a Chicago sports fan? Are you a Bears fan?
I am.
What do you think about Caleb?
Good. Caleb, come on. It's on, baby.
Well, you better hope so. Oh, you're from the South Side, though, man. Your White Sox are putrid. I mean, that is as bad a baseball franchise as it gets right now.
We were talking about Caleb and the Bears.
I know. And listen, I lived. It's been over 30 years now, but I lived in Chicago for a couple of years, and Ditka was still there, and Tom, Zach, and Harbaugh, and all the guys. But man, it's been a long drought there. It really has been. And this guy has looked awesome through the preseason. It feels like there's a real sense of optimism there in Chicago.
Yeah, we're very, very excited. He's the leader. He looks great, and I'm looking forward to it.
Was Hard Knocks on your appointment viewing list this year?
No.
You didn't watch Hard Knocks with the Bears on it?
No.
All right.
I thought it was pretty good. It's all good.
No, it's fine. I was just curious.
Just get on some HBO. You can go back and see it.
Craig Robinson with us again.
Yeah, I'm going to catch up.
Yep. He's going to be at Comedy Works tonight, Thursday, 2 shows on Friday, and 2 shows on Saturday. One last thing, we'll let you go, Craig, and appreciate the time. Because you say you play music a lot. If we're on a road trip and we're listening to the Craig Robinson playlist, what are like 2 or 3 bands or artists that we'll hear?
Oh, we're going old school. It's going to be Earth, Wind & Fire, Lionel Richie, and Santana, Diana Ross in there. Yeah, we're going to keep it all the way back.
I love it. Craig Robinson, again, Comedy Works tonight, 2 shows on Friday, 2 shows on Saturday. Appreciate the time this morning, Craig. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you all so much. Take care.
You bet.
It's Craig Robinson. Join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
You know what's funny is that playlist.
That sounds like mine.
That's what I was going to say, and mine too, right? I mean, it sounds like something that you and I would both, if we're if we're just hanging out in the back seat with him, right?
Yep.
And he cranks it up. I don't say, hey, let me have control of the radio. I just say, do it, go. I saw Earth last year, and they were, to this day, are still beyond phenomenal. Denver's own Philip Bailey is still killing it. They were great.
His voice is the exact same.
It is.
How old is he? Like mid-70s now?
No, I don't think he's not that old, but he still kills it, man. I mean, he's still awesome.
Have you guys seen the movie This Is the End?
I have not.
I think I may have seen it. Give me the.
It's there. So it's Jonah Hill. It's Danny McBride. It's Craig Robinson. Obviously, it's.
You're right. He's 73. Good Lord.
Yeah. It's all of your Seth Rogans and guys like that, and they're playing.
Is Jay Bichelle in that? Or Jay, what's his last name? The Canadian kid.
Yes, he is. Him and Franco. James Franco.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
So they're having a party at James Franco's house, and it's all celebrities, and Earth drops in. And
I thought it was a little weird.
Was it the Rapture, I think is what was happening?
Correct. Yeah.
And because they're all bad people, they didn't get beamed up, and they're trying to survive.
Emma Watson's in that thing, right? Yeah.
It's hysterical because they're just playing themselves. And as he said, a hammed-up version, but still, hilarious movie. So big thanks to Craig Robinson joining us. Go check him out at the Comedy Works this weekend. So, couple things here. Jump back into the Broncos and Buffs previews. I got some audio from Jay Norville and Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday that I want to get to in a little bit.
I want to say this though, and I'm being dead serious, Vic. You need to get on something.
I noticed that you were much more respectful to that guest than you were our previous
because
guest.
I don't have a reason to.
Did you notice that, Brett?
I don't have a reason.
Totally.
Yeah.
I don't have a reason to get on his bacon like I did our first guest, who was also a lovely man. I'm not going to be live in studio tomorrow. I'm going to be doing the show from Vail for the Avalanche Alumni Weekend. I'll be up there all weekend. Encourage everybody to go.
Mm-hmm.
Come on up. The game is on Saturday night, but there's all kinds of clinics and activities throughout the next several days. But I can't be carrying the mail for this weekend, specifically for Saturday night's game by myself. I've given up on you, Brett, because you're too close to it. You've got too many people in your life who you love, who are corn people. And
I want the Buffs to win.
Now, my ass.
I do.
You're a scary looking dude.
You
man.
look like you just ate your friend.
Yeah.
You ate your friends is also a very odd thing to say at the beginning of an interview.
Just being realistic.
Here's what I wanted to bring you guys.
But here's the problem. You're too close to it. You can't really get into it. You don't even know what it was like.
You don't know, dude.
And so, Vic, I'm looking specifically at you. I can't be
because it's not the same.
It's not my
anymore.
burden, though. I can't do the whole burden on my own.
It's not the same thing. First of all, it's great that CU's won 3 in a row against this team.
Yeah, it's very good.
Back in the heyday, it was tough to get 1 in a row,
Yeah,
let alone 3 in a row.
The corn were stomping them.
It's not the same anymore. They're not in the same conference. They don't play every year like they used to. They don't play the Friday after Thanksgiving like they used to. Appointment television. It's not the same.
Well, you heard what what's his face said. You heard what's his name? Channing Copper. What's his name?
Channing Tatum.
Connor Happer.
Connor. You heard what Connor said. He said everybody is in Lincoln is geeked for this game. Everybody in Omaha is geeked. They want this game as much as
it's all they got.
Well, I know it's all they got, but I'm saying specifically playing the Buffaloes
Seriously, what else
has
do you have
them geeked.
In Omaha?
It's hard to believe they live their life though. They really do. They have like a life.
Besides like Berkshire Hathaway and Nebraska football and some
Union
milking.
Pacific.
The railroad gets through there?
Yep. Headquartered
Honestly,
there?
it's not for everyone.
On an average sitting, how many buckets of milk do you squeeze out just on an average sitting from your favorite cow?
Can I give you a stunning?
That's a good question.
Can I give you a stunning stat, by the way?
Yeah.
You want to be stunned by these numbers?
Stun me. Yeah, you gave me. I stunned you yesterday. You stunned me today.
And this is just going to be quick, so it's going to be perfect.
I wasn't very stunned. I'm going to be on record.
Who's the Colts quarterback this year? Who is it?
It's Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. Anthony Richardson, going into this season, has logged 17 starts since high school. That's it.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Bo Nix started, 61 games in college?
61 in college alone.
Since high school, Anthony Richardson has started 17 games at quarterback.
Yeah, he's more of a rookie than the rookie.
Yeah.
How many
that
games?
That is an astounding. That is stunning.
How many starts is Trey Lance? How many starts is Trey Lance?
Remember Trey Lance when he got that
same
job?
Thing,
same deal, dude.
Yep.
That's a very, very valid point. Bo Nix has been playing, again, he played varsity when he was in 8th grade in high school. 8th grade. So he's played at a higher level every year of his life.
And a lot more to break down with the games this weekend. We'll talk to Ian Furness, get a preview of the Seahawks at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circus Sports app, which if you check out for the opener tonight, what you have is Chiefs, Ravens, and I got some props for you. You want to bet on the first player to score a touchdown? Derrick Henry plus 600 to do that. And there's so much more. Longest touchdown of the game, over under 39.5 yards. Total made field goals. You can bet on individual props like Patrick Mahomes touchdown passes, over under 2.5. Everything you could hope for on that Circa Sports app. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download that now ahead of week 1 of the NFL season, along with college football heading into week 2. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Reminder to everybody that if you missed it from earlier in the show, you like Def Leppard, you like Journey, you like Cheap Trick, well, they're all going to be playing at Coors Field on Sunday night. Tickets still available at Ticketmaster. Def Leppard and Journey coming to Coors Field Sunday, September 8th with special guest Cheap Trick. And we're going to be doing giveaways for Altitude Authentics in the 9 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that as well. But if you would like a chance to win one of these 4 pairs of tickets to this concert, you text in your first and last name and Mosier playlist, because it sounds like a Mosier playlist this concert
Well, I've
does.
got all that on my phone for sure.
Just to make sure that people have this correct, text Mosier playlist, so it's Mosier,
M-O-S-E-R,
space, playlist, and that's just one word. So Mosier, space, playlist.
Can you spell playlist for our Nebraska listeners?
P-L-A-Y list. There you go.
Real quick,
303-504-0925, your first and last name and Mosier playlist.
You're talking about Philip Bailey. This is going to be above your head, above your pay grade. But Robin Zander, the lead singer of Cheap Trick to this day, still sounds exactly like he did 1977 live at the Budokan in Japan. I'm not kidding you, man. They sound perfect. It's amazing. I don't know how they do it.
Yesterday, I had the honor and privilege to host Colorado Giving Day press conference for youth sports. Colorado Youth Sports Giving Day. Yeah, exactly. We have our little youth sports jar.
Yeah.
There's actually a big jar now that is representative in the state of Colorado for youth sports. And it was such a wonderful thing because we take it for granted how important youth sports really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, professional athletes all played youth sports.
Yeah.
It all started somewhere, right? And after the proceeding, young lady walked up to me and she says, "Hey, I just want you to know we listen to you every day. Love your show. I don't commute anymore, so I now listen via the app." So I want to thank her, and I want to thank everybody who was there yesterday.
Yeah,
What's her
thank you.
name?
We are impressionable when it comes to youth sports.
What's her
Yes.
name?
I forgot her name. Excuse me. Apologies. But you know who you
You're
are.
going to do that to the man.
Thank
You
you.
knew he was trying to.
Thank you, young lady.
Thank you, young lady.
Thank you,
Thank
generic young lady
Why
that
you
Vic
gotta
forgot
do-
your
why-
name.
why you gotta
see,
do this?
why you got to do that to him? Why you got to do that to him?
I'd remember the name. That's what I would do.
Oh,
I would
really?
say, "Hey, thank you, Melissa, for coming up yesterday. You were awesome. You and your family.
I was in the middle of. Sorry.
It is true. Mosher would remember the name. I would not, and that's why I feel for Vic right now because I totally would forget.
I'm trying to thank her.
Yes.
I'm
But
giving
thank
her
you.
kudos. Thank you.
By the way,
yeah,
she
go-
listens on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Did you know that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm? Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Will I do now? I got a funny story out of Norway. I don't know that anything funny comes out of Norway except this. When's the last thing that came out of Norway you thought was funny?
The last thing out of Norway that was funny.
Is that Holland?
No, this is Norway.
I'm Scandinavian,
I'm
Jack.
kidding.
Jesus
I'm
Lord.
kidding.
And by the way, the funny part is the Swedes and the Finns hate each other, but everybody's cool with the Norwegians. Norwegians are cool with Swedes. Norwegians are cool with Finns. Finns and Swedes are not cool with each
Why
other.
are we bringing up Norway, though? What's going on here?
What's going
Okay,
on?
so the country's anti-doping agency.
My old high school roommate dated a Norwegian.
That's great. Anyway,
Olga.
So anyway, they've got to go. Her name is Olga.
Yeah.
They've got to go. They're going to the soccer team saying, "Hey, listen, we need some urine samples, right? We got to give a little test here." The main guy was Manchester City's Erling Haaland. Okay, that's the main guy. He plays in Man City. And they asked for Jørgen Juve and Einar Gunderson. And then the coach goes, "Hey man, are you pranking me? You want these guys samples too?" They're like, "Yeah, we need samples from these dudes." Well, Juve died in 1983, and Gunderson died in 1962.
Okay.
I have not. I've lost interest in the story from the get go, so I have no idea where this is. Somebody finish this.
They took the list of the best goal scorers, I guess the anti-doping agency in Norway history, Norwegians, and they said, "We need samples from all these dudes." Well, one guy's playing for Man City. The other two guys, one guy's been dead for 41 years, and one guy's been dead for 62 years.
I don't understand. I think I missed a detail here.
What's going on?
I missed a detail.
Why is this pique interest to you?
Because the doping agency, Nelly, did you follow what I was saying? Am I dumb?
Yeah, they requested a team to submit doping results from dudes that have been dead for like 60 years.
Yes.
Because they didn't do their research. I got
thank
you,
you,
Mose.
Nelly. Thank you.
And also, for what it's worth, the last funny thing to come out of Norway was that song, What Does the Fox Say?
Oh, yeah.
Those,
Wait, that's,
good point.
That's them?
The Ylvis brothers are Norwegian, yes.
That explains a lot. It's like this. Hey, listen, we need a testing from Caleb Williams. We need testing from Roma Dunze and Ed Sprinkle.
Yeah.
And the Bears go like,
I'm not going to exhume a body.
Blue's dead, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, one dude's been dead since 83. The other dude's been dead since 62.
So how did this story make its way to our radio show in Denver, Colorado?
Because I read it, and I thought it was crazy. The Juve played from 1928 to 37. Gunderson scored 26 goals from 1917 to 1928.
So everything you read makes its way to our radio show. So whatever you read is fair game.
Can you believe the jackwagons at the Norwegian doping agency, though? Or anti-doping? It's like saying, I need a sample from Ty Cobb.
No, I understand. I get it. I have audio from Jay Norville on Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
God, I thought it was funny.
It was kind of funny.
People are on my
That dude's
case.
been dead since 62, and they're like, we need you to pee in this cup. Well, I don't think he's able to do that, bro.
Can I ask you something? This is you and I, Brett, because I'm not including him in this conversation. People are on my jock here. They're on my case because I remember Olga from 40 years ago, but I can't remember the woman I spoke to for 5 seconds yesterday. And I beg you, I beseech you. How do you does your memory work that way?
Listen.
And I apologize. It was in passing.
I apologize to everybody profusely over the same thing. But Moj, I've made this analogy before. What is my brain? Can you remember what I always say?
It's a goldfish.
No.
Well, for knowledge to go in, something has to come out.
It's a bouncer at a club, okay?
Right. Right.
I'm at the fire capacity, and for me to let one more name in, I got to forget a name, and it's too difficult for me. And so the way my mind works, it's not conscious, but the way my mind works, if I meet you 3 or 4 times, we're good. Once, 0 chance. 0 opportunity to remember your name. None.
Okay. Has this ever happened to you? Because it's happened to me. Somebody that's important, a boss, a workmate, a colleague, somebody that you've seen.
Yep.
And you just completely forget their name.
Yep.
And like you're with them. I was at a sporting event once, and this is somebody that I see every day. I'm like, don't know. Don't know what the name is. And you're suffering. You're just suffering now. Because the entire time is spent trying to recollect the name.
I know. I can think of the exact time. I'm not going to say who it was. But
Just tell us.
No, I'm not going to say it. But I was sitting there and I was like, this is bad. And I was trying to, when you're trying to talk your way around it and you almost feel like that's more obvious?
Yeah.
They have no idea.
Well, my
but
wife
in your
and I
head,
have a system.
Oh, hi, have you met my wife?
No, that's not the system. The hell's your name?
Okay.
Well, Vic's also done the, hey, Moj, put this number into your phone and tell me who it is because they texted me the other day and I don't know who it is.
I get that a lot. I get the text like, hey, I'm here. I'm here. What were you? I'm like,
yeah, see if they're in your phone and tell me. One time that person actually was in my phone and I told him who it was. He's like, thank you.
Well, I mean, listen, maybe I'm more courteous than others, but anytime I text anybody outside of my brother, my wife, I will place my name in the text.
Yeah.
I think that's the courteous thing to do.
Wait, you finish your text with Vic?
Yes.
Like it's an email?
No doubt about it. Hey, this is who it is. I'm directing this at you, and it's from me, my name.
Can I play some audio here? Jay Norville was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday.
Yeah, and also the dude died in 1962. Go ahead.
8505 says, I once worked with a guy for 10 years. We were friends. No idea what his name was.
That's life, man. That is life.
Jay Norville was on. He was talking about the Texas game from last weekend. And here's what he said on some takeaways from Texas.
They got probably about 40 draft picks on that team. They'll have 10 this year, and then the year after that they'll have 10, and they'll kick out about 10 every year. So it's a very talented roster, and I think we'll gain a lot from that game going forward. We have to understand that we've got our whole season in front of us, and that everything we want to accomplish is still out there for us. And we got to get back to playing with a lot of confidence, spreading the ball around to our playmakers, and really playing attacking style defense.
Just stop it right there. That's all I needed
really
to hear.
get in the groove of doing that.
Hang on.
Every week, and to have 3 home games coming up is a great way to start that.
All right, he knew. He knew they were overmatched. He knew he basically knew what was going on here. That was a paycheck game. Clearly, he knew.
Well, he's not wrong. They probably do have 40
Yeah.
40 guys on that Texas roster right now that are going to be drafted. Now, whether they play, and I'm not talking about seniors, I'm talking about just up and down from freshmen all the way to seniors.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a lot of dudes on that team.
But
again, the depressing part, Vic, is that you were never even in it. You got kicked so hard, and the haves and have-nots are getting the chasm between them it's getting greater.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case, because every time I look at a poll, right? If you take a look right now, pull up the latest AP poll. Go ahead.
All right, I'll do it right this second.
Go ahead, pull it up.
All right, what do you got?
What's
do you
the
want?
difference between the AP poll today and then the one 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago?
Well, it's not
What's
really
the difference?
It's not really
it's all
different, Vic.
It's the same bunch. Give me the top 5.
Well, okay. Well, the top 5: Georgia, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, and the Irish.
Oh, wow, that's different.
Well, Ole Miss is in at 6. That's different. Missouri's in at 9. That's different. Utah's there at 11. That's different than 20 years ago.
3 of those teams, you're correct. But the bulk of the top 25, it's the same thing.
NC State, Georgia Tech, Louisville.
What
are you getting
Arizona?
at with that? What are you
I'm getting at is, let's get on with it. Let's get on to the top 50 teams or so that are going to do this in their own way. That's your own conference, super league, whatever, and then everybody else.
Okay, well, I guess that's a different sort of discussion. One thing that he said that I actually agree with, and I think this is the approach that they should take, as embarrassing as that was last week, and even though he knew that maybe they were in for a butt kicking, I don't think that Vic, he expected 52-0, but the thing that I would say about it is I think this is the proper approach for him to take, because what he said in the middle of that was all of our goals are still ahead of us, and that's the exact thing I'd be preaching if I was him. Like, you aren't going to film study on Monday after that game and saying,
Right.
what the bleep are you doing on this play?
Right,
And you're
right.
out of position here.
Yeah.
The message has to be, guys, we're here to win the Mountain West this year. Like,
Sure.
that's what we're here to do, and this game had no bearing
Well,
on that.
I tell you what, it's got to be difficult for any competitor, though, to look at a game that finished 52-0 and try to glean some areas of confidence.
Right.
You use the word confidence, right?
Right.
That's hard. That's hard. That you got to take a step back and say, okay, what do we gain from this?
Unfortunately, what does not exist, and I wish it did, is a neuralizer. Yes, the thing that Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black flashed in your face and erased your memory of what just happened. He can't do that. Jay Norville cannot erase being absolutely waffle stomped in Austin. I mean, you can turn your attention to UNC, and no offense to Bears fans, but facing the Bears for the Rams is going to it's be like going from Mike Tyson to Vic.
Okay, how about this?
So
though, Moj?
it's just that's going to help. But I mean, you got kicked, Brett, and nobody likes to come out of a game realizing that they were never even in it, and the talent deficit is that great.
So listen,
It's not fun.
you can't erase it, but can I say you can paint over the top of it? You got a bad coat of paint on there, you can do this. Next 2 weeks, you got games against UNC, and then you have the game against CU. You don't think a win over CU could at least be a new coat of paint that puts
Absolutely.
that at least not erases, but puts it out of sight?
Well, take a look at last year's schedule, the way it went down. It did exactly that. Remember, they switched quarterbacks. Remember?
Yep.
Nicolosi came into that CU game. He was handed the starting spot, changed the whole season, changed the
Right.
outlook. They almost won the damn game.
Right.
And they've got UTEP after that.
I can tell
He's
you
right.
this.
They do have 3 straight home games.
Yeah.
And they're going to be a 2-2 team, essentially, getting into conference play.
I
mean,
I don't know what's
bulk of
going.
it.
I don't know what's going to happen next Saturday night in Fort Collins.
Mm-hmm.
But I can promise you this. It sounds to me like Coach Norville went into Austin deep down knowing they had no chance to win that game. He knows he has a chance to beat CU in a week and a half. Big difference between the two.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Why wouldn't you? Like, you go into last year and you have a whole bunch more question marks than you do this year, especially at your main position, right, which is quarterback, and you took him to double OT. He should have some confidence. But 303-504-0925, got some more audio I want to get to in a little bit.
It would be demoralizing, Brett. I mean, for those players, it had to be demoralizing. Fowler Nicolosi had 59 yards passing the entire game.
Yeah.
They didn't even put it up top 20 times in the game. I mean, they were outmatched in every single aspect, and it's got to be painful. It has to be. And they've got some good players up there. They've got two really, really good players, and they had no chance to accomplish anything. And that's a real bummer.
And it's, yeah, I have this battle because it's a mix between Moj. Yes, the loss is terrible and inexcusable to lose by 52 points and get blanked like that. And also, damn, Texas is like really good.
Really good.
Like really good.
You know, I'm embarrassed for you, Brett. Yesterday, again, I mentioned I emceed, I hosted the opening day for Colorado sports, youth sports, giving month. You give for youth sports. We have a jar full of money here.
Yeah.
Where were you yesterday with the youth sports contribution? It's right there in front of you, that jar of money. Show it to people. It's right there.
It looks like it's getting thinner, too.
And here's why I'm embarrassed.
There used to be like $20 in here. Now there's 11.
Here's why I'm embarrassed.
People are thieving out of this
We
thing.
live in Colorado. All youth sports donations and contributions go to Colorado Youth Sports. And yet your jar is to benefit Rancho Cucamonga?
See, this is where people get this confused. It is just called the Rancho Cucamonga Fund. It's not for Rancho Cucamonga. It's just the name of the fund. And if you remember, that came from Mosier telling a 5-minute story about Rancho Cucamonga that nobody wanted to hear.
The glory days.
Yes.
Sort of like the Norwegian story.
So that's where it's not for the people in Rancho Cucamonga. It's
Gotcha.
just called
Yeah, they
the
don't need-
Rancho Cucamonga Fund.
There was a time when they didn't need
Rich
the money.
people in Rancho Cucamonga.
Well, there are, but there was a time when they didn't need the money. Now California's kind of jacked. Maybe they do. I don't know. Who knows?
303-504-0925. Got some more audio. Dylan Riola, Matt Rule talking about CU and Shedeur Sanders. We'll get to that in a little bit. Stick around.
Hey, one thing I didn't know until today. Vic, by the way, your future son-in-law is a big Dodgers fan. He's listening to the game. The only thing I really respect about the Dodgers, I just saw it. Apparently, a dude ran on the field yesterday at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
And he's being chased by a gaggle of cops. So there's probably, 5 or 6 cops chasing after him?
I like the word gaggle. I like a good gaggle.
Why does it take so many, by the way? Can we get an athletic cop on the field?
Well, they're wearing
just go to
gear. I
work?
mean, they've got bulletproof vests on. They've got their
I know,
weapons.
I
They've
know,
got
but
all microphones and all that stuff.
I know some athletic police officers.
Well, so do I.
Get the best athletes out there. Your job is this.
Garcia would have got him.
Before you continue, Moj, just quickly, and don't answer this. This is a question for Vic. What animal, when they're in a group, is called a gaggle?
Mules? No, gaggle of geese.
Geese. That's right. All right, go ahead, Moj.
What, do you think I'm dumb?
Anyway,
I don't
so
know if
dude,
that would make you dumb if you didn't know that.
So dude's out running the cops, and he's running essentially through the outfield toward right field in the right field line. The ball girl, the girl with the baseball helmet on, fielding foul balls down the line, she sees him coming, and she trucks him into the stands.
No way.
Yes.
The guy got sent over it was like hockey. Got sent over the boards. It's pretty cool.
All right, hold on a second. Let me turn the volume down, Vic. I want your reaction when you watch this. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, describe it.
You want to stop these people from doing this stuff?
Rottweiler.
Pain.
Yeah.
Pain.
Okay, so check it out. So describe it.
All right, we got a dude running hard. 5 security officers after this dude. He's running toward right field wall, and there's the ball girl. Boom! Pushes him over the fence.
Pushed him over the fence.
No, it wasn't a truck. She just sort of redirected him.
Yeah.
It was a redirection.
Yeah, but no fear, she got low.
Yeah.
Dude, I want her.
She did
I
get
want her on
leverage.
my football team.
She did get leverage.
By the way, Moj, one of these days I'm going to count the amount of videos that you show me during breaks, and I'm going to put a tally in front of you.
I only show you the good ones. I only show you the ones that are important, like this ball girl trucking a dude.
Hey,
I hope dude got a concussion.
Again, remember
I'm tired of that stuff.
Mosier's that guy.
Oh, look at the taser photo from last year. Or is that early this year?
That was earlier this year.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Yeah, that cop was great, man. He's
Now-
he's got him on a leash. He's got those
What-
tasers.
what side
the prongs are buried so far in his back. It's
let me ask you,
dog on a leash.
What side of the fence do you fall on when you see this? Excessive or necessary?
Necessary. You're an idiot. You know what's coming.
When you remember the kid did a backflip right in front of the cop, just
Yeah, he
right in
did.
his nose, and
Obnoxious.
then boom, he got.
I mean, this is a poster that should be up right before they jump the wall. This poster should be up.
Can I? It's not a video. Can I show you guys a picture though? And you guys tell me when's the last time you've seen this as we head into week 1 for the Broncos. When's the last time you've seen an injury report that looks like this?
Empty?
Which there's not a single name, not a questionable, not a nothing on
You won't
here.
see that again this year. It's the last time you'll see it.
I think that is maybe the most important aspect of their season.
The Broncos, I don't think this is newsworthy.
Depending success or failure,
Yes.
is what I'm saying.
I don't think this is newsworthy, what I'm about to say, but it is, I guess, telling and predictable. So yesterday, they named the captains, and we were all a little surprised that Bo Nix got it. But as I said before, if your quarterback, that's a leadership position, if he's not a captain, then you don't have the right quarterback. So this is more of a, hey, we have the right guy. We also find out with the first initial depth chart, couple moves on the depth chart. We now know who is going to play that other cornerback opposite Patrick Surtain. We now know who the starting linebacker is opposite Alex Singleton. We now know who the starting center is according to the depth chart. This all could change, but according to the depth chart, they have all the answers here. Do you think any of that is false? Do you think the depth chart is just out there for us?
No, I think this is probably pretty accurate now. I do. So what they have, by the way, they have Riley Moss as the starter opposite of Pat Surtain.
Well, isn't
right now.
Damari Mathis is still injured, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, high ankle sprains, what do, Brett?
They linger.
Yeah.
That's right. Do they have to let it linger?
Yeah, but
do you have to?
The most
Do you have
surprising
to?
thing that I saw, though, yesterday when they released this thing is that a man is on the starting roster who did not make the final 52 when they announced it, or 53. When they announced the final roster, he wasn't on it.
Michael Burton?
Yes.
Yeah. Could be a call-up on game day. I think there's some number. It's like, is it 2 or 3 that you get free call-ups and you can send them back down without having them clear waivers? I think that's the number. You said this earlier, Vic. I think you're right. I think it's going to be game dependent.
100%.
So it's like Burton's the kind of guy, when you want to run the football one day, all right, we'll bring him up, have him be the bruiser in the backfield. If there's some passing matchups they want to exploit, maybe they'll leave him on the practice squad, that sort of thing. The other thing, too, did you notice the according to the depth chart anyway, the 4th-string wide receiver is another guy on the practice squad, little Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
So it goes Sutton, Reynolds, Mims, and then they have little Jordan backing up Cortland Sutton on this first depth chart.
Sounds like Franklin might have a redshirt year.
I think it's going to take him a minute to start cracking the lineup here. If I had to guess right now, I bet you Vele is early in the year plays more than Franklin does.
I'm looking forward to, now that PS2 is the highest paid corner in the game, $96 million. Do you put him exclusively on DK Metcalf, or do you play him just on one side of the field and then lock that down?
Tyler Lockett says he is going to play.
Okay, so what I'm asking you, though, if you're a defensive coordinator, if you're running the show, do you put him on Metcalf and say he's your guy no matter where he goes, or do you just put him on one side of the field and say, lock down that side?
Some guys are different. Like, I think Revis was always no matter what the matchup is, I play on one side of the field guy. So we're just going to shut this half down, and then we can play, a corner with a safety bracket over the top on the other side. But some guys are good enough where they will just hunt, right? And it'll be like basketball defense.
So
it's just
if you're talking about just that matchup, that is stud versus
that's as good
stud.
as it gets.
I mean, I would like to have, if I'm the director, of this game, it's going to be on Fox? What's it going to be on?
This game.
Okay, doesn't matter.
I'll look it up.
But if I'm the director, I want an ISO cam on that matchup all game long.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be, if what you're saying is true, if it does go that route, and Lockett's a dang fine receiver.
CBS.
So, okay, it's on CBS. Lockett's a dang fine receiver, so you got to be careful. That would be fantastic. Beyond fantastic.
I sort of want, again, I love a cornerback who says, I got him. He's mine. And he will not see the light of day.
But he's DK Metcalf, dude. He's
I
also
understand.
a total stud.
But I want the mentality. I want Patrick Surtain, who's now the highest paid corner, to walk into Sunday's game and say, I got this. He's not going to catch the ball today. I got him.
Well, he's going to catch the ball.
I know, but the mentality. I'm saying,
okay.
I want him following him all over the field is what I'm saying. I want him, wherever DK goes, I want Surtain to follow.
I like that.
That's the way I would approach it.
Can I go to the offensive side real quick and just ask a question? If you were to pick out a single guy, and you can't say Bo Nix, that's obvious, but a single guy on offense that his success could be a difference maker in this offense really going and not. If I said Greg Dulcich, am I right?
Of
Yes,
course.
you are.
That was number one on my list.
Okay.
If they get a tight end going, keep him healthy.
Because they got Troutman listed as the number one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to play out that way.
Work the middle of the field with Dulcich. 100%.
He is such... You know what's weird about him? We've barely seen him play. Barely. And
He's getting hurt.
But it feels like Dulcich is, he could be a star if he just stayed healthy. And I just want, can I get 4 or 5 weeks of consistent, I play 50 snaps a game and just really, truly evaluate that?
Yeah.
Because he's fast, he's huge. And if you got somebody that can be a little bit of a safety blanket and help out your wideouts, my God, dude, I think it'd be a huge difference.
Is Noah Fant going to play?
I don't know.
He's dealing with a toe. I do know that.
I was examining the Seattle roster and taking a look at their defense a little bit, and we all want the Broncos to be able to establish a run because that'll make life easier for Bo Nix, right? But take a look at that Seattle defensive front. They are stout, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams, Jonathan Hankins, they are stout on that D-line. They got some ballers there. So it may not be as easy as we think. They may have to throw the ball to open things up a little bit.
Well, I think that if I had to guess what the strategy is going to be.
Dude, they're all, those guys, not one of those dudes is under $3 billion. Not one.
Yeah, they're big guys.
They're all $3 billion and above. That's oh my God, man. You know what it is, Vic? You know what it is, Vic? Genetics.
There's too much of it.
Just
There's too much.
Too much genetics.
No, they have certainly a D line that's going to give the Broncos offensive line a test. But I actually, maybe this is, I don't know if it's foolish of me. I have faith in the Broncos offensive line. They've invested the money in it, and I think they got, how about like a top 12 group? That sound about right? I think they're better than middle of the pack.
They're being paid to be that kind of a group. I mean, they really are.
But here's the thing. Because of how long Russell Wilson held onto the football last year, I think it made them look worse than what they actually were.
I think you're right. I think that a quick release and a quick moving offense, quick decision-making is going to make them all look a lot better.
Yeah.
Now, again, it's not just pass pro. It's also, are you going to be able to open up holes so you can run the dang football? You talk about Dulcich on that offensive side, Brett. I look at the running backs, and I'm thinking to myself, man, Javonte needs to look good this year, too. And now it's not like it used to be. He's not going to get the majority, vast bulk of the carries and so on. But I think Javonte needs to set the tone with the football. He really does.
I can't help myself. I know I was going to wait for Friday to do it, but first play, trips left. Running back, Javonte Williams in motion to the left. They're going to flood the left side. Greg Dulcich's going to start tight to the line, and he's going to run post pattern opposite the trips left. And the first play of the game will be up top to Greg Dulcich for 47 yards. That's how I'm starting the season. That's how the Bo Nix era begins in Denver.
I think it starts with a 3-yard run by Javonte over Quinn
Or
Miner's butt.
That could be the case, too.
I think that's what they go with.
Why are we doing this right now?
I just couldn't help myself. I was going to save it for Friday.
And you follow right along? No, because that's a Friday thing.
I know.
You're just blowing it all for...
I ruined it.
It can be an everyday thing. What do you mean?
No, you save that for Friday.
I ruined it.
For the first game of the season, you saved it for Friday.
Well, we can get a better sort of idea of what the Seahawks are bringing to the table with Ian Furness, who joins us next.
I'll point to the Buffalo loss in 2020 in that stretch where, Russell had 10 turnovers combined in 3 games. A couple of them were strip sacks where he held onto the ball too long, as well as interceptions. And then, Russ couldn't, quote, cook anymore. Pete kind of, allegedly rolled back the offense. Frankly, guys, it was time for a change. They could not work together and have success anymore. Russ wanted more. He wanted more say. He wasn't going to get it. Front offices, do personnel, and coaches coach and players play. Russ wanted to say in all the other things as well. And they've bent over backwards, guys. I'm telling you right now, they've bent over backwards behind the scenes with him in a lot of different areas, whether it was personnel, trying to sign guys, the Greg Olsen signing, stuff like that, whether it was the entourage that he brought with him on the road the last few years, waiting for him to finish with the entourage and his post-game stuff on the road, making sure the entourage is all set up. And, that's a full-time job for the team travel person who's got enough to worry about with 53 players, staff, and everything else.
So that's a trip down memory lane, and we're going to go out to the Ramos Law hotline, car accident unit, Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Was that a Denver radio show just a couple weeks ago? Or?
No. That was back in 2022. This man, Ian Furness, 93.3 KJR in Seattle. So, first of all, I would like to apologize. You were on our afternoon show on this station when talking about the Russell trade. And I'll be the first to admit, I heard the audio, and we were so excited at the time to have a franchise quarterback here. I said, you know what that sounds like to me? A whole bunch of cope for somebody who just lost their quarterback. And you know what, Ian? Apologize. Yeah. This is me eating crow. You were absolutely correct in everything that you said.
Well, I'm glad to be on the Hammer show, the morning drive, where all the action happens. So I've upgraded that in that regard. So I'm excited about that. I honestly, guys, I'm listening to that. You said yesterday I was gonna hear something from eating crow was gonna be part of it. I told you,
yeah,
I told you, man. There's just too much to Team Russ. There's just too much to him. And like I'll tell you a funny story. There's a buddy of mine in Pittsburgh that works in sports media out there sent me a picture because I told him the same thing. I went on his show. You should have seen the Steeler fans coming at us. It was Furness, you don't know. It was over it was crazy. And about 2 weeks later, he sends me a picture, and there's the entourage sitting on the sideline of a practice field during a practice. Sierra and the 18 nannies and security guards and kids running around onto the field during practice. That's what you get, man. And you could live with it if you were good.
Yeah,
but it's not 2013 anymore, man. You're not good anymore.
You're Tom Brady, if you're Peyton Manning. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But you're Russ, you're current day Russ, and it's not good enough. Let me ask you a question that I've been thinking about this for a while.
Yep.
And I'm not sure when did he start dating Hjer? When did that happen? And did he start to fall off when they became a thing? Is there anything there?
Yeah, and I honestly, Vic, I hate this because it's, anybody taking a shot at someone's spouse is hard, right?
I'm not taking a shot at him. I'm taking a shot at the way he prepares for the game.
And we have too. Like it's you kind of balance that thing, right? Because we're going to see the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing tonight. Good. Like that's good for football. It's good for a lot of things. But the reality is, when she came in, he started to drop off. It went from, and it was really, it's this simple. It went from, they had this mantra when they, go in the huddle. You can even see NFL films, but what about us? What about us? What about us? All that kind of stuff, and it became, what about me? And he wanted to become a celebrity quarterback. I'll tell you who he'd want to be. And this must drive them nuts. Kelce and Taylor, that's who they want to be.
Yeah.
That's who she wants to be. I mean, she can't ever reach that level. She's one-hit wonder, but he rejuvenated her career in a sense.
Right.
But it really happened after that. He had his high school, college sweetheart wife, who was her own interesting thing. Your program director, Kevin, will tell you about that. I mean, she was kind of ever present as well. Look at me type of thing. He kicked her to the curb, started dating her in about, I want to say 2015, 2016, something like that. And I'll never forget, we were covering a game in San Francisco. I work for the Fox affiliate, and we're down there, and we pull into the hotel and check in. It's like late at night. It was like a primetime game, like a Thursday game. So it was a Wednesday night. We pull in, and there's this group of people sitting at check-in, and the players already got there. We were after them. Like, what is going on here? Like, usually they kind of take, you guys know how it works, take all the hotel out.
Sure.
That's the first time I saw Team Russ and Team Sierra. And it was, and I'm not lying here, they had a nanny for every kid. They had 2 personal assistants and numerous security people for her. Like, I don't know. I'm old. I'm dumb. I don't get it. I'm not hip. Maybe she's a big deal. I just didn't ever think that. And it just kind of started to go downhill after that. And it's funny because, you see glimpses of it. You guys saw glimpses of it.
Yeah.
When he's on, man, he was special. And when he was focusing on being a football player and unselfish and a team guy, he was as good a quarterback for a team and a locker room as there was. But Richard Sherman called it years ago, guys. He called it years ago. We criticized Richard for it, but he called it years ago.
Right.
Hey, Ian, real quick, a couple of things. Number one, I love your Wazoo hat. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Seattle, grew up in Seattle. My parents are Canadian, but I grew up in Seattle and went to Washington State University.
Okay.
It's the Harvard of the Northwest.
Well, when Ryan Leaf was there?
I'm a little older than Ryan. Yeah, but we love Ryan, even though he's a dipstick sometimes. He got us to a Rose Bowl, and he's turned his life around. And actually started his first media work was on a show I did with Kevin producing years ago before he had some issues. We like Ryan.
I just got back from Clarkston to Lewiston. 2 days ago.
How?
Well,
how'd you end up there?
This begins a portion of the program where Mosier just talks about his random vacation.
Well, Ian and I
so
can
let's
be
just
friends now.
let's
This
let's
is
go
a
ahead
nice
and buckle
man.
up here and listen in.
My old man was raised on a ranch out just outside Clarkston.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he has a house there half the year and half the year in Arizona. Vic's gone, which is good. Anyway, that's a story. So what's up, baby? Right on.
Okay,
the
great.
Blues country. Hey,
Nobody cares about your vacation.
me and Ian we're connecting and bonding here. So shut up.
We are bonding. It's all about the Palouse, baby. Let's go. Go Cougs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, what are we getting into though with the Seahawks? We have no idea here, brother. They had a good start, a good middle, essentially last season, and then everything went right downhill. I do not know what to expect on Sunday out of that team. And of course, you got the brand new head coach. Keep forgetting.
Yeah, Michael McDonald.
Michael McDonald, baby. Come on, give it some.
Oh man, Mike, who's probably about 1/3 of the age of the
Does
real
he even know who Michael
McDonald
McDonald is? Does
Yeah,
Michael McDonald
no.
know who Michael McDonald is?
He's 36, man. We went from the oldest head coach of the NFL to the youngest one in the head coach, and I love me some Doobie Brothers. Let's go, man! Taking it to the streets. Let's go. I think I don't know. I think they're. The interesting thing about what happened last year is they fired a coach that won a Super Bowl. And listen, I'll take a shot at us now. You guys are in Denver. You kind of know a little bit more about championships. We have the 79 Sonics and we have the 2013 Seahawks. That's what we have.
Yeah.
Pete won that Super Bowl. They fired the other coach that got him to the Super Bowl. Mike Holmgren brought in Pete after they made a mistake with Jim Mora. Pete, 14 years, it just was over. Like it was done. It was time to move on. They bring in a guy that is a defensive genius, like just kind of one of those like uber smart guys that you just kind of like I hated in school. Like, like you two guys probably beat him up in school, is what you kind of did. Right. But this guy, he inherits the thing to remember. He inherits a team that was 9-8 and they missed the playoffs by a tiebreaker. They had a little, kind of dipped at part of the season. A couple guys got banged up. Their defensive line got banged up. He doesn't start from scratch like most new head coaches. He's improved the defense, improved the defensive line. The offensive line is still a big question mark, whether or not they're improved or not. But I think it's a pretty good football team in maybe, if not the best division in the NFL, maybe the second best division in the NFL, top to bottom, depending on Arizona's progression this year. So what are we getting? It's like every other, who knows, right? You guys have covered this thing for a long time. Week 1 in the NFL is crazy.
Yeah.
But I think it's a pretty good football team with a coach that is going to improve a defense that was just getting shredded last year.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. Like, we're all heading into the season like, I don't know, and especially with the Broncos because they got a brand new quarterback that's never played an NFL game before. Now, he started the most games ever in college football history, so he's experienced in that sense. But, you live in Pac-12 country. You've watched Bo Nix play a million times in college. What is your expectation of him walking in game 1?
I don't know what we can say in Denver compared to Seattle, but most games started as a quarterback in college history. That means I won't use the term. Does that mean you're the tallest short person? Like, what does that mean? Like, because if you're good, don't you go to the NFL? Like by the time you're a junior, or I don't know, by the time you're 22, not 28 or whatever he is. He can go on a mission. Last I checked, he's not at BYU. So
call those guys a doctor, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Did you get your PhD, Bo? Listen. I think this is just one of those games. Seattle needs to. First of all, Seattle has to win it. Like if Seattle's going to have a good season, they have to win it. Mm-hmm. Period. End of story. And they have to do it against a rookie quarterback. They get Jacoby Brissett the next week, and then it gets really hard. Then it gets really, really hard. I think they look at this as a must-win. It will be a win, I think, is how the mindset is as well. It's a rookie quarterback starting his first game. Sean Payton, I don't know what you guys are thinking of him there right now. I know he's this highly thought of coach. He did it with one guy. He did it with one guy. He didn't do it with Russ. He didn't do it with any other quarterbacks. He did it with one guy. I think that's always kind of what differentiates Pete from some other guys. And here in Seattle, we're kind of pushing Pete to the side. Pete Carroll went to the playoffs with 3 different quarterbacks: Hasselbeck, Russ, and Geno. Mm-hmm. Sean's done it with one guy, and I bet Bo Nix is going to be really good. We saw the playmaking ability in the Pac-12. We saw him do that. He lost twice to the Huskies, but that was a really good football team who, by the way, Seattle now has their offensive coordinator and their offensive line coach from Washington, Ryan Grubb and Scott Huff. So that's a good football team. Those are their only losses, right? Last year with Nix.
Yep.
I think he's a good football player. I just don't think he's ready to play in Lumen Field on Sunday against this particular Mike Macdonald defense. Guys, I was in Baltimore last year covering the game. I've never seen a defense a team do to Pete Carroll's team what Mike Macdonald's defense did to Seattle last year. It was borderline criminal. It was bad. It was really bad. This guy knows what he's doing defensively. His whole MO is confusion, deception. And I think that's what you're going to see on Sunday. I think Bo's going to look over a couple times and go, what the? Geno talks about it in practice all the time. He says it's a really hard defense to play against. He goes, I played against it last year. I still can't figure it out.
Well, my only rebuttal to that is be careful of young, genius, defensive-minded coaches, because the Chargers brought one in, and look how that turned out. I mean, you got to – it's an offensive game. It's an offensive league. You got to have an offense. And your offensive coordinator, who is he? He's new too, right?
It's Ryan Grubb. Ryan Grubb was the offensive coordinator at Washington the last couple of years. It's the ultimate yes or no. He was the best offensive coordinator in college football the last 2 seasons. He turned Michael Penix from a fragile, China doll into a first-round draft pick. He put 3 receivers in the NFL, including Roma Dunze, a first-round pick. The guy he's really highly thought of. He's 48 years old. He's not a spring chicken. He's been around the game forever. That's the key. Vic, I'm with you. I have no doubts about the defense. I think that it will be improved. They won't have Chenna Nwosu this weekend, and when he got hurt last year is when the dip started. Brett was talking about how they started the season. It coincided with Chenna getting hurt. They couldn't set the edge. They had all kinds of problems there. I think the defense will be better with Macdonald. Yeah, the question is Ryan Grubb, is he able to translate what he did in college to the NFL? And we've seen guys oftentimes not be able to do that. I'll go back. Pete's one of the few college coaches that's had success. Him and a guy in LA now, in Harbaugh, right? When he did with the 49ers. So that's the big question mark. They have talent on offense. I'll take that 3 receiver set, JSN, Tyler, and DK over most of the NFL. Yeah. And Geno's good enough. Kenneth Walker, if healthy, he wasn't healthy last year, 1,000-yard rusher. The question is, can they block? I mean, the offensive line was just atrocious last year.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I guess so many unknowns, but you're telling me Lockett says he's playing, right? He's in.
Yeah, he's in. They treat him more so with kid gloves. He's in his 10th year, not the biggest guy, but he's healthy. In fact, I talked to him in the facility the other day. He's ready to go. He's fine. They just didn't want him. There was no reason to put Tyler Lockett into a meaningless preseason game. DK only played 1 series. Had 1 target, 1 touchdown. Thanks for coming. I mean, they kind of that's all they did in that 1 series with him. So he'll play. JSN has been spectacular. Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State. He's really good. I think this team flies under the radar. Honestly, I think most people think they're still in Alaska, unless you have Richard Sherman and others yelling and screaming and saying, "Look at us!" And they like it that way. They like it that way up here.
Interesting. Real quick, Geno, you say he's just sort of is what he is. That's it. I mean, not fearsome or anything of that nature, but can execute. You think what they can do offensively, and like you mentioned, Ian, these receiving guys, the receiving core is special. I think
Geno's interesting because he starts in a place where all quarterbacks go to die, and or they tear their Achilles after 1 series. That's you play for the Jets, you're not going to be good, and that's where he started his career, and then he bounces around. He comes to Seattle. I think that, our buddy Mike Sando's quarterback tiers come out in 50 execs. He's 21st or whatever in the NFL. His arm talent's different. You see him throw the ball in practice. I'm not a coach. I'm not going to be a media guy that pretends to be all 22 nerd. I'm not that guy. I don't know. But I can tell you this, all of us can watch a guy throw a football, and you don't have to be all 22 guy to say, That guy throws it differently. He's got incredible arm talent. It's always just been about reading the defenses and not making mistakes. I think Pete got that out of him. Ryan Grubb's a guy that wants to push the ball down the field. If you watch Washington last season, they truly got vertical a lot, and they mixed in a good running game. They had a 1,000-yard rusher in college last season. They want to do that same thing here. They want to take shots. I've talked to a bunch of receivers in training camp. Talked to Jake Bobo yesterday. They're jacked. They feel like Shane Waldron, who was the offensive coordinator the last couple of years, he might have been the classic case of a guy, and you guys have seen this, a guy that could come up with a game plan, highly thought of X's and O's, get into the game, headsets on, just didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
And I mean, you watch Chicago this year with all those three receivers and the rookie quarterback. I think they're going to have some growing pains there too, because the guy knows what he's doing. They thought they were getting Sean McVay when they hired Shane Waldron from his staff. They might have got the X's and O's. They just didn't get the execution of the game. Ryan Grubb can call a game. And I think Gino will show that if he stands upright. But guys, I think I talked to Mike Sanford from your station yesterday.
Yeah.
Sounds like your front seven's not the worst thing in the world, and that could be a problem for Seattle.
Correct.
Hey, listen,
that could be a problem.
You have been thorough and informative, everything you can ask for in a guest. I need to ask Mark Mosier, why haven't you disrespected this guest like you did our Nebraska guest?
Yeah.
Because the Broncos and the Seahawks are not a rivalry. I mean,
so you take it out on the guest?
Yeah, hold on a second. If you had somebody on your show from Eugene, right? Some balding, red-bearded clown. Would you give him the business?
Well, I'm a little different because, see, I got the Cougs up here.
Right. You hate the Huskies, right? You hate the Huskies.
I hate the Huskies.
Right.
So the fact that they hate Oregon makes me like Oregon.
Okay.
And so I root for Oregon. I guess if you said if I had somebody on from San Francisco, like my buddy John Lund from KNBR, I would just torpedo him all incessantly, and I get that.
It to him. Yep.
And mostly because he's short, he's got one eye, and he's dumb, and he's from the Bay Area.
Sweet.
You know, I mean, outside of that, he's a great dude, and I love him. He's one of my best friends, but he's a dipstick. So that's how we do it. So I get it. Well, oh, that's right, Nebraska and Coach, whatever his name is, Prime, right? Yeah. What's gonna happen when a freshman quarterback throws for 350 against this dude?
Get this clown off the air.
Now he's going. Now he's doing
this. Get him out of here. Screw the Cougs.
And what about when the Kraken take down the Avs again?
Huh?
Hey, you take it easy.
Dude, I swear to God, when I get there, I'm going to hunt you down.
I'll find you. I'll be there.
All right. I will hunt you down.
Ian. I know your boss. I used to be his boss. I know your boss.
Absolutely.
I'll give him a call in a second. Speaking of bald, redheaded guys.
Oh, good boy. you disrespected Kevin.
He just walked in. Yeah.
Speaking of guys with a red beard and bald, there you go right there.
Exactly right, man.
I didn't know he was a Nebraska guy, but apparently so.
Ian Furness, 93.3 KJR, joining us. Thanks so much for the time, Ian. Appreciate the insight.
Anytime, fellas. Go Big Red. See ya.
Oh, wow. See, Moj, now he's on the hate list.
He's absolutely made the list. What a dill wagon.
Cut him off.
When
we played back his appearance on this station 2 years ago in reference to Russell Wilson and what we were getting, unbelievable.
Like 100%.
To the word is what we're saying right now.
Yep.
To the word. He was Nostradamus.
Yep. Saw it coming. Ian Furness, 93.3 KJR.
But he makes such a good point, Vic. When you saw the entourage walk by, and by the way, you got in trouble. Trouble.
The first time I knew there was trouble is when, and I hate to say it in hindsight, he shows up with the entourage at a Nuggets game, and they buy out the seats next to him so nobody would sit next to them. And I was like, all right, dude, you're in Denver. This isn't New York City.
Right.
Calm down with the 8 security guards.
Well, we saw...
Nobody really cares that much. All right,
we saw the entourage. We saw the nannies. We saw the security personnel. We saw, clearly, his wife.
You're in Denver. Know where you are.
It was rather large contingent.
Let me say one thing. I remember the first day that Hjer and company showed up to training camp, and they had all the entourage with them. And I saw giant security guard, beefed up, huge guy, right? With in each hand, tricycles. So they were walking in.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Like this big buff dude who's walking in with 2 tricycles in each hand. Yeah, he called it, though. Good for him. 303-504-0925. We'll give away the pair of tickets to that Def Leppard Journey concert coming up on the other side of the break.
I want you to want me.
Back after this. All right, big thank you to Connor Happer, who joined us this morning, to Craig Robinson, who's going to be at the Comedy Works this weekend, to Ian Furness, who just joined us, giving us an update on Seattle.
Vic, I gave Connor a rough time early in the morning.
You did.
He was actually very gracious with his time.
Yeah.
Great guest.
All our guests are gracious with their time. You should show them the proper respect.
Yeah, but dude, here's the problem.
I never talk down to our guests.
It's not a rivalry anymore. It just doesn't feel the same.
2372 just chimed in on the text line. Just sat in the parking lot. Now I'm late to work. Great interview. Love you guys. Well,
thanks, brother.
You tell your boss there are more important things. Getting ready for the Broncos-Seattle game is more important.
From the 6358, I want you to want me. That's Cheap Trick. Come on, Mosier. Hey, Dillhole. Cheap Trick is the opening band for Journey and Def Leppard. That's why I said it. Calm down.
You know, I would never doubt Mosier on his 70s, 80s band references, by the way.
Don't do that.
This next one is the first song on our new album.
So
it just came out this week, and the song is called Surrender.
Don't know what you're talking about, but
Doesn't
that's
matter.
fine.
Okay, go ahead.
A couple of things here. Got some audio I want to play for you. This is the quarterback that the Buffs will be facing this weekend, Dylan Riola, talking about Hjer Sanders.
I've never met him before, but I've watched him the past couple of years, and tremendous amount of respect for that guy. What he has to deal with everything that comes with being a Sanders. Just have a lot of respect how he's handled that. And I think he's an elite level quarterback, and he's gonna give us everything that we want. And yeah, we just got to prepare. First round quarterback, the whole nine. So respect him a lot. I'm excited to compete.
Here's something I was thinking about when I heard that. Now, he's played one game, this Riola kid. Who knows how good he actually is, but he's got a lot of hype surrounding him, right?
I mean, number 2 overall prospect out of high school.
Yeah.
But dude, everybody wanted him,
but
and
what
he
I'm saying,
chose the corn, which is amazing.
Well, I think he originally committed to Georgia before flipping over.
Correct.
But here's the thing that's weird is that he's got a whole bunch of hype, and let's say that he lives up to it. Let's say that he is that level. You know what's really odd? And I don't know, you guys tell me, has CU ever been able to say this? That almost no matter who they are playing, you have the quarterback advantage for that week?
Well, they're not playing against.
It's been quite a long. The Buffalo. Oh, God, how am I going to say this? Sorry, Vic. The Buffaloes
like
have
Hjer
had
might be. You might have the upper hand no matter who you would play in the country this year, at least just at quarterback.
And I'll say this with the utmost confidence. I think Hjer Sanders is the best college quarterback at processing defenses, hands down.
Me too.
Hands down. I think he knows where to go with the ball. Now, what he tried to do late in the game against North Dakota State, he obviously says he messed up. He'll never do that. But in terms of running an offense and making something out of nothing at times,
making the right read,
where to go with the ball, I think he's the best in the country.
Just to back that up, here is Matt Rule, Nebraska's head coach, talking about him.
He's got excellent weapons around him. They ran the ball well this past game. And he's courageous and tough. He's an elite competitor. You're probably facing 2 of the first 5 guys drafted in the draft this week. So I think he'll certainly be up there.
As much
2 of the top 5 guys in the draft. Again, to hear that that's
not
crazy.
Incorrect.
No,
it's amazing how much the tune has changed from this year and last. When remember Nebraska week last year it was they've disrespected us. Remember it was that. Now both coaches are. It's just lapping each other with respect.
Mm-hmm.
Prime's doing it for Matt Rule. Matt Rule's doing it for Prime. And that's when you know it's a game. That's when you know it. Let's just focus on football this week.
Right.
What's interesting about the Corn? If they beat the Buffaloes, they have a really good chance, in my opinion, of going 7-0 before they play Ohio State and get absolutely killed in Columbus.
You have no idea what their schedule is. I'll take your word for it.
Well, it's Northern Iowa, Illinois, Purdue, Rutgers, and Indiana.
Sure.
I mean, they have a chance to go 7-0 should they beat the Buffaloes. And again,
that's why I was
far
trying
be
to
it for me to praise the Corn, but this is a big game for them.
That's why I was trying to tell you, Moj, that whether you believe that this team is actually different, this Nebraska team is actually good.
Huge game.
It's a big game for both teams, I think, equally.
But this is why I was telling you yesterday, Moj, and this is the point I was trying to get across, is whether they're actually going to be that potentially 7-0 start team or not, the fan base actually thinks that they're good for the first time, and this is maybe the biggest game for at least the first half of the season that they're going to like be rowdy and crazy for. You know what I'm saying?
100%. And Rule, if you look at his history at Temple, I'm not talking about the NFL. I'm talking about college. At
He's
Temple,
a great
at
college
Baylor.
coach. Yeah.
I mean, he turns programs around like that.
Yeah.
He took Temple to multiple bowl games.
Didn't work
He got
in Carolina.
He got Baylor. Baylor, that last year there, they were great before he went to the NFL. So the track record is there. You want to know how much this, Vic, I was talking about ticket prices up in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the rest of the Nebraska schedule. Northern Iowa, tickets as low as $47. Illinois, tickets as low as $55. Purdue, tickets as low as $21. This game, tickets as low as $220.
Jesus. How many does Memorial hold?
It's $220 to get in the joint.
I think it's like $990-ish.
Is it that big?
I think so.
Holy moly.
It's $220 just to get in. So that and
I've never seen a game.
It's crazy.
85,500.
That's a big stadium in college ranks.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, a couple of housekeeping issues. The winners of these concert tickets. You want to go see Journey? You want to go see Def Leppard? You want to go see? Go ahead, Moj.
I want you to the Dream Police, they live inside of my head.
Cheap Trick? Well, here's our 4 winners with pairs of tickets. Matt Arnold, Jeremy Roth, Brian Dumler, and Val Hayes. I like that name, Val Hayes.
Yeah.
So congrats.
Is that a he Val or a she Val?
That's a great question.
Because it could be Valerie, right?
Could be.
Have you ever known a woman named Valerie who goes by Val? I have.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever known a dude named Valeri who goes by Val?
Nichushkin.
That is correct. So I don't know if it's
pretty obvious.
I don't know if it's a he or a she Val, but congratulations, Val.
Here's the other thing. We have one more giveaway, and we're going to open it up right now. And here's what it is. Altitude
I saw
Authentics.
this looked pretty good. I was kind of snooping around inside that thing.
They got a big summer blowout sale for all of their merchandise, and there's going to be mascots, dancers, and Nuggets and Avalanche broadcasters in attendance. This is Saturday and Sunday of this weekend, 10 to 5 on Saturday and 10 to 3 on Sunday. Discounts up to 80% off select items at Altitude Authentics, and we're giving away a little goodie bag here. And let me just reach in and see what we got. You guys want to see this? This is what we're giving
I already
away.
saw it. It's good stuff.
Got this little Avs, what would you call this? Plush toy
plush
thing?
doll,
A Vic-sized toy.
A Vic-sized toy is correct. We got a 5280 Nuggets hat.
That's
in
pretty
here.
sweet.
I like that. That's sweet.
We got a whole bunch of pennants and stickers and a whole bunch of, you got a hockey puck down here. So all of that is being given away. And the way you can win it, text Authentics.
Isn't there a gift card as well?
And a $100 gift card. Yes, $100 gift card as well.
Is that a tin of Zin in there?
That's a
that's
hockey
yours.
puck.
Okay, never mind.
I can throw my can of Zin in there too. $100 also in a gift card to Altitude Authentics if you text your first and last name in Authentics to 303. You know what happened? I almost went into one of my endorsements.
Yes.
I almost went into one of my endorsements.
You gave a number to one of your companies. You have many companies.
1-800-GAMBLER.
303-504-0925.
Wait, I'm just curious. Which one is it? The one that comes in and restores your home, ResVez, or whatever it's called?
You guys want clean carpets? Call Zero Res at 303-471-5150. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same.
You can also go to centennialcuts.com, 20% off with the promo code Mosier.
So let's try this
You
again.
want a great sports bar.
Let's try this again.
Joe Willie's on Broadway.
Authentics and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And it's the big summer blowout sale at Altitude Authentics with mascots, dancers, Nuggets, and Avalanche broadcasters all in attendance. Discounts up to 80% off select items, and that is Saturday, 10 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Okay. Couple things.
Football starts tonight.
Football starts tonight.
Hey, Rook, I got something for you. Nelly, do you have Darius Slay? I sent it to you a while ago. Do you have that?
We got it.
This is Darius Slay getting ready to play football tomorrow night in Sao Paulo.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like, we out the country. So, you know, the first thing people think is like something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game.
So the
after
NFL,
a long 9.5
the NFL is
hour
trying to get
flight,
all
so.
over the. It's trying to get all over the world. I get that.
That sounds like a fun road trip.
But he's like, they told us don't leave the hotel. I told my family, do not come to Brazil. I'm not leaving the hotel. They told us don't leave the hotel because the crime rate is crazy. Not only that, they shut down Twitter. All of Brazil has shut down Twitter.
Yep.
What's going on with that?
Tough look.
You think? Why is the league going there? What are we doing?
Did you hear Commissioner Goodell yesterday said there will be 8 international games in the near future per season?
Right.
I believe it.
Well, apparently Sao Paulo has tightened security ahead of this game.
Mix one up in Arvada.
By the way, it's a first week 1 game held on a Friday since 1970.
I like it. Maybe not that it's in Brazil, but give me a Thursday, Friday. Got all of college football Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got week 1 on Sunday with my red zone. Like, I'm in. Might as well.
Okay.
And then you got Monday. What is that? 5 straight days?
Are they still doing 2 Monday night games, or is it just 1 this year?
Remember
how they did the doubleheader on Monday nights?
That I didn't
It's
like,
just 1.
actually.
Me neither.
It's
I
just
don't
1.
like that.
It's just the Jets and
I want
Niners.
to focus on, I don't understand the need for that. And remember how one started and the other one already kicked off, and I didn't like that.
Yeah, it's just 1. It's the Jets and the Niners. That was annoying because the Broncos, didn't they do that like twice in the last few years on the opener? They were like the second game of the doubleheader. And you're like, come on, man.
The Ravens,
let's go.
The Ravens are only a 3-point dog tonight at Arrowhead.
Again, this game.
It's not surprising to me.
Here's my analysis of this game
It
tonight.
is to me.
Here's my analysis. It doesn't matter if you're Kansas City. If you're Kansas City and you lose this game, are you panicking? If you lose tonight, are you panicking?
Wait, if you're the Ravens and you lose, or your Chiefs?
No, if you're Kansas City.
No.
If you're the Kansas City Chiefs and you lose tonight.
I don't think either team should.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal. Remember that season? Didn't they start 2-3 a couple? When did they start 2-3?
Just a couple of years ago.
Big deal.
Didn't matter. Turned it on late. Even last year, they didn't start 2-3, but they didn't look right at the beginning of the season. Remember, like their offense was a little wonky.
They were sort of just stumbling, bumbling around a little bit. They didn't look interested in playing real football, and then all of a sudden,
and then week 16, you went,
damn,
that
team is good.
Damn,
Vic, the Witch has the ability. I think. What do you call him? The Witch.
I mean, I say that it's an endearing term.
Correct. In a positive
way. Compliment.
Yeah, it is. He has
There's good witches and bad. Remember Bewitched? She was a good witch.
Glenda from Wizard of Oz, the blonde or the redhead. What?
Oh, wait. Bewitched was not a... What was...
Yeah,
she
Bewitched.
A genie?
No, that's I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh, that's
that
right.
she was in a bottle.
I'm getting these 70s sitcoms mixed up.
I would say, though, a genie is a witch. It's in the same category.
Same boat. They can do things. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can also say that genie was something else.
She was hot. I Dream of Jeannie.
Does it rhyme?
Let's move on.
Oh.
The point is that that guy has a way of snapping his team to attention. Hey, it's time to go. And you know what they do? They go. And now they've got this rookie who's running as fast as lightning, and he's just throwing it up top. That's a terrifying proposition.
You know what? I'm going to wait and see on that. I understand that it's a scary proposition. I've seen a lot of guys come in this league that just got raw speed that don't amount to anything.
All he's got to do is run and look up, and the ball's going to hit him right in the chest.
But you also saw what Tyreek Hill did to defenses. I mean, it opened up the middle of the field so much.
But Tyreek Hill he's a route technician.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
he can
true.
get open.
Yeah, and he could take a 5-yard pass and turn it into 95.
Right.
Because he can break tackles.
But no, I don't think anybody's panicking with a loss tonight. If you were to pick somebody to win the AFC, is anybody going away from Kansas City? Yeah. I see people picking the Bills. Like,
you know what?
I see people picking the Bills a lot, and I'm like, Buffalo lost a lot of people on that team.
Stephon Diggs is not walking through that door anymore. He's gone.
That's another great point on receivers who have speed and, oh my God, watch out for the speed. I think the big, like Jerry Jeudy couldn't do this. Can you break a tackle? Can you break can you, like if somebody's in front of you, can you do something to get around them?
There's nothing more annoying to me than a good wide receiver that gets tackled the first time he gets touched. I'm like, break something and take off. One of the most annoying plays in the playbook. You guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. Take a tight end. And this isn't, you know what, it's going to sound disrespectful. I don't mean it to be. It probably is. Like an Adam Troutman, who's not very fleet of foot, right? Mm-hmm. Drags across the middle, and it's that little, 4 yards past the line of scrimmage. He catches it. And what's the next thing that happened? Yeah. Somebody hits his knees, and he falls on his face, and it's like, it's not even fun. Yeah. It's not even fun. I know exactly what's going to happen.
That sounded really, really disrespectful.
That was disrespectful. More so than Mosier going off on that Nebraska guest we had. 2 signs of disrespect on this show today.
Break a tackle and give me 15 yards. What are we doing here?
Who is the Broncos guy then? Who does that best? Who does that best
right
for the
now?
Denver
I
Broncos?
have no idea.
Javonte? I mean, rookie year Javonte. Dude, that's
as far as breaking a tackle?
Remember
all
the highlights?
I was thinking more of a wideout or tight end. The hope, I guess, is that it's a guy like Dulcich or Marvin Mims. Catch the ball in open space, make a guy miss.
Well, let's get the ball to Marvin Mims and find out.
Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Fact checker next. All right, again, you miss any of the show, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. We talked to Connor Happer, gave us a radio host in Omaha, gave us a preview of the Huskers. We talked to Craig Robinson, who's going to be at the Comedy Works this weekend. We talked to Ian Furness of 93.3 KJR, getting an update on what to expect from the Seahawks. I have something I want to play just real quick. Real quick. Yes, Moj?
I want you to play it real quick, then I'll get on to my thought.
Okay, gotcha. So this is baseball, and I know that the Rockies are already eliminated from postseason contention. We don't like talking about baseball because it makes us mad. But you guys know Whit Merrifield, right? The really good shortstop.
Rockies struck out 16 times last night.
Yeah.
They've lost 16 of the last 19 against Atlanta. Think about that for a second.
It's crazy.
It's a lot. Whit Merrifield he's one of the best players in baseball right now in Kansas City. And he said there's a lot of people that are buzzing them up and in with fastballs. And understands it's part of the game, but he's taking umbrage with something that's happening in baseball right now. Here's what he said.
The way pitchers are throwing now, there's no remorse or the regard for throwing up and in. The guys are throwing as hard as they can, and they don't care where the ball goes. And they can't. You can't hit a guy anymore bad. There's no fear that, if I hit this guy, our guy's going to get hit. That's not in the game anymore. Pitchers don't have to hit anymore, so they don't have to stand in the box. And the teams are bringing pitchers up that don't know where the ball's going. They throw 100 miles an hour, so we're like, all right, we'll see if we can get the guys out. Just set up down the middle and throw it as hard as you can. And it's driving me nuts, and I hate where the game's at right now with that.
So he went on for like 2.5 minutes about how much this is driving him nuts. And before, like some old school baseball heads say, toughen up, Buttercup, it's up and in's been a thing forever. His point is, there is no way when you do that to a hitter, typically what happens is you'll do that to the opposite team, right?
Yeah.
You'll do that to the opposing team. Or you'll wait till the pitcher gets up to bat if he used to be in the National League.
I was going to say, the old American League, it didn't work that way.
But they are so quick to not just eject people if they sense a retaliation thing. You can get suspended pretty easy, too.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous, man. A certain amount of self-policing, plenty of self-policing existed in the game for 100 years, and it was just fine. Now everybody's hypersensitive.
Hold on a second. I'm going to back up Powder on this one because everybody I'm reading, baseball players are soft. It hurts.
No. Don't get me wrong, Vic.
Brett, it hurts to get hit.
I got hit in the helmet with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball once. It's scary. It's very scary.
I got hit in 8th grade by Jeff Vasquez, who was a fully grown man in 8th grade. St. Catherine's hit me right in the ankle, and I couldn't bat again for the rest of my life.
It's just like there has to be a fear from the pitchers, and it's what always drove me nuts about pitchers getting upset about hitters doing bat flips and stuff. It's like you have literally no repercussions for anything you do on the field. You can Moj, if he wanted to take his pants off after he struck somebody out the end of the inning and run to the dugout, he could with no repercussion. And that's what Merrifield's talking about. These guys get to buzz your tower with nothing happening to them for the rest of time.
And he's also right. You've got these kids. There was a kid the other night who threw 105. Who was that kid? For the Angels.
Oh, yeah.
Some rookie threw 105 the other night.
That would hurt.
Well, of course it would. But what I'm saying is that they bring these kids up with these incredibly live arms, and they go hog wild, so he's got a point there.
Ben Joyce is his name.
That's the kid. There's no threat, though, of your guy. Like, let's say my guy gets plunked. Well, I'm going to plunk their guy. There's no threat of that anymore because you're gone, you're suspended, you're this, you're that. The self-policing has gone out of the game, so he's not wrong about that. Okay.
I would be pissed, too. I would be if I was him.
It hurts.
It does. If anybody's ever been hit, my buddy Todd. We all met, right? Former pitcher,
sure.
Todd.
The only time it wouldn't hurt is if Mosier threw the ball at you because we saw his speed.
Well,
I'd probably catch it and throw back.
I'll tell you what.
I know
I've got
catch it with my bare hand.
I've got a hard ball at home. I'll bring it in tomorrow, and we'll see.
Did you call it a hard ball?
You'll throw that
baseball
speed ball by me?
No, you play hard ball.
I've told this story like 4 times, but it's still my favorite story about throwing up and in. The Nolan Ryan story. This 9-hole hitter said, "Why did you throw at my face?" Because you're a 9-hole hitter, and I thought you swung too hard at my fastball.
I love that.
It's pretty amazing.
But
story.
he also could control his pitches. Clearly, I mean, Nolan Ryan's one of the greatest of all time. Can I say my thing now?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to be in studio tomorrow. So that means Vic's not going to be here. You know that. Which means you guys are going to be untouchable to me tomorrow. Nelly, you're my only ally in all of this. Nelly hates the corn. He's a buff through and through. What are we doing tomorrow for the Friday before this game? What are we doing?
Huh?
You're just going to sit there and go, this is going to be a really, really good game. Boy, I just hope for a good, fun football game between two fun teams that can fun. That's all you've been doing all week. You're just sitting there with your stupid beard growing on your face.
I don't know what you want. What do you want from me?
I want some angst. I want some realness. I want some Vic. I want some passion out of you. I'm dead serious. I don't know whether you're a doorknob or Vic Lombardi right now. I have no idea what you are.
He wants you to be delusional.
Let me hit you with the speedball.
I got a hard ball right now in my car.
You see
okay, yeah, be careful. Okay, yeah, gotcha. But see, Mose, you've had this attitude all day, and I still don't know what it is you want from myself or Vic.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is that you want.
You guys are just sitting
You want me
here.
to not actually talk about the game and just say bleep the corn for 4 hours tomorrow?
Absolutely. Yes. That's exactly what I want.
I feel like we should talk more about like how the game can go in your favor.
Which game do you think?
Bucket. Can't we do both?
Right.
I mean, listen, when you look at that stupid end on the side of the helmet, doesn't that end doesn't do anything to you anymore, Vic?
Let me end this argument now.
Whatever.
Which game, which matchup do you think will spark more emotion? CU Nebraska or CU CSU?
Oh.
I think it's going to be the same.
No.
I do.
Nope.
I do.
You're wrong. You're way off base.
CSU.
In my opinion, and I grew up with CU Nebraska. All right. In my humble opinion, the CU CSU game will spark way more emotion than CU Nebraska.
What's going to spark way more interest all over the place? Saturday night at 5:30 at Memorial Stadium is going to, dude. This game is going to be all over the place.
So, by the way, this little swag bag from Altitude Authentics that we have, and by the way, that mega blowout sale happening Saturday and Sunday, Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 10 to 3. The winner of all the goodies in this bag is Mike McKibben. Congratulations.
Huge, yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
So,
McLovin?
McKibben.
Congratulations, Mike.
Nelly, got time for a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Honestly, I've just been blown away across the show today about how horribly we have treated guests and then got treated by our last guest. I don't know. What do you want me to do for fact check? You want me to say that Vic said that the woman in Bewitched was a genie, even though witch is in the name? She's clearly a witch. I was so distracted by all of the shots you guys took at Brett's boy at 7 o'clock. I haven't even been monitoring the facts, man.
I confused the 70s sitcoms. Nelly.
You said you have I think the first words were you have an evil face, and Vic said you look like you ate your friend.
And then you asked, in honor of him looking like Kane, if everybody from Nebraska is balding with red hair, you asked him how much milk he can get out of his favorite cow in one sitting. Mm-hmm. Mosier probably said suckhole 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
By the way, you referenced balding with red hair is just as our program director, who was balding with red hair, walked in.
He's absolutely part of that club. There's no doubt about it. He's got to have some DNA from Nebraska. He's got to.
Is that an exclusively Nebraska thing?
Listen, if you put it this way. If you don't bring the passion tomorrow, or you don't want to bring the passion, which is also fine, I think the vast majority of listeners would agree with me. It's time to bring it tomorrow. But if you don't want to, then let me know, and I'll take tomorrow off. I'm going to be in Vail anyway. You don't think I can find something to do from 7 to 10, bouncing around the mountains? Because if I have to come on this show tomorrow and you guys are sitting there like two bumps on logs, I ain't going to do it.
I just don't think the game brings the passion it did in the 90s.
Oh, yeah, well, then tell that to the people who have to pay $220 just to get in the joint.
Well, hang on a second. You know what we should do, Vic? We got a wise text from a wise person that said, "Don't argue with people with no passport. They can't see the world. How will they see your point of view?"
Mm-hmm.
That was from
Mosier's wife.
the bear.
It tells you all
You're
you
lying.
need to know.
You're absolutely lying.
Nope. I got the same text. Yep.
Yep.
That's from Kevin.
It's not. It's
Really?
from your wife. Now what?
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Motion Barty, Kane. Have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I'm coming home right now.
36-14 the final. And here the kids come. They are excited. This is a major release for Colorado football fans.
This feeling for these fans, they haven't felt for 2 decades.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company is the program ahead of Nebraska CU this weekend. Big time matchup out in the corn for the Buffs. I'm your host today, Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj. It's a full company show with Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Josh Grismer behind the glass. As always, Chris Dempsey. Fellas, we will get to you in a second. We have a jam-packed show, and we're going to go right off the bat to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find two-time national champion, former Nebraska Cornhusker running back Damon Benning. He will be on the call with Huskers Radio as their color voice. Damon, welcome to the program. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. And I hear there's a big game coming, man. It's pretty exciting.
Damon, a lot of the storyline in this game is going to be surrounding the passing attack of Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, Jimmy Horn Jr., Travis Hunter. Nebraska's got a couple pretty incoming talented transfer receivers. Isaiah Hjer with an incredible day. You have Jamal Banks. It sounds like Malachi Coleman's going to be down for at least the foreseeable future. Give everybody listening on the Colorado side of things just a preview of what we can expect from that receiver group from Nebraska.
Yeah, it's been revamped from a year ago, right? So, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Banks and Hjer are two big-time guys. I mean, Hjer hadn't played meaningful college football in a while after leaving Wyoming and going to Texas. So I think he's definitely a Sunday guy, right? He's been as good as advertised. He's long, got a huge catch radius, really good body control. Banks on the other side is kind of the savvy veteran, the Wake Forest transfer, big body catcher. Not as much of a vertical threat as I would say Hjer is, but tremendous hands. I think, young guys like Jalen Lloyd and Ja'Cory Barney, they're the little speedsters. You got a couple of hammers in Janarian Bonner, Fedoni playing tight end. So it's a revamped group. So I was curious to see how quickly they could kind of gel. But if you're looking at one of the two biggest differences from a year ago when these two teams met, I'd start with that wide receiving core. I'm not sure they're not as high end as Colorado. Obviously, when you have a couple of potential first rounders, a Heisman Trophy candidate, and a top 5 pick in Travis Hunter, but I do like their depth across the board.
And yeah, we got to start with Dylan Riola. I mean, this is a Nebraska team that turned the ball over 4 times in Boulder last year. The quarterback play was obviously just not where they wanted it to be. You get the high profile recruit. He throws for 238 yards, 2 touchdowns in game number 1. And then you had guys during the middle of the week saying, hey, look, he's a dog. You're going to find out on Saturday. Talk to us about Dylan Riola, how much he stabilizes the quarterback position for Nebraska and why that's so important for a team that turned the ball over 17 times last year.
Yeah, that's a beautiful word. He has kind of been the stabilizing factor. He's one of those guys where you look at his temperament, his blood pressure, his EKG is pretty steady. He's not quite a flatline guy because he's alive and well, but he just doesn't get too high, too low. Son of a pro. He's grown up in this kind of environment. He's been in big time locker rooms. He's played for big time high school programs. So him managing the moment seems to come natural. Now, Saturday night is a whole different ball of wax, right? I mean, he's got to remind himself he's not playing against Shedeur Sanders, right? I mean, you're talking about a potential first-round pick at the quarterback spot, proven. That's not the game within the game. The game for Dylan is to just be who he is. Stay in the moment, understand you've got a good ground game, just to play catch, and you're going to have to make 5 or 6 throws during the course of that game that could ultimately be the difference. Don't look to try to outplay Shedeur. Just look to try to stay within yourself. And I think that's a lot of who his personality is. You'll see him set a lot of the protections. He's very savvy. So he understands boxes. He understands different looks, right? Are they 2-to-1? is this man under? Is this cloud? Like his recognition is pretty good. He's got to get to the point where you get in a game like this on national television where you just try to continue to be who you have been, and that's not let the moment be too big.
Damon Benning is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline here on Dempsey and Company, former Nebraska running back between the years of 1993 and 96, two-time national champion. He'll be on the call with Huskers Radio this Saturday as the Buffs travel to Nebraska in a huge Week 2 matchup. Damon, obviously a lot of the talk is behind Riola, behind Hjer, but
right.
give me names that aren't the quarterback. Give me, Nebraska's front seven is supposed to be terrifying, right? They're huge, and Colorado struggled against North Dakota State in Week 1, and they're going up against a more difficult front opponent in the Huskers. Are there names that I should be watching out there?
Yeah, their strength is definitely in the numbers, right? They'll play 9 guys, and they'll play them all early. So, they'll start with their interior, and Kalinkas he's, as I think the lone returning offensive lineman you guys have at center as a starter. I mean, that's a good matchup to watch. Obviously, your young guys with Seton will be interesting. And you've got a transfer that Nebraska's familiar with coming over from Indiana as well, who's going from tackle to guard. So I think that's really the matchup within the matchup. But for Nebraska, it'll be Ty Robinson, Nash Hutmaker. Those two guys will be in the interior. They're going to be backed up by guy Riley Van Poppel, a young, budding, really good player out of Texas. But I think the real key is on the edges with Nebraska's outside linebackers and Jamari Butler, a guy by the name of MJ Sherman who transferred from Georgia. Because I look at that game last year, and I look at how, 13-7, I rewatched it Sunday night, and I'm thinking, gosh, if you're going by body language and, they had gotten after Hjer a little bit and going in at the half or for 2.5 quarters, you felt decent, right? If you're in Nebraska, you're like, okay, 13-7, you stayed off a couple of momentum swings, and then all of a sudden Nebraska gave the ball away. If Nebraska's front seven can hang in there and at least touch Hjer a couple of times, right? A hit there. I'm not saying you're not going to get there 7 times probably like a year ago, but you got to make him at least feel the pressure, and it starts with that front seven. I really like their inside linebackers, and for me, they're the key to helping neutralize this offense. A guy, number 5, John Bullock, and a guy 42, Mikael Bayer. When Hjer buys time in the pocket, he slides left, he slides right. He's so crafty when he's finding receivers. Those guys have got to be disciplined and space because he always has those backbreakers where he breaks a tackle or eludes a tackle, and he hits one of the big 3 on one of those over or sail routes. Like that front seven, people will make it about Nebraska secondary. And the matchup with you guys on the perimeter. But for me, you're exactly right. It's that front seven and able to neutralize Sanders being able to buy time. It's just too hard to cover those guys for 5 and 6 seconds.
Damon, you yourself, an Omaha, Nebraska native, two-time national championship, played 93 to 96. You understand what this rivalry does mean. CU, Nebraska, it was the game in college football. Do you feel like these young players, these young Cornhuskers fully understand and comprehend the severity and the magnitude of this rivalry? And if not, have you yourself or has Coach Rule brought in some of the old heads to talk a little bit to them about it?
Yeah, you guys are all over. It's a fantastic show. Absolutely, right? I mean, for us, listen, it's not the Alfred Williams, the Canavis McGee's, the Browns, but, I told those guys the other day, I remember my first recruiting visit was watching Bieniemy take over the fourth quarter in a game in which Nebraska had controlled in 91. And then the bounce back on Halloween with the Night of Horrors for this crowd and what they were able to do. And the story here, we may not say it out loud, but there's this prevailing thought that Colorado was kind of the catalyst for Nebraska's downfall with Purify and Brown just running wild, and Boulder kind of set the stage for a descent for Nebraska. And there's this hope that springs eternal that, you know what, if Colorado was the start of a downfall, can we kick this thing off on Saturday night as part of the resurgence? the players are well aware of what's at stake with this tradition, and the fact that there's no love lost. There's vitriol with the fan base. It's just one of those things that McCarney made well known. We in Bad Taste had the whole Sally and Nessie thing. I mean, the rivalry is alive and well, and I do think these young guys, from us old heads blabbering too much, get a sense of what it's like. It will be intense on Saturday night.
Yeah, he brought back some good memories for me. That was 4 touchdowns for Eric Bieniemy in the fourth quarter of the game.
Well, that was incredible in a rainstorm.
Right, exactly right.
He turned the
He had
ball
fumbled
over early.
Right, he fumbled a bunch in that game.
Just his resolve, right? I use that for our guys. I'm like, look, man, it may get off to a slow start. This is a big time offensive, explosive team, and here's a guy that turned 3 or 4 fumbles into 3 touchdowns and a fourth quarter romp later. It's never over until it's over, and it's funny how the enemy comes up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's the evolution of this rivalry has been. It's just been interesting, a lot of fun to see over the course of the years. Let's talk about Matt Rule really fast and the culture that he has crafted there in just a couple of short seasons. Why has he been so successful? What about him has really gotten this program to a space where you're expecting a big season this year?
He's amazing as a person, right? I mean, the things that so they use a lot of common language, and I always tell people common language builds an accountability. You talk the same, you think the same, and sometimes he's talking about practice or some chasing 3 doc or the reverence that he has for Coach Sanders and building a program, and you get the sense he's not just talking about football, right? He's talking about staying in the moment, being a better person, how the game of football can teach you to be a better husband. Thousand represent the state. So you get all these life lessons as he's saying, hey, listen, man, take proper angles, stay in the moment, take care of your body, go to school, be accountable. So there's this level of connectivity that he has with the fan base, even though a lot of times he's talking about the game of football. So the culture that he's been able to establish about being other-centered, playing for one another, and not letting the moment be too big. The whole relying on your training and trusting your teammates has got to be his way to set the culture to offset the devastation of losing all these one-score games, right? He was asked the question, is this a measuring stick against Colorado? And he said, yeah, for week 2, it is. Are we better than we were in week 1? Anything else after that, I'm not getting caught up in. And that's just a microcosm of his personality.
That's Damon Benning, Nebraska Cornhuskers running back and current color analyst on the Huskers radio network. He'll be on the call this Saturday as the Buffs travel to Nebraska for a night game in week 2. Damon, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Hope you lose, but thanks for taking the time on a Thursday morning.
Anytime you guys need me. Love the energy. Great question.
My guy.
Thank you.
Listen, the guy's a wealth of knowledge. And listen, that's a running back that was at the height of the Nebraska championship machine.
Mm-hmm.
For him to understand that Colorado kind of put a stop to that was something I didn't expect to hear.
Well, 62-36 was the game that Bobby Purify and Chris Brown ran right through that team just repeatedly. Actually, it's funny, Coach, you'll appreciate this story. So the day after that game, I'm in Sean Watson. Sean Watson was the offensive coordinator at the time. And I'm in his office. Okay. And he's basically watching the film back of the game, and I'm going to interview him for a story that I'm writing. And he says to me, he's just laughing, and he just says, as easy it was, they just ran to the safety that was farther back. That's all they did the entirety of the game. And up front, they were just better, and Chris Brown was amazing, and Bobby Purify was too. 62-36 started the downfall of Nebraska, according to Dan.
You know, it's interesting. If you ever hear of a coach that all the media members like, usually it's because that coach is very, very angled in how he approaches his self-promotion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't.
That's Coach Mike Sanford.
Choosing violence.
Chris Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryan. Jam-packed show for you guys today. We've got NFL football starting tonight. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:20. We'll pick our division winners, Rookie of the Year, MVP, Coach of the Year, and so much more. Dave Mahler from Seattle will join us at 10:30 as well to preview the Broncos and the Seahawks in a Week 1 matchup. So much to come on Dempsey and Company. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. We got everyone in studio today. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford, Christopher A. Dempsey. Special thanks to Damon Benning for joining us to preview CU and Nebraska coming up on Saturday. Sunday at 2:05. Broncos open up the season week 1 in Seattle against the Seahawks. We'll be joined by Dave Softy Mahler of KJR out there in Washington. So excited to talk to him in just a few minutes here. But before we get to that, we've got stuff to give away here on the program, fellas. It's time for the Big Summer Blowout merchandise sale at
Swag
Altitude
alert,
Authentics.
baby. We got swag?
Discounts up to 80% off on select items. It's going to be Saturday the 7th, Sunday the 8th, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday and 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday at the Ball Arena Altitude Authentic Store. And we have a big old bag of stuff to give away, fellas.
Yes, sir.
And as is tradition, all you have to do is at 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line is text the word Authentics. Authentics to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. And you could win this grab bag of summer blowout stuff.
What do we have?
I've got a 5280
It's
Nuggets
a dad hat.
It's a
So
dad
if
hat.
you're a curved bill guy, which I'm not,
A
this is
floppy
the
hat guy.
Floppy hat guy. It's perfect for you.
Yeah, but you're a dad. Why don't you wear dad hats?
Because I don't want to just live into the stereotype of being the suburban father.
You have like a Ricky Fowler orange M hat on. What is that?
It's just my name, Mike, with a period after, just M.
Just M.
Yeah.
That's not it, is it?
Coach M?
It's Mark Wahlberg's line.
This is a
You
Jamal.
can get me every single time.
A Jamal Murray tie beanie baby bear, essentially.
I don't know if it's a beanie. Is that a beanie
it's
baby?
pretty. It's not exactly a beanie baby.
Yeah.
But it looks like
It's
it.
the off-brand.
I've got a full tote of those things at my house.
Beanie Baby.
From who?
From my parents. My mom just dropped it off one day.
I know,
She was
but
like,
who is the beanie baby person?
like me and my twin sister and my
You were a
brother.
beanie baby guy?
I was like 4.
That's so cute, Raj.
I was a child.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard.
He still is.
Oh, I just got tagged with the damn beanie baby.
That is
Jamal
why.
Murray in the face.
Yeah, that's why Mom brought him to him.
A Peter Forsberg plushie toy wearing a throwback Quebec Nordiques uniform. That's part of this swag bag. Also some stickers, a pennant, and $100 to Altitude Authentics that you can use to go and buy yourself some stuff at the Big Summer Blowout Saturday and Sunday.
I'll see you guys. I'll be there.
You're making fun of a 4-year-old kid.
It's a reminder of how young you are, Raj.
I know.
I was like my 14-year-old was almost in the beanie baby face. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not that
You're
young.
like mid-30s?
I'm 31.
Oh, you're young,
I'm not
man.
that young. I'm young, but I'm
You're
not
young.
that young.
Oh, man. Me and Debs were playing with garbage pail kids.
Oh, wow. You remember those?
Oh, you betcha.
Yeah. I loved those things.
You ever heard of garbage pail kids, Raj?
No, actually, I have no idea what they are.
I know.
They were the
Yeah.
best. The trading cards. They were
they're trading cards.
Yeah.
The trading cards I grew up on, and this is like a very nerdy thing, but like I grew up in like the heyday of like Pokemon. That was like my trading card.
That's still kind of a thing, actually.
Yeah. Oh, it's a big thing. My
Yeah.
kids
Yeah.
have binders of Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that was my thing. My athletes that I grew up with that like made me fall in love with sports were the late 90s Avs, like Forsberg, Sack, and that's normal here in
And
Denver.
for some reason, that feels like a long time ago.
It
It
is.
doesn't seem like Beanie Baby era, but
No,
it was.
But it was. That's
Yeah.
what it was. Like I grew up idolizing like Mike Piazza. That was my guy.
And I was in college.
Yeah. Like to the
was
point
in
where like I
college.
dress up as the dude for Halloween once or twice.
I remember Piazza's.
Piazza?
I don't know why. I liked baseball.
Where was his rookie year? Was it? It would have been.
He was
Dodger.
either a Dodger or a Marlin.
I remember Piazza as a rookie. That's kind of my vintage of collecting baseball cards.
He was a Dodger,
he a
a
Dodger?
Marlin, and a Met.
I
He
believe
was a Dodger. He was
I
certainly
believe
a
he was
Dodger.
a Dodger.
No, as a rookie.
I think his rookie year was with the Los Angeles
Dodgers. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
He was, he was a Dodger until 1998. Played a year for the Marlins, and then was a Met until basically he retired. He played
Well,
2
apparently
seasons
I'm
later.
getting crushed for mocking Beanie Babies because the Shop Mazda text line's blowing up about my hatred and just general scorn for
what was
for
really,
the Beanie Baby
what was
world.
really
I'll back
upsetting,
you up on that.
What was really upsetting is that like my mother dropped off, and again, it's like a 45-pound tote of these things, and they're in like pristine condition somehow. I don't know. I don't understand it. props to her for keeping them in good condition.
Raj, you asked for them to be in pristine condition.
Yeah, you were an OCD beanie baby collector.
Raj,
don't put your hands on my beanie baby.
I know. Raj is like, I didn't ask for any of this stuff. Oh, yeah, okay.
You know what's great is that we have Softy coming up in the next segment or two. Perfect segue.
He's coming up in like
Does it get
3
any
minutes.
softer than a Beanie Baby
Oh, no, it doesn't.
collection at 31 years old?
It doesn't, but I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
There was some rumor that these things had a whole bunch of value to them.
Wrong answer.
Complete wrong answer. So I looked at my wife. I was like, we're going to keep these. We're going to put them on eBay.
my God.
Nothing. They're worth like pennies on the dollar. And now I just have a
Whereas
bunch.
Garbage Pail Kids
they probably
Miserable.
They probably have.
Miserable.
Oh, man.
I'm not
I
that,
drove-
I'm
I
not
drove
that
mine.
soft, and I'm not that young, fellas. I'm not.
You
I
are that
promise.
young. You're that young. It's okay. We
all right.
wish we were.
Week 1 coming up Sunday, 2:05 against the Seahawks. 6-point dogs on the road. We're finally seeing a rookie quarterback start in his rookie season in week 1 for the Broncos. It's never happened before. But the overarching theme about this Broncos team is, well, they've got their guy at quarterback, they think, but they're still gonna suck. I've seen a couple of trendy picks that like, yeah, the Broncos are actually gonna make the playoffs as a wild card team. I don't think they're there. Week 1, what does success look like for Bo Nix?
I think that week 1 success looks like 1 or fewer turnovers. That's what I'd say. 1 or fewer. As a rookie quarterback, that's what you need to avoid. You want to avoid is playing very clean, sound football. Now, the problem with that is, will the Broncos be able to do what they did in the preseason, where you played very controlled football, you played inside of 10 air yards to be able to matriculate the football down the field and score in the 30s? That's going to be a lot tougher against Mike McDonald. This defensive coordinator, who's now the head coach at Seattle, he is a sinister deviant that is finding ways to make Bo Nix's day miserable at the office by changing out the looks, making him earn all the throws that he's going to have to make. And so the ball is going to have to be in harm's way in this opener. And so can he be accurate enough? Can he drive the football enough to avoid those turnover-worthy plays? We'll find out.
Well, and can they run the football enough to take some pressure off of them? I mean, yeah, the one thing, especially in Seattle, especially in your first game as a rookie, you don't put the game on a rookie quarterback's shoulders. You just don't do it. And so what you want to do is make sure that you're running the football to help control the clock, to help keep him out of some of these super hot, intense situations, so that he's not having to put the ball in harm's way to get to move the chains as much, which is easier out of my mouth said than done on a football field. But if you're going to walk in, there's no way he's walking in and throwing 30 times. That's not a thing.
Well, we got to tap into the Seattle mindset here. We're joined by Dave Softy Mahler, out from KJR in Seattle. Softy, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Boys, what's going on down there?
How are you? We're getting ready for apparently like the next coming of the Legion of Boom in Seattle. Like, where did this come from? Everyone's terrified of this defense, and it's the first I'm hearing of it.
You should be. I mean, if I'm you guys, I wouldn't even bother showing up, to be honest with you. I just stay home. I mean, it's just a waste of jet fuel, a waste of effort, man. All those Bronco fans coming up here to watch the game, I'd just stay home if I were you. I mean, look, there's a lot of optimism because of Mike McDonald, right? I mean, everything this guy's done as a defensive coordinator from Michigan and the Baltimore Ravens and hopefully now in Seattle, it's all worked, and it's worked overnight, right? It has not taken a long time for these defenses to get turned around. When Big Mac, as we call him, we call John Schneider Little John, Mike McDonald Big Mac, Little John, the whole thing. It has not taken a lot of time to get these defenses turned around. So I don't know, man. There's just a lot of optimism. I think getting away from the Pete Carroll era, it was stale. It was time to go. The old man did a lot of phenomenal things in Seattle. We love him for what he did here, winning the Lombardi, kicking your butt, obviously, in 2013.
That was a joke of a Super Bowl, Softy, and you know it. I
am staring right now. Look at that bad boy right there. You guys see that? How about that? You like that? Look at that one. Yeah. That's from 2013, but he had to go. It was time, and there's a lot of energy around this building because of it.
Softy, the nickname, I've heard about you a lot, from Kevin Shockey, our PD here. I mean, let's just call it. Yeah, exactly. The guy that overworks us and underpays us, that guy. But the nickname Softy, I think it couldn't be more appropriate for this matchup. The Broncos going into Seattle. There's so much that's said about Mike Macdonald, and he's this sinister defensive coordinator that's just scheming in his defensive laboratory.
Right.
Are they going to be a physical Pete Carroll style of football, or are they going to be just like you, just a softy? How's it going to play out?
First of all, just be careful about that, pal. There's a facade that I put on that does not reveal the inner demon in me that is ready to snap at any moment when clowns like you make me bring it out.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's like calling fat guys skinny, bald guys hairy. It's just the exact opposite.
You could be skinny, fat,
dude,
softy.
What is that, a Mickey Mouse hat that you have on right there? What the hell, man? So, I don't know. I just think it's a lot of smack talk coming from a fan base that's starting a rookie quarterback that is yet to win a game against the Seattle-based team. He's 0-3 against the Huskies, and Bo Nix is about to go 0-4 against the Seahawks and the Huskies combined. He's got no idea what he's walking into on Sunday afternoon. The last time your little team was here, your head coach went mental and kicked like a 90-yard field goal to try to win the game in the fourth quarter. That's the day that you all found out that Nathaniel Hackett was a bozo, and it's part of the day that you found out that Russell Wilson couldn't play anymore. Remember all that time I came on your show, you called me, I was with you, you were with me, and I kept telling you, this guy's past his prime, he's lost it, he's a freaking weirdo, and all you people bagged on us saying, you're just being stubborn, you're just being, you're just jealous that we got Russell Wilson and you don't. And now you clowns are saying the same thing about Russell Wilson that we were telling you 2 years ago. And you know it.
This is typical Seattle, man. Get some sunshine. All the rain and the cloud cover. Can you get out and see some sunshine, Softy, for the love of God?
Sunshine? Are you kidding me? There's two things that I think of when I think of Colorado. Horrible crime in Denver and the Supermax prison with El Chapo. That's all I know about your stupid state.
I don't even know where to go from here. Look, that coach, first of all, he's gone, and so that's great. We actually have there's an adult in the room, so Sean Payton will be fine.
And apparently, Dempsey, you're the adult in this room right now.
I wasn't going to try and get this thing back on the rails. No shot.
Hey, by the way, how about that for a bet? The loser of this game is going to spend the week with El Chapo in solitary.
That would be a dream come true. I love the mastermind, the planner. The guy is brilliant.
I have to say,
finds his way out of every prison.
I have to say something. Yeah. He's not wrong. we did kind of laugh at you when Russell Wilson arrived in town, and everybody is like mad in just you got a terrible quarterback, and we just laughed at you. And you guys got the last laugh. So, well, there's that for that. All right, talk to us about.
Well, last laugh, but you haven't done anything with the picks.
Oh yeah.
Well, we haven't done anything yet with those picks. I mean, obviously they opened up a bunch of cap space that they spent on Geno Smith and other players out here in Seattle. I mean, look, it's been a win for the Seahawks because they just moved on and they avoided the giant saddle with the contract, right? I mean, what are you guys spending on Russell Wilson this year? Like $60 million bucks, whatever it is. Yeah, to just move on. And that's a giant pill, dude. The Broncos are in financial hell this year because of Mr. Unlimited. So at minimum, I mean, look, Drew Lock didn't work out. Shelby Harris didn't work out. Noah Fant, I'm hopeful under Ryan Grubb can kind of erupt and be what I think he can be. You guys probably agree with me that Noah Fant looks good on the hoof, right? When you look at Noah Fant, he looks good in that uniform. I don't think has been in the right offense yet. And I'm really hopeful that Ryan Grubb, who was the old offensive coordinator at Washington, is going to be able to unlock Noah Fant a little bit this year. But it's guys, again, the big win for the Seahawks in the Russell Wilson trade was not having to deal with that giant fat contract that you guys gave him. It was never going to happen here in Seattle. The guy tried to get Pete Carroll fired for crying out loud. The minute that went down, he was done. I'm glad it's your problem, not mine. Now, next question. Let's get serious. Stop goofing around.
You mentioned Ryan Grubb there. One of the things that he said when he came in to the team, and I do believe DK Metcalf said this in an interview, which was he told the team, we're going to run the ball first, to which DK Metcalf was not super happy about that, but has since seen how the puzzle pieces will work together. What kind of offense are we expecting to see run there on Sunday?
Well, that's the thing is that Ryan Grubb at Washington obviously had the best receiving core in the country. He had the best offensive line in the country, and he may have had, I think, guys, I'm not being a homer here. Michael Penix, to me, was the best quarterback in America. I think he showed that against Oregon.
I am the president of the fan. We can agree on one thing, Softy.
Thank you.
We agree.
Hey, you got a guy in Jaden Daniels who took LSU to like some car wash bowl or whatever. And Michael Penix is ripping up Texas. He's ripping up Oregon. Obviously kind of fell apart as did the whole team against Michigan. That's going to happen when you're playing that phenomenal defense. But here's the point. They did all that because they had those weapons. They don't have those weapons in Seattle. They don't have the best offensive line in the NFL. They don't have the best quarterback in the NFL. I think he is what he is. He's probably an average to slightly above average quarterback in the National Football League. But he's not Michael Penix compared to the rest of the players in the NFL. They do have the receivers, though, guys. I mean, Lockett, Metcalf, and Jackson Smith and Jigba are all studs. I mean, this whole thing just depends on the offensive line. And while they're figuring out the offensive line, which, by the way, is still not where it needs to be, they're going to try to pound the ball with Kenny Walker and Zach Charbonnet. So I think early on, DK Metcalf is correct. I think as the year goes by, you'll see 14 get force-fed. It's a big year for him because his contract's up at the end of next year. A year from now or 9 months from now, they're going to want to start talking to this guy about an extension. At least his agents are. So this is a huge year for DK Metcalf. He wants the damn ball. Trust me.
Softy, if you look at Sean Payton, right? We talked about Russell Wilson. What would be the perspective of somebody living in Seattle about Sean Payton in terms of, his readiness to take this Broncos franchise to where it hasn't been in a decade? What do you see from just being an outsider outside of this metro area about Sean Payton and the state of him coaching a team towards relevance?
I think it's just bottom line is a guy that was able to call it luck, whatever you want. Hooking up with Drew Brees is one of the great partnerships in the history of the NFL. Does he have the same type of thing going with Bo Nix? I mean, guys, look, I actually like Bo Nix a lot, right? I mean, despite the fact that he's a duck, I like Bo Nix. I love his demeanor. You guys already know, obviously, he's been named a captain, right, as a rookie, and that doesn't happen very often. First rookie to start for you guys since Horseface back in '83, so it's been a long time.
Have some respect.
I'm sorry, John Horseface Elway. But his demeanor when they lost to Washington back in week 6, he was unbelievable at the podium. I would just implore any Bronco fan, go listen to what he said after Oregon lost that first game. And then on top of that, guys, I mean, look, when all these quarterbacks are bagging out of games, they're skipping bowl games. Oregon's playing Washington for a shot in the Final Four and they lose, and they end up in the Fiesta Bowl against Liberty, which, let's face it, because of the opponent, is kind of a turd of a game, and he still plays in that game and steps up for his teammates. I was pretty impressed by that. So I actually like Bo Nix a lot. I think he's an incredible leader. I don't know if he has the arm to really stretch the field the way that maybe a Michael Penix can, for example. But can he do what Drew Brees did for Sean Payton in New Orleans? I think he can. I mean, he's going to need targets the way Drew Brees had when he was playing for the Saints. And you remember those defenses, they were okay. They weren't phenomenal, but it was all about Drew Brees and Sean Payton. So to answer your question, I don't know. I mean, can he do it again? Pete Carroll was never able to rediscover the magic of the LOB and Russell Wilson in his prime. He spent 10 years trying to figure that out, and he was never able to get it back. I think it's really, really, really hard to do, man. So I'd say he's up against the 8 ball, but look, man, if he can do it, he's going to be known as one of the best coaches in the history of the NFL if he can duplicate this again.
No one's ever done it, right? That's the thing. No one's gone to a different city and won a Super Bowl. It just simply doesn't happen. Softy, we got to cut you out of here. You guys can find him 93.3 KJR in Seattle, 3 to 7 p.m. Pacific every single day. Softy, we appreciate you, man. I hope you're completely wrong about this defense. I think you're probably right, considering we got a rookie going in for the first time. But thanks for your time, man. Get out of here.
Hey, no problem. I was actually looking forward to continuing on with you guys, and also I'm lying. I'll see you guys later.
Dave, we'll see you at ADX Florence in a few months when Seattle loses on Sunday.
John, let's go. Chapo, El Chapo.
Hey! Take a quick break here. Again, text the word Authentics to 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line for your chance at a big summer blowout merchandise sale grab bag. You'll also win $100 to Altitude Authentics. Again, Authentics to 303-504-0925. Coach Sanford, Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Emmy with more coming up next. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Zach Stevens of the DNVR tweeting out yesterday that Sean Payton said that Cortland Sutton had the most votes by his teammates in the captaincy vote that revealed Surtain, Sutton, and Singleton, but obviously the big name, the rookie Bo Nix being named captain. Sutton far and away like the most respected veteran in that room probably. But the fact that you've got the first rookie captain since a Hall of Famer, Syracuse guy by the way, in Floyd Little speaks. What? You don't think I'm going to plug that?
What did you see?
Number 44, baby.
Yeah.
He was so good.
He was amazing.
He was so good that
We love Floyd Little around here.
a number is specifically designated to a university. When
it's true.
44 is Syracuse.
It's a fact.
That's it.
Let's
And we
keep,
love him
let's
around
keep
here.
the
And we
show
love him.
moving on. We got enough Syracuse.
Okay, hold on.
I'm good.
Hold on. Softy takes the show off the rails, but as soon as I mentioned Floyd Little went to Syracuse, that's
Well,
that's the line.
It's no different than
It's
being
the
in a
line.
business meeting and be like, oh, yeah, back when I was at Harvard. When I was at Yale
Hold on,
in grad school.
Are we putting Syracuse and Harvard on the same level?
From a media perspective,
Yeah,
it
there
is
we
the
go.
same.
There we
yeah,
go.
when I was at Syracuse.
Thank you.
Here we are.
I did love Softy mentioning Bo Nix's post-game interview after losing to Washington. I believe it was during the regular season last year, because the answer, I mean, the question, somebody just kind of questioned the team and where they go from here. And what he gave at that time was like a 5-minute straight answer of how much he believed in his guys. Obviously, the season wasn't over. It was one of those illuminating moments, and you're just like, whoa, wait, hold on. He's made of the right stuff. And to that point, I hadn't had a ton of exposure to Bo Nix. You know, I'd watched him play, but I was certainly impressed there. And so, just to kind of bring this full circle, it is in no way surprise to me that he was named a captain on this football team, because I think one of his biggest values to this team is going to be his leadership. You know, we asked coming into the season, who's going to be the leaders? Who are the leaders on this team? He's going to be one, and he's going to be one in short order.
Look, listen. I had to get a little Peyton in there.
Listen.
Look.
Listen. Look.
Listen. Look. I do think that the very reason that Bo Nix is the perfect rookie to start in this situation week one with a roster that's arguably that's bottom 3 in the NFL. Surrounding cast is not where it needs to be, is because of those intangible qualities that he does have. What's between the ears is fantastic. The biggest takeaway from training camp from me being out there was his response mechanism. The ability to have a bad day and never stack 2 bad days in a row. That shows that he's already been tested. He's been through adversity. He played in a football fanatic place at Auburn. It didn't necessarily go great.
I mean, he beat Alabama as a true freshman.
Yeah, and then you look at how it ended.
Yeah, he was barely over 500 in each of his 3 years. It ended poorly.
Auburn fans were like, take him off our hands. And then Oregon's like, yep, we'll take him off your hands, and takes him to heights that Oregon's program hadn't been to in a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And so he does have this response mechanism, which is so damn important for the quarterback position. I think that
Because things are going to go wrong.
They're going to go wrong.
Right.
Like, this game is not going to go to script. This is not going to be the preseason, everybody.
Right.
This ain't going to be cover 1 and cover 3. And they're going to give you free access, and you're going to be able to live inside of 7 yards throwing the football. So he does have the makeup to be able to handle those challenges. The question then does remain, Softy did bring it up, I brought it up, does he have the requisite ability to be the guy that can lift all boats around him? And that's what we're going to see starting Sunday. We're not going to see fully, but starting Sunday we'll begin our evaluation of that.
Yeah, for sure. There's 2 kind of quarterbacks out there, right? There are probably more than just 2. The one that literally does lift all boats. So like when Peyton Manning was here, and it just didn't matter who the wide receivers were around him, like he was going to be able to get something out of you and something out of you, and something like that. That was just next level stuff. And then you have the quarterback that certainly does need to have more skill position talent around him, But once he has that, he'll be able to operate just fine. I think Bo Nix falls into that bucket right there. I just think that we get into so much of what he cannot do versus what can he do. And I think that if we put if we listed the things that he can do versus the things that he needs to work on, then I just think that list of things that he can do and is so much bigger than the other list that we have to continue to remember. Well, I guess you don't have to continue to remember, but I certainly will, because I don't think that you are successful as an athlete by playing to your deficiencies. And the Broncos will get Bo Nix sorted out. Bo Nix will get himself sorted out to whatever degree allows them to be able to be as successful as they can. And that is how I am watching this season going in, because I don't think anybody out here thinks that it's going to be all roses every single second of every game.
As a coach, how much do you buy into this was truly a team vote?
I've counted captain's votes before.
So I've done it too. I've done it too. And there are times where, for me, it was if there is an overwhelming result one way or the other. Like, in my mind's eye, I've got this guy tabbed as a captain and he gets 2 votes from his 28-man roster.
Oh, so you're saying this was rigged?
No, I'm not saying.
That
but
sounds
I've
like you're saying
had
it's
it
rigged.
happen where it's
Was
happened.
it rigged?
The only time that I've ever gone a different direction is if it's been overwhelming in one way or the other. Do you buy?
What's the Academy Award? They use like a tabulation. Like there's a firm that actually legally oversees it.
Yeah, correct. It's
I don't think that firm is used ever in any captain's votes, at least in the football world. And I know that firsthand, not just as a head coach that didn't even allow my assistants in the room. Right? Like it is what it is.
Yeah.
And then at Notre Dame, Brian Kelly, he took a vote and I think he just threw it in the trash and said, these are our captains. Like that's how it goes. So everything to this point, Demps, has been a self-fulfilling prophecy for Sean Payton to prove that Bo Nix is everything that he said he was.
So you think it's rigged? You guys think it's rigged?
Oh, I think there's no shot that Bo would have not been a captain this year, regardless of what the team vote was going to be.
So you guys think it's rigged?
I would agree with your. I would agree with your take and how you verbalize that.
However, I still think that there would have been enough votes from his offensive teammates to have him in the
it's
air.
rigged.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that he doesn't deserve to be a captain, let's get you guys on the record. Should he not be a captain?
Every captain's vote is rigged. Okay, I've been in those rooms. I've been in the ballroom at 7 different schools.
They're
all rigged.
The guys in the locker room don't care about Cortland Sutton. They don't actually care about Alex Singleton. They don't care about Bo Nix. They don't care about.
But to Raj's point, he just made it very clearly that if there is a overwhelming vote, you always have to put that guy.
You
as
go
your
with
captain.
it or you go against.
But then there's still 3 or 4 other guys that you're going to add as captains.
I hate this conversation. I just need to say that right off the top, because if you want to say that Bo Nix, people out there you guys are waiting for him to fail, and this conspiracy theory stuff is getting a little out of control to me. We can say that organizations are just rigging okay. All right. I guess we'll just see. Bo Nix doesn't deserve to be a captain is what I'm hearing. But I don't say that. I don't hear that in reference to any other player that was named a captain. Why?
Well, if Audrey from the Shop Mazda text line, she very, very, she helped me out with Price Waterhouse. And unless Price Waterhouse is running a captain's vote and stamping the captain vote results, then I know what this goes like. This is how it is. Now, Russell Wilson was a captain last year.
How many of those
players
players
should
should
Payton
not be
wanted
captain?
him to be a captain? I don't think so.
Well, then why was he captain?
Because he probably was an overwhelming locker room vote.
Was he an overwhelming locker room vote? Because everybody talks about how much. That's the only thing that would have made sense. That Russell Wilson's so corny. He's doing high knees in the
No. Hold on. We were saying that. You didn't hear his teammates here in Denver outwardly saying that this was corny. You heard more of his teammates, especially his veteran guys, talking about.
We have heard the exact same thing from teammates talking about Bo Nix. Just find me the cut of a teammate that says he is not who we think he is.
That's different. Who are they talking to when they say that?
To the media.
Exactly. Does anybody tell the truth in sport when they're talking to the media? No, I did it. I did it for 20 years, Debs. You say what's going to avoid the headline. That's what you do.
That is not okay.
Well, because
wow, I just okay. I just want to be.
You speak a company line. You speak a locker room line. The vote that happens in the locker room is a different vote.
So just tell me, Bo Nix got 0 votes for captain.
I didn't say that. I didn't
He got
say that.
one
You're
vote
not
for
implying.
captain.
I never implied
Did
that.
Stidham get more votes for captain than Jay? Do we think that?
I would think there would be. I think it would probably be close.
Jarrett Stidham got more votes for captain than Bo Nix?
I would say it was
Do we
probably
think Zach Wilson
close.
got more votes for captain than Bo Nix?
No, but I think Stidham was probably
What are
close.
we talking about? One of the quarterbacks was going to be the captain. Of course. A quarterback is almost always a captain on a football team.
Not always.
I said almost always. We got to listen to
Russell
what I'm
Wilson's
saying.
a captain in Pittsburgh.
Great. He was a captain.
He
was
might not
captain
start
here
after
too,
week 2.
And you guys said that was amazing because the team was the true vote for Russell Wilson. It is not true in the
I don't
least
know that.
bit.
We don't
for
know that.
Bo
Dex.
Nix.
We don't know that either way.
Why are we raising that as why are we raising it then? For what? Why do we hate Bo Nix?
We
Why?
don't. We don't.
Why do we hate him?
I like Bo Nix.
No, I actively can't hear that. I don't know why we hate him. Let's let him actually get on a football.
I agree with that.
He was a great leader at Oregon. That is not in dispute at all. If he was a captain at Oregon, then I guess that was fine. That captaincy wasn't rigged because he proved it on the football field first. I don't know. But if we're just going to walk down we hate him road before he shows us something to hate, then I hate this conversation.
Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Weigh in, way more in hour 2. Coach Sanford, Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Emmy. It's Altitude.
Well, that's the thing, is that Ryan Grubb at Washington obviously had the best receiving core in the country. He had the best offensive line in the country, and he may have had, I think, I'm not being a homer here. Michael Penix, to me, was the best quarterback in America. I think he showed that against Oregon.
I'm the president of the fan. We can agree on one thing, Softy.
Thank you.
We agree.
Hey, at least Mike agreed with somebody this morning. At least he agreed with somebody this morning. I'm proud of you, Mike.
Hey, I appreciate it, man.
We agree on all the things except for this one thing. We don't disagree, but I just
you paint us like Bo Nix haters, and we are not.
You guys are Bo Nix haters. I have now painted you with the Bo Nix hating.
I'm rooting for Bo Nix. Okay, I am rooting for Bo Nix. I am rooting. I invested $100 by buying my now 10-year-old son a Bo Nix jersey in the new orange threads that I also crushed on these airwaves. So I need him to be successful because I bought them a Russell Wilson jersey a year ago.
Well, that was dumb.
It was really dumb.
That's
was
one that you look
bad.
at the kid and you go, man, maybe not. Maybe next year.
Yeah, I bought him an Aaron Jones jersey. Now he's a Viking.
Oh, no,
it was a bad year for jerseys.
You just have a tough go on the jersey
terrible
purchases.
investments. So, yeah, I need a jersey to hit, for crying out loud.
Well, okay, me too. I want number 10 to hit. Number 10
I
hit.
do too, man.
Hit.
I want
Hit
number 10 to hit. But, Debs, we can talk objectively, subjectively about the situations, like for me, of what I watched at the combine, of what I watched in my film study. Like like if I'm not allowed to do that and I'm a hater, then you're CU.
No,
then you're CU.
I've no, please.
If you can't talk subjectively in the media space about
we
what
have
you
done
do
that.
have, then
we have. I promise you, we have done that. We can run back every single tape, which is these are the things that he needs to work on. These are the things that actually I don't even know what he does well, because the only thing we say that he does well is like, well, he's smart. Okay, cool.
No, he throws extremely well in the run. That's a great trait.
It is a great trait.
Well in the
yeah,
run.
it's a great trait. But
he throws incredibly accurately inside of 10 yards.
Gets the ball out quick.
He gets the ball out quick. He is elite as a RPO thrower of the football.
Is an elusive quarterback, but doesn't rely on his legs. See, we're saying nice things. These are compliments.
They are compliments.
I'd be doing great on a first date right now.
Do you see that list? That's a long list.
But you can't just keep giving compliments. You got to knock someone down.
We give him zero compliments. Zero.
That's not true. That's not
we give
true.
him zero.
I could pull the tape. If we want to go down that path.
It's kind of like yes, okay. Now I'm not. This is not even just about you. This is just like backhanded compliments. If you like a dink and dunk game, then yours is your quarterback. That's not a compliment. That's a backhanded compliment.
Now, if the dink and dunk works, it's a humongous compliment.
Yeah, except for nobody wants that, right? So
hold
on.
Win football games.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
care.
Oh, that's what we're saying now. But at the beginning of training camp, this is what I heard. Oh my gosh, do you see that long, beautiful throw from Zach Wilson? Wish we had a guy that could push the ball down the field like that. Like everything was so aesthetic. And I recall being one of the few, if only people, just to say, can you score touchdowns or can you not? Because at the end of the day, I don't care how pretty your deep ball is. I want to punch the ball into the end zone, which is something that the Broncos just didn't do the last couple of seasons. Although they did a little bit better last season. But that's what I wish at some point the conversation would just get to how the offense is operating.
On the Safeway Twitch feed, maybe the line of the year. We need to buy Coach a Montfort jersey ASAP.
No.
Well, you understand that it's the perfect
Did you see the
reverse
thread?
mix.
Oh, what?
Do you see the thread?
I go out and get a Montfort jersey, and he's not here next year. Oh God, that's amazing.
He's our mercenary.
Got you.
It's just all it costs you is $150. You got
$150,
that.
and then
I don't have that.
And
But
Coors
you do.
Field is the place to be next year.
Like if I was the guy that was buying jerseys every year that someone left, I would run out of money to do it. But like I can spend your money. I'm not going to spend mine.
Are the Rockies still playing?
They have lost 89 games. They need to win 12 games until the end of the season to stay at 99 or fewer losses.
Okay, but don't we want 100 last season?
Well, yeah.
At what point do you root for 100 last season?
When Berto and I were on yesterday.
You were a Rockies hater, man. That's all you
Would you
don't
say
have
something
anything
nice,
positive
one
to say.
nice thing about the Rockies?
You don't all I ever listen to you is just negativity about the Rockies.
Are they
I just can't with this conversation. I can't.
Dempsey's always like, I wish we had all three of us on the show. And then what happens is Mike and I just gang up on Dempsey for 2 hours.
It's okay. I got broad shoulders. I got broad shoulders.
Yeah, they need to win 12 games in September to stay at 99 or fewer. I was talking with Berto about this. There's been a few things in the Major League season that have kept my attention. Like at the beginning of the year, there's always hope. Like you think that the Rockies could be like relevant into the month of July, and they weren't. For me, it's as a Met fan, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the year that they're actually going to do it, but I expected them to lose 100 games. So I had that carry me through the first 30 games, and then Paul Skeens gets called up, and I've literally watched every pitch he's thrown this year. He's amazing. And then you get Shohei, possibly the first 50-50 player ever in the league. Aaron Judge is doing ridiculous things out in the Bronx. And over the last 20 games outside of the wild card races, I've been trying to find my next thread. And it's been watching the Chicago White Sox and how horrible that baseball
really
team is.
Yeah, they're bad.
And then when I juxtapose it with the Rockies, who are also really, really bad, just thank your lucky stars you're not in Chicago.
Okay, so they actively look bad every single night.
Oh, dude, they're running into each other in the outfield on pop flies.
I just think that the Rockies' lowest point was the Little League home run. when you get and I forgot the team, the ball gets hit out to right field, the throw comes back in, and then you have the missed throw out to left field. It was the Diamondbacks. It was in the first inning against the Diamondbacks, and you had forgot his name. Basically just get all the way back around to him. That was the low water for execution on the field mark for the Rockies. But
Debs, you want to know what my favorite coaching job has ever been? Is being a third base coach for 14U Rex softball. I almost blew out my rotator cuff.
I was going to say, you just wave them all in.
Have you ever held someone up at third?
Never.
Because the throws are always errant.
And I typically beat the runner to home plate. I typically get there before they do. I am that guy. I am that guy.
Well, you could moonwalk faster. Come on. Your stride's 2 times the size of theirs. Guys, I got bad news.
Let's hear it.
It's the end of an era.
What era?
Alex Morgan is retiring from professional soccer. And it makes me really sad.
That is sad. That is sad.
I would be sad, but I have a Trinity and a Sophia. And I am all good because I love watching this new generation of U.S. soccer. I love it.
And without getting too much in the weeds here, I really hope they get back to best team in the world by far, I don't think exists in that space just quite.
The Olympics was a good right step.
Not the same dominant space as before, but yeah, the World Cup's coming up in.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
It got weird with
The reason
COVID.
why I brought it up is because I think Alex Morgan is smoking hot, and I'm upset that she's not going to be on a television anymore.
Which is why I said I have Trinity and I have Sophia.
He was I actively knew he was on he saw you right there. He saw you.
He's my guy.
No doubt.
We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Again, if you guys want to win a $100 gift card to Altitude Authentics for the Big Summer Blowout merchandise sale, discounts this weekend up to 80% off of all of your favorite stuff from last year. You can stock up for this year, save a bunch of cash. We're going to give away a huge grab bag. There's a Beanie Baby in there that you guys made fun of me for back when I was 3 years old, a hat, a pennant.
You see how he keeps getting younger?
Yeah, it was 4-year-old. I'll say this, the
and now it's
4-year-old
3.
Raj is mad at Raj today for being a Beanie Baby guy. He's embarrassed.
Why'd you have to do that? I got beat up for so many years because of that stupid thing.
20 minutes when I was 2.
Text the word authentics to 303-504-0925. We're going to give that away at 11:40.
I'll be there, by the way, on Sunday to meet all of you.
Sunday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Where is it?
Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5
Ball
p.m.
Arena. The Altitude Authentics store in Ball Arena.
Oh, nice.
I'll be there from 10 to 11.
Down the main atrium, that huge store. Giving away a bunch of stuff. They're blowing it out so that they can
come say hi.
I will be
restock for the season.
ingesting copious amounts of NFL Sunday ticket at that time.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I wanted to be done before the game started.
But we got 11 a.m., man. East Coast.
I know.
Man, I'm so excited.
I know.
What game on the slate excites you the most outside outside the Broncos. We've got Thursday night tonight, obviously, Ravens visiting the Chiefs, Packers against the Eagles in Brazil,
You
which
got
is
it. You got it.
that's a nightmare.
That's the game that
The
I'm
players
really-
don't want to be there.
I
Did you hear
know.
what Darius Slay said?
Yeah, I heard it. It's not safe.
This
they
is
can't
it.
leave their hotel.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like, we out the country. So, the first thing people think is like something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So, I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything. But they said, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty crazy down there. The police said they're going to be, try to be the best they could possibly be, the top flight security of the world, Craig.
Wow. That's crazy. I don't know what the crime rate in Brazil is.
Well, I think Ricky Pearsall would look at him and say, hold my beer downtown
Yeah.
San
No doubt.
Francisco.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
it's no
Not a
walk in
fun
the
place
park.
to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall should go to Brazil and just be like, hey, I ain't scared.
I'm good.
I'm cool. Yeah,
He's just got a bunch of gauze
I'm
over
gonna grab
his
that
right
gun,
rib
turn
cage.
it right around on you. You bring me NFL. I'm better than your Secret Service.
What a
that you're bringing.
story, man! Like that could have
Unbelievable.
been.
And he
that
showed back
could
up
have
in the
been
locker room
catastrophic.
immediately.
Is that guy going to play football games this year?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
sidelined. So how about this? On ESPN.com, the lead headline 2 mornings ago was Ricky Pearsall sidelined 4 weeks with a bullet wound. that's
Yeah.
the headline. Was
Yeah.
it?
Guys miss longer periods of time in Major League Baseball for like a bruised toe.
I saw an interview with one of the 49 and so Pearsall just was back in the weight room kind of immediately, and this guy was like, yeah, he's got all the street cred.
That's unreal.
He took a bullet.
That's
He's
all
back
you
in
do.
here.
You get to throw that on the table and be like, yeah,
I took a bullet.
Step to me. All right, on the other side, KJ's NFL notes. We're going to do it a little bit different considering it's day 1 of the NFL season. We're going to pick our division winners, our major award winners. All of us will be on the record. We'll also bring back one of my favorite things, head-to-head against the spread. Starts week 1, starts
love
day.
it.
So we'll pick Thursday night's game, Friday night's game. We will pick the Broncos game, and then Sunday Night Football will be our 4 games. We'll keep track of that throughout the NFL season. Coach Sanford, Chris Dempsey, KJ Granderson, Alex Ryan, it's Dempsey and Company on Altitude. Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. We are going to pick our division winners and give you guys predictions for major awards. But before that, I can't lock you out of your own segment. KJ, something just happened that is noteworthy in the NFL. So start us off.
So the Chiefs-aholic guy, the Chiefs super fan who was this all-world fan that everybody knew. Obviously, as we all know, he went on this heist to steal money from banks and launder money and all of this crazy stuff. His sentence finally came down, and he is sentenced for 17 and a half years in prison. And my simple question to you guys is, if you have a guy who has laundered as much money as he has, is 17 and a half years enough? I mean, we're talking about a guy. We're talking about
you want more?
Bro, you're stealing millions from banks, bro.
Yeah, hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. That's wow, 17.
All right, so I see $800,000 in 11 robberies across 7 states and then laundering through casinos. So the number isn't, while $800,000 is certainly nothing to
Rod,
scoff
you got to
at.
also keep in context, $800,000 is all they could find.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll give you that.
KJ from the top rope.
So
I see you.
So let's say he successfully hid half of that. So let's call it like 1.5 million in total. Not a ridiculous sum of money. A big sum, but not ridiculous. 17 and a half, though, is like for aggravated robbery where he's like, threatening to come back and kill people. Yeah, it seems as though the dude in the wolf suit kind of got what was coming to him.
Seems like the fellow would actually go to the laboratory, white-collar prison, where he's going to actually further his craft in those 17 years and will come back better than ever.
So he's like Andy Dufresne, just laundering cash for the
He's
warden.
going to pick brains. He's going to be. They're going to have clinics. There's going to be all kinds of things going on in white-collar prison.
Yeah, there's a movie out of this. It's like The Longest Yard, except for, bank robbing. I'm sure they've already made this movie. Does it make you think twice about super fans? Because it does. I always thought listen, I love fandom. Don't get me wrong. But I've always looked at the super fan with a little bit of like a side eye. Like, what are we doing here? Like the Raider fan that
spikes everywhere. You're,
That's
could you imagine preparing for the day?
It's insane.
And painting the entirety of your body?
I can imagine preparing for it, but imagine like you sat through a 98-degree Raider game back when they were in Oakland at 2 p.m. You get home at 6:30. You've got 3 kids. You haven't made dinner. You got to get them ready for school on Monday. You have work at 7 a.m. on that Monday. But before all that, you have to wash yourself clean of that debauchery?
Yeah, they don't care though. I walked through that actual parking lot during prior to a Broncos Raiders game multiple times.
In the one in Vegas or Oakland?
In Oakland.
Oh, it was real. It was real.
Coach, it was really,
I went
really,
to a few
really
of those
real.
myself when I was working in the Bay Area.
I suppose the question is, do we think Chiefs-aholic is the only NFL super fan
that's robbing people
that has a seedy past or second life?
Nah. I mean, there's so many humans in the world.
You have to have a screw loose to be like that crazy of a fan. You have to.
Yeah, I've been accused of being a hater of all things today, so I'm going to go the opposite. I actually think that there's only one bad super fan on planet Earth. It's just Chiefs-aholic.
And he's locked
You know
up.
why? Because he is a Kansas City Chiefs super fan. That's
right
why.
to jail. Loveland Pete says the barrel guy in New Jersey is suspect. Again, Barrel Guy was certainly loved
just
here.
really love your team, right?
Barrel Guy was loved here, and he was, by all
Correct.
accounts, a great person.
Correct.
But again, to be completely naked and just wear a barrel to a stadium with 60,000 people, something's going on in your noodle.
You love your team.
And or you love air conditioning for your parts. that could play
what? That's an elevated thought process.
It really is. There's been times where I would have really preferred having some natural AC in set areas.
What about when it snows?
I love the cold.
I
like it all, man.
Being cold's great.
Yeah.
It is awesome. When I wore the Gary suit to the
that was
Nuggets,
super hot.
Yeah, to the Nuggets parade.
Yeah.
Super hot. But there's a fan inside of it that blows the suit up. So it's kind of right next to your
situation,
your nether regions.
Your deal.
Yeah, your stuff.
Your things.
Your Gary, for lack of a better term. It was kind of nice. It was like a little breeze down there. Everything else, I was sweating bullets, but I was comfortable below the belt. All right, fellas, before we start running out of time here, let's get to our season-long predictions. I want division winners. Let's start right here at home in the AFC West. I think this is pretty easy. I've got Kansas City running away with the division, winning 13 games.
Same.
Chiefs, but not 13. They're going to win the division like they did last year.
All right, Chiefs for
What'd
Raj,
they end up
Chiefs
last
for
year?
Mike.
Last year they were 11-6. I say they 12-5.
12-5? Dems?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. 12-5. I think the offense is a little bit better than it was last year, right?
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Oh, don't bring up that. You can't bring up that name to me. I'll start eviscerating Buffalo Bills fans again. AFC North. This is arguably the hardest division in football this year. Baltimore with 13 wins won it last year at 13-4. Cincinnati was 9-8, eliminated, but a really good year from Jake Browning. However, they do have their guy back. Joe Burrow's back in the fold. Will Jamar Chase be there?
Practicing.
He's practicing. I've got Cincinnati taking the AFC North. I've got Pittsburgh missing the playoffs, but 3 playoff teams from that division.
I got the king of the regular season trophy, the Baltimore Ravens, winning again. Lamar Jackson, again, doing things that he can only do, but he does it in the regular season.
And just a 1-and-done or a 2-and-done in the playoffs.
Amen.
All right.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Coach. I'll go to this. Ravens, Browns, and then Bengals.
Whoa.
Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about slivers of
separation of
separation.
Odd game or two.
Yeah, exactly right. I
You're talking about tie breaks.
Yeah, somebody has to win this division. I think I'll give that edge to Baltimore. I think that offensively, the changes they made last year, they can kind of hit the ground running this year in some of those, and I think that'll just propel them to the top. I want to say the Bengals, but I just I can't quite get there.
I'm just a Joe Burrow guy.
I love him too. I love him too.
He's
incredible.
He's incredible.
And he's a sneaky good athlete. That's what people don't. I mean, he rushed for 260 a couple years ago in his fully healthy season.
Great targets. You're stepping down from Mixon to Moss, but you still have amazing targets on the outside. Solid tight end game. And the defense is underrated. The defense is underrated in Cincinnati, and I think has been for years.
It's just the thing that gives me a little pause about the Bengals. They just get off to weird starts. They have done that in the seasons that Joe Burrow has played and finished them. They get off to these weird starts, and they have to kind of get steam over the course of the season, which they have done.
It's almost a little Chiefs-like, isn't it?
Well, but did the Chiefs have a losing record after 5 games? I can't remember.
Yeah. I mean, they
didn't look great.
Just not great regular season, knowing full well what they're going to achieve in the postseason.
Yeah. All right, moving on. AFC South. Last year, upstart C.J. Stroud and the Texans, 10 wins en route to a division title there. No other team in the South made the playoffs. Jacksonville and Indianapolis were 9-8. Indy did not have their franchise quarterback in Anthony Richardson last year. Tennessee came up in the rear at 6-11. I think the easy pick here is Houston.
Yes.
But I believe there's probably going to be a small amount of regression in year 2 for CJ Stroud after having a full year of film on him. This is where I'm going to go a little bit off. I think I've got Jacksonville winning this division, and I like the fact that Lawrence is locked up. He's got his money. I don't think he's a guy that's just going to get his contract and sit back, throw his hands behind his head, and feet up on the coffee table. Give me Jacksonville to sneak away with this thing, but I think it's a tiebreaker situation at 10 wins.
I went back and forth between those two teams in my own mind. I watched T-Law play in preseason. He looked good. He looked dialed in. He was throwing the ball down the field. He was playing on schedule, but my favorite quarterback head coach combination in the entire National Football League is DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud. The perfect complement personality-wise to one another. I love the Texans, and I think they're going to win and actually make some noise in the postseason.
All right.
I'm going to do something that I'm going to go with the Indianapolis Colts.
Nice. Whoa! Nice.
Yeah. I think this is a football team. Now, look, Anthony Richards he's got to play the majority of the season.
He's healthy.
I know. And that is... if he's a little too reckless and he cannot play the majority of the season, obviously this goes out of the window. But I think what they have built there, if he is able to be healthy the majority of the season, it's a really good football team. I mean, you go into last season, they had every design on being a playoff team, and we're not able to quite get there with Gardner Minshew and whoever else was at the quarterback spot. But I think Shane Steichen, I love him as a head
awesome.
coach.
He's fantastic.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go with the Colts. This is a hard division to pick.
It is.
Otherwise, I would go with Houston, but I'm going to go with the Colts.
AFC East, I've got Buffalo winning this division, but I think it's another really tough one. I think you've got three teams that are going to sniff the playoffs in New York, Miami, and Buffalo, but it feels as though this is a last effort for like the Josh Allen Bills. It feels like I think their window is either closed or closing, and I'll give you my MVP pick right now. I think Buffalo runs away with this division with 13 wins because I think he's just going to play hero ball, and as a result, he's going to have the numbers to go with it.
Who's catching the football?
Give me the Bills to win the East, and give me Josh Allen to win MVP.
Who's catching the football, Raj? They got to move on from Stephon Diggs. I got Miami.
Dalton Kincaid.
Oh, wow.
I love Miami. I love the makeup of that team. I like what they did in the offseason. In my power rankings of favorite NFL head coaches, Mike McDaniels, he is one of one.
Yep.
I love him as a guy that schemes. I love him as a guy that leads his team very authentically. And I love Tyreek Hill, Raheem Mostert, Devin Achane. They got guys everywhere.
Yeah, they do. It's the thing about Miami, they just have to get their playoff games at home somehow.
And that's why going for it in the regular season is going to be so important.
Right. I'm going to go with the New York Jets, actually, here. Yeah.
It's such a boomer bust pick. I like it, but it is boomer bust.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike and I are being safe right now. You're not, and I love that for you.
Well, look, the Jets have arguably the best defense in the entire National Football League, and then so you're starting really well there. The question is what is Aaron Rodgers going to do, right? I mean, that's really what I'm banking on him playing really, really well, and if he does that. To your question of who's going to catch the ball in Buffalo, well, Garrett Wilson's going to catch all the footballs in New York. And even with some suspect quarterback play last year, he was still highly productive receiver last year. So I got him. I got Breece Hall. It's
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I just think it's
dudes.
Yeah, they got dudes, and I'll ride them to the top of that division.
All right, moving on to the NFC. Let's start in the West. San Francisco wins 12 games last year to win that division. LA second place at 10-7. I feel like I'm making a mistake doing this because I don't want to be chalky. And I don't believe in the defense. But I'm going to take the Rams to win this thing.
Fair.
I think I got the Rams winning 11 games. San Francisco comes down 1. I think this is another one that whoever takes the season series is probably going to win this division. Give me Stafford. Give me that running game. Like McVay's running the ball like crazy now, which is something that they
Kyron
did
Williams
not
is a
utilize.
baller.
Right. When they won the Super Bowl, they were not a rushing team. They threw the ball all over the place. And I think that McVay looks at Stafford and goes, you still got it. But I don't know if I can rely on you to throw for 5,000 yards and us have to win that way. Give me LA. I don't know if I love my pick, but I'm going to stick by it.
I got the 49ers. I think they're the class of the NFC until proven otherwise. I think the long-terming of, Deebo Samuel last offseason, Brendan Ayuk before this season, they have so many dang weapons. And I think Brock Purdy's still growing into being a full-time starter and a very good ball distributor, a very good game manager, but has the surrounding pieces to be so damn dominant, and their defense is real.
Yeah. Everything Coach said. I'll take the 49ers as well. Although Raj, I really do like the Rams pick because I think offensively, I mean, you're talking about, I think Cooper Kupp is over he is crested and he's coming on the backside of that.
But I was going to say, where's Puka?
Yeah, Puka Nacua is amazing. Kyron Williams, they're going to try to use him like Todd Gurley way back in the day. That offense is going to be very difficult to handle, but San Francisco can handle it. So I got the 49ers as well.
NFC North won by Detroit last year at 12-5. A very popular pick to win the Super Bowl this year are the Lions. I'll stick right there. I think Detroit walks away with their second straight NFC North title. Green Bay, really good story last year. Still the youngest team in the National Football League. They're signing your guy in Love to a long-term contract. I like that for them. I just don't think they are as complete of a team as Detroit is. But both of those clubs they're built to battle each other at the top for the next 5 seasons. but it's still Detroit's time.
Yeah, our very own Brett Kane, if you're listening, I got bad news for you. The NFC North regular season race is going to be emblematic of last year's Thanksgiving tilt between the Lions and the Packers.
Oh, yeah.
And the Packers dominated that in the Motor City. I got the Packers with new defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley installing a very, very complex take away the easy ones. This team last year had enough offense to win the division, just didn't have it on defense. They made the changes. I got the Packers.
This is a sneaky good division, actually.
Very sneaky.
Yeah. By the slightest of margins.
I wish McCat or frickin' McCarthy was healthy.
Yep,
it would be one
crazy.
division.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I think that's going to push Minnesota down to the bottom of this division. I'm going to go Detroit as well by the slimmest of margins because I really believe in the Green Bay Packers. I really, really do. And I think that Jordan, well, I'm not going to go that far. But it's by the slimmest of margins. I think Detroit is still the class, and I'm going to put that in air quotes, of that division, but wouldn't surprise me if Green Bay rose to the top.
NFC East, Dallas wins last year at 12-5. Philadelphia, one of the bigger collapses we've seen out of a Super Bowl favorite in recent memory last year. I expect the Giants to be arguably the worst team in the NFL this year. Like, I don't believe in Daniel Jones.
Kay Adams does.
All right, Kay, never mind. I love the Giants. And I love your boyfriend, Daniel Jones. Washington's going to be a better team than New York is with Jaden Daniels coming in and having a dual threat option for the Commanders. But no one's better than Dallas there. And Dak's got something to prove this year, right? Can you actually get it done? Are you worth that $60 million that you want and you've wanted for years? I think he gets it done. I think Dallas, give me Dallas and 13 wins.
Yeah, I got Dallas, regular season champs, the greatest regular season quarterback in NFL history in Dak Prescott, contrasting against one of the most inefficient postseason quarterbacks in the history of the NFL in Dak Prescott. Dallas wins the regular season.
Why are you hating on my guy, Dak Prescott?
Because I'm full of hate, man. I'm a hater.
Philadelphia is going to win the division because they have the best team. I don't know who's going to run the football for Dallas, but nobody that matters. They did get CeeDee Lamb figured out, so that's good. That combination might be the best quarterback to wide receiver combination in the NFL. But Philadelphia is putting Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, all on the same football field at the same time with Dallas's old offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, running the show there in terms of their offense. That's going to be enough to right. See, the thing about Philadelphia last year was a culture thing. It was. The coach is not wrong about that. Can they get their culture together to be able to win? It's because if they do, they're far and away the most talented team in that division.
All right, finally, we'll have the NFC South. I've got Tampa Bay because I love Baker Mayfield, and I always have and always will.
Okay, Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, too.
Yeah.
How are we going to talk smack about Dak Prescott when Baker Mayfield is Dak Prescott light?
Because he won in the postseason, Debs.
Oh, my gosh. They have the same number of playoff wins in their history, in
Yeah,
their careers.
and Dak's been doing it for a whole heck of a lot longer. Go ahead, Raj.
Yeah, Tampa walks away with the NFC South, the worst division in football. Carolina is going to be awful, picking number 1 or number 2. Atlanta is the popular pick with Cousins starting there this year.
Yep.
Penix possibly playing a little bit down the road.
Yeah, so for me, I love Baker Mayfield, but I love Michael Penix Jr. even more. And after Kirk Cousins has an old man dad injury, at week 5, Michael Penix Jr. ends up getting in that starting lineup and highlighting all the array of young talent that team does have. The Falcons win the division.
Yeah, I agree with you. There might not be a team in the league that could withstand sustaining a catastrophic injury to their starting quarterback more than the Falcons can. Kirk Cousins is going to throw the football over the yard. Either one of those two quarterbacks is going to make all of their weapons. It's going to make them all make sense. Kyle Pitts and Drake London and all that. Bijan Robinson had 1,400 scrimmage yards last year.
He's my fantasy guy.
Yeah, we thought he didn't even have a great game. He's right. I got the Falcons winning that division. Justin Simmons. Go get you a division title, my guy.
NFL Notes is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com on the other side. We'll get our wild card picks, MVP, Offensive Rookie of the Year, and head coach. Then we'll wrap it up and send it on over to PhD. Altitude 92.5, Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford, Christopher A. Dempsey, the namesake of the program, KJ Granderson behind the glass today, giving out our NFL picks on day one of the new season. Guys, it's finally here. It's here.
It is here.
Our long wait is over. Congratulations.
Do we have to have Peacock to watch this game?
Not tonight. I think you have to have Peacock tomorrow night.
I'll tell you where you got to have the Peacock.
The Peacock?
You got to be ready for the Peacock for Boise State, Oregon on Saturday night.
That. What?
I mean, that might be one of the more intriguing football games of the college football weekend slate.
Before we get back into our picks, who the heck is the running back at Boise State?
Ashton freaking Genty.
Whoa!
Yeah, 267 yards. Just a nice little start on the road at Georgia Southern.
He had 250 yards and 6 touchdowns with like 10 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, and then he left. And then he left the game. Yeah, it's funny because you watched it obviously.
Oh yeah.
And then he left the game like he had cramps.
I do the post game
show. Yeah,
I
would have cramps too.
I know, but here's part two. His backup came in and ran immediately for 2 touchdowns. Like everybody was running for touchdowns. Everybody was running for touchdowns. Like that.
True freshman
Genty is awesome.
Yeah, they have the true freshman running back, Sire Gaines. He had 150 all-purpose.
Correct.
That's
in like a half a quarter.
It's unbelievable.
Like Georgia Southern. What a game.
Yeah, Oregon's going to be a little different.
Unreal.
Hey,
Oregon,
Coach, tell everybody what Boise State's record is against Oregon all time.
Yeah, so if you're Oregon, the O stands for O as in 0 wins versus the Boise State Broncos.
Really?
Who have 3 wins against the Duckies.
I would not have told you that.
Well, Oregon better be
better be ready.
After what they put on the field against Idaho, I'd just be a little concerned.
You should be
a little concerned. So pay that subscription to the Peacock because you're going to need it to watch that game. It's going to be interesting.
You should be as concerned as CU is after their game against North Dakota State.
Well,
because
look,
what was the thought about Oregon? It's like, yeah, we got Dylan Gabriel. We'll be fine.
Okay, but here's the difference, though. Idaho and North Dakota State, the gap between those two teams is what? Like if
I bet at the end of the year, Idaho's a better team than North Dakota State. They were really good last year. Man, really good.
If Idaho would have beaten Oregon, that would have been one of the biggest, legit. That would have been one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen.
Football.
Yes,
App State, Michigan.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
All right, fellas. A few more things to get into before we shut it down today. Give me your MVP chant or guys for the NFL. I've got Josh Allen.
I'm with you on Josh Allen. I just think it's a quarterback award, man. Like the best quarterback, the most productive quarterback on a team that finishes at or near the top of the conference usually gets it. I think Josh Allen's, like to your point, the question was, who is he throwing it to? That is actually, I think, what's going to get him the MVP. Because at the end of the season, it's going to be like, who were you throwing to? But you threw for all the yards and all the touchdowns. You're the MVP.
Keon Coleman with some really good sound bites after.
Yep.
I have Lamar Jackson doing it yet again. I think it starts tonight. I think that journey starts with a win at Kansas City. I just think he's a talent that this league has never seen.
My rookie of the year this year, it's the easy pick. I think it's Caleb Williams. He's got the best supporting cast, and for him to bring a team from the cellar to I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I think they win 6 or 7 games. It's going to be Caleb Williams' award to lose.
Same.
But I thought Bo Nix was. Oh, okay. Okay. Anyway, so you don't.
Are we gonna?
Yeah.
Do not look at me like I'm an unreasonable person, Coach.
All right. Okay. I got Jaden Daniels.
I'm the most objective person in this room.
Come on now.
In this room.
I studied the tape.
Jaden Daniels, rookie of the year for Coach.
If he stays healthy, he'll run away with it. Phenomenal athlete.
Coach of the year, because Jacksonville is my pick to win their division, Doug Peterson.
Boy, gosh. All the narratives with Coach of the Years. I'm going to go... Oh, wow. Kevin Stefanski won this last year. Probably DeMeco Ryans should have won it last year. I'm going to go with DeMeco Ryans winning it this year.
I got the same thing as you, Devs.
Yeah.
That's my guy. DeMeco Ryans, love him. Great defensive mind. Awesome. Just from the generation of these players, relates to him incredibly well, gets the most out of him.
Yep. All right. Those are your picks for the
Offensive
NFL
rookie
season.
Of the year. Offensive player of the year. Who's going to be at? Who's that? Offensive player of the year.
Christian McCaffrey.
Bo Nix.
He wins Offensive Player of the Year, but the Broncos win 4 games.
Get out of my studio.
Doesn't win
You got to go.
You got to go.
Bijan
All right,
Robinson.
fellas, we're going to bring this one back as well since we have everyone in studio. Head-to-head against the spread. We'll pick 4 games every single week. Just pick against the spread. Whoever has the worst record at the end of that week will have a stupid hat that they have to wear for the entirety of the show the following Thursday. And at the end of the year, we are following through on this. If you have the worst record out of us 3, we are live on air waxing a nostril or two. Both noses, straight wax pull.
Sounds
and you
so
have
good.
to do it.
Well, coach wants to do that.
I know.
That's
It's
in front of the
something
camera.
I
It's
would
not a
invest in that.
punishment.
It's a great idea. I need it.
Well, maybe coach
Getting
will
old.
do it with the loser because I know you don't want to do
I
it, and I know that
definitely don't wanna do
I've
it.
done it before, and I've had horrible experiences with it.
Yeah, see, I'm the weirdo that enjoys the process of getting a tattoo more than the tattoo itself. So, yeah. So
we will do that. We will have a live nose waxing on air for the loser of head-to-head against the spread. Baltimore +3, Kansas City -3 tonight. I've got KC covering the 3 and winning tonight.
I've got Baltimore +3.
Demps?
Where's this game being played?
KC.
KC.
Arrowhead.
All right, yeah, I got KC. I got KC covering.
Tomorrow night in Brazil, Green Bay +2.5 dogs. I'd say road dogs, but they're both on the road there. I've got Green Bay covering the 2, and I've got them winning outright.
I don't. Philly wins.
Coach?
Green Bay. It's obvious.
Yeah. Shocking. Sunday night game is LA on the road against.
Looking at me dead.
You guys are gonna fight. You're either gonna kiss or fight. I don't know what's gonna happen.
That's
It's a weird
our
energy
relationship.
here.
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
our-
weird
strange deal.
energy.
It's weird.
LA Rams on the road in Detroit Sunday night +4. Detroit -4 at home. I know LA was my sneaky pick to win their division, but I can't take Detroit week 1 at home -4. Give me cover the 4.
NFC North, Detroit, they're going to -4. Is that what they're favored by?
-4.
Yeah, I've got them. They're going to play great football.
Demps?
I believe that I'm with you guys. I just think that it's going to be a 3-point game, so I'm going to take the Rams.
All right, Rams to cover the 4.
Yeah, but to lose the game.
And then finally, we will pick the Broncos game every single week. Denver on the road in Seattle +6. Seahawks home favorites. Rookie quarterback for the Broncos. Apparently a terrifying defensive front to go up to if you ask Softy Mahler, who joined us at 10:30 from KJR in Seattle. Fellas, give me your picks. Broncos?
I got Bo Nix and the Broncos because I'm here for it. Everything that's been told to me by Sean Payton, by this team, by all the fan base site. I got the Broncos, baby.
The leaders of the Bo Nix Haters Club apparently love the Broncos in week 1. Give me Denver +6.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It's chaos.
I dare you to call us Bo Nix Haters again. I dare you.
It only took me an hour to get you guys in this space, and I enjoy it. That'll be 3 for 3.
Oh, you had it was up on a tee for you to take Seattle.
Opposite day was
I
in
will
full
never do
effect.
that. I will
Oh,
never
you
do that.
son of a gun.
Broncos are going and winning that game up there. Yeah,
all right.
outright win.
There we go. Those are your picks against the spread, and that's it for us today. An all-company show for Mike Sanford, for Chris Dempsey, for KJ Granderson, Josh Grismer behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next. Congratulations to Brad Dowd, who just won our Big Summer Blowout merchandise sale contest.
Beat down?
$100. Make sure you guys get there on Saturday and Sunday. 80% off of Altitude Authentics gear. It's the Big Summer Blowout merchandise sale. PhD's next.
Oh, man, I do not know what that is. Is that Dan, that was a bump cutter?
Don't know that either.
I don't even know if
I mean, I could imagine.
But what's your imagination on a bump cutter?
Well, I was going to illegal substances, but.
Oh. Going back to Super Bowl 50. All right, well, welcome to the show. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. We love them. AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Start to finish.
I heard they
best.
called it credit card.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The bump
Sorry,
cutters.
I interrupted you, Reed.
No, I got it. No, I just AAA. Sure, they're thrilled to be associated with bump cutters.
Yeah, of course.
Sure, they've used a bump cutter here or there. Construction-wise.
Yeah.
I have no idea what other foolishness you're talking about. Yeah, football today, buddy. How
I
about
know.
that? Like a real
I'm,
game.
I'm fired up. I got vested interest. My guy Roger Rosengarten, who we had on the show previously.
Is he starting?
I'm not positive. I think he is. I do. I chatted with him 2 nights ago, and it looked like he was going that direction, but he wasn't positive, right? So it's amazing. You know, a lot of times you think these teams are so clear with everything. They're not. Anyways, Roger's a local Valor kid. Whether you heard him on our show or not, now you've got a vested interest to watch the game. Root for the local kid, despite the fact that he went to Valor. He is a local kid doing good. I think he's going to get his first start ever in his first game of his life on Thursday Night Football against Kansas City. We'll see.
When was the first time you worked with him, that you became coached him or were with
so
him?
I worked
How
with
old
him
was he?
his junior year in high school. And
16 or so?
Yeah,
17?
yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget this. His dad talks about it all the time. I talk about it all the time. I worked with him for 3 days, and I pulled him to the side. I said, dude, I'm telling you got it. Now, you're going to hate my guts because I'm going to push you like you've never been pushed before, but if you'll follow me, if you'll listen to me, it's not that I'm going to get you where you belong, but you've got a chance. And I told him that day that if you put it in, you're going to be playing on Sundays. It took me 3 freaking days to realize that dude had it.
What did he need to work on to get from there to where he is tonight?
Oh, man. I mean, it was just, he was so young. He didn't know anything. You know, he needed technique. He needed to learn the crafts. But, I mean, he was just so physically dominant. He just had that. I wasn't like that in high school. I mean, I was a project. I wasn't even the best player on my high school team.
I can believe that.
Yeah, well, sure. I bet you can.
Yeah, you know, it's funny when I'm out there at the Broncos and you look at the offensive linemen, if we're just going to break that down for a second, they're all big, Tyler. They're all big guys, right? And it's like, well, why is that big guy any different than that big guy? They're all big, and some of the bigger guys don't work out. It's not necessarily it. So for him to do what he's done to become a starter, I give him a ton of credit.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not positive, but I think he is.
Okay. Oh, well, we'll find out.
Yeah,
we'll know. Ravens, Chiefs. Let's go. Let's go, Ravens.
That's a hell of a way to start your career. My first start in my career was in my second year, and that was Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh Steelers. James Harrison and Lamar Woodley, and they were in their freaking prime, dude. They were in their prime. I will never forget that day sitting in that hotel room. Felt like an eternity. Monday Night Football, you just sit there. You got nothing to do for hours and hours except for just get anxiety and butterflies. And hey, I'm proud to say, did not give up a sack to James Harrison and Lamar Woodley.
There you go, buddy. What was the difference between that college NFL preseason when it's finally here? The game day is finally here. What's that like?
Well, your rookie year in the NFL is different because you don't know if you belong yet. You know, like you might have survived training camp. You might have even thrived in training camp, but you don't know. Like Bo Nix, the one thing for Bo Nix is like, hey man, I hope you realize you haven't seen anything yet. You've thrived, but wait till you see this against Seattle. On a Sunday, real NFL game. You don't know. So once you get past that first game, it's a different vibe. It's just pure excitement. But there's a lot of anxiety and adrenaline and concern as a rookie.
Well, it's pretty remarkable that he's the first rookie to start. First rookie. Did I get this right? First rookie to start as quarterback. Oh, no, I'm sorry. First captain rookie since 1967 with Floyd Little, right? First captain. And I believe Well, Elway did start, but he wasn't drafted. So he may be the first rookie quarterback to start for the Broncos, period, which is crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I count Elway, but.
Well, he wasn't drafted. But okay, fine. Elway started then too. All right. Well, here is Bo Nix talking about his emotions going into his first NFL game.
Well, I'm excited. Seattle's a good team. They got a good defense returning, a lot of good players with a new scheme. So we'd be interested to see what to come out and play. But, I think they're going to be very well coached. They're going to be talented. It's going to be a hostile environment. But it'll be fun. It'll be a good first game.
I'm telling you, I got a new name for him. He's the Bobot. He's not the robot. He's the Bobot. Just beep.
Yeah, he is a robot, and Russell Wilson was a robot too. But you've got a very succinct robot and a very robust robot, right?
Different types of robots. Like Bobot, what do you think about this first game against Seattle?
Did you guys pre-plan that?
I told Dan to,
did you guys set that up? Was that a pre-show joke?
I told Dan to just get some robot sounds, but I have no idea what he's prepared. How many robot sounds do you have there, Dan? Well, let's talk to the Bobot. Bobot, what do you think about the Seattle game, Bobot?
Their new coaching staff stinks.
Wow, talking trash. First game of your career, huh?
Well, I think you got to hit the.
Boy,
I think we got to hit this robot.
I did not expect that out of the robot.
right. Robot's a shizzle talker.
Yeah.
I think we got to hear the sounds and then the translation. Like, what do you think about the 12th man there, Bobot?
12th man is overrated. They're not as loud as you think.
There you go. It's comedy. And then you play it afterwards, too. You hit the
You guys worked hard at this.
We had some gaps in the communication process, no doubt about it. But you can ask
A+ for effort.
You can ask on the text line. You can ask the Bobot anything you want today. The Bobot, anything you want.
And Dan has to respond.
It was Bobot. It's not Dan.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for the Bobot?
This is cute.
Bobot, what do you think about being cute? Called cute by Tyler Columbus.
Oh, that was pretty funny.
It turns me on.
That was actually a pretty solid sound effect right there. I got to give you credit on that one.
Hey, Bobot, what do you think of that inflatable doll that Dan went out on a date with the other night?
She didn't talk much.
Okay. All right, Bobot. Maybe it's a limited amount of Bobot interaction, but if you have a question, and then you hit the sound effect before and
why don't you just do the Bobot?
That's okay. Dan on the phone, Dan did a way better Bobot impression than I did. I'm sorry, yes?
Someone says you're killing their Bonix by mocking him with the robot noises.
Well, when you hear his answers to things, there's not a lot of emotion in there. Hey, play cut 3. Bo Nix on playing in loud stadiums. All right, Bo. The real Bo. Not the Bobot. Real Bo. What do you think about playing in loud stadiums there, Bo?
Yeah, it's huge. Already been through, several atmospheres. Now this could be different, but I think having been through that and understanding what, a loud environment truly means, I think it's really important. And, it's all about communication. It's all about being on the same page, keeping it simple and going out there and executing your job. And when you do that, usually you can take some of the crowd out of it, but it's definitely, going to be the whole game, they're going to be loud. It's going to be a great atmosphere.
You think it might be a little bit different? Yeah. You ain't seen this yet, buddy.
Well, how loud are Oregon-Washington games? Wouldn't they be at the same stadium, too? No? Yes?
No. They don't play the same.
They don't take that game and play it in Seattle? Yeah. They play that on campus?
I guess I don't know for sure. I don't think so. I think they play that on campus.
Okay.
Washington State plays games at Seattle Stadium, but I don't think Washington does.
I'm just a little, but University of Washington's right in Seattle, though, right?
Well, University of Washington is 15 minutes from the Seahawks facility.
Oh, okay.
15 minutes from the stadium.
Wow, so you have 2 humongous stadiums within 15 minutes of each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
that's
absolutely.
Crazy.
And matter of fact, Washington Stadium is bigger than CenturyLink.
Is it really?
Yeah. Or what? It's not CenturyLink anymore. What is it? Lumen Field.
Lumen Field, right.
Yeah. Yeah, we called it the link. The link. Wasn't that cute?
Mm-hmm.
C-Link.
Get it. That's kind of cool, though. So they didn't do that. They didn't like that.
Well,
so
I
why,
mean,
why
why
would
they?
Why would you?
It's right there, you know?
It's not like Folsom and Empower Field where it's
No,
so much bigger.
and you're not gaining any seating, right?
Right,
you
you're
actually,
losing money.
you actually get more money by staying at home.
But
he hasn't seen this. No, I mean, whatever noise he's seen in college, it's been, I'm sure, similar in decibel level. I'm not saying that, but he's never had that noise with the talent that's about to be in front of him. And it's a huge difference. When you combine those two things, it's a lot. I'm not saying it's insurmountable. And the good news is the Seattle Seahawks team, hey, man, these aren't world beaters. This is an average football team that's got as many question marks as the Denver Broncos has.
Yeah, what do we know about Seattle?
Well, we know that they've got allegedly a defensive innovator, which I kind of roll my eyes at. Like you can't really reinvent football. It's easier on the offensive side of the ball than it is on the defensive side of the ball. All they really mean by this is this dude's aggressive, right? He's going to bring a blitz. He's going to have a game. He's going to have a twist on every single pass. On the majority of the situations, you will have to not have a straight up pass rush, but it's not like he's bringing 6 or 7 guys every time. He brings 4, he brings 5. It's just that he drops linemen and he does different things with it. So it will be confusing, I guess, for Bo Nix. But in terms of the team itself, I mean, you want to compare rosters. I don't know. We might be able to look at it and feel better about our roster.
Draymond Jones, I don't even know. I'm just sort of looking at their depth chart right now. He's got some sort of injury that's sort of hanging in there with him. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I kind of forgot Draymond Jones was even on the team.
Noah Fant, too.
Noah Fant on the team.
Although I think Noah's questionable last I saw.
Well, so is Draymond. Let me see here. Noah Fant. He is questionable as well. So they're kind of beat up a little bit with ex-Broncos there. Shelby Harris is no longer on the Seahawks. He's a Brown.
They're happy with Draymond, though. They're happy with
Are
Noah
they?
also. They're happy with both those guys. I mean, Draymond Jones has been a very similar player to what he was here in Denver. Like you would have to really know the position to really value what he provides to the team. But he's damn good at what he does.
All right, here's Bo Nix, cut 5 there, Dan, on getting just, where you are, self-reflection, some emotional temper there from Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think each day you gotta look into it and find this perspective in life. Not many people get to wake up with this opportunity. Not many people, have this opportunity for a long time. So you definitely want to make the most of it and, see if you can't make it, run for a long time. But I do think it's important to stay in the moment. And then, once the season's finished and you allow some time to debrief, you can look back and kind of look at the year, see what you've done, see where you can improve, and then, push forward for more. But I feel like so far we've been able to, really keep it in perspective, really understand that, life is fleeting, life happens fast, and this is just one of the many joys of the journey.
He's a level-headed guy, man. You like that?
I do. Yeah, I do like
it's
that.
kind of cool, right?
There's a lot of ways to go about leadership. You don't always have to be a rah-rah guy. I don't think Bo Nix can be a rah-rah guy. You know what? He can. And I bet when he does it, it's more in a demanding way. It's more in a, like, hey, I'm speaking, pay attention kind of way.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much mosh pit kind of way.
I think he's like the frat bro sort of dude. He's just like one of these guys. He's comfortable with where he's at. He's not going to be leading the party, but he's happy to be there.
Well, he got the frat boy hair.
He does. He's just kind of a bro. He probably likes Florida Georgia Lines, probably his favorite country band, something like that. He's not digging too deep in anything.
Somebody wants to know from the Bobot, were the girls hotter in Oregon or Auburn?
Oh, let's go. Okay. Bobot.
Anytime now.
He's processing.
Southern girls are more attractive.
And then hit the sound effect again. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, we're getting there.
It's a work in progress. Got to kick the Bobot every now and then. But if you want to throw in a question of the Bobot, although Bo Nix is married, so Bobot.
Where did he meet her?
Bobot, where did you meet your wife?
In the South, like I said.
Really? She transferred with you?
Did she go with you to Oregon, Bobot?
Processing. Can't remember.
We didn't hit the sound effect again. Oh, thank you. Oh,
Yeah,
my
we're
Lord.
getting there. We're
Bobot
getting
is
there.
slow. The CPU on Bobot is just, it's not processing as quickly as we need it.
Better play sharper than this.
303-504-0925. We also heard from Cortland Sutton, Sean Payton. So what? You see something else?
Somebody said that the Bobot should have said, she made my bow neck stand up.
Oh, that's Bobot laughing. It's PhD on 92.5. There's a great deal going on right now at Old Chicago. You see, in 1976, they said this would make sense. Let's found this thing. Don't know if they say found this thing, but that's where it started, Old Chicago in Boulder in 1976. And since then, everything has been unbelievable. And they're topping it all with an affordable lunch combo for $9.99. It's the unbeatable lunch deal. $9.99. Get a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink. It's all under $10. Delicious, generous, saving lunch. This is available weekdays until 3, so plenty of time. Dine in or call in. Old Chicago, get that. And hey, if you're a beer lover, the Old Chicago World Beer Tour is on. It's a ticket for a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago. You get rewarded just for enjoying beer. Come on now. 110 local and legendary beers for your tasting. Find your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. All right, we have some cool stuff to give away today. Altitude Authentics. The sale is from 10 to 5 on Saturday, September 7th. 10 to 3 on Sunday the 8th. That's at the Ball Arena team store. Discounts up to 80%. Whoa. Off on select items. And we have a gift bag that's got a bunch of cool stuff in it, plus a $100 gift card. So you get this little plush toy. It's like Joe Sakic, you can tell, right?
Looks exactly like him.
So you get, mad about something with the ads. You just,
Don't throw Joe.
Well, I guess
what did Joe do?
I don't know, he didn't do anything, but it's good. It's something that you could just, because it's big up in the head, and then it's got a good grippable thing. It's a, thing, and then get your old 5280 hat. That's nice.
Because we're from the Mile High City.
That's it. That's that. I like the 5280 logo. What could I tell you? And then you got a little Jamal Murray bear.
Can you trademark 5280? Did the Nuggets do that?
I don't know, man.
I think I heard somewhere they tried to do that. Or maybe they did.
It's a little bit. I'll get back
to maybe I just made it up. Who knows?
Let me get back to the Murray bear in just a second. And then you got a little decal there with the mammoth and the loud house. And there's Aaron Gordon. Now, he's going to be wearing a new number this year in honor of his brother.
What number was it again?
32. And the 50's done, 32. So for the right reasons, and sad story, but cool. We love AG. Then we got a hockey puck. Stanley Cup playoff hockey puck. So some
That's
really,
what you
really
want
cool
to throw
stuff.
right there.
Well, if you're
throwing something, throw the puck.
Well, who are you throwing this at?
Well, someone you don't like.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's let's talk about this little Jamal Murray bear for a second.
Okay.
Cute little stuffed toy. How much is he making?
Well,
why haven't we paid?
The bear's going for about $19.99.
Oh, is it really that? How much does it go for? We got a price tag on this? Well, look at this, $208 million.
209 actually.
This is only 208. He's
on sale.
He's come down. I told you, since everything's on sale there at Altitude.
Yeah, Olympic sale.
By the way, all you have to do to win this gift bag and a $100 gift card, text Altitude to 303-504-0925. Once again, text the word Altitude to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner at 2:45. What are we going to pay this guy? What's he going to be, Tyler? What's going on here with Jamal Murray these days?
What would I do? I would make him play out the year. That's exactly what I would do. You are under contract for another season. Hey, buddy. Hey, you could go be an all-star, and you could actually make more money. You could do that. So if you're not happy with whatever conditions we're putting on this deal right now, you don't like whatever injury protection we're providing for the team, play it out, man. Go become an all-star, and you can get a max contract.
How do we go from a story where his signing seems imminent to we're going to wait?
Only you thought it was imminent.
Well, the story made it feel like it was imminent.
I think you owe me coffee on that one, matter of fact. Now
How
that I think
so?
back on it.
Why?
Because we made an Olympic bet.
Oh,
we
I don't recall that being a bet.
We did.
I just thought it would get done. I don't have any kind of insider, I don't have any knowledge. I'm not average, smarter than the average stuff there.
I would prefer you didn't bet on things you had insider knowledge on.
Well,
that's illegal. Okay?
Yeah.
You don't get to bet on things you have insider knowledge on. The whole point is you bet on things that you don't have the inside knowledge on.
Well, I didn't have even a good feeling about it. I just thought it would be done. That's all. And I thought it certainly would be. When did the Olympics end?
I don't know. A while ago.
Right. It's been a minute, right?
Just about a month ago.
I saw photos of Jamal Murray working out. They work out at the facility all the time. He's there working out the other day. He's there. I saw Strother and Hunter Tyson. I don't know, man. Is this a thing? Do we care? Is it an issue or not an issue? If it's not an issue, it's not an issue. I'll put the bear back and,
No, it's an issue.
No big deal.
There's something going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know what choice the Nuggets have, because even if you told him you wanted him to play it out a year, you're still going to re-sign him because he's probably going to be the best option for you to win a championship, right? So I guess you still are trying to get the deal done, but I don't feel great about it, and I didn't feel good about it before the Olympics. So I guess I'll pull a Scott on this one, and I'll take myself back and say I was saying from the get-go this felt like it could be a Michael Porter Jr. deal. And now it just really feels like that. Oh, someone says Tyler's right. You owe him coffee.
For what?
The Olympic bet.
I don't even recall what was the bet? I don't even recall
You
it.
bet that the deal would get done before the Olympics.
There's no way I put a coffee on that.
You're drunk.
There's no way.
You're drunk.
Where's the tape?
Well, Andy on the text line remembers.
Andy's not smart. Oh, Andy Lindahl. That's who I was talking about. Not that Andy. Bobot. Let me ask the Bobot. I'm going back to it. I'm going to give it another shot. See if we can get it.
Let it die.
Bobot, do you recall some sort of bet that I made about Maurice Deal getting done during the Olympics?
Looking for the files now.
Shut up, Bobot. You're literally a robot. You're supposed to have the frickin' files.
Bobot, did you find the files?
Still searching. Downloading.
Got the ring of death going on. Oh, we got another I remember as well.
I have no recollection of it. I'll get you a coffee from outside here.
Someone says, Tyler, did you ever pay off your second coffee to Thematic? Yes, I paid a second coffee out of generosity because I felt guilty about being late.
I could get you a coffie today. I could go for a little something today.
I don't want one today.
I'm
on my fifth one.
You don't get a choice.
I don't want it today.
What do you mean you're on your fifth one?
I'm on my fifth coffee.
You're on your fifth coffee. Why?
Well, because I had 3 this morning, and I'm on my second one of the show.
How many do you? Second one of the show. We just got going.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like coffee.
The Ramos.
I remember that bet also. Isaac Gonzalez.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, man. I pay my debts. I'm like the Lancasters, Lannisters.
Close.
Close. The Lancasters. So close. Bobot.
World War II plane.
Bobot, you knew what I was talking about, right, Bobot?
Lancaster was a World War II era plane.
Okay, Bobot. Who asked you anyways? Thank you. The Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. That's at ramoslaw.com. We're finally getting a little smack talk out of Nebraska, Tyler.
I saw that. They pulled out the sword. They said, this is boring. Our coaches are trying to out-nice one another right now. Someone's got to talk a little trash. Nebraska decides to fire the first bullet.
All right, so this is the linebacker. What's his name? Mikhail Goober? All right, anyways, he was asked about freshman Dylan Riola. Is that Riola? A freshman. 5-star freshman. Chose Nebraska. It's a fascinating choice to go. You're a 5-star.
Well, there's a lot of reasons.
Oh, you know what else is there?
Well, he's got family ties there, including an uncle on the coaching staff.
Oh, okay. Okay, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, lucky for them.
I believe his uncle is the offensive line coach, I want to say.
Oh, really? Okay, so he's got deep roots to Nebraska.
Yeah. I don't think it was a Matt Rule thing. I think it was an uncle thing.
Well, man, I do not know if they could have had a worse quarterback than they had last year. I mean, that was something else, watching them try to play football last
They're
year.
feeling their oats out there right now, though. I did a show this morning out in Nebraska. Nebraska has sports talk radio. Yep.
That is.
They got sports talk radio.
That's remarkable.
I suppose when the football season's over, you talk about women's volleyball. Once women's volleyball is over, I suppose you talk about the new fancy machines that drive themselves, that cut the corn.
Yeah.
You know, they don't even need a driver.
What station is that?
The Ticket. Don't know that. Don't ask me the numbers.
AM radio?
I don't. The Ticket. The Ticket. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but they're feeling themselves, man. They are.
What were they saying?
We got the quarterback, man. We got our guy.
Really?
We're running the football. We got great culture out here. Matt Rule knows what he's doing. We got a dominant defense.
The culture thing is a little quiet, like, you know, we do things the right way, CU doesn't.
Yeah. And if you listen carefully to Matt Rule's comments, which he was trying to out-nice him,
right?
He threw in a subtle, just teeny tiny little jab at the end, like, I got no problem with the way they do it. What does that mean? I got no problem with the way they do it.
Well, it certainly means they do it differently than we do it.
Exactly.
Listen, we all understand. There's a reason why Hjer Sanders was in Times Square holding up the wrist with the watch and the Nike ad and this, that, the other thing.
God, so many people remember the coffee.
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. But I'm here for a little hate. So here's a Huskers linebacker talking about their freshman quarterback.
I forgot his dad played there also, by the way.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this kid who's got to be 18, 19 years old against Hjer, who's going to be a top pick in the draft.
Yeah, does Phil facing Dylan help? in the sense that, like, you know, I mean, he can throw, and Hjer can throw, but Dylan can throw too.
Yeah, you can't compare Dylan and Hjer Sanders. Don't do that. That's Dylan is a different man. The way he played, the way he go out there and attack.
How are they different?
Just Dylan is a dog. You know that. You'll see on Saturday.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Dylan is
All
so
right.
much. He is so much different than the like potential number 1 pick in the draft. He's so much different. He's so much better. Like, how dare you try to compare him to the number 1 pick in the draft?
Well, here's Dylan Riola on Hjer.
I never met him before, but I've watched him the past couple of years, and tremendous amount of respect for that guy. What he has to deal with everything that comes with being a Sanders. Just have a lot of respect how he's handled that. And I think he's an elite level quarterback, and he's gonna give us, you know, everything that we want. And yeah, we just got to prepare. First round quarterback, you know, the whole nine. So respect him a lot. I'm excited to compete.
Wait, all the things he has to deal with being a Sanders.
Well, another little jab.
What was that mean?
I mean, well, it's definitely a shot, you know? I mean, whether you intended it or not, like, hey, you got to deal with being a Sanders. I'm proud of the way that you've handled being a Sanders.
What does that mean? You're good looking, you've got money, and you're famous?
Good. I'm glad, man. I am glad. I hope Hjer pulls out the watch. I hope that there's some trash talk going on, because you know what? This is the last one we got on the docket, boys. This is the last time that Colorado might ever play Nebraska. I hope that I'm being facetious there.
It's going to be a while.
Wait, what's the word? Not facetious. I'm embellishing. What's the word?
Facetious works.
No, facetious would be like I'm saying it in jest. Like
exaggerating?
Yeah, something along those lines. I hope I'm not exaggerating
Oh,
here.
all right, hold on. Bobot, what word is Tyler looking for?
Thank you.
Bobot, what word should he use there?
Buffering.
God, you're a dumb computer. It's like, this is the dumbest computer I've ever seen in my life.
The word is buffering.
Yeah.
He is buffering.
Yeah, I'm buffering here. I hope I'm not exaggerating, but it is the last time on paper. And keep in mind, the Nebraska AD did say that they've got no interest in renewing this rivalry. So this might be the last one we got for a long time.
Well, the reason is because the Big Ten, they give them 9 conference games. You only have 3 non-cons. They've got to be a home and home. Why would Nebraska? First of all, they're going to have 7 home games every single year. Why would they want a home and home with Colorado?
Hyperbolic.
There you go. That works. You dumb robot. You could have used hyperbolic. That'd make more sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this might be it for I don't know. Like, if they weren't eager to renew this rivalry in the next 4 to 5 years, what would be the incentive in the next 20 years?
They're scared. They've been running scared for a long time.
Is that what it is?
Hell yeah.
By the way, I'm feeling a little circle the wagons moments with CU.
Congratulations.
So
so you want you want nothing but great things for Deion Sanders, right?
Let's
go.
Care? Seriously, what do I care? I was looking at the lineup of college football this weekend. It's pretty awesome. Just top to bottom, what you got. It's fun. And I'm excited for the CSU UNC game, man.
Nobody ever.
I'm excited for that.
For what?
Literally,
tell me one thing that excites you about that game.
I want CSU, because I'm really looking forward to CSU CU. I want that to be a
That's
banger.
cool. That's cool.
So
name one thing that's exciting about the UNC game.
I just want to see CSU score a touchdown.
I can't wait to see Terrell Davis break down the 2 touchdowns they score against UNC.
I want to see the Rambassador in action.
Boy, you guys see that touchdown against UNC? That's why I'm getting paid $200,000 to come sit here and talk at halftime.
Dude, I was thinking more about the TD thing. It is. You were right to point that out. That might be one of the most ridiculous things of
Unbelievable.
all time. What is that?
Unfreaking believable.
I don't even know what the point is.
You hired somebody that has nothing to do with your university to be your ambassador?
What's the purpose? What is he going to?
Hey, world, we are so pathetic that we hired Terrell Davis. You should come here.
Okay, is that going to help them raise money? I guess.
Well, that's the thought.
That's the thought.
I suppose it would. I guess if I'm being fair to it, you bring Terrell Davis in a room with boosters, I'm sure he can give a nice little pep talk.
I guess that's the point, right? It was just weird on TV. It's a weird vibe, man.
And since when do ambassadors get a in-game interview?
I guess if you're Terrell Davis, I guess that's how it works. If Joel Dreesen was their ambassador, would he be interviewed on national TV?
No, and you know I love Joel, but no. And I guess that's why they did it.
I guess that's why they did it. So who's the dummies now?
They are.
Well, best of luck them against UNC. And then the 5:30, you like that start with CU Nebraska? That kind of later afternoon start?
Sure. I like night games as long as I'm not attending them.
Yeah.
Got home about 1:30 a.m. from the Thursday night game.
Hey.
Had to stick around about an hour and a half after the game, get post-game interviews.
How'd that go?
And then another 45 minutes for Buff Vision. Love you, Derek. Derek, you're awesome. If we could just bump the Buff Vision little interview up.
How many more games are you doing this year?
None.
What are you complaining about?
Well, I got home at 1:15, 1:30. I could have been home at 12:45.
Okay.
Derek's great.
What would you have done with those extra 30 minutes?
What's
Tyler?
that magical 30? What's the golden hour?
So am I a good fill-in or a bad fill-in that when Derek from Buff Vision, my friend, by the way, when Derek from Buff Vision shows up an hour and a half after the game, I said, man, this is the worst part about the whole broadcast.
Well, he's really talking about Andy there for the most part, really, I guess. He might not even be personal to you. He might be, trying to get some consideration your way. I don't know. What is he saying about Andy? Anyways, the game is at 5:30, and that's cool. Syracuse plays Georgia Tech at 10 a.m. Then my Sun Devils play late. They always play
What's
late.
your quarterback's name? The one that's
Kyle
so awesome.
McCord.
Kyle. Congratulations on remembering Kyle. You couldn't remember Kyle?
It's Kyle McSomething. McCard? Syracuse quarterback. It's Kyle something.
I heard he likes seafood.
He's going to take down Georgia Tech, and then we'll be talking. See how that goes for you. Kyle McCord. I was right. Dude, I was right.
I'm so freaking proud of you for knowing
right.
the quarterback of Syracuse. God, you're impressive.
Sean Payton.
Somebody's been challenging you every single day.
I know.
To name 4 other wide receivers or defensive backs other than Travis Hunter.
I've been ignoring that.
I dare you.
I can't do it.
I dare you.
It's not my game. It's not my thing. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. It's not. What can I tell you? I'm not. I don't know.
He's been relentless in asking you.
I know. I haven't responded to him, but I didn't put it out there as if I knew. I don't pretend to be some sort of big college football expert.
Who is? I mean, seriously.
Got me, man.
Do you know how freaking dialed in you got to be to college football right now to understand who's on every roster?
Yeah, man. I mean, God, give me a break. Have fun with it. I like Saturdays. It's fun. I like the schools that I like. I know who Kyle McCord is now with Syracuse. I root for my team to win. I root for Arizona State. I don't know anything going on down there. Dillingham is the head coach, I think. They waxed Wyoming last week. They play Mississippi State this week. I don't know anything about it.
Why do people start to dislike me when I talk trash about CSU? Why is it then that they start to dislike me?
Well, I mean, that's just amping up. I have no problems with CSU
I am not
at all.
Deion Sanders here. And yes, he was talking about his mama. He was.
Oh, he was
He
not.
was talking about his mama.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that was personal, man. He talked about his mama. You don't talk about his mama.
Boy, can you keep that going for another year?
Hell yeah.
Do you bring that into next week?
I bet you Deion does.
Are
not publicly, but privately, yeah.
How you feeling about the game against Nebraska? Seriously. How you feeling
I'm nervous.
about it?
I'm nervous for sure. I mean, Nebraska's got a very, very talented defense. And Colorado, here's what Colorado's got, okay? My 3-minute scouting report, okay?
Yeah.
Colorado's offense is so freaking dynamic. They're so freaking explosive. I have no doubts they're going to score points. My biggest concern with Colorado is, can you stay on the field for an 8 or 9 play possession? Can you run the football when you have to keep your defense off the field? I know they're going to score points, but can you actually not be down by an entire quarter in time of possession? Because that's going to hurt you. Your defense is going to get exposed at some point. And Nebraska's got a good offense. They've got a good young quarterback. He's not better than Shedeur Sanders right now. But I do think Nebraska's a good football team, and I'm nervous about it going down to Lincoln.
All right, well, we'll get into it deeper. And I'm fine for Nebraska hate, man. Where you at, Nebraska haters, Husker haters? I'd be fine to get on somebody from some hate seed station in Lincoln and just scream at them for 10 straight minutes. That'd be fun to me. I don't know if you make that happen, Dan. You got on their station. I mean, are they off the combine at this time of day in Nebraska to get on the phone with us?
They don't even have to drive them anymore. They're self-automated. It's amazing.
That right?
Yeah, self-automated combines.
Oh, man. So what are these?
Elon Musk, man. The Elon Musk of combines.
So what are the radio hosts doing after the radio show?
Computing information.
Oh, my God.
you are,
you are
just,
terrible.
Can we give up
My
the bit
Lord.
between the robot sucking and just has no information?
Nothing. It's terrible. It's PhD on 92.5.
Well, Pat Surtain makes life look easy. If you want to make the weight room look easy, if you want to feel better, get more energy in your life, call my friends over at Revitalized Health. Tyler Plumbus here. Guys, I've been going over there for 7 years. Made a huge difference in my life. I know they're going to do the same thing for you. They're going to help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're going to give you a complimentary vitamin B12 shot when you go in for your first visit. And they're going to come up with a game plan for your body and your needs that is going to help you feel so much younger, so much better. You're going to look better, feel better, sleep better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
We got to do what we do. We got to go in there and do what we're capable of doing. And I think we showed the glimpses of that in the second half of our first game.
Mark Mosher from the infamous Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane show. Joining us on the phone, Mark Mosher. What's going on, Mark? Good to hear from you, brother.
What's up, dudes?
Oh, thrilled to have you on. What's good? What do we?
We had a dude on this morning, Brett's buddy, Connor from 1620 The Zone in Omaha.
I saw that. He's bald with a red beard. You said you look like you eat people, I believe was the quote.
I heard they stroked the same cow at the same time.
I'm sorry, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Vic's line. I said he looked evil. He did. He had a scowl when he first joined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I've been listening to you guys talk about this, and I don't know. You know, this is going to be it. The corn buffs aren't going to try to schedule each other. You know that, and I know that.
Right.
And this is it. And you know what's kind of sad, boys, is again, I was kind of fired up today, you know, and then I sit around and I look at my two co-hosts just sitting there with their teeth in their mouth, staring at each other in the face longingly, and I'm like, dudes, what are we doing? I mean, we're 2 days away.
I get it. I feel you. Let's go.
A must friggin' win against the corn.
Yeah.
And you know, not only that, but the corn people aren't even bashing back. We got a lot of corn in Colorado. They're not even bashing back, and they're excited about this game, and they ain't feeling it. I don't know, man. It's like, you know what I feel like, boys? I feel like part of my youth is gone.
Yeah.
Part of my youth is dead because this used to be such a big game. I mean, it was played obviously the day after Thanksgiving, and it always mattered, you know. And now it's like, this is the end of an era. Might as well just wrap it up, put a bow on it, and call it a day, I guess.
I mean, you know what sucks? Like, part of it, Deion actually did a good job last year. If you guys remember back to it, he was like, look, I got educated by the fan base. I got educated by the alumni about what this game means to me. And hell yeah, it means a lot. But now it's like both coaches, it doesn't mean anything to anybody in either of the programs. Matt Rule couldn't care less. Deion Sanders couldn't care less.
Right.
Deion was playing to the crowd a little bit last year, which I actually respected.
He doesn't care, though.
But he doesn't care less.
Nah,
it's just another game.
You know, and again, because both teams need a win, and both teams are a little nervous. The Buffs, you know, have owned the corn the last couple three, right? And the corn need a dub. I mean, they need to get going. And if they win, I mean, they could win 7 straight to start the year. When you look at their pathetic schedule. The Big Ten's so tough with Purdue and Indiana and Illinois. Ooh, so difficult.
Let me ask you this, man. Hold on, Moj. When did we stop hating the Red Wings?
When they moved to the East, I think.
Really?
Or a little shortly thereafter. I mean, absence does not make the heart grow fonder or anything like that. It's just that you weren't going to play them in the postseason anymore. You know, there's no all the combatants are long gone.
Yeah.
You don't play them in the postseason because they were in the West for so long. You know, you see them twice a year, and the fan base has turned over in the last 25 years. You know, a lot of people who were fans at that time are probably dead. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, you know.
All right, so bigger question. Is hate good for sports? Sports hate. Is sports hate good?
Absolutely it is. Are you kidding me? 100%.
Hey, can you tell that to the dum-dums from CSU right now? Christina texted in, Tyler, this is a statewide sports station. If you don't have anything nice to say about CSU, don't say anything at all. Really? And since when do we not have fun as sports fans? Are we supposed to talk trash about the fans that we don't like, about the teams that we don't like?
Oh, absolutely we
Thanks
are.
for listening, Christina.
Me? I mean, I don't know what this society is coming to. So, you know, what kind of kumbaya school people have gone through the last 2 years, but I'm good, man. I need the angst. I think the league's going to try to force, the NBA's going to try to force.
You also need a slightly better phone.
Yeah, Bobot.
Yeah, Bobot. What happened to Mosher's phone? Okay, Mark, you there?
Yeah, what the hell's that R2-D2 thing?
Yeah, it's some ridiculously dumb bit that D-Mac invented before the show that has been played out, but we're going to continue for the next hour and a half.
Thanks for supporting the bit.
Yeah.
Dan, you sound like a moron. Hey, listen, I've got to take my angst and anger out on somebody.
So wait,
My guys-
Brett and Vic weren't feeling it. They weren't with you on the hate.
Vic just sit there. Brett and Vic just sit there. They don't have any hate in their hearts, and there's no angst, there's no fire it up, there's no let's go get those guys. There's none of that. I mean, and then you look at the coaches this week. I mean, all they've done is tickle fight each other all week long with praise.
Right.
The quarterback's doing the same thing, and I'm like, man, I don't know. It's just not the way it used to be, boys.
All right, Mark. We look for a more petty, bitter, simpler time in
I hope
life.
you're okay, Moj.
Thank you, Moj. You got me fired up, though. I love it.
Well, I told the boys today. I said at the end of the show, I said, look, if I'm gonna have to backpack you guys, tell me I'll take the day off, and you guys can just play.
I heard something about taking the day off. It's a good idea.
We love you, Mark.
He should do that.
Thank you, Moj.
He should take a day off.
Yeah, Mosier's phone sucks.
Oh, wow. Wow. D-Mac has such little faith in Dan that he actually took over the robot.
Well, Dan was,
he's so mad that Dan hasn't been the robot that he wants him to be.
I tried my best. This bit sucks.
Thank you, Dan. No, we got 2 out of 3.
PhD on 92.5.
that's not something that happens that often. And so I think, it's something you earn, and these guys, all of them voted on these guys, and it was probably as clean a result that I'd seen in a while relative to those players that were all selected. But, it's unusual for a rookie to get made a captain, and yet by nature that position to some degree is leading. And so, but that was something that I think organically takes place throughout the spring and training camp, and goes from there.
So Cortland Sutton's a captain. Bo Nix is a captain. Quinn Miners is a captain. Patrick Surtain is a captain. Alex Singleton is a captain, and Will Lutz is a captain.
You're a captain. You're a captain. You're a captain. You get a car. You get a car. You get a captainship. Well, this is commonplace nowadays, but it does drive me nuts. Like, you should not have 6 captains on a football team. You should not have 6 captains.
Why do you have 3 captains on offense?
You should have 3 captains total. You should have an offensive captain,
Right.
a defensive captain, and a special teams captain.
Okay.
Boom. Done.
I don't know. You're trying to make everybody happy. So we're all supposed to believe all the ballots came in and was like,
well, I mean, how confusing could it be if you got 6 captains? Yeah. Anybody that got a vote was named captain.
This one's for Bo. Think that's how it went? Oh, it's Bo.
Bo.
Never mind. I'm throwing it away. Oh, look at this one's for Bo, too. Look at that. That's crazy. They're all for Bo.
No, I think Bo legitimately did get voted. I'm sorry. Name them all again.
Miners, Sutton, Bo, Singleton, Surtain, Lutz.
Okay. Singleton would be the only one that would be like, you're not an obvious captain, but he is.
Singleton's the only one that feels like completely legit to me.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I mean, you're always going to vote the quarterback no matter what.
Well, Surtain's probably legit.
And Surtain's always going to be legit. And Cortland Sutton is legit. He's been a captain forever. So those are all legit. I think they're all pretty legit in terms of guys that got votes. Just really, like, let's make this mean something.
I think it's interesting. The only one that's like, Bowlesy, not a captain again.
Well, what's about that?
We can go down the line. He's been here the longest. He's left tackle.
I think it's pretty clear, though. The team has not thought of him that way.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, that's like, okay.
I think Bowles really would love to be a captain.
Oh, my God, of course.
I think the Bowlesy probably tries to be captain. And I think Bowlesy is one of those guys, like, remember when Aqib Talib told Russell Okung to shove it,
Right.
I think sometimes there's just some guys that give pep talks that you're just like,
it doesn't resonate.
Yeah, we got it. We've heard. We know what you're going to say. And I'm a Bulls defender. I am.
But like Miners over Bulls? Really?
I think it makes sense.
I'm not against it. It's just, come on. If you're from Garrett's position, Bulls' position, from his point of view, isn't that a little kind of?
Yeah.
Huh?
No. I think I'm sure he feels wronged by it. Yes.
Which to me is, I think it says a lot, actually. I think it says what the coaches think about things, what his future may be. I don't think there's a lot of guys on a hot seat for the Broncos, but I think he's one of them. I think they got to make a big decision when it comes to Garrett Bowles.
I think they'd love to retain him. They would. And I don't know, man. It really depends on the end of the year. I think you probably do end up retaining him. Look, the 49ers just re-signed Trent Williams to another monster deal. He's obviously still the best left tackle in the game, so there's no decision to be made. But in theory, you got to think about it pretty hard. The dude's like 38 years old. We really want to give this amount of money to him? Well, yeah, when you got a good left tackle, you just pay him. I'm not comparing those two guys at all, but my only point is when you get satisfactory left tackle play, generally speaking, you keep them.
All right, we have Cortland Sutton on Pat Surtain. We'll get that to you in 1 second, but a reminder, we have an amazing Altitude Authentics giveaway. Big sale happening Saturday and Sunday. 10 to 5 on Saturday, 10 to 3 on Sunday at Ball Arena, the team store. So that's an awesome place to go shopping. You can save some major money, up to 80% off on select items. And the winner today gets an Altitude Authentics gift bag. We detail a bunch of the cool stuff in there. some hats and pennants and Joe Sakic stuffed dolls and a bunch of stuff, plus a $100 gift card. All you have to do is text Altitude to 303-504-0925. Enter to win. We'll pick a winner at 2:45. We'll have Adam Schefter joining us at 1:40 today. Here is Courtland Sutton on PS2, being the highest paid defensive back. Courtland.
I mean, it was inevitable. My dog was going to get that bag at some point because, I mean, Pat is the best corner in the NFL. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care about anybody lists. I don't care about none of the sports channels. I don't care about none of the daggone people that sit up there and talk all day because they watch a whole bunch of TV. I don't care about none of that. I watch Pat work every single day. I watch Pat go to work and go to battle on Sundays and whatever they were playing. And, you know, he's proven it. Week in and week out, he's proven that he's the best at what he does, and I'm just happy for him to be able to have that next step in his career. You know, I don't think nothing's going to change about him. He's going to continue to be Pat Surtain, Mr. Lockdown, Mr. Strap Up, however you want to call it. You know, I'm very happy for him.
Who's Courtland Sutton talking about?
Pat Surtain.
No, I know, but like, who in the media like discounts or doesn't give Patrick Surtain like top? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you do. No, for sure you do.
I've said him. No, Tyler, give me a break.
No, hold on. I'm actually being serious here. It's not just your quarterback philosophy, which I know is what you probably think I'm talking about. But you many times over the last couple of years have pointed out that you don't even think it's a top 5 corner.
What? How would I know one great corner from another corner?
I don't know.
No, that's not true. I don't know. First of all, I don't profess to be some sort of football evaluating ranking genius. I don't know. I can tell you don't have to pick a first-round corner to be a starting corner.
Your point is valid, and I understand your point.
But I'm not sitting here like, hey, I'm not a hater on Pat Surtain, the player. I was a hater on the pick in 2021, not the player. Listen, everybody and their brother says how good he is.
Yeah, I understand your point for sure. There's very, very, in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things, there's very few people say negative things about Pat Surtain.
Everybody I've ever seen says Surtain is the top Broncos player, the highest rated player. I guess my point is I'm not exactly sure what haters Courtland Sutton is talking about.
I don't know. My first thought there was with Courtland talking about how happy he is for Pat Surtain that he got paid. Are you a little bit ticked off the organization doesn't think about you the same way?
I think that's what's going on there. I think he's talking about, well said, I think he's talking about himself and pushing it on Surtain. Like, there aren't many haters of Pat Surtain. He's getting paid like he's a top guy. He's being evaluated as top guy by everybody. You know who's not getting that? Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton isn't getting the $30 million deal. Courtland Sutton isn't on anybody's list, Tyler, as a top receiver.
Well, 49ers thought of him that way.
Third round pick, I guess. It's flattering.
Third round, I'll put it this way. Third round is a lot higher than what I thought his value was. It is.
All right, week 9 at Baltimore. Courtland Sutton on the team for that bad boy?
Yeah.
Not being traded.
I think Courtland Sutton gets a new contract with the Denver Broncos.
Really?
Yep.
They traded Emmanuel Sanders, Demaryius Thomas, Von Miller, Bradley Chubb.
If you were going to trade him, now is the freaking time. You got a third rounder, man. It ain't going up.
Okay.
You're not going to get more value out of that. I mean, that is top value that you're going to get for Courtland Sutton.
4-4, there's no doubt he's still on the team. 3-5?
You'd have to be so bad. I mean, you'd have to be 1-5. Or 1-4, whatever.
Well, I mean, it's week 8, so it has to add up
week
to
8. Okay,
8 games.
1-7. I mean, that's the type of area that you would have to be in if you're moving on from him. You made your choice right now, and I do think it's a bit hypocritical by the organization. I said it before, and I'll stand by it. On the surface, it doesn't add up. Courtland Sutton has been begging for a new contract, holding out, kind of held out throughout the offseason. You give him a little bump, a little. Hey, we value you, but not enough that we're going to give you a new contract, right? So in essence, you're saying to Courtland Sutton, we don't really want you around that long. We just want to keep you happy for a year. Somebody comes around, offers you a third rounder for a dude that you just made a decision isn't going to be here in a year. If they thought he was going to be here in a year, they would have given him a new contract. So it actually doesn't add up to me, the decisions there.
I heard that Bobot wants in on No Dumb Questions. Is that right, Bobot? You want in on No Dumb Questions?
That is correct.
Brilliant as usual. We'll get to that coming up next. All right, it's D-Mac, and you're hearing a lot about interest rates. It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. On those interest rates, will they be cut? How much will they be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View are taking matters into their own hands. This is great. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy down can help you lower your current car payment and get into a new Chevy or GMC. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, it's totally free. Their customer service is next level. Plus, you can get more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. Don't like it? Wasn't your cup of tea? I don't know, whatever it is. 3 days. So lock in your low rate today at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View or online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade. It's Mike Maroney GMC. Tell him D-Mac sent you.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right, 303-504-0925. You got a no dumb question. We got a few in here. How about this one to start off with, Tyler? No dumb question. How much stronger does a lineman actually get bulking up over 300? Or do they just bulk up so they don't get shoved around? That's a fun question. Like, how fat do you got to be? And the difference between strong and fat.
Well, you do get stronger with weight. I mean, it's not just by eating calories means you're going to get stronger, but the more you eat, the easier. There's a reason why you look at power lifters and they've got the biggest belly you've ever seen, right? Mm-hmm. You look at the world's strongest men guys. Like these guys, they have to be big to be strong. So it certainly helps. But yeah, I mean, to the texter's point, I know for me personally, I didn't get any stronger from 290 pounds to 312 pounds, but when I'd get to 312 pounds, it helped me a little bit with the bull rush, right? I wish I could have played at 320. My body easily could have handled it athletically. I wouldn't have lost any athleticism.
Yeah.
I just couldn't freaking get there. So
can you believe you're 100 pounds lighter than you were when you were playing?
I know, it was pretty wild.
100 pounds.
I was thinking about it the other day. When I saw Gary Barnett, and I was kind of joking. It's about what I was when I got there. He's like, no, you weren't. He's like, you were. I was small when I got to see you, but I was about 245-ish. You know,
way bigger.
But I think the last time I weighed this was legitimately like maybe 8th grade of 8th grade.
You're not on any kind of diet or anything, right?
I do intermittent fasting. So I mean, I don't know if that counts, but
that counts.
My last meal is at 8 p.m. I don't eat again until 11 a.m.
You're pretty disciplined with that.
Yeah, but I don't even do the long one. Like a lot of people will do like 7 to 12 or something. I do 8 to 11. And that works for me.
Yeah, I've done that. I think that's pretty good. I'm kind of a fan of that too. I sort of do that still, even with the other stuff too.
I swear though, I eat whatever the hell I want though
when
I wake up.
You do.
I mean, I'll have 5 cookies. I'll have whatever the hell I want. I got Chick-fil-A sitting here right now.
Chick-fil-A can be good depending on what you're getting at Chick-fil-A. I mean, you know, if you're
how's maintenance going over there? No dumb question.
It's good. It's fine. I'm living a more consistent life than I ever have. You know, I exercise every day. I'm eating more or less what I want when I want. It's just a matter of not doing dumb stuff all the time. And that was my big problem. I was just eating like an idiot and not working out.
All right, no dumb question. The CU did this last year. We had fun with this conversation, but rather than captains, CU does leaders and dogs, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if the Broncos did leaders and dogs, who'd you give it to?
Dogs? Define dog.
You know a dog. You know a dog is Kareem Jackson. That's a dog.
Yeah, I don't know if we got it. Singleton.
You know what? I'd put him as a dog. I would.
Yeah.
Wait, were you saying him as a dog or as a leader?
Dog.
I mean, because he could go either way, in my opinion. But
I think he's kind of both. But we'll see with John Franklin Myers. I hope he's a dog. We'll see.
I think. Oh my God, what's wrong with me, Belly?
Quinn Miners.
God bless him. What's wrong?
Quinn
with me?
Miners.
I actually think he's a dog. I do. I think he got that captainship simply based off the style of play that he has. He's aggressive. He's a finisher.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to make you feel his presence. I mean, if you're being honest, you really see Quinn Miners being super vocal in the locker room?
No, he's a pretty mild-mannered guy all in all.
I don't. But he's not mild-mannered on a football field, though.
Yeah, his personality, like he's a really easy guy to interview and talk to. You know, he's no big deal with that stuff. But
do you think you have to be an alpha at quarterback?
Yeah. I think the Bobot is for sure. I think he's a definite alpha. I do. Like Herbert's not.
Is there a difference between an alpha and an extrovert? Do you have to be extroverted to be an alpha? Is my point.
It's a good question. Do you have to be an alpha?
My answer is hell no. No,
Okay.
you don't have to.
All right.
I think it's overrated. I think you can absolutely be an alpha without being a rah-rah guy. You can absolutely be an alpha without being the center of the attention.
Yeah, but you have
I think those are the most scary alphas. Sorry.
You have to have some sort of vocal leadership skills to be a quarterback, I think. I mean, at least you have to have a sense of authority when you're at the line and you're calling a play out.
Yeah, you got to be commanding.
You can't just be a little wimp. I mean, there's that famous John Gruden. Remember that video? Yeah, it's just trying to get him to call a play out. He can't do it.
I showed that to my son the other day. I'm an idiot. I'm using NFL terminology for my 8th grade football team, but I give him a wristband so he could actually read it.
Right.
I'm like, watch this. Watch Chris Sims trying to get the play call out. that is hilarious.
You feel bad for him.
Oh, the guys in the huddle, they didn't know what to do. They were just like, they wouldn't make eye contact. They didn't say anything. They weren't making fun of them. They were just silence.
They couldn't spit it out, and there's no authority there. And yeah, so you have to have that
So can
element.
Pat Surtain be a leader?
He's
an alpha.
He's like Champ Bailey. He's like Champ Bailey in a lot of ways. Champ wasn't a real vocal guy, and Champ was not a rah-rah guy, but he's pretty intense. And when he did speak, you did listen. You know, Champ wasn't a goofy guy, and I don't think Surtain is either. So I think when he wants to speak and establish himself, that's all he needs to do. I don't think Surtain needs to be like Kareem Jackson. Kareem Jackson was just yelling all the time about everything. Talib was too. Chris was too. Chris Harris. I don't think you need to be like that. No, I think you got to have somebody like that. So there's got to be somebody Ray Lewis-like to get your attention. And I don't think Singleton's that guy either, actually. So, and I don't know these guys. Like, I don't know Roach. I don't know John Franklin Myers. You would think Zach Allen could possibly be that guy, but it strikes me that he's a little bit quiet and mild-mannered. I don't know if Ben Powers talks, so who knows, Tyler? I don't know. It's a pretty polite locker room right now, frankly, the Broncos. I don't know who those guys are. You got a fraternity party going on at the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line is... I just don't know how McGlinchey and Bowles are friends. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they got some respect for each other. But they seem like just, I don't know. They both seem to want to be in charge, and they named Quinn Miners the captain.
Yep.
But that being said, I think the offensive line for the Broncos is really strong. I think that's kind of underrated, and it's going to be really good for them.
The young, in a room full of money, and I mean money, the youngest dude with money was named the captain.
Well, there you go. But that is very consistent with the culture that Sean Payton wants. And listen, man, if you can hang in there.
So you're saying they need a recount?
No, I think
There's always the one dude. When you do captain votes, you're like, all right, well, we all know who's going to win, so we're just going to vote for this guy because he's going to win. But then there's the other guy like everybody loves, right? And you're like, I'm going to vote for this guy because we love him. And then like the backup special teams ace, backup linebacker special teams ace makes it. You're like, really? I don't think, did you vote for? I didn't vote for him. Did you vote for him?
I think it says a lot that it's Quinn Miners over McGlinchey and Bowles for captain if you're going to name an offensive lineman. I mean, that is a leapfrogging from Miners to the head of the line, man. It's pretty wild. But they just gave him the big deal.
Yeah.
And McGlinchey wasn't homegrown. But boy, oh boy, you passed over Bowles again. Again, he's never been a captain.
So somebody asked, I'm going to change this one just a little bit because somebody asked who won the Stafford Goff trade. No dumb question. Could the Stafford Goff trade go down as the next closest or even potentially better than Clinton Portis, Champ Bailey?
I think it's the same thing. I think they both won. I think both teams,
I think it's actually better because it's more long-term. It's more sustainable. Clinton Portis had like a 4-year run with Washington that was incredible.
It was unbelievable. I think both teams, the Lions and the Rams, got exactly what they wanted to out of that deal. And we've talked endlessly, the Broncos win a Super Bowl, is it worth 8 straight losing seasons or 8 seasons not in the playoffs, 7 straight losing seasons? Mm-hmm. And almost everybody says yes. So if you look at it from a Rams perspective, is winning that Super Bowl worth it when you couldn't get it done with Goff? You were there, but you couldn't get it done. By the same logic that people stick up for the Broncos, you'd have to apply that to them. But from the Lions' perspective, we couldn't get there with Stafford for whatever reason, and now we've got Goff maybe for a longer period of time. I really do think it's like the Portis-Bailey trade.
Yeah.
And for the first 4 years...
I promise you, both sides feel like they won.
If anybody just wants to say it's a slam dunk, the Broncos made out better, go look at Clinton Portis' numbers in Washington for the first, 4 years. They were unbelievable.
Denver won, but it was simply based off of time served. That's it.
Well, it took quite a few years to get to that finish line. And okay, maybe you won at the end. But for what Washington needed right then and there, it was pretty damn good. So it worked out for both. Sometimes trades work out for both. Dan, do you have a quick no dumb question here, my friend?
Well, I was going to pull this up for you guys real quick here.
What is it?
Look what I got here up the screen. It's the first college football playoff rankings.
All right.
What strikes you guys in the top 10 of these rankings? Anything stand out to you here?
Well, there's no Big 12 teams in there.
Could it be the one you're highlighting?
There's only
the
one
you got your
non-SEC or Big 10 team.
Notre Dame.
So I guess my question for you guys is,
Utah is at 11, so that's your Big 12 school right there.
And then Miami ACC is at 12.
Yeah.
But can you guys envision a world where the Big 12 or the ACC is ever competitive or close to the same level as the Big 10 or SEC?
Good question.
As a conference, or you mean like just one-offs?
No, conference. So like right now you would say the Big 10 and the SEC are like the AFC and NFC.
I will say no, but for a quirky reason. Because I think there's going to be a further alignment and that there really won't be an SEC or a Big 10. What there'll be are these mega conferences. So I will say never to answer your question, because I just think it's going to be 30 teams over here and 30 teams over there. And do we really need more than 60 teams, guys? Seriously.
I mean, for the life of me, I have no clue why the SEC allows the NCAA to tell them to do anything.
Well, exactly.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Like, you're telling me what to do? You need me. I don't need anything from you. You don't help me with postseason. You don't help me with anything. I mean, it's the lower tier schools that NCAA actually helps. The SEC, dude, just be like California and go secede.
We have Adam Schefter. He'll join us next. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC right here on 92.5. Dude, that's so cool we're doing Friday Night Lights on the radio. That is awesome. Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room is amazing. Let me tell you what's going on with this takeout deal. The Unreal Pizza Deal to go for just $29.99. Get a delicious, large, 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. That's so good. It comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. It's only $29.99. It's going to feed the whole family. No dishes. It's perfect. The Unreal Pizza Deal to go. Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976. And one thing, aside from the pizza that's legendary, the beers, 110 local and legendary beers. Listen, take that beer journey around the globe at your neighborhood Old Chicago and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch, OC Bucks, $5 OC Bucks to use on your next visit. This is simple. This is smart. It's Old Chicago, and it's yummy, too. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. PhD on 92.5. Let's go. Our guy Adam Schefter joins us from ESPN. Adam, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, pal. How you doing?
D-Mac, Scott, Tyler, what's going on, guys?
It's here. We made it, Adam.
Thursday night.
We made it. We made it to the NFL.
How about that?
Thank God.
Yeah, it's
God, what a marathon.
It's funny. I was on the phone today with a coach, and that's exactly what I said. It's like everybody gets excited, fans gets excited. It is exciting. Don't get me wrong, but it's also D-Mac.
Time to go.
It's like it is starting a marathon. D-Mac and I run marathons together. Like this is the start of 26 too, and let's hope that this one goes better than the one we ran together.
Yeah, well, it went good for me, but that's a deeper story. Me and you should do a podcast, Adam, just about our experience running the Boston Marathon. It's such a long story, but it would be fun to hear it from your perspective. It went great for me, not so much for Adam. This makes me want to talk about it, but I'll leave it alone.
What, he poop himself or something?
It's such a long story.
No, I could summarize it very quickly. Okay. And it's worth it. It's worth it. So D-Mac and I are going to run. My grandfather passed away. I'm going to raise money for Denver Children's Hospital. I send out letters. I'm raising money. And I send one to Pat Bolin. He says, if you run your best time ever in the marathon, if you beat my all-time best marathon time of 3 hours, 18 minutes, I will donate $26,200 to Children's Hospital in your name. If you run under 4 hours, I will donate $2,620 to Children's Hospital in your name. If you finish the marathon at all, I will donate $1,000 to Children's Hospital in your name. But if you don't finish, you will donate $1,000 to Children's Hospital in my name. Long story short, I go out. I'm wearing black fleece line top, black fleece line bottom.
Well, that's
the forecast is supposed to be chilly, and the sky's clear. Sun comes out.
It was unbelievable.
Within 3 miles, I start feeling like my calves are cramping. 6 miles, it feels like there's aliens in my calves. By the 9th mile, and I'm not joking, and I've never, ever had this happen before, I no longer could move my arms. They were stuck at my side. It was unbelievable. And all I could think is, I'm going to owe Pat Bolin $1,000 for not finishing this race. And I had trained. I was ready. Like
Adam and we had done two 20-mile training runs together. We did one indoors, if you remember, at the athletic club. And then we did the one from Cherry Creek, where you lived, out to 470 on University and back, right? So we had done two 20 miles. Yes.
Okay, but this day, it gives out. Long story short, I with Pat in my mind, I willed myself to finish the marathon, and I believe it was 4 hours, 42 minutes. And I get done, but I can't move. I literally could not go down steps that night to meet my family for dinner. I fly back to Denver the next day, but when I get on the plane, I'm in excruciating pain. The plane takes off. I shouldn't have flown. And I'm laying on the floor of the plane, writhing in pain. They're calling doctors and nurses, paging them on the plane. We land in Denver. They wheel me out of the plane on a stretcher right to the hospital. I spend the next week in the hospital with rhabdomyolysis, where they thought my liver and kidney were shutting down. Serious stuff. And again, I didn't have to pay the $1,000 to Children's Hospital in Pat's name, but I did have about $30,000 worth of hospital bills that I incurred.
Jeez.
Oh my God, Adam. I'm sorry to laugh at it, but I ran a 4:02. I did all right, But when I crossed the finish line, I was like, oh, Adam's in better shape than me, because you were. And I was like, and Adam's like trying to do. I just figured, he went way ahead of me and that's it and whatever. I had no idea about it until, we got back home. But Adam, and maybe this speaks to your dogged determination as a reporter, had trained in this, warm outfit in Denver the entire year. So you just didn't want to change your habits. So I don't know if you learned something about life in that instance, but,
I learned, I did learn something. I learned marathons are hard, which is why right now I'm getting a little anxious with the NFL season starting, D-Mac.
Yeah, let's go. All right, speaking of injuries, you're reporting that Russell Wilson is limited in practice today due to calf tightness.
Yep.
Adam, we got to get him to that game 2 against the Broncos. We got to have it. The NFL's got to have it. What can you tell us about Russell Wilson there in Pittsburgh?
He went out today and it tightened up in practice. So it's kind of new. Now, if you've had a calf injury, and I've had calf injuries too, if it's tightening up, that's not an encouraging sign.
No.
So I'm sure he's going to do everything he can to be out there on Sunday, but I don't know if they know whether he's going to be able to play on Sunday. And obviously Denver's on deck next week. That game is going to mean a lot, but it's going to mean a lot for him to be out there Sunday. I just don't know whether that calf is going to cooperate. Calf has obviously been bothering him since training camp. Calves linger, and that's the problem. He had it during camp. He came back, and now he's aggravated it again. So that's not encouraging, but they'll know more tomorrow.
Well, he's got to be nervous about that, and I'm sure he's going to do everything he can to get on the field because he doesn't want to give Justin Fields a test run at that job. We know that much.
Well, what is their thinking there, Adam? I mean, how committed are they to, frankly, anybody there?
Well, they don't have a lot invested in any of the guys, right? So it's up to the guys to earn the job at every spot. So, again, we'll see how the season goes and how each of the guys play. I think each of the guys are going to get an opportunity at some point, right? Like if Russell, when he does play, shines, then he'll keep playing. And if he doesn't, they have another guy. And if Justin comes on and he plays well, then it'll be his. And likewise, like if he struggles, so again, they've got options.
Adam, what's the scoop out of Seattle these days? It feels like it's a team that we're all talking about the head coach and his defensive prowess. We know that, but there doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of information coming out of Seattle. What do you know?
I think that, listen, when you play in the Pacific Northwest, it almost seems like you're an afterthought always.
Hey, no
For whatever reason, it's just kind of strange. But I think that they're going to be a better team than people think. I think they've got a lot of speed, a lot of youth, a lot of energy. That was part of the reason of going from Pete Carroll to Mike. Pete Carroll had more energy than anybody I knew, but they just wanted a new, fresh look, younger look. Mike McDonald's young, smart. I think it's going to be a tough team. It's not an easy place to play, and we'll see how that goes.
Bo Nix will be what as a rookie this year? What do you think?
Better than people expect, in contention for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
How about that?
I've heard you say before you think all these young quarterbacks are going to be successful this year. I think you said that on our show.
Well, all of them are not going to be.
Yeah.
All of them, that would be a surprise, but I think many of them have a good chance. Like, I think Caleb's going to succeed. Now, the question is how much. I think Jaden Daniels is going to succeed. Question is how much. I think Bo's going to succeed. Now, how much? Penix isn't starting. JJ's out for the year. And who am I missing? And Drake May's not starting the year.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the three guys that are playing. I think all of them have a chance to shine this year. In fact, like I drafted two of them on my fantasy team last night. I drafted Jaden Daniels and I drafted Bo Nix. They're both on per sources. Let's see how it goes.
How about the overall situation for these guys? What teammates, personnel, coaching? Who do you think is set up in the best environment for them right now?
Caleb Williams has a lot of talent around him. A lot. Like Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Cole Kmet, Gerald Everett, DeAndre Swift, Khalil Herbert, Roshan John. Like, there's a lot of talent there in Chicago. So to me, he's got the best chance to shine right away. But Bo is playing with a very quarterback-friendly coach, and I think that's certainly going to help his chances.
The case of Xavier Babudar is one of the wildest things I've ever seen in my life. He's the Chiefs super fan that dressed up as the Wolf, was sentenced today to 17 and a half years for armed robbery. And the guy loved to gamble and be a Chiefs fan, Adam. If there was ever going to be some sort of wild movie about being a fan, like he literally was robbing banks to support his habit, Adam, as a Chiefs super fan. What about this story just kind of blows you away?
Well, ESPN has already done a lengthy feature on it. I would imagine it won't be the last one that's done on it. And I think it just goes to show you that sometimes people have private lives that you wouldn't imagine. I guess if somebody is a little bit off kilter enough to dress up as a furry wolf for every Chiefs game, you know that all their marbles might not necessarily be there, right? So I guess anything is possible, but you wouldn't think that it would be armed robbery of banks that would result in a 17-and-a-half-year prison sentence. Like, that's a little bit extreme, don't you think? But I guess, again, anything's possible if you're dressing up in a werewolf outfit for Chiefs games in the heat and the cold.
It's a wild story. Adam, we're here. We'll all be watching Baltimore and the Chiefs and then the Brazil game, and you're the absolute best, my man. And we'll check in with you next week. Thank you, Adam.
Guys, let's hope this marathon goes a lot better than the last year we ran at Thematic. But you know what? I'm looking forward to running this marathon again with you this year.
Absolutely.
The marathon of assessing football and breaking it down and looking ahead to each week's games.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you later. That's our guy, Adam Schefter. Thanks, Adam. The absolute best. It was crazy. That was a crazy day, Tyler, with Adam running that marathon.
I bet.
He was in really good shape. I thought he just killed me. I
don't know if you mentioned then what Pat Bowlen ended up doing. I bet
he donated $1,000.
Oh, he did.
Oh,
did he say that?
I don't know if he did or not. I was just kind of laughing, but I know he did. And we had done these training runs, and he was killing me. He was running faster. He was in great shape. I mean, I was like, he's going to slaughter me. And I've run 10 marathons, and that was the best marathon I ever ran. It wasn't the fastest. I ran a 3:56 Chicago marathon, but running close to 4 hours in Boston for me was for me next level. It was 21 years ago. 21 years ago. And then I find out later, Adam was transported to the hospital upon arriving, and I actually did not know but I knew he went to the hospital. I didn't know he was in there for what did he say, like a week or something?
Yeah, he got Rabo. That's I didn't want to make another CrossFit joke after his response last time.
Oh yeah,
but that's what CrossFitters get all the time.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So what is that?
It's basically just like
massive dehydration.
When you way overwork your body,
okay,
and you don't take the proper time off.
Yeah.
I don't know all the science behind it, but it's happened with college athletes. College athletes have died from it.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah,
okay.
Because college strength coaches are old school, man.
Right.
They're old school. We're running you until you puke 5 times, not 2 times.
We had done a lot of training together in winter because the marathon in Boston's in April. We're at the starting line in Hopkinton. I see him at the starting line. We took a nice picture together. Tyler, it's like 80 degrees. And he is just in black tights, black sweatshirt, black, like what you would train to run in the snow in Colorado. If you were running around Wash Park in that outfit, it could be 0 degrees. You'd be fine. But it's like 80 degrees.
That doesn't sound very smart.
No, it's like, okay, let's see how this one goes. And the start, I've lost him. I was like, well, he's going to kill me. What a story. Adam Schefter. Okay. I challenge you to find a crazier story than that bank robbing wolf guy.
It's pretty nuts, man.
Okay. Let me just throw it out there to you, Dan, Tyler. What do you guys, 303-504-0925. Keep it real here. What do you think about superfans? Like that type of guy. And I think every team's got him. What do you really...
What's your question? I mean, I think that they're awesome. I do.
What's the question?
I can't understand ever having that much passion about anything in life that I'm not personally involved in.
All right, so here's what a superfan is to me. Somebody who, first of all, you got to be in some sort of costume. And you don't...
I mean, the Broncos have got those guys.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking. You don't really sit not only in your seat. You're kind of, you need to be seen. You're kind of all over the fit. And of course, we had Barrel Man here in Denver for such a long time who's legendary.
But now we got the orange hair guy. We got
the pom-pom guys.
Yeah.
Back in Syracuse, we had this dude who dressed up, Tyler. His nickname was Dome Eddie. We had an official mascot, the Dome Ranger.
Was he bald?
Tyler, Dome Eddie from afar just looked like a cool, fun fan, but you got up close and it just, like, I guess you're homeless. I don't know. Like, it wasn't, like, so great.
Well, I got to imagine you spend all your money on that.
But like Adam said, the wolf guy, there's just something a little off-kilter about you to be just a super fan like that, where you're dressing in a costume and you're traveling every game, and it's really just more about it. To me, it's not even about the team. It's more about you. You're trying to be famous. You're trying to get your shine on.
You got a way, man. You got a way. You got a way on anything and everything, don't you?
I think this guy's story that he was supporting a gambling and sports addiction by robbing, armed robbery and banks.
If they made a movie out of it, you wouldn't even think it was a real life story.
It's hysterical, don't you think?
You just think this is a purely fictional Hollywood story.
Right. Like, I'm going to go see the Chiefs play the Cowboys, so I got to rob banks on my way to Dallas to support my habit?
Was he robbing banks in every town he went to?
He was robbing banks just kind of like along the way, and he's also a massive gambler. So he was, he's robbing banks, going to casinos, and that's how he would launder his money through his gambling. But he would still be with the Chiefs. He'd be that guy at every game. Yep. He'd be the wolf guy. For years, he pulled this off.
Rob a bank on Friday, go to the game on Sunday.
He was doing it. It's one of the wildest things of all time.
Hey, I got beers for the whole section.
I think it's a hell of a story, man.
I bet he was a hell of a tipper to the beer guy. I bet the beer guy got a lot of tips.
Is there any super fan that you've just looked at and been like, is that guy okay?
Do I understand having that much passion about something you're not invested in? Not necessarily. Do I respect them? Do they make it fun? Hell yeah. CU's got the student section where they've got guys that dress up in suits and stuff. They got the banana costumes. Everybody's got their thing.
I think as long as you're dressing up with a group of people, you're okay. You're kind of like, hey, we're all going to wear banana outfits.
Hold on.
What?
Let's keep it real.
What?
The Joker guy at the Nuggets game.
So creepy.
No, that dude,
that guy
I don't want to see you on the train to the game. I don't want to see you on the train. Like you legit scare me.
Totally agree.
Yeah, man, there's kids here, it's cute. I get it, the Joker, that's cute. Do you really got to look like that?
And did you know, Dan, you know who we're talking about here with the Joker guy, right?
Oh, yeah. He was on TV a bunch when they won
the
finals.
Who does the makeup? Who does his makeup?
He doesn't sit with anybody. You realize that, right? He kind of just floats around.
Like you want to go take a leak next to that dude?
I don't want anything to do with that guy. He freaks me out.
Seriously, if you saw that guy on the train, would you not be a little bit terrified?
Absolutely.
Like if you think about it, Halloween's kind of scary. It is. It's a little bit scary.
I'm there with you. A great example. I forgot about the Joker guy at Nuggets games.
No, that dude's got,
right?
On, man. Like you're trying. You're trying to look terrifying.
I don't know anything about him. I don't know who he is. Dan, does he freak you out or not? Or are we just rowing this boat by ourselves?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's cool.
Do you hate
kids? It's a very
kids?
unique thing to our town and Joker. What other sports franchise can say they have legitimately multiple fans dressing up as a villain, the Joker, in their arena?
Somebody brings up a good point. That dude we should give that guy season tickets, first row behind the visiting bench.
I love it.
He should be just sitting right there behind the visiting bench.
That's a great example. That dude freaks me out, man.
Yeah, come on. I mean, whoever does your makeup, they belong in Hollywood. Does he do it? Does anybody know the Joker guy? Anybody out there know the Joker guy? Do we want to have him on air?
No. I would not want to encourage him.
You don't want to empower this guy?
No. No. I'm sure I don't know. I'm not sure about anything.
I mean, we thought the Yeti was scary.
The Yeti was scary. Howler?
Not in comparison to the Joker.
Not in comparison to the Joker.
And the Yeti wasn't scary.
The Yeti was a kind of a, if you're a 5-year-old kid.
Okay, fine.
What's
the Philly guy that loves terrifying the kids?
Growler, Grizzler, whatever his name is.
That dude's kind of funny, actually.
I think he's funny because he's got the wobbly eyes.
But I mean, he goes after kids. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, man, I don't know, bro.
Come on. No, thank you. No, there's a couple other people that dressed up the Joker, like that guy in the white 15. Like he looks cute. That looks like that's cute. You're smiling.
Yeah, that guy is whatever. It's this guy over here that's. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's just me or if there's.
Don't you get hot? Like you're in a suit. At some point, don't you think you'd sweat through that makeup? Is that what makes it so scary? Is all the black? Is that just sweat rolling down his face?
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Here we are with a Football Friday. One thing we got into earlier, Tyler, and talking to fans and everything, Mosier called in because he was frustrated that there's not enough hate going on with CU Nebraska. Where are we with this rivalry? And is this it, man? Is this it?
It really might be. I don't know. I'm sure maybe it comes back in 10 years. But I think Nebraska's made it very, very clear. Their athletic director has no interest in renewing this rivalry. I don't know why. Like why? Why does Nebraska not want it?
Well, I read a story about them too. So they are playing in their conference 9 conference games. They're required to play 9 conference games. Okay.
And then they got to schedule McNeese State and whatever other cupcakes.
They want 7 home games every year. So that means probably 2 of their 3 non-conference games would have to be home games, right? But CU, nobody's like CU is going to schedule. CSU would go play Nebraska in a one-off, no problem, like they just did to Texas. Not a home and home.
Right,
Texas,
but CU's not going just there.
Correct. With CU, you'd have to have a home and home. Or in this latest one, home, 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 home. It's been a 4-year sort of run. You know, you'd have to have a commitment to that. So you get to the question, if you're scheduling non-conference games, if you're Nebraska, who would you rather play, CU or, say, Oklahoma?
Well, historically speaking, Nebraska invented the cupcake non-conference games. They invented it. They played the most lowest tier names that you're like, that's an FCS school? I didn't even know that was an FCS school. You don't even know who they are. They have historically always had the softest non-conference schedule. So I understand that. But, man, I think there's a lot of value to the game. I do, and it makes me sad. It does.
Well,
I don't think
from
that the game...
All right, look at it from their perspective. Why would they want to play CU?
It's a non-conference game that is going to bring more money, although I guess they don't really struggle with that. But in theory, you would think your non-conference games don't have as much interest as other games. People just, generally speaking, they don't show up like they do for other games. Well, you play Colorado, hey, they can ignore it all they want. I did a show out there, and I'm not the dum-dum that's going to sit here and say that CSU doesn't mean something to Colorado simply because we've dominated. Somebody was texted in the records earlier today, the Rocky Mountain Showdown record, and yeah, I get it. Colorado's dominated historically. The game still means something extra to CU. It does. And I know for a fact that that game still means something extra for Nebraska. I'm not saying that we're their main rival or any of it. I think CSU is very comparable for Nebraska, right? Colorado is that, but it does mean something extra. And to me, I think you want that for your program.
Do you want CSU to be every year?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely. Every year. From here on out.
Okay.
Now, if I'm being honest, I prefer we don't ever go up there.
Well, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Like, from CU's perspective, why are you going to Fort Collins?
I don't really know. I don't know.
Like, how does that benefit CU?
Well, you're doing it for the state of Colorado more than anything else.
Why are we doing the state of Colorado any favors?
You don't need to, by any means. But here's what I like from a player's point of view. Sometimes it's hard to really amp yourself up for those early season games. And, dude, you're rocking and rolling right out the gates, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this means something. This isn't North Dakota State. This means something.
I think the Nebraska game is going to go away forever.
I do too.
It's kind of sad. And it's kind of weird how this week is approaching.
I like that they're running scared, though.
You think that's what it is?
Hey, they haven't done so hot of late.
I was kind of digging into Nebraska and what Matt Rule's got going on. You know, they're for a school that says they're like a different culture or a different thing than CU. I don't know about that, man. There's a lot of flash going on there in Nebraska. There's a lot of social media stuff. There's a lot of hype. They've got their own like documentary they're doing about their program week in and week out, all that sort of stuff. I don't know that they're so quiet or so demure or whatever they're pretending to be. It looks like Matt Rule wants the spotlight to be shining pretty bright on him, frankly.
They all do. Dan Lanning's the exact same thing. You think Dan Lanning's any different than Deion Sanders? The exact same thing. Oregon invented the flash. They invented the shiny object.
So they're just putting that back on CU because
it's an easy thing to do. Because it's an easy shot to fire. You got a bullet in your gun, and that's an easy bullet to fire.
How do they stack up against Nebraska?
Well,
what do you think?
I think it's a similar game to the Broncos versus the Seahawks. It's two teams that struggled the year before. It's two teams that, in theory, are on the rise a little bit. Nebraska is what did they win? 5 games last year, I think. They won 5 games last year, and definitely not on top of the world by any means. But they got all the excitement right now. What Nebraska's got is a tremendous fan base that now has got legitimate hope, where they've kind of been trying to manufacture it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they got the number 1 QB in the country. Congratulations. You got him. He's there, and he looks the part so far.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. But I do think that they probably are an overall better football team than CU.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that I think they're going to beat CU. I think CU's offense is so damn electric, but it's all going to come down to probably 3 or 4 different plays of the game, and it's probably going to be running plays. Like I said, I don't care if Colorado doesn't run the football. You're an air raid football team. That's what you are. I accept your identity. But you have to be able to run the damn ball when you have to run the damn ball. And so there's going to be 3 or 4 plays over the course of the game where you go for it on 4th down. How about we don't go for it on 4th and 1 on our own 35? Let's not do that.
I saw a fun short today, video with Josh McDaniels and Julian Edelman. And I know you hate McDaniels, and I understand why. But he was coming off as kind of likable in this little clip because he was saying there was a week that they were playing somebody. And he goes, Belichick just came up to me and goes, yeah, I don't think we're going to run the ball this week. And then just McDaniels said Belichick would just walk away.
Okay.
And McDaniels was like,
yes, sir.
what am I supposed to do with that?
Dude, Dan, you've got to find Belichick's announcement of he's on Instagram now. And he read this little script about I didn't want to be on Snapface, but I really missed being able to communicate with people now that I'm not a head coach. And so now I've joined InstaFace so that I can be a part of this community.
Uh-huh.
It is the most awkward thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is he doing it on purpose or is
No, I don't think you got to
being legit?
You have to see it.
All right.
Don't just
All
listen to the audio.
Okay.
You got to watch it.
All right.
He's reading like a teleprompter
right.
and he just can't freaking do it.
Dan, you can pull it up. I'm not a Belichick fan. I think he's, everybody always says like, oh, you got to be around him.
Play the audio, but a little bit later, if you could try to put the video on Twitch also, because I think you got to see it to really understand what he's doing here.
All right, we'll dig it up for sure.
He's got it.
Oh, you got it right now? Oh, shoot. All right, so my bad. I didn't know you had it so quickly.
He's got the audio only.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Roll it.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Well, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to, because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, InstaFace. See you soon.
All right, just when you thought the Bobot was a bad idea, we've got that comedy gem from Bill Belichick.
I could see why if you just heard it, you might think he was intentionally doing it. I think you got to watch it. I don't think he was intentional.
But it wasn't written by him.
Of course not.
It was obviously written to make fun of him. So they wrote the script to Snapface and all that,
Right.
He's just not a good actor.
I don't know if he can read.
So here I am. Hello, InstaFace.
Well, I mean, it is funny because we can make fun of him for it. I mean, I guess it's accidentally funny because he's such a bad actor.
Give it to me again. I just got to hear it again. It's gold.
So here I am.
No.
Hello.
The whole thing?
Yep. I want it again. Right. I want it again.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here?
Wait, stop.
Well, I am too.
See, you
gotta put some music underneath it.
Okay.
You need geez, I don't know what Dan could come up with, but you need something.
Man.
You need a little something underneath it.
On the text line, he sounds like One Man Wolfpack from Hangover.
That's a good one. Yeah, he needs. You got something, Dan? All right.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Well, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to, because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, InstaFace. See you soon.
I think he really landed. It was on a 23-year-old.
Yeah, that's right. Whose back door are you walking out of, Billy? That's what we
Samantha.
want. Yeah, that's what
She
we want to hear.
graduated high school last year.
We want to hear the crazy antics of a 70-year-old decrepit old man in a sweatshirt.
I couldn't find my ex-wife, so I found a 23-year-old, and here I am.
On InstaFace, or whatever she calls it.
Her dad's my biggest fan.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Oh, my gosh. What would you... If you're that girl's father, what's going through your mind right now?
Oh, my Lord. How old is she?
I think she's like 23.
And he is like 70, isn't he? Something like that?
He's over 70. Bill Belichick girlfriend.
Well, I tell you, Bill Belichick's ex, too, was kind of a looker. She was a little bit older. Belichick can pull in some hotties.
So Belichick is 72, and Jordan Hudson is a fresh old 23. 72 and 23. Like, why is that okay?
How does he pull in the ladies? What's his opening line?
I'm rich.
Hello, I would like to date you.
You know, there's like an age gap, right? And then there's a 49-year-old age gap.
No, it's super creepy. It's just Bill Belichick with the ladies. Like, I mean, hello, you look good tonight. Can I buy you a drink on InstaFace? Would you like to come back to my place? I used to tell Tom Brady what to do. Ha 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 ha.
I love the part where he says, since I've not been a head coach, I haven't had a chance to communicate. Oh, because you communicated so much previously. Your press conferences were just illustrious.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I am too.
Yeah.
Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice.
No, we've been
so now
dying
I'm
for
changing
it.
that.
Oh.
I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, InstaFace. See you soon.
Hello, InstaFace.
Would you like to come back to my place and touch the Lombardi Trophy?
Hello, Bouncy Jim.
I mean, Belichick is the Bobot.
Dude, is there anything creepier than thinking of Bill Belichick dating a woman?
I mean, that
45 years younger than him.
The video of him shirtless coming out of her house.
Oh my God!
Is that not the most disturbing thing you've ever seen in your life?
All right, let me ask you this, man. I kind of get Tom Brady as a commentator. Why do any of us give a crap about what Bill Belichick has to say about anything? Seriously.
You know, I gotta admit, there's times that I actually think he's pretty decent at it. I do.
Really?
Yeah, there's times. And then there's other times that he sounds terrible.
I just find him so uninteresting about basically everything.
Well, the mere fact that he even got interviews this year blows my mind. The dude clearly still wants to coach football, and there might be somebody out there dumb enough to give him another job. Why did Atlanta even think about hiring him?
I have no idea. I don't know why I think he's done. I think who's going to want Bill Belichick? Seriously, man. Who? Why? Why would you want that decrepit old man who's creeping after 25-year-old cheerleaders to come run your organization? For what reason?
Oh, was she a cheerleader?
I don't know. I just put that in there.
She probably was.
I have no idea. Hey, were you a cheerleader? I'd like to get to know your pom-poms. Ha, 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 ha.
Are you Tom Brady's leftover?
Do you know I know Tom Brady? Did your sister date him? Maybe I could too with you. Ha, 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 ha.
Tom and I have a great relationship. I don't know what they're talking about.
Brutal. All right, tonight we've got Let's Football Go with Dan Tanner coming up in a little bit. We've got the Ravens against the Chiefs. You know, anything can happen at this time of year. But when you think about this season, Tyler, what do you think the NFL is going to be defined by this year? Because you do have the Chiefs winning 3 out of 4 championships, right? I mean, they are a dynasty, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that going on? Do you see the Chiefs just rolling once again?
I'm not going to be the idiot that says it's going to end. I feel like for the last 5 years of Tom Brady's career, there's a handful of idiots out there. Oh, it's over, man. He can't keep doing this. All right, well, I'm not going to be that idiot that says it's over the Chiefs. I will say this. If I want to feel maybe dumbly optimistic about it, dude, that's a lot of partying those guys have been on. And I'm being serious.
Oh, I know. It's an exhausting ride, right?
It's a lot of partying. It's an exhausting process. Doing it again, the mental grind of just getting to there. Once you get to the playoffs, it's not hard.
Right.
Once you get to the AFC Championship game, they're mentally going to be there. I'm just telling you, man. I mean, what Travis Kelce's been through in the offseason, what Pat Mahomes has been going through in the offseason, I'm probably being foolish here. I just think it's a lot, and I think it's hard to come back from that and be dialed in right out the gates, but that's probably why they're never dialed in out the gates.
Well, let's get into the latest NFL news. Let's Football Go with Dan Buds Quince Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's Thematic for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction. Who wants to bother with that? Come on now. It's not even bothering with it. Just something that you deal with. A lot of guys do. But if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, it's humbling to say the least. That doesn't have to be part of your life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to help out where the pills or the herbals fail. And you don't have to live a life that's just a bummer day after day after day. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get things going in the right direction. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So here's what you do. You schedule a consult. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. Yeah, thanks to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the absolute best. A reminder, you have 25 more minutes to enter for our Altitude Authentics giveaway. The sale is from 10 to 5 on Saturday and 10 to 3 this Sunday at Ball Arena at the team store. 80% off select items, and the winner today gets an Altitude Authentics gift bag filled with all sorts of cool goodies and a $100 gift card. Text Altitude to 303-504-0925 to enter to win. Again, we'll pick the winner in about 25 minutes. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, NFL. Hey, here we go, buddy. Let's go. Come on now.
Week 1 is here. Got Ravens and Chiefs tonight. We will get to a Chiefs story here in just a little bit, but let's start with Broncos head coach Sean Payton from yesterday. Rookie quarterback. How much input does Bo Nix and the quarterbacks have in their weekly game plan? Here's Payton.
The game planning itself, periodically there'll be an idea there was an idea that came up. We'll ask, I want to know what these guys really like. But then when it comes to the actual game planning, I think it's more towards the week as we wind down. What are the things that you like on this plan? The last meeting we have is Saturday night. We'll dot, the plays that player really likes. And if there's a play, he's not as comfortable with, I'll cross it off. So that's kind of how the process goes during the week.
So just in your guys' opinion, how much input do you think a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix should have in the game plan? And do you like Sean Payton's approach of, hey, what do you like? What do you not like?
I mean, outside of making him abreast of the game plan, like none. I mean, seriously, like basically none. If there's some play that you just can't conceptually understand, that you don't run well, yeah, toss it off the list. But more than anything else, the main purpose is I want you in all these meetings so you know what we're thinking. I want you dialed in so when it comes to third down, you're mentally prepped. You are prepared for what I'm going to go to before I even get there. Look, man, you're a rookie quarterback. You don't know right from left right now. Like be a part of things, absorb things, and sure, if there's something that you adamantly don't feel good about, or if there's something that you feel very strongly about, let the coach know. And then, okay, coach maybe highlights. So like, I'm stupid. I way overdo this on my football team. I mean, you make a play sheet, right? And the way that you organize it is you got first and long, you got second and long, second and short, second and medium, right? You got runs, you got passes. So you've got 4 or 5 plays for every single segment of the game. And maybe you highlight the play that he likes, but you don't necessarily plan around the quarterback. Not at this age.
Yeah, don't forget he's a football robot. I do what Sean tells me.
Spider 2, Y banana.
Z flex, Y go. Handball,
you know what we should do?
Handball off.
Last segment of the day. Dan, you should pull up the Chris Sims audio with John Gruden, and I'd love to see D-Mac try to repeat the play call.
Y X banana slant 2x4 Shirley Temple YX go unto. I don't know. Who knows, man? I would say this. I would say if you're used to doing it and you've done it seriously, Tyler, 10,000 times, it comes naturally to you. It's not hard to do.
No.
But it's hard to, get all the... Again, I think here's the deal. 61 starts, guys. 61 starts for Bo Nix in college. It's extraordinary.
Who cares?
I think it's just ingrained in this guy to be... I don't know. I think
the 61 starts is a bit overrated in terms of what it means for his rookie year in the NFL.
Well, we're fixing to find out, and it's going to be fun to see. The whole year, I think, is going to be an absolute blast. Next up, Dan.
All right, well, one more here from Bo Nix. This one's kind of interesting. He was asked on what level of trust he believes his teammates have in him heading into his first NFL start.
Yeah, well, I hope it's now. I hope you don't go into a game with no trust. But I think you just you gain that over time, and I think they see you work, they see you play, I see them play, and you just form this relationship that you can go out there and trust them because you've seen, the guy do it over and over and over. And that's the main thing, is trusting and is doing what you say you're going to do. And so if that's your job and you got to get your depth, or if you got to get the ball to this person, whatever it may be, if you've done it over and over, you're just going to establish that trust. And I believe we got great trust on offense. We all trust each other, trust the receivers, the O-line, got great trust in them, ball carriers, whoever it may be. But we have a very close-knit group, offensively and defensively. But I think that trust is going to carry over into some confidence during game time.
Now, Cortland Sutton also kind of mentioned this yesterday, talking about the trust built up with Bo Nix through the offseason programs and training camp. Do you guys think that's enough time to truly build up a trust with a new teammate, or is it plenty of time and they believe what they're saying?
It's enough time to think. It's enough time to think you trust a guy, but you don't trust a guy until you go through it with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not undervaluing the importance of training camp, and I kind of like when teams go away. I do think there's a certain aspect to it of just the bonding. It's just us, that it's good for a football team. But until you go through it, you don't know if you trust a guy or not.
You know what would be really interesting is that week between the Tampa Bay game and the Jets game, when they go to West Virginia, Greenbrier, right? I think, for 3 days. That will be interesting because you will have played 3 games together. You will have kind of a sample of work to reflect upon and talk about. And now we're going to go away for kind of a small little pseudo training camp.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think it's a pretty cool deal. And if things are going to, and like Bednar.
I think it's distracting.
Okay. All right.
I think it takes, look, man, football players are creatures of habit. Don't you dare tell me Tuesday's a Wednesday. Don't you dare tell me we're bumping up our schedule because we got a Thursday night game or we got Monday night game. We're freaking creatures of habit. And I just think going to the Greenbrier, doing something like that, on the surface, it makes a whole lot of sense. On the surface, I hear what you're saying about the bonding time, and that probably is good. But a lot of times, bonding time turns into distraction time.
Well, I'm just pointing out it's at least early in the season, and you will have gone through a couple of fires together. Bednar has spoken like it's not the worst thing in the world. For example, last year, if you remember the Avs schedule, they started on the road, and Bednar was like, hey, that's fine, great. And they were very successful on the road.
What about Finland?
I thought Finland was stupid. I thought Finland, but that was in the middle of the season. We're playing Columbus. It's exhausting to get there and back. And it scooched the rest of the schedule together. I thought Finland was a waste of time. I thought it was dumb.
Yeah, me too.
So, and I mean, it was cool to have Lehkonen pour hot water on you in a sauna. I guess.
I would hope it was cold water.
I don't know what they were doing. It was kind
Somebody poured hot water on me in a sauna, I'd be a little ticked off.
Next story, Dan.
All right, so we've got Ravens Chiefs tonight, but tomorrow night in Brazil we have Packers and Eagles. Now,
what time is that game at?
I will have to look that up, but
well, this is a super dumb question because think about South America. They have the same time zones as us, don't they?
Yeah, latitude, longitude.
It's all the same.
So. Brazil roughly lines up with Colorado Mountain Time, doesn't it? Close to?
I actually think it does. I don't think that it's. I'm thinking I am an idiot. I am literally an idiot.
We don't have to get into a bunch of world news here, but there are massive protests going on in Brazil.
Why? What's their problem?
They're protesting their leader.
Okay.
Do you know that you're not allowed to use X in Brazil?
And X has been banned in Brazil.
So meaning all the reporters that go to cover this game.
I'm sorry, what?
You can't
Twitter.
Tweet. Yes.
Yes.
I thought okay.
So NFL, we're gonna have a game somewhere that your reporters aren't allowed to go to the main platform that they report.
I'm so confused. How could they stop somebody from using that?
They block it on the internet.
Their leader has banned X and all VPNs, making it a crime to use it.
Nothing could prevent you from actually having a VPN on your phone other than getting arrested when they catch you.
Because they could find you. That's right. Good point. Wow, that's crazy. What's the reason? Why? Do you guys know?
Censorship. Yeah. I mean, it's all based off politics, and they don't want people talking about stuff.
Yeah, Elon and the leader of Brazil have been going back and forth for the last couple of weeks.
But think about that for a second.
Wow.
We've got an NFL football game that the reporters are not allowed to tweet about.
That's wild.
Right. And here is Eagles cornerback Darius Slay. He's not super happy about playing in Brazil, fellas.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like, we out the country. So, you know, the first thing people think is, like, something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything. But they said, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty crazy down there. You know, the police said they're going to be, you know, try to be the best they could possibly be, the top flight security of the world, Craig.
Now, I did read a report today that
they did have the Olympics in Brazil a few years ago.
Well, there were massive protests going on then. So that's kind of where it's at right now. Now, the NFL did say they're working with the Brazilian government to beef up security. But with everything going on, are you guys surprised that the NFL has decided to keep that game on the schedule?
Of course he has a point. Why are you sending us to Mexico City? Why are you sending us to Brazil? Why? Because you don't care about us. All you care about is the money, right? So it's so important that you get the money, but you're not allowed to leave the hotel. And they said the same thing when they sent guys to Mexico City also, by the way. I mean, just things from water to food to getting sick to all this stuff. It's stupid, but I do have a hot take on just all these international games. I don't think you're ever going to have a team in London. I don't think you're ever going to have a team outside of, well, maybe Canada or something like that, but I don't think you're ever going to have somewhere radical location. All you're going to have is all these teams now have got regions. The Broncos have Mexico. That's their region that, you know, they somehow own the rights to Mexico as the Denver Broncos. Not sure how that works, by the way.
It's funny that Jacksonville's region is London.
Yeah.
But it is. They go there every year.
But all you're going to do is you're going to have more one-off international games, in my opinion, rather than actually relocating a team.
Fair enough. Listen, the NFL doesn't care about the players. They care about the NFL. What does the NFL care if you just sit in your hotel room? Period. Go play the game.
Do you care if your starting quarterback goes down sick?
I would care if I'm a Packers or Eagles fan for sure, but
I think the NFL would care.
I don't know.
They should.
Game goes on no matter what. Are they going to be that bothered if Love or
I think the X thing is just that's the most radical part of it to me. You've got an NFL football game with reporters that can't go on Twitter during the game.
Crazy. That's wild, man. I did not know that. Next story.
Well, by the way,
do you think they will?
What's that?
Do you think reporters will go on Twitter?
No. I don't. If it's that big of a deal, I hadn't even heard the story, but if it's really that big of a deal, no, I don't think they will. I really don't. Well, first of all, what reporters are down there from the United States covering this game? I mean, there can't be that many.
I'm sure team reporters will be there.
Can you explain to me how the Denver Broncos own Mexico's rights?
No.
What? What?
Well, as a football team, they own the rights to Mexico. That's now our fan base.
Well, hold on a second. I'm sure there's Chargers fans and Rams fans and Raiders fans in Mexico.
But they can't market there.
Why?
Because that's what the NFL did.
They're not allowed to? I don't know this rule. What's this rule?
Oh, this one's old. This is a couple years ago. They divided up the rights to all these different countries and they passed them off to individual teams. And now that is now your region that you get to go market to where no other NFL team does.
Denver has the entire country of Mexico?
I think so.
Wait a second.
I got dibs on Mexico.
Yeah, are you insinuating that every team gets a country?
Yes.
Come on. So who's the Packers country? Brazil?
I don't know.
What about Argentina?
Who gets Argentina? The Rams? I mean, we know Jacksonville is London. There's no way that could be right.
I promise you,
Every team gets a country.
Broncos awarded international home market area in Mexico. The Broncos will have access to marketing, fan engagement, and commercialization within Mexico as part of an important long-term strategic effort to build global brand effort to the NFL and grow the game internationally.
Yeah, but when the Chargers and Rams and Raiders,
they don't have the rights to it. The Broncos do.
The Cardinals don't have the rights to Mexico?
No, the Broncos do.
You could drive there from the Cardinals pretty easily. I don't know. I have no idea.
It's their international home market. That's the Broncos' home market.
I know Aurora just recently got Venezuela. That's pretty exciting. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, we talked to Adam Schefter about this a little bit ago, but Steelers quarterback Russell Wilson was limited in today's practice after reporting tightness in the calf he injured during training camp. Now, Coach Mike Tomlin said he wouldn't say Wilson informed coaches of the tightness, but added that the quarterback will get further evaluated out of an abundance of caution. He said his calf got tight. We'll see what tomorrow looks like and kind of go from there. I guess my question is, how disappointing would it be if he was not starting week 2 here in the Mile High City?
That would suck. And I'm seeing where this is going. I'll give you my little hot take. He won't be starting for Pittsburgh in week 2.
On purpose or legit reasons? What are you insinuating?
I'll say it's a little bit of both. Like, I don't think
he's trying. He doesn't want to. What do you mean?
I think it feels like it's a pretty convenient way for him to tap out of that game. And, I don't know, man. He was looking pretty shaky in preseason. He was hurt a little bit. I don't think he's not hurt. I think it's a combo meal. But I bet you anything at this point, Justin Fields will start in week 2.
Who do you think has the rights to Ghana? The Philadelphia Eagles.
Are you being serious?
Why do you think I'm making this up?
So every team got a country.
Okay, Australia.
I need to know.
Guess who has Australia?
You got to be kidding me.
Take a guess. Who's got Australia? This is a fun game.
Australia, Carolina.
Rams. Brazil.
Well, the Eagles.
Nope.
Packers.
Miami Dolphins.
Then why are the Packers and Eagles playing there?
I couldn't tell you.
So every NFL team gets
Vikings
a country.
And Seahawks get Canada.
They split Canada.
Yep, they get Canada. Oh, Rams. They're double dipping. They got Australia and China.
They get China?
Carolina Panthers. Who do you think they got?
Germany
got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams.
Oh, well, that kind of makes a little bit more sense. Like, I don't think Mexico is just the Broncos. That's it. Just the Broncos, one country, that's it.
I don't know. I just know the Broncos got the Mexico. They got the Mexico.
I don't know. Carolina. What's the worst country you could get? Well, what's the most lousy country you could be at? Well, where is it?
Carolina.
Siberia. I don't know.
Germany.
Germany's Carolina?
Yeah. Also Kansas City and New England.
They all get Germany.
Yeah.
I had no idea this was a thing. Ghana? Are there some other interesting countries out there that we want to expand to?
New Zealand? Ghana, I would say Ghana, China, and New Zealand.
Who's got New Zealand?
The Rams got the rights to a handful.
Oh, okay.
Rams got New Zealand. Oh, and Philadelphia's got New Zealand.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't even know what this means. So you can market in these countries and other teams can't.
It's international home marketing areas, correct. You've got the rights to market there. Sorry, Mexico, you don't get a choice.
But Mexico gets Denver, and that's it. There's got to be other countries.
A bunch of teams got Mexico.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. So it's not exclusive. It's not just Denver.
Actually, the only three exclusive ones.
What?
Brazil, China, and Ghana. Only Miami gets Brazil. Only the Rams get China. And only the Eagles get Ghana.
Okay.
Ghana. Why Ghana?
I have no idea. Who knows? How much money is the NFL making, dude? Seriously. How much money are they making? They do not give a crap about the players, man. They don't.
It's not enough. Whatever it is,
cow.
it's not enough to them.
It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I got great news for you. There's one dealership you need to deal with. There's only one. It's Phil Long Ford of Denver. They will have the new car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle. I don't care what you're looking for. It's going to be at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. This is one-stop shopping, and you're going to get the best price. So you don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one dealership, get the best price, get the vehicle of your dreams. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. You're not going to have to worry about it. You're just going to get it. And they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very long time. The only dealership that I bought a car from since my rookie year, I don't just say it, that is an absolute fact. They treat me right. They're going to do the same for you. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Thanks to our friends from Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. Way to go, Revitalized Health. Congratulations. Dan, who we got? Oh, wait, let's go to the Bobot. Oh, shoot, I just screwed something up massively.
Oh, darn.
Oh, damn.
The Bobot didn't work?
Oh.
What a freaking shame.
Oh, there it is. Who won, Bobot?
Timothy Robinson.
Shut up. Danger, Will Robinson.
Wait a second. You know that reference?
Yeah.
You got wait. I can't believe Scott's not here for this.
What?
You know a Lost in Space reference.
Everybody knows Danger Will Robinson. I didn't know what it's from. I just know it's Danger Will Robinson.
Oh, okay. You don't know where it's from.
I actually did know Lost in Space. I did.
I really did.
Ask me if I've ever seen it.
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen the remake. Wasn't that on Netflix or something?
I don't know.
I did see the remake.
I really did just screw up the screen here, Dan. I don't even know what I did.
Oh, God. Somebody took D-Mac's buttons away?
Somebody did take my buttons away.
Who says God doesn't answer prayers?
Congratulations, Timothy Robinson. Way to go. People are speculating about, what countries teams are aligned with. Who's got Serbia?
So there has been an update, by the way. Found a more updated article. There are some new countries that we've expanded to. Yeah. There's some new ones. We got some emerging markets in Nigeria.
Okay.
In Australia, Switzerland, Japan, and South Korea. Oh, Colombia made it now. We got the world. NFL owns the world now.
That's their goal, man. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, do you think?
I think too many of these games is a bad thing. Too much of this is too much.
Why?
Number one, what incentive does the home team really have to go do this? I get it. You're getting new fans. It's more money. I get it. They're buying your apparel. It's more merch, all that stuff. Why would you want to give up a home game to go play in Mexico City? Why would you want to give up a home game to go play in Brazil? Why would you want to do that? Is that better for your football team, or is that worse for your football team? I do think at some point fans are just like, is it? I don't find those games exciting at all. No. Matter of fact, I view those games, like seriously, when we got the London games or we got these Brazil games, I view those as kind of like write-off games. Like I guess I'll watch it if it's there.
What about tonight? How interested are you in this game tonight?
Oh, I'm ready to rock and roll in this one.
Ravens, Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll, man. I mean, this is a great start to the season. You got the Ravens, you got the Chiefs, you got two top dogs about to do battle with one another. Thursday night football.
The Chiefs will do what this season?
I think it'll be very typical to last year. I think they probably struggle out the gates. Everybody's looking at it like, what's wrong with the Chiefs?
Mm-hmm.
Look at these guys. They can't run the ball. They can't do this. They can't do that. This is an opportunity. And they get to playoff time, and you got freaking Patrick Mahomes, and he's a wizard, and he eats children, and, probably sacrifice Rachel and Ross. And
my cats?
Yeah, cats. And
my God. It's bad news for Rachel and Ross.
Yeah.
Ross has been acting kind of peculiar these days.
Right?
I'm not going to lie.
Well, Mahomes tried to sacrifice him.
Lamar Jackson will do what this year?
Put up gaudy numbers, like he always does. You know my thoughts on Lamar Jackson.
I know. I'm getting you there.
Look, man, would I want Lamar Jackson to play a quarterback? Hell yes. Like, don't hear me wrong on that. I'm not sitting here acting like I wouldn't want Lamar over Bo Nix. Yeah, 10 out of 10 times I'll take Lamar Jackson over Bo Nix. But I just don't think that the style of football is sustainable once you get to the playoffs. So I think the Baltimore Ravens are set up for a Bills type of run of letdown. That's what they've got. They're in for years and years of letdown.
The best team in the AFC will be who this year?
Chiefs.
Best team in the NFC will be who this year?
That's a tough one. I don't think San Francisco dominates the way they did previously. I could see San Francisco being an 11-win team, somewhere in that ballpark. They got to still be the front runners, though, right?
Mm-hmm. I'd say. Will it be the Lions? Will they step up and figure out how to do math in the postseason?
Nah, they're still darlings, right? They're not top dogs. They're underdogs that have kind of arrived, but they're still the darlings.
Did you see Dan Campbell's Applebee's commercial?
I know. Well, I saw Schefter tweeted something about it being legendary, but I didn't watch it.
Pretty funny.
What happened?
It's just, he's being a goofball. He's making fun of himself a little bit in Applebee's. So it's funny. Dan Campbell's on the rise, man.
Yeah, are you buying in yet or what?
I am buying into certain elements of it, yeah. I don't think I have a choice.
Second best team in the NFC is who?
The Lions.
I'm going to go Packers.
I don't believe in the Packers. I just don't.
I got you. I totally understand why.
Not there with them. Boy, they're on the hype train, though. People love them.
I don't want Mike Sanford to be so wrong. So, man, I'm going to be sad for him if Jordan Love sucks. Wouldn't you be a little sad for Mike if he sucks?
No. I mean, I really just don't care.
Wouldn't it be a bit of a letdown on his analysis and everything else?
No, I think Mike's friends with Jordan Love because he coached him at Utah State, and that's just kind of it. I mean, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
You know who's going to make a run? Falcons. They're going to make a run.
You think so?
Falcons win the NFC South.
Your buddy Kirk, he's going to get it going, huh?
They're going to win the NFC South. Bucks are going to have a letdown. Baker Mayfield's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Baker's like that guy that every other year,
Saints are no big deal.
You forget about Baker Mayfield, then he goes on a little run, and then you're like, oh wait, we know how to stop Baker Mayfield.
You know it's great though, starting tonight in a few hours. And by the way, I'll be out. Nate and Andy are at Stoney's. Well, Nate is. Andy's being Andy's a tough dude, but he's got a little something going on. But he'll be on the air. But I'll be out with those guys at Stoney's later tonight, and if you need a place to come watch the game, come have a drink with me at Stoney's. Let's go. We can watch the Ravens and the Chiefs together. Yeah, I'm not against it. My wife told me she's interested in coming down there tonight. So that means whoa, Daddy D-Mac has the right to party. So got to ride home.
Got permission?
Got permission.
You got a dedicated bike driver?
I will have to drive to Stoney's today.
Speaking of that, D-Mac, you got to tell Tyler what happened after the show yesterday.
I rode home in the pouring rainstorm and lightning and thunder and rain. No big deal. I'm not making a big deal about it.
One of the pitfalls of riding your bike to work. But
what time did you leave here?
Got out of here.
Because I got home before the rain even started.
Yeah, no, I got out of here around 4:15, 4:20, something like that. Something along those lines. It was pouring.
What do you do until 4:20?
No, I have nothing else to do.
You're here for an hour and a half after the show?
What was I doing? Nothing. I don't know what I was doing. I just sit around.
Dan had to stay the whole time, didn't he?
Yeah.
God, I feel bad for him.
I was helping KJ.
Dan, one day I just want you to grow a pair of testes.
Yeah.
And I want you to just leave before D-Mac. Just leave.
Well, we get a lot of stuff done after the show, Tyler. How do you think we came up with the robot idea?
How did we come up with
You've
robot?
literally told me that it drives you nuts that you feel trapped by him.
That is not the conversation we had. That is not the conversation
That is
we had.
verbatim. I am trapped because D-Mac won't leave.
I won't. I never want to leave. But I hear the music, so we have to go. So, easy one today. But, yeah, Stoney's later tonight. That's where Nate and Andy-ish are right now. That's next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Help me out here. We get this text from Paul, and Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Paul says that we are Bo Nix bashing again. So I just want to know. I want to know how many fans feel like Paul. We just did a segment telling you we need to wait and watch a guy play a game.
Can I watch him play?
And we are Bo Nix bashing.
Can I
I
see
need
him?
to know where this fan base turned into so sensitive that if you're not hailing the king,
do you like getting nailed by the king? Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
I don't feel like we've gotten the Petros drop in like a solid week or two. I'm glad to have it back in my life. Good job, Spring. Well done. Hey, everybody, we're out on the road today. In varying different parts of the road, but the road nonetheless. I am Nate Kreckman. I am joining you live at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln. Thursday Night Football brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Come down here to Stoney's. Andy, have a dew and a brew right here at Stoney's tonight. Watch a little Ravens-Chiefs on Thursday Night Football this evening. Chiefs 3-point favorites at home to kick off the 2024 NFL campaign. But we're here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, although Andy is currently in quarantine, coughing all over himself inside his basement. How you doing, pal? How you feeling?
I'm good. We got the test results we wanted. I am not a father, but I am a little gross, so I guess I'm here. I will be there with you next week. We will be partying hardy.
Also, being a little gross has never stopped you from coming to work ever in the past. Why was it different today?
I was ordered today otherwise, so.
Okay. All right.
Were you not in on this? I thought you had requested this, quite honestly. So.
I was a little worried about your hacking, but I was
Completely
prepared to
fair.
I was prepared
fair.
to distance myself from you here at Stoney's. It's
Yeah,
a giant
well, yeah.
stage. Like honestly,
It's a giant bar.
We could do I could do full on like DLR moves up here, like it's Van Halen in '82. I could do some sweet moves on the stage here at Stoney's. That's how massive it is, and yet I'm kind of just politely sitting over here in the corner. But if I wanted to, Andy, I could be on my feet. I can do kicks. I can do whatever I need to because I got space here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. It's Denver's best sports bar, by the way, for watching sports, as voted by Westward. And here's the thing. When you talk about sourcing, you can't do any better than the fine publication known as Westward, my friend. That's right. Would you like to purchase legal marijuana? Would you like a massage where we don't have to ask questions about what's happening in the massage? Or would you like to read through and say, hey, what is Denver's best sports talk radio show? Oh, yeah, the fine people of Westward said it was Kreckman and Lindahl, as well as Stoney's being Denver's best sports bar to watch games as voted by the Westward. And we'll be here tonight watching Chiefs-Ravens and the start of the NFL season. That's all happening, my friend.
You know what's great? That stage will be there every week, as will we. Make plans to join us on Thursdays. Have a beer and a dew. A what? A brew dew? A dew brew?
A dew and a brew.
Dew and a brew.
Yeah. Tullamore Dew. It's fine.
And that means we'll be there around Halloween so that you can, in fact, don the spandex of David Lee Roth. And you can, come October, you can show us these splits you're so proud of.
All right. So for Halloween this year, I go DLR. You dress as Hjer. We've all got it going on right here. It's pick your favorite Van Halen guy right here on the show. We'll have to get Mark Stout out here with us that day. He can be Eddie.
There you go. Yeah. I could actually dress probably as modern David Lee Roth or Sammy Hjer.
Yeah, modern Hjer.
Sammy's not in the same rock body shape he was in, so he and I could. Yeah, we could get that done. I'll walk around with tequila.
It's
who
okay.
Would you rather be, David Lee Roth, or not who you like better? Whose life would you rather have? Because David Lee Roth feels like he's gone a little sad since the breakup, whereas Sammy Hagar's just, I'll take Hjer. I'll be in the sun. I'll be in Mexico drinking. He's like the new Jimmy Buffett, right?
What is DLR up to these days?
I got no idea, but it's probably not happy.
He's 69 years of age.
Well, he's nice. He's doing nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Of late, he had planned to do a residency at the House of Blues at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. That was late December of 21. Following the cancellation of all shows, Roth retired from performing with a March 2020 performance in Texas with Kiss being his final performance. So DLR has hung it up. He has retired. And according to Wikipedia, following his retirement from performing, Roth proceeded to release a series of covers of Van Halen's songs throughout the second half of 2022. Why? Isn't he already in on the rights to those songs? Is there more money to be made off of covering his own material?
Did he redo the Hagar years? Did he decide to sing Pound Cake?
A reimagining of the Hagar years.
Name all the songs off that one album with the Jesus statue on it, and that would be, he covered those.
Apparently, DLR is a martial artist, according to Wikipedia. These are things I didn't know about. He does a lot of kicks. I didn't know that he actually had formal training in all of the kicks.
Well, we got Halloween figured out. I could sense a whole theme coming together for us at Stoney's on a Thursday before Halloween.
We already made it happen.
Wait a minute. Is Halloween a Thursday or is it a Friday?
I don't know.
I'm going to go find this out. This is important information.
I'm one of those people. I do not know the
It's a Thursday, Nate.
It's a Thursday, so we'll be here. That's perfect.
Baby.
Look at that.
Look out.
All right, I have to go spandex shopping now. Okay? I have to go spandex shopping, and possibly I need to consider an elective surgery to get myself to a David Lee Roth body.
No surgery. Hey. If the ladies can go with the chicken cutlets, you can go ahead and get the protector. That's all right.
I might have to do some things there to get to that place. Hey, Andy, you'd sent this over to me today. Our friends over at TheRinger.com, Lindsay H. Jones.
At what time? That's the key. At what time did I send it? Because that may tell you if I remember sending it or not.
That's a good call right there. TheRinger.com put out their first quarterback rankings of the 2024 NFL season freshly before the start of the year. Mahomes at 1, Lamar at 2, Josh Allen at 3. That's all what you would figure. Let's scan down. Hey, there's Caleb Williams at number 20. The flashy
20.
young quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Let's keep scrolling down. There's, Jacoby Brissett at 25. There's a Will Levis at 26. Hey, there's Russ at 27. Bum, calf, and all. Oh, man, Mike Tomlin's not in a good mood. Jaden Daniels, fellow rookie quarterback at 28. I still scroll down. There's Sam Darnold. There's Bryce Young. There's Gardner Minshew at 31. We get to 32, a.k.a. bottom of the list. Bo Nix, Denver Broncos.
All right. Where was Daniel Jones, by the way?
Let's scroll.
I know he wouldn't pop to you too much, but seriously?
23.
Deshaun
Watson, 24.
I would. Now, again, as Mark Springer so aptly played in our open, we're not leading the parade for Rookie of the Year. We're taking a wait-and-see attitude. There's no way I see Bo Nix being 32. Come on.
Who is Are you putting Daniel Jones below Bo Nix right now?
Yes.
Okay.
First name that came to mind. I don't necessarily love Jacoby Brissett either. He's got to live playing behind that line.
Yeah.
The Patriots didn't want to start Jacoby Brissett. They don't want to get their new guy killed.
Yeah.
That's all that's about, right? Drake May, they want Drake May to live to see his second year. So Jacoby Brissett's got to be he's a sacrificial lamb. Come on, man. Bo Nix at 32. That's a little.
32. Andy,
What do they figure? What are they? Do we have criteria for why they think this is going to go down?
So as Stephen Ruiz writes, he says, when I watched Bo Nix at Oregon, I didn't see the strong-armed, unflappable passer that Sean Payton says he did. Nix had an okay arm, one capable of making most throws, but he didn't test it out often in Oregon's run-pass option heavy offense. Well, that's definitely
feels
true.
fair.
The stats are all the numbers check out. Says he found open receivers deep into his progression, but he didn't always look confident in his decision, often taking an extra hitch just to confirm the receiver was open. The windows in the NFL closed too fast for indecisiveness. In the preseason, Nix didn't appear any more comfortable in the pocket. He wasted clean pockets to get outside of them, where he seems to feel more confident in what he's seeing. What stood out in August was his arm strength while throwing on the move. I would definitely agree with that. He can sling it with a sidearm delivery while running in either direction. That, along with decent accuracy, could be enough for Payton to work with while he fixes some of the bigger issues in Nix's game.
All right, I'm not going to call that the most unfair assessment.
But no, that's the guy that I watched in the preseason.
And more importantly, in practices. I really want people to know. I kind of feel like I can speak for you here, but you let me know what you want to correct on the old rough draft. You and we went to a lot of these practices and watched them in their entirety, and look, Bo Nix did some things every practice that made you say, all right, I like that.
Yeah.
But then there were other times where it was just as he described, where there was a hesitancy to throw downfield. He didn't test PS2 an awful lot, which is going to be – now, PS2 may be the best corner in the game, okay? So I'm not going to say you're going to face a guy like that every week, but you're going to face a guy close to that every week. And they're going to probably put that guy on Cortland Sutton when they figure out that's your favorite target.
Yeah.
So you can't be afraid to throw. And again, there was a hitch on some of the deeper passes. There were a couple times, like I feel like he even did against Green Bay on the first drive, where he was looking deep shot and then decided, no, I'm just going to check. I got to see a play, I want to see where you go ahead and take that deep shot and don't change your mind for the shorter option, okay? So I don't disagree with the assessment. You cannot, honestly, Nate, with what we saw in practices, because the preseason games, look, they game plan more than the other teams did. We talked about that.
Yep.
There's no sin in that. He gave his offense confidence. I understand what Sean Payton was doing as a coach, but it still doesn't change the fact that you probably put more effort in getting that look than the other teams did. But still, I'll go back to Daniel Jones. You really think Bo Nix is going to be worse than Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones is a mess. They don't even know if they want Daniel Jones. Again, what Nix has going over a lot of these guys is his coach wants him.
Yeah.
They want him to be good. I don't think Daboll will even – I think if Drew Lock was healthy, I think it'd be a lot more curious out there. And I don't know. I haven't even checked in. Maybe he's getting healthier. Tomlin is going with Russ. I'm not positive Tomlin is all in on Russ, right?
I don't think he is. No.
Look,
Yeah,
Jaden Daniels, I guess if he struggles, okay. But I saw some pretty good stuff out of Jaden Daniels in the preseason, okay? Penix is not going to play. They're trying to put Penix on they're putting him in a bunker where nobody can find him. You know when things go wrong and they hide the vice president? That's where Penix is apparently right now, because they don't want the fans pining for him because they've committed too much money to Kirk Cousins. You know what? I do want to go back to something yesterday. Do you want to touch on one more point in this? Because I want to bring up something from an interview yesterday with our guy Michael from Seattle.
There's one other thing, and Stephen Ruiz writes this, and this is fair. How can he rise? All right? This is on Bo Nix. And also, to be fair here, Bo Nix has literally never taken an NFL snap. So
sure, but
right now, is he better than Daniel Jones? No, he's not. Daniel Jones has actually won NFL games before. Bo Nix literally never
Fair
has.
enough.
Now, I believe that Bo Nix will have the kind of career that surpasses him. I hope it surpasses Gardner Minshew, the Jacoby Brissetts, the Sam Darnolds of the world. Yet right now, largely an unproven commodity. And yes, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's okay that Caleb Williams is rated ahead of all these guys. But he does write this. He says, Nix's pocket presence grade is holding him back from a higher spot on the list. He may have maxed out his physical abilities, but if he could just chill out in the pocket, he'd make significant progress in the mental aspects of playing the position. I 100% agree with that. That's the biggest thing that I want to see out of this slate of September games is a quarterback that is going to hang in the pocket, a quarterback that is going to keep a solid base underneath him when he's throwing the football. Like, those are the sort of tangible, okay, here's a coaching point from the preseason. This is what I want to see you do better when we get to regular season football. And I think if Nix does those things, his brains and his accuracy, because he does not have an elite NFL arm, but I think that those things will start to shine through if he can show, okay, I'm willing to stand in here instead of just scampering and throwing off of weird bases. And he did well in that in the preseason. I don't think that that's going to cut mustard in the regular season.
Yeah, you're right. I also think it's something that Sean Payton will coach out of him, right? I don't think Sean Payton look, he didn't like it with Russ. I don't think he minds if you run a bit, but I think he wants you back there running the play, hitting the routes that are designed to come open early, right?
Yep, I would agree with that.
So I think Sean will coach it out of him because I think that's why he decided to go ahead and pick him. Now, again, I do think – I don't think you totally want to put – I don't think you want to completely coach out the ability to make a second play out of Bo Nix because I do think he has some escapability.
Every quarterback has to have that. Every quarterback has to have that.
Well, because, again, the play's not going to be run perfectly. And when they figure out what you like best after 2 or 3 games, they're going to take that away, and you're going to have to go to another pitch.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel Jones has a playoff win. Again,
yeah, I know.
It's a lower ceiling than we got here at Stoney's, but still.
I
Bo's
get it.
Bo's got to do some stuff.
Okay, fair enough, but tonight, 32? I just don't believe he's going to be 32. Maybe I'll be wrong. See, I see him being somewhere between 20 and 15. I do. I could see that happening.
Here's what's funny about this.
He and Sean Payton will meld together good enough to be somewhere in that middle of the pack.
Okay, here's what's funny about this. And I thought of this as I scanned through these rankings. This is the Ringer putting out their first quarterback rankings of the 2024 season. Here were the 3 quarterbacks at 14, 15, and 16, okay?
Okay.
This is 14, 15, and 16. 14, Jared Goff. 15, Kirk Cousins. 16, Brock Purdy. If Nix is any of those dudes, awesome. Awesome.
They're all perfect matches with their play callers, and Sean Payton is the play caller.
Yep. I'll take that with any of those guys. Accurate throwers of the football, good decision makers, not elite in their skill set, but boy, they do a lot of things well. I would absolutely take that. Hell, I would take it if Bo Nix turned into Geno Smith, like the current day version of Seattle. Geno Smith does everything on the field competently. I would completely take that out of this guy.
Okay, help me out with his last name again. Our guy Michael from Seattle yesterday from The Athletic.
Michael Sean Dugar was with us on the show
Sean
yesterday.
Dugar. Okay, Michael gave us a Kirk Cousins. Michael covered the Pac-12, saw plenty of Bo Nix. Why don't we, when we come back, Nate, I want to dig into that. Would you be okay? I want you to pick out your favorite highlight and lowlight of the Kirk Cousins era, and if Bo Nix is Kirk Cousins, is that really such a bad thing? Really?
Yeah, I'm down to talk about it when we come back. Plus, we got Green Day tickets to give away, and we're going to do it coming back on the other side. We've got one more edition of Green Day Trivia. Green Day Trivia.
It's not going to be Green Day Trivia today. It's not Green Day. Today it's still Green. By the way, did you see they had to leave stage?
It's no love for Milwaukee Bucks legend Todd Day on the show, RK.
Well, Thanksgiving Day, New Year's Day, whatever day,
Wednesday, Thursday.
No, did you see them leave the stage because of the drone last night?
What happened?
Yeah, they were playing in, I think it was, I can't remember. They were playing another baseball stadium, and a drone flew in, and they did not like the drone. So in the middle of, can't remember what song it was. In the middle of the song, they all just ran off stage.
Does Green Day think they're bombable?
Well, I don't know.
Does Green Day think there's a foreign government trying to take them out? They're sending drones after us. This is what is going to upset the geopolitical balances. We got to take out Billy Joe Armstrong. No more songs about wanking it. We can't have that in this country.
He took his guitar and took off. I'm like him. I'm definitely taking the guitar with me. You'll take my guitar from my cold, dead hand.
It's a good move.
I think I sent you that, by the way. I got to go see. I'm trying to remember what song it is.
All right, well, nobody send a drone into Coors Field.
Yeah, keep your
Saturday.
drones at home when you go Saturday to Coors Field. Let's just do that. Now, I want to see how big the drone was. I want to know why it was an intimidating drone.
I don't know. He's not a very big guy, so most drones are probably large in
Did they
size.
think they were going to come in like an Amazon drone and pick him up and then go deliver him to another house? Is that what it was?
It just drops you off.
Yeah.
It was just some guy that was trying to get a girl to date him, and they figured if he dropped Billy Joe off at the front door singing "I Hope You Had the Time of Your Life," that would be the thing that finally broke the ice.
It was in the middle of Longview, of all things, your song Longview. That's when the drone came in. You know what? Some Presbyterian church was like, you will not sing this song. I will send the drone in.
No sins of the flesh.
You shall not.
It was one of those damn religious drones.
Yeah. It showed up. And Green Day scattered. They scurried to side stage.
It's one of those shame drones that they.
Yeah. Who was the church lady? It was the church lady drone.
Jesus is always watching.
Are you a sinner? She ran off. They just ran off. That was it. Shall not finish Longview. Not on my watch.
Anyway, we on the Craigman and Lindahl Show encourage all those activities. We are with you today until 6 o'clock, Thursday Night Football, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Get down to Stoney's, have a dew and a brew. Sean Brennan wrote that line. He was very proud of it. So I'll make sure to say it at least 18 times today on the show.
Isn't that a Boilermaker? What's an Irish Boilermaker?
Yeah, isn't that you drop a whiskey into the beer? And then you pound it?
Yeah, that Boilermaker I thought was just the shot in the beer.
There you go. Stoney's 11th and Lincoln. By the way, we got an autographed Randy Gradishar helmet to give away, an autographed Javonte Williams helmet to give away today.
Put the helmets on. Put the helmets on. Can you put the helmets on? Do they have those lids in them?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't actually.
Try to put a helmet on.
Sean ran off. He's having a dew and a brew right now somewhere as well. Mark Johnson at 4:20, Buffs in Nebraska. Kalen Kaler, our friend from ESPN, will join us at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock to talk Broncos. We got so much going on. It's Altitude Sports Radio out here at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln. Get out here Thursday Night Football tonight. Good job, Spring. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have yet another pair of tickets for Green Day. Saturday, Coors Field, no drones. Green Day, Andy, brings the Saviors Tour to Coors Field this Saturday. Special guests Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas celebrate 30 years of Dookie, 20 years of American Idiot, and the band's new album, Saviors. By the way, if you're going out to the show, that's the Linda Lindas, not the Lindahl Lindahls. It's the Linda Lindas, different thing altogether. But tickets are still available at Ticketmaster. Or you can win a pair on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show right now. But you have to answer the following trivia question correctly. Green Day trivia. Green Day trivia.
Not
By the way,
Doris Day.
How many other famous people are there besides former Milwaukee Bucks guy Todd Day with the last name Day?
Wasn't there Broncos center whose last name was Day?
Could have been.
Dylan
Jason
Day or
Day,
something
the golfer,
like that.
The golfer Jason Day. That one just came to me. There we go. Got that one.
Okay, you know what? You go ahead and ask your question. I'll look it up.
He's Australian. Let's see. Doris Day.
I just said Doris Day.
Charlie Day. Always Sunny. Now I'm on a roll. Okay. That's all the days I could think
Are
of.
you going to change it up now?
No, we're going to
Is it
stick with
be
Green
Day?
Day trivia, not Green Day trivia.
Huh?
All right. Text in your answer, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The one texter, not the first, but one texter with the correct answer will be randomly drawn to win a pair of tickets for the Green Day show coming up here on Saturday at Coors Field. Here we go, Andy. One of two remaining Seattle Supersonics still in the NBA, not Kevin Durant. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. One of two remaining Seattle Supersonics still in the NBA, donned Supersonics uniforms, but it's not Kevin Durant. 303.
And I'm going to say
504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in your answer. One lucky listener that gets the question correct will win a pair of tickets for the Green Day show on Saturday. Tickets still available at Ticketmaster. And no, Andy, it was not Michael Cage or Xavier McDaniel.
No, I was going to say friend of the program.
He is. That
Yes.
he is. This individual
Yes.
is also a good pal of the program. Not Detlef
By the way,
Schrempf.
real quick,
Not
no,
Gary Payton.
I don't like Detlef Schrempf. The hell with him.
Not Nate McMillan.
I don't like his face. What do you think of that? He probably doesn't like mine. How about Bobby Day? Mel from Alice. You like
Okay.
a Bobby Day?
That's
Huh?
a deep cut.
Well, yeah, the listed. I'm not finding a lot of sports days.
Not a lot of sports days.
Jason Day. Do you know Jason Day? I think you mentioned him, the
golfer,
Australian golfer.
Did mention him. I did. Yes.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just reading names and then remembering you said it after I said it out loud.
Good.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of sports days. I'm
Good.
telling you, was there not a Dylan Day that was center? I think he was a center for the Broncos, had long blonde hair, like a Fangio era dude.
Yes, Dylan Day. Yes, he had sweet, long blonde hair. He looked like he could have been a member of the 80s brother duo Nelson.
Right.
Was the kind of hair.
He was the beefier. He was the muscle of the duo.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, he could have been a member of Nelson for sure.
Yes. Do you know Todd Day?
Or one of the Malfoys, perhaps, from Harry Potter. He could have been one of those as well. Yes,
How
Todd
about
Day,
Henry.
former Milwaukee Bucks guy, as mentioned.
No, he was a former American basketball player. Current head coach of the Philadelphia Smith College in Little Rock.
Yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks still a basketball team.
Oh, God, when you said Bucks, Brewers clicked in my head. All right, sorry. I literally thought Brewers have no. I was like, no, he's not a baseball player.
The Milwaukee Bucks, still members of the National Basketball Association.
Last we checked, they still played the round ball.
They still do.
I'm not kidding you. I literally thought, for some reason, I thought I was thinking Brewers.
You know, in baseball, Andy, the Bucks are actually the Pirates.
Well, there you go.
In football, the Bucks are the Buccaneers. In basketball, the Bucks are the Bucks. I don't know who they are in hockey.
There's some guy named Hap Day too, Clarence Happy Day. Anyway, he was a Maple Leaf. I do want to get into the Kirk Cousins comparison, but we've screwed around enough. So let's have a longer conversation, real quickly. Since I forced us into baseball, did you see the guy the Rockies tried? I've got a Rocky. I am actually kind of excited to watch play a little baseball. Did you see the guy whose nickname they need to call Gas?
Is it Brenton Doyle? He's the one that I like. I like Brenton Doyle and Ezekiel Tovar.
Well, I do like those guys. But as far as a pitcher out of the pen, the guy that they had last night who pitched because they lost, so he didn't have to go out for the ninth.
Yeah.
But he pitched the 7th and 8th inning, and dude was throwing 100 and 101, and the ball was moving. Like, I've never heard Spilly giddy on the air. Spilly had a couple just flat, what was that reaction? It was the first Rockies pitcher I've seen in a while who actually had batters, in this case, Braves batters, giving him the look back, like, who the bleep are you? I mean, this kid, now, I will warn everybody, I once got excited about Craig House, and that was like a 2-month fun ride.
I believe you're speaking of youngster Seth Halverson.
It is Seth Halverson. Okay, so we've got something going. Yes, Seth Halverson pitched the 7th and 8th for the Rockies last night. He was filthy. We were having some technical problems down there at Stoney, so we'll get those fixed. But I'm telling you, Rockies fans, I know it's been a frustrating season. I've seen a lot of things in my lifetime. This guy, again, he not only had the ball going 101 and 100, it was catching outside black of the plate. It had it just had batters mystified. So that dude, they wanted to call him Gas. Sean said he watched him. So Gas Halverson is what they said they've got to nickname the guy that. So we'll see if it sticks. But again, in a losing effort. But at this point, just having a pitcher to be excited to come out of the pen, I'll take it right now. It was, I've not seen a Rockies pitcher do what he did to those batters last night. Now, it was on the road, and hopefully the movement will stay when he gets back to Coors Field, because oftentimes the pitchers will tell you when they get back here and there's no humidity, the little fur of the baseball, like kind of the fuzz of the peach, feels like a cue ball, and that's where you can't get your fingers dug in quite enough to get that movement to happen. So we'll see what happens at Coors Field. But, man, I'll tell you, last night it was quite fun to watch. We're going to get Nate reconnected, get the problems solved out there at Stoney's. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Get on down to Stoney's, watch Thursday Night Football. That's our new Thursday night home through the fall. We're going to have a watch party going after. Normally when I don't have crud going on that you don't want to get, I'll be there hosting it. But D-Mac's is going to be there tonight. We got a lot of fun planned for you there, so get down there, watch the game. Let's kick the NFL season off. We had our guest yesterday compare Bo Nix. He thinks he could be a Kirk Cousins. Broncos country, would you be okay with that out of your young rookie quarterback? We'll discuss that further next on Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low testosterone. It's something you hear a lot about. Maybe you've even wondered, have you dealt with this yourself? For me, the clear sign was frankly low energy. A couple hours after waking up, I'd have a full day planned, and then all of a sudden I just feel like taking a nap. That stinks. That's not something that you want to live with. That's not something you want to live your life by. You want to get up there, get at them. Do you know that some men, some guys can start losing testosterone, 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year as early as their mid-30s? Again, other signs of maybe you're dealing with low testosterone would be decreased libido, putting on some weight, maybe your gym workouts aren't going the same, or even sad or depressed. If you're really dealing with sadness or depression, let's get this checked out. You don't want to let that linger on. Go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, that's their website, and take their low T quiz. It can answer some of your simplest questions. It's just a 10-question quiz. They're all yes and no answers. Takes 2 minutes. If you decide you want to look into it further, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results and go over your options with you, and you can make the decision on what the next step is. It's a $99 consultation fee with a TMPSA test, but if you sign up for testosterone the day of the visit, that visit is free. So, real easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call, 720-440-7900.
Hey, back with you live out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. I'm going to get hazard pay for this one today. That was a new one, Andy. I was waiting for flames to shoot out the side of the remote unit.
Yeah, again, a lot of things have happened in our careers. You said from the messages that literally the unit you were broadcasting from blew up and flamed out.
Yeah. It was hot to the touch, singed my fingers to touch that thing. Fortunately, we have the very best remote engineer producer in the biz, Jesse Trujillo, right here. How many guys are there in the world, Andy, where when the gear becomes a flame, which, I've never seen it happen before, but hey, sometimes smoke comes out of a remote unit when you're doing a radio show. But how many guys can just go, don't worry, I got gear in the trunk. And Jesse just takes care of it. Boom, 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 replug a couple of things. Look at this man right now. You can see him on Twitch, programming it all live and in person, and I'm right back, and I think I sound better. Actually, I think with this gear, I'm gonna even be smarter and more entertaining as a result of changing out the stuff, Andy. I feel good about this.
Then he's programming more than just the gear, if that's the case. So we'll wait and we'll see how that one ends up working out.
Flip it and get me right, okay? Hey, Adam Schefter, old Shefty, was on the midday show earlier today, and Shefty is talking to D-Mac and Tyler and Scotty and the gang about Bo Nix's opportunity to be able to win NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about this when we were in Vegas last week. Andy was a big part of our conversation, looking at the future numbers on Bo Nix. What does Adam Schefter think about the possibility of Bo Nix Offensive Rookie of the Year, his first year as a starting quarterback in the league? Roll it, Spring.
Better than people expect, in contention for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
How about that?
I've heard you say before you think all these young quarterbacks are going to be successful this year. I think you said that on our show.
Well, all of them are not going to be.
Yeah.
All of them, that would be a surprise, but I think many of them have a good chance. Like, I think Caleb's going to succeed. Now, the question is how much. I think Jaden Daniels is going to succeed. Question is how much. I think Bo's going to succeed. Now, how much? Penix isn't starting. JJ's out for the year. And who am I missing? And Drake May's not starting the year.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the three guys that are playing. I think all of them have a chance to shine this year. In fact, like, I drafted two of them on my fantasy team last night. I drafted Jaden Daniels and I drafted Bo Nix. They're both on per sources. Let's see how it goes.
Shefty putting his money where his take is right there when it comes to Bo Nix. All right, Andy, we went over this quarterbacks in the last 10 years to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Dak in 2016, Kyler Murray in 2019, Justin Herbert in 2020. Actually, C.J. Stroud last year as well. 4 in the last 10 years, we have seen quarterbacks win Offensive Rookie of the Year. This is one of those awards. Unlike MVP, wide receivers can win it. Garrett Wilson, Jamar Chase in recent vintage. Running backs can win this award. Kamara, Saquon Barkley, the two most recent running backs to have won NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. It can be done. We've gone over the numbers here. It means that Nix would be completing roughly 65% of his throws, throwing for about 4,000 yards roughly. Probably going to need at least 24 touchdown passes. And a QBR somewhere in the 50s or 60s, the 60s preferably, to be able to win that award. And don't forget, he would be going up against two other rookie Week 1 starters in Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels this year. But I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility that Nix could have that kind of season. I ask you this, though. If Nix puts up those kind of numbers to win an Offensive Rookie of the Year award, who is the other skill position dude on this team that pops as a result of Nix playing what I would consider to be slightly above what I would think his rookie year potential is?
Greg Greg Dulcich.
That's your guy, man. That's your dude.
The guy.
Yeah.
Well, okay, because again, Cortland Sutton to me is still like a physically dominant receiver. I don't know that he's a catch and break tackles, yard after catch guy anymore, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I think, let's be honest, if he puts up those kind of numbers, Josh Reynolds is a great free agent signing, and he has a cast of guys to throw to. But I think the guy that has a chance to be special and change the way this offense functions is Greg Dulcich. And I think they can be a great, fun combination together because we know what Bo Nix likes, all right? We talked about it. We've talked about it with numerous guests. We've read the breakdowns of it. You just read one earlier from The Ringer, okay? He likes the short to intermediate passing game, right? Unless Marvin Mims is going to show us some sort of over-the-middle, I break a tackle and I'm gone to the house kind of game that we haven't seen yet, I'm not going to put my money on him. I just feel like Dulcich could be his best friend with the kind of routes this offense looks to probably feature, right?
You need a tight end, and eventually this team is going to have a regular contributing tight end. And when you talk about who has the ability, the potential to be the best one, I'm with you. I'll go out on a limb and I'll take Greg Dulcich over Lucas Krull. Okay, like I think Dulcich would have to be that guy. That's a great candidate. Let me give you another name. A guy that I think could pop in this offense, and this is the kind of skill position production that would make Bo Nix look really good. Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah, see, I was going to say Javonte for this reason. If the Broncos can prove to have a very tough run game that requires extra attention to it, Bo Nix can feast on the bigger personnel it may take to stop this game. This run game. I think for Jaleel with you, you're talking more as a receiving threat, right?
Without a doubt. I'm talking about an Alvin Kamara 70, 80 catch type of season, which, as covered previously in our tight end conversation from 41 seconds ago, short stuff. Short stuff means Jaleel McLaughlin would be a big-time receiving threat, would get a lot of targets in this offense. Held out of the final preseason game. I think Sean Payton has got big plans for him, and with his speed, what he could potentially be in the screen game, in the short passing game, that to me is a guy that if Nix is a 4,000-yard passer here in 2024, I would point to it and say, I think McLaughlin would put up really good numbers.
I could see it. I still think one of my favorite Bo Nix passes from camp was that wheel route to now I don't think it was Jaleel. I think it was Javonte. And to finish that first Saturday red zone period, I think you and I saw.
Yeah. He had a 22-yarder to McLaughlin in the preseason game. I think that was the Green Bay game. There was just an absolute strike that was sort of the same play.
Right. So, short answer, here's the deal, Nate. I think you and I, and look, maybe it's Josh Reynolds. Maybe Josh Reynolds has the best hands, if you will, season of his career where he's not dropping a lot of passes. And he just proves to be one of those great value Darian Stewart type free agency signings. I just feel like when it comes to Cortland, I think he's going to be a huge part of the offense. But I just think he's going to be the guy that keeps, like, I could see days where Cortland has a bunch of catches but maybe doesn't have the yardage because he is the guy that just every first play is just to Cortland. Just get him going. Get the rhythm going. Hit that slant route. Let me eat off of it. Hey, real quickly, while we're mentioning fantasy teams.
Yeah.
I had the first pick in my draft last night.
Who'd you go with, CMC?
My team sucks.
Yeah.
I texted Ed and Lisa and said, I'm going to take your son. I got a very Arch Manning-like response from Ed that basically they're going to try to force a trade. So I don't know. We'll see if Christian shows up to play for me this weekend. I may be forced to trade him.
First pick is like it's The first pick is fun when you make the first pick. And then when you don't pick for like 28 picks, it sucks. Yeah. Then you're just sitting there going, you're watching so much talent go off the board, and you're trying to put dudes in the queue, and you know they're not gonna be there.
There was one, I can't remember what round it was, where I lost every guy I wanted. I was like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
I started overdrafting positions because I'm like, well, if I'm waiting, all this is going to be gone.
Pretty much. That's how it goes. Who did you take in the second round?
Kelsey.
Okay, that's a good move. He'll score touchdowns. He always does. I'm on him tonight, over half a touchdown.
Are you upset Taylor's going to be in the building? Are you ready for all this again?
Oh, sure.
Do you care?
It's great. Actually, I got a great Taylor Swift anecdote.
All right.
Coming up a little bit later in the show. Speaking of those Kansas City Chiefs, we are live. We are at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, Denver's best sports bar to watch games, as voted on by the fine folks at Westward. Thursday Night Football brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Viewing party tonight. D-Mac going to be in the house. Great giveaways. Randy Gradishar, autographed helmet. Javonte Williams, autographed helmet, and so much more. So get down here and have a Tullamore Dew at Stoney's tonight at 11th and Lincoln. That's right. It is the greatest time of year again. Football is here. Ravens Chiefs tonight. And this is a perfect time for you to get to UnderdogFantasy.com, make a deposit, and put together your first pick'em of the year. It's real simple, guys. Making picks on Underdog, straightforward. Signing up is so easy. Go to Underdog's very simple to use mobile app. Even I know how to use it. Or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up. Use promo code Kreckman. That's Kreckman. And our friends at Underdog Fantasy will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick 'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's right. Just like we were talking about. All you do is you look at a player's stats, you look at their projections, and you simply say, okay, are they going to go higher or lower than that? Right now in my pick 'em on Underdog, Travis Kelce, I am higher than half a touchdown on Travis Kelce tonight at UnderdogFantasy.com. You should sign up as well because football is here. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player's stats, touchdowns, passing yards, more. Combined picks together, earn more on your pick'em sheet at UnderdogFantasy.com. Must be 18 and up, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Yeah, coming up at 4:20, we'll talk to voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. He will be off to Lincoln, I'm assuming, tomorrow. Buffs and Nebraska Saturday evening. Plus, we'll talk to our friend Kaylin Kaler of ESPN coming up at 5:20 today on the show. She has, by the way, some interesting thoughts on the state of backup quarterbacks in the NFL, which is a topic we spent quite a bit of time on here during the preseason. Fortunately, it's Bo Nix time of year now, so we're not talking about that as much. But still, interesting thoughts that she has. Also, Kaylin Kaler is the preeminent expert on backup quarterbacks. She used to actually host a podcast in which she interviewed a backup quarterback every single week, including Andy. Trevor Siemian was on that show one time. So, yeah, we'll talk to her coming up at 5:20 today on the show. It is day number 1 of the 2024 NFL season. It is upon us. Tomorrow, we'll give you our official division predictions here, as only we can here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Plus, tomorrow, Andy, is the debut of the 2024 Broncos drinking game right here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show. We're very excited about that, setting you all up to have a very enjoyable and yet, we would say, safe and responsible Sunday afternoon. So make sure you are tuned in to us tomorrow because we will tell you how to enjoy a Broncos as 6-point dog affair up in Seattle more in week 1 in game number 1 of the Bo Nix era. All right, Andy.
Real quick.
Real quick.
Because I've actually done some research, so you'll be proud.
Look at you.
How would you take this as, I'm just going to pick 5 years for you.
Okay.
Okay. 4,166 yards, 29 TDs, 11 interceptions, followed by 4,900 yards, 25 TDs, 12 interceptions, 4,093 yards, 27 TDs, 13 interceptions, 4,200, well, call it 4,300 yards, 30-10 TDs to INT, and we'll wrap it up with 3,603 yards, 26-6, and a 107.4 rating. Would you take a 5-year stretch like that from Bo Nix?
Yeah, it's good quarterback play. It's not elite quarterback play, but it's good quarterback play. It's not prime Drew Brees, but it's right there in the meaty part of the curve, which would be it'd be a massive upgrade over what the Broncos have been doing. Yes, I would take that.
Okay, that was Kirk Cousins from 2015 through 2019.
Okay.
Again, ratings, 101.6, 97.2, 93.9, 99.7, 107.4. We could go into more of the Minnesota years if we wanted to. My point being, because we had some when I teased it as your unit went up in smoke, don't like that happening. But you know what? You take what you can get.
It's been known to happen from time to time, Andy.
But I had teased. We talk about Cousins, and immediately we got some people pushing back, going, "Why Kirk Cousins? I don't like Kirk Cousins." Okay, I get it. Though, the playoff Kirk Cousins leaves a bad taste in your mouth. But dude, like you just said right there, that is a series of seasons that a Bronco quarterback would be happy to have one of those seasons, much less 5 of those back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd take it, right? Andy, that is what I view the Bo Nix ceiling as. If he turns into a Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Kirk Cousins, good Derek Carr, cromulent NFL quarterback, a guy that you can hang around as your starter for 8 to 10 years, and if you get the right combination of solid drafting, a good defense, and everything else around it, you can do something special with it. Jared Goff should have been in the damn Super Bowl last year because the Lions are a well-built, well-constructed team. It's the one that I use all the time as an example of if Denver can do what Detroit has done, where once Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell got to the Lions and they compiled draft picks and they had multiple drafts with multiple first-round picks, multiple second-round picks, and they loaded up starters and dudes all over the place. And look at what they are now. They're one of the favorites to win the NFC. And so if the Broncos could do what Detroit has done, which I think is as solid a job of building it from the ground up as anybody in the NFL, then Denver's going to be in a great spot. And in any given year, you can get over the hump. Do I think that Bo Nix turns out to be the next Mahomes, that we're talking about him in the same sentence as Lamar Jackson? No, I don't think so. I don't think Bo Nix is winning an NFL MVP in his career, but I don't think you have to have that. You can have a notch below that and still be capable of putting together a special season.
Yeah. See, I feel like Bo Nix can become an MVP candidate, but I feel like it will be Brock Purdy-like, where he is leading a great team around him. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be wrong. I don't know. I'm with you. I don't necessarily see a Mahomes, Jordan Love, pick your top 5 guy that just
C.J. Stroud, yeah.
Yeah, the guy that raises all boats. Now, I don't know. Maybe with his mind, he will show us he's a raise all boats kind of guy, as they like to say. Right, Nate? But I feel like Patrick Mahomes, I feel like it doesn't matter what receivers or whatever you give him, he's going to make it work. Maybe this offense and Bo Nix are going to be so perfect for each other, that's how this is going to be as well. But I do think there are many ways to say that was a successful draft pick without him having to be Patrick Mahomes, right?
Right.
Let's just ease off the gas on making him have to be a Hall of Fame guy for this to be a pick that worked out well for you. He doesn't have to be that. Again, I just feel like this is let's let the guy have some realistic expectations as we enter the season before he gets crushed, frankly, before fans decide you're disappointed and he sucks and let's get him out of town right away. It just has kind of been a wild offseason conversation how we've gone from guy that was the 6th quarterback taken, a guy that's a future Hall of Famer, and even getting mentioned in the same breath as Drew Brees by his own coach. I just feel like we in this city need to understand you've got to give this guy a chance to just figure out what he's going to be, right?
And don't forget, also, Sean Payton has been known to fall into a bit of hyperbole in the past, Andy. Sean Payton, a guy that said one time that Taysom Hill is going to be the next Steve Young. So this is a guy that at times can buy into his own hype a little bit too much. I don't think a lot of it does Bo favors, but also there's also this element to it, Andy, is he's the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. No matter what, there was going to be a ton of hype, a ton of outside expectation put on him. There was, at one time, that same kind of expectation that was put on Drew Luck. There were people that did hype Paxton Lynch in that way, even if many of us that watched him didn't necessarily see that guy out there. Doesn't mean that hype still didn't exist in some corners. So, yes, there's always going to be a certain amount of hype here, but Sean Payton has fed into it, and I think some of it, honestly, is also to hype his own organization. It's not necessarily the worst idea to sit there and tell his dudes, this is the guy, he's going to get us there. Let's follow him. Let's develop him. He'll turn into something special, because that does help build up the culture of a locker room. It gives hope. And I don't think it's false hope. I think it's good for a bunch of dudes that have been on a losing football team for a long time to suddenly remember, oh, yeah, we still have a chance to become competitive and interesting as an organization once again. That's not the worst thing.
I agree with you, but I've lived in this fan base my whole life. You've covered this fan base for double-digit years.
A lot of hype.
This is a quarterback town. This city likes their team better when their quarterback is good. And you may say that's a lot of cities, sure, but I'm just telling you, after Manning in Elway, it's just different in Denver. It is just different. You and I both know I don't know if the 2015 Super Bowl team will ever be as beloved as the other two because that was a defensive winning Super Bowl team. In Pittsburgh, and I've been to Pittsburgh multiple times, Pittsburgh loves them some defense. The roar of the crowd when the defense gets on the field every time I've been there is like a jet engine at the airport, okay? Denver's a quarterback town. You just got to be a little bit careful of stirring the pot before you know it's ready to boil. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Let's just be fair to the guy. That's all I'm asking. Just be
Our
fair
buddy
to
Mark Johnson is always boiling. He's going to join us coming up next, previewing CU and Nebraska. What did he see from the North Dakota State game? We'll do that coming up here in just a moment. Thursday Night Football brought to you by Tullamore Dew out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Come down, have a dew and a brew. Stoney's. Great giveaways tonight, by the way. DMAC will be hosting the watch party. An autographed Javonte Williams helmet will be given away tonight. Randy Gradishar was kind enough to sign a helmet for us, the Hall of Famer, newly minted Pro Football Hall of Famer. We'll give away a Randy Gradishar helmet today as well. Plus, if my previous viewing of a DMAC Nuggets watch party was any indication, he'll get a couple of drinks in him tonight and be very entertaining for everybody. So get out here.
He'll have a dew and a brew.
He'll have several dews and or brews. So get out here to Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. We'll go to Boulder. We'll talk to Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, coming up next.
First of all, I have a ton of respect for Matt Rule. He's in, I call it our class, with Coach Dillingham and several others. So I feel like we're a fraternity. So I root for that class of head coaches that came in that year. He was a professional, did a phenomenal job, maybe not the job that he aspired to do, but he has a ton of experience, and I love what he's accomplished in his college coaching career. So I look for them to be physically tough and posing, try to run the football. They have a freshman quarterback that had a pretty good day last week, but we got to do what we do. We got to go in there and do what we're capable of doing. And I think we showed the glimpses of that in the second half of our first game against a formidable opponent.
Saturday evening in Lincoln, Memorial Stadium, 90,000 plus will be on hand to watch the Buffs and the Huskers. Colorado got them last year in Boulder. Nebraska out for revenge. Joining us right now, the man who will be on the call Saturday night there at Memorial Stadium. It is our buddy Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs. Mark, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
It is good to be on with you fellas, and to add to what you just said, Colorado has beaten Nebraska 3 times in a row, 18-19 and 2023. So for the last game of the series, man, let's make it a 4-game win streak, and then we'll see if we ever play again.
Mark, does Deion really root for Nebraska and Matt Rule?
Well, I'll tell you this. He's not going to be rooting for him at 5:30 Mountain Time on Saturday. I guarantee you that. Maybe he does, kind of overall want to see success for that class because they all came in together. But I guarantee you, there will be no Husker rooting going on for Prime on Saturday night in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Mark, you and I have made a couple of trips there together. Do you think the Buffs are ready for the atmosphere that likely awaits with this 3-game losing streak, as you had mentioned, to the Buffs? Finally getting back. Finally, I think some belief in Coach Rule. What are you expecting as far as Hornets' Nest coming Saturday?
Well, it's going to be. I've always said this. Listen, we can between fan bases go back and forth and not like each other. But if you're really a football person, especially those of us who are kind of on the inside and part of the program when you go in there, you fully appreciate and respect what they do in Lincoln on game day because it is one of the great atmospheres in college football. And, we were wrapping up everything on Thursday night after the North Dakota State game, and Gary and I did our television stand-up, and I said to him last thing, I said, you like going to Lincoln? He goes, Mark, there's nothing better. He said there is nothing better than going into Lincoln as the opposing team, especially you go in there and win and walk out of there and silence that nearly 100,000 people. He said it's one of the great environments. The fans are spectacular. The atmosphere is amazing. They're going to be honoring the 1994 National Championship team, and also it's the on-campus celebration for Frank Solich for his induction to the Hall of Fame. And so they've got all sorts of stuff going on around this game. It is going to be electric in that stadium come Saturday night at 6:30 Central Time.
Yeah, plus they got all the hype, Mark, of an actual quarterback, kind of the way the Buffs fans feel, since Hjer got to town of like, hey, it's a quarterback that scouts are watching, that people are excited about. And so, yeah, that's a pumped-up fan base right now. Before, though, we get to the Dylan Riola part of the conversation, let's go back to a week ago today when the Buffs did play North Dakota State. Mark, it was kind of the standard mixed bag that we have seen out of the Deion Sanders Buffs. There was a lot of good, and yet there was some troubling bad in that game. Hjer and Travis Hunter, as good a combination as there is in the country, and they were both playing at an All-American level. Run game still not there. Some issues with clock management and coaching at the end of the game. How would you have graded game number 1, and where have the Buffs put their focus and improvement in getting ready for Nebraska?
Well, I think it was, I would have given it probably a B+ on opening night. I thought there were some good things. I think we did see some improvement along that offensive line. Guys, I'm leaving Boulder here about a half hour ago, and I'm working my way back home. And I sat down with Pat Shermer. We did our pregame thing today, and I asked him some of the same stuff you're asking me. He said, well, okay, from a rushing standpoint, he said, were the numbers spectacular? No. He said, I think he said it was 6 or 7 plays in an RPO where we veered away from a run situation, went to a pass situation. He said, so I take the rushing numbers with a grain of salt. He said, was it great? No. Was there improvement? Yes. Could it have been better? Certainly, and we've worked on that. And so I think we saw improvement on the offensive front. Was it to the point where we wanted to see it? No, I don't think so. On the defensive side, the first half was not great. When I interviewed Robert Livingston today, he said we were better in the second half. I think there's a couple things going on there. That's the first time he's ever called a game defensively. You got to remember that. He's the first-time defensive coordinator. In the second half, he was better than he was in the first half. He made better calls. I think he put him in better situations. NDSU only scored 3 points then in that second half. And so, I kind of – it's a one-game sample, and I'm not going to base an opinion on one game. I look at the two teams and say Colorado had the tougher matchup in game number one than Nebraska did against what has been a horrible program there at UTEP. And so I think there was positives I take away from Colorado. I look at Nebraska and say they were overall a pretty balanced football team. They look good in many respects. Riola looks to be a star in the making. And so I look at both those with a grain of salt and say, okay, I think I see what I think I saw. And now I want to see a big boy football game, which we're going to get this weekend, to get a little bit better sense of what these two teams are.
What was his theme as far as defensive changes when you talked to him, Mark?
In terms of the X's and O's?
Yeah, like what's one thing you think he'll be focusing on here?
Oh, in terms of Nebraska, well, I think the first thing you got to look at is, Dylan Riola is as talented as he is. And if you watch that game with UTEP last week, I understand. And by the way, my favorite term I saw the other day was he's Mahomesy. So that's a new verb out there for you guys. And so he's Mahomesy at times. He made a couple of Mahomesy throws. So I'm interested to see what he does against a better opponent. And there's that old adage in football: with a veteran, you defend; with a young guy, you pressure. And so can Colorado get some pressure on Dylan Riola this weekend and prove that he is as good between the ears as he looks physically? I think that's one thing you got to pay attention to. And then secondly, that defensive front. Robert Livingston said today there were times we were dominant up front. So is that true what we saw last week against a very good offensive line in North Dakota State? And can they do that now against a Power 4 team on Saturday? I think those are probably a couple of things defensively they're really going to be looking at.
Talking to Mark Johnson, he is the voice of the Buffs. We talk to him pretty much every week through the college football season. Mark is on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. When you talk to Coach Livingston, what was his scouting report on the Mahomesian Dylan Riola, who has got all of the state of Nebraska in a tizzy right now?
Well, and we understand, don't we? I mean, it was a long time since we had what you call a great quarterback there at Colorado. Now we got Hjer the last 2 years. So that's where Nebraska fans are. They're thinking we finally have our guy. Listen, they threw for over 200 yards last week in the game against UTEP. They hadn't done that for like a year and a half offensively. And so that's why they're excited about Dylan Riola. I think it's, can you confuse the young guy? I mean, he has all the physical tools when you watch him. You see that he's got the powerful arm. He throws a very nice deep ball. He uses different arm angles and slots when he throws. He had that one throw that everyone saw in the middle of the ball game where he slid in the pocket, made it look like he was going to scramble. All of a sudden, Cox's arm goes kind of submarine and finds the crossing pattern. And so he's got all the physical tools. So can then Colorado, from a defensive perspective, can they confuse him? Can they make him see things that he's actually not seeing out there and force him to make some mental mistakes? I think those are the things you got to look at when you're going against a young quarterback that they'll try and do on Saturday and force him to make some of those mental errors that young guys, when they don't identify things properly, that's the thing they're going to kind of work on, I think, against Dylan Riola early. Anyway.
All right, Mark, I'm dying over here. Sorry. Trying to not cough in your ear left and right.
You all right? You gonna make it?
Yeah, we'll be okay. Hey, you know what? If it had been the sideline, you just ignored me for a quarter, we'd been okay.
I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, well, yeah. You haven't thanked me, Bobby, in the middle of it yet, but I'm sure we'll get there someday. You helped us connect with a very special guest for tomorrow. We get to talk with Steven Montez. Can't wait to talk to him. He orchestrated two great back-to-back games in 18 and 19 against the Cornhuskers. One of them in Nebraska where he and LaVisca, I thought, were kind of magical. We mentioned all the favorite memories, and we love 62-36 or whatever it was.
Yep. Any questions? Yep.
modern day memories, what are your favorite? Because, again, you mentioned it. They're on a 3-game streak. Like, I know Nebraska fans want this bad. What has been one of maybe your favorite memories from the last 3 or 4 games they've played?
Well, the thing about it is, as nice as it is to win against Nebraska, and it's always a good thing, and especially when you do it in Lincoln and silence their over 90,000 fans that are going to be there. Those are always great. You got to remember, though, it's not like any of those teams were great teams on either side. It wasn't like you had, back in the day when you had number 2 meet number 3, and there was enormous amounts of college football postseason activity that was on the line between those two. But that game in 2019, when Colorado went in there. Remember, we had both left our respective spots in the Big 12, and Nebraska goes to the Big 10, and Colorado to the Pac-12, and they finally, hook up again at 18-19. Buffs get the win in Boulder at 18, and then you go in there, and Montez was out of his mind in that ball game. I mean, Steven's one of my favorite guys. I loved always dealing with him. I think he had 375 yards in that game, and then late, as that ball game is going back and forth, he has that enormous throw down the right-hand side, heading to, I think, the north end zone, and it goes over the shoulder, and LaVisca, who is a freak of an athlete, makes an amazing catch for a touchdown. They end up winning it, and there's dead silence in the building. So even though they weren't great teams per se, it was a great college football game, great atmosphere that day, and that's one of the better throws I recall in certainly my now 21 seasons doing the Buffaloes.
Hey, Mark, I'm going to throw one out of left field to you because you know what? I mean, look, I knew Steven was, I thought, a fun quarterback, and we always knew he was going to be a top pick, but I really thought he'd maybe stuck around the NFL a little longer than he got to. LaVisca's another one. Here we are. Nate and I are, as you can imagine, we're going to do 2 more shows about what Bo Nix could be and what the season holds and all these rookies and what have you figured out covering sports as long as you have? And you've been in the college game a long time. I'm sure whether it's basketball or football, you've seen guys. You and I both thought LaVisca would be good at the next level. LaVisca Chenault, for those who don't know what I'm talking about. It hasn't worked out that way for him, I think, largely due to injury. What doesn't work out for a guy sometimes? What have you figured out any one similarity that always seems to lead to that same, not quite what you thought it was going to be at the next level?
Well, the number one thing that people get caught up in is statistics, right? And fans, I always like to say, see with their hearts and not with their eyes. And so they see a guy at the college level who makes plays, and he might be dominant in some respect, and they just assume that's going to translate to the next level. And then the other guys are the ones, I think of what probably the most notable one I can think of in basketball is Zach LaVine from UCLA. Dude didn't start, average 3 or 4 points a ball game, and ends up becoming an NBA All-Star because they don't pay attention to the things that make players successful at the next level. And that might be a physical thing. It might be the attention to detail and how they approach the game. And, are they knuckleheads away from the field and really don't take care of their business? And then that gets them when they get to the National Football League or the NBA. They don't consider those things. LaVisca was a freak of an athlete, as you well know, at the college level. I mean, he was stupid how unbelievably talented he is. The thing we don't is, what about the durability? Well, what happens at the next level if they get an injury? Are they mentally strong enough to work through that then and then overcome those things from a mental standpoint more so than a physical standpoint? And a lot of times, if you're just watching these guys on a Saturday afternoon, you go, well, he's obviously going to play at the next level. I mean, here's a great example. Who would have thought that David Bakhtiari was going to become one of the great left tackles in the National Football League when he left Colorado? The book on him was he's too weak, his arms are too short, and he probably doesn't have the strength to really play at that level. What they didn't understand is what goes on between the ears of David Bakhtiari, which made him a great player. Those are the things you can't control, you can't measure, and when the scouts are trying to evaluate these guys, they really can't figure it out. That's why the draft's about a 50-50 proposition. And so, LaVisca has had his injury issues, and then you got to fight through that, and so he struggled with some of that. And that's why I look right now at Travis Hunter and I say, he appears to be a can't-miss kind of guy because he's a physical freak. The other thing is he really does attend to his business. He's not a knucklehead away from the field, and he focuses on it. I'll bet on that guy. I'll bet on Shedeur Sanders right now because of the way he attends business, but we'll find out. And that's what I said about Bo Nix. Well, he looks the part. He seems to pass the eye test. whatever they did in preseason, how much game planning that might have been. He looks like the part, but now I got the Missouri in him. You got to show me, and we'll see what happens in Seattle this weekend. And then, these continued it's not a dress rehearsal anymore. These are real games they're going to play. Teams are going to scheme against them, and we'll see how they're able to fight through these things mentally to prove himself as a top-level NFL player. And those are the things that we never know, when a guy makes the jump from college to the NFL.
All right, Mark. So Travis Hunter, who you talked about right there. And again, Mark Johnson, he'll be on the call for Learfield. See you in Nebraska, 5:30 Mountain Time, Saturday, Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. But let's circle back to Travis Hunter because, again, my cardinal rule when talking about the Buffs this year is let's make sure we talk about Travis Hunter at some point in the conversation because he rules. And let's that game. And, I was in the car on Thursday. I got to hear your call of his first touchdown, which I think your explanation between catch and he's in the end zone took about 1.4 seconds for him to be able to get to that spot. But what you saw out of him in week number 1, where has he gotten even better this offseason?
Well, I think he's gotten stronger, so I'll say that. He's always been obviously a phenomenal athlete, but I think when I look at him and I watch him, I see a stronger athlete at this point in time, which is just going to happen, of course, as he matures a little bit. But, guys, there's no weakness there. As long as I've been doing this, 35 years or so, Coach Barnett's been covering and coaching football for 60 years, and he said the other day, he said, Mark, I am now ready to say he is the most dynamic player I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. And Gary has seen them all coming through various programs over the years. He does not have a weakness. We tape Prime Show here. It's a little while ago. It was streaming, and it'll air tonight on the radio network. And he got off on a tangent today about Travis and saying, why do people always talk about these NFL guys? He said, these NFL guys whose bellies touch the counter they're sitting behind because they have eaten themselves out of shape and they have no right to talk about these athletes like this. He said, why do they always talk about what he can't do? He goes, that young man has done things that people have never done in college football. He's going to do it in the National Football League. He'll be the best receiver on the field, the best quarterback, and whoever drafts him, if they don't play him on both sides of the ball, are not getting their money's worth. I'm hard-pressed physically to see a guy do that in the NFL, but I'm not going to bet against him because, guys, I've never seen one like this. That catch he had against North Dakota State on the north end of the right front corner of the end zone the other day was unlike anything I've ever seen. And then he'll go out. Last year I think he had 3 interceptions last year that were on receivers that he wasn't covering because he sees the game. And so he makes these great reads, and because of his athleticism, he can jump the routes then and pick footballs off. He's as good as I've ever seen. And like I said, I think I'm buying stock in him at the next level, too. I don't know how he fails unless the injuries catch up with him, which obviously is not something that he can control.
Yeah, that's why we bring Mark Johnson on, folks. We got to wax poetic more about Travis Hunter because he is unlike almost anything we have ever seen before, particularly in these parts. Mark will be calling the game with Gary Barnett Saturday at Nebraska. Voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Mark, you were great last week against North Dakota State. Go have a great call there in Nebraska. Take care of that pelvis, my man.
I certainly will. Good talking to you guys. We'll see you.
All right, Mark Johnson with us right there. By the way, that wasn't creepy. If anybody doesn't know, Mark Johnson is recovering from a broken pelvis. If anybody is unaware of the context.
The old flight could be a little interesting. I'll be curious to see how that treats him.
Can they get him like a Madden bus to haul him out there? I guess that probably wouldn't make it any better.
Hey,
I don't know.
Speaking of that, there's a note from a guy named Jonathan Jones on Twitter.
Okay.
As the home team Friday in Brazil, the Eagles got the closer hotel to the stadium.
Okay.
The Packers, they got caught getting off the bus yesterday. They already look like we didn't agree to this. We didn't sign up for this. The whole green thing is like a problem in the country because of a soccer rivalry.
Yeah.
And they're going to be wearing green anyway. But the Packers have to take a 1.5 to 2 hour bus ride, possibly longer based off heavy traffic, from their hotel to the stadium.
Fun.
I can tell you that's not normal game day procedure, and I know to the blue-collar worker who busts their behind doesn't sound like a big deal. But if you're betting the game, just know it sounds like the Packers are going to be a bit out of their routine, and we'll see what that does to them.
Andy, it doesn't matter what color your collar is. An hour-and-a-half commute sucks. So that's
especially in traffic.
Yeah. That's not a good time right there. Thursday night We got Ravens and Chiefs this evening at Arrowhead. Thursday Night Football here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. We have a great Altitude Authentics giveaway that I got to tell you about coming back on the other side. Plus, Andy, Jamal Murray is apparently not the only current point of contention for the Denver Nuggets. Zach Lowe with a very interesting note from his latest podcast. We will play that for you coming up next. Dudes, the NFL is back. All right, tonight, you got a little Chiefs-Ravens, a little Thursday night football going on here. You'll tune into that game. You'll get a feel for what is going on, and then you may want to place an in-play wager, a little live bet on what you're watching. Open up your favorite app. Experience that in-play betting operation. It's not good. Okay, you get the long spinny wheel, you see the odds move, you get your bet rejected. It's not a good time. No, they're out to screw you because everything is delayed. Not the deal at Sport Trade. Colorado's newest betting app, Sport Trade, changing the game, and they are introducing instant in-play NFL betting. That's right, instant in-play NFL betting. And better yet, they hook you up on price, give you half the vig on an in-play wager. No spinny wheels. You lay down a bet on Sport Trade, a live bet on Sport Trade, instantly it is going through. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet, or go to getsporttrade.com and check it out. Guys, I've been using Sport Trade. I absolutely love it. Best in-play wagering experience in the industry. So check it out, getsporttrade.com. Download the app today. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Oh, we got a big giveaway. I mean, we're always giving things away. We gave away Green Day tickets all week long here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, but we have yet another giveaway that we need to tell you all about here today. Yeah, we got some Altitude Authentic swag, Andy. Yes. Let me show it to the fine Twitch audience here. We have a bag of stuff from our friends at Altitude Authentics, including a hat that says 5280. Get it, Andy? 5280. Let's see. We got a nice pennant in here as well. Looks like it's got Aaron Gordon on it. That looks pretty rad. It's wrapped up. I don't feel like unwrapping it right now. We have mini Joe Sakic. Look at that. Look at plush Nordique's Joe Sakic for you right there. In the bag, we got all kinds of good stuff right here. We have a bear. Look, there's a bear. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can win a bear. Plus, there's a $100 Altitude Authentics gift card in here. So you can go over there and get even more stuff.
What were those bears that were so popular in the early 2000s that everybody went nuts over?
Beanie Babies?
You remember those? Beanie Babies.
Yes, Beanie Babies. It's kind of like
really what that bear is, though, I guess.
Nuggets Beanie Baby. It's probably it's a different brand. We don't want to pub those guys. But come down to Altitude Authentic Saturday between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Sunday between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. for a huge sale, 40 to 80% off apparel and items for the Avalanche, Nuggets, and Mammoth. Huge sale, Andy. Altitude Authentics this weekend. Get down there, and we will give away this bag of swag coming up at the 5 o'clock hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
You know what's probably still on sale? That KCP jersey.
That KCP
Hey,
jersey.
let's get to this audio. I got some concerns. This is unfortunately not a good deal.
This is some audio right here. Zach Lowe is tied in as anyone in the NBA world. This is from the most recent edition of the Low Post podcast. And, boy, Zach Lowe kind of dropped, just sprinkled this one in there like he's making some cinnamon toast. And yet the aggregators grabbed onto it. You'll want to listen to this. It's not just the Jamal Murray contract thing that has some people a little bit grumpy over there in Nuggets land. Let's roll this.
The Nuggets, they have this whole Jamal Murray thing. What happened to Jamal Murray? He stunk in the playoffs other than 2 gigantic shots against the Lakers. He stunk in the Olympics. He still doesn't have an extension. There are rumblings that the coaching staff in the front office, or at least the head coach in the front office, aren't exactly seeing eye to eye in Denver, to a degree even unusual for the NBA.
To a degree even unusual for the NBA.
Yeah, why are we hurrying through that? That seems like a pretty big note to be talking fast through.
Not seeing eye to eye to a degree not usually seen in the NBA. All right, Andy, let's break this down a little bit. First off,
okay. Yep.
We know there has been contention between the front office and the coaching staff. It has been even, quite frankly, commented on by both the general manager and the coach, some disagreement about the building of the roster. Okay? So we know it's not that this isn't earth-shattering, brand new. We've never heard this kind of stuff. However, when you say not to a degree typically seen in the NBA, that's one of those things that kind of grabs you by the ear, right? To a degree even unusual for the NBA. What would have gotten us to this place? Because I would have thought by now, going through this offseason, that there would have been a clear understanding amongst all parties of what direction the organization is going. What do you think this is about, Andy?
I think this dates back to you didn't play any young players. We don't have a ton of cap room. I'm sure there's probably some heightened frustration adding to tensions that your top pick, who you thought was going to be a part of things, tore his Achilles in your very first summer league, and now he's out of the mix, leaving you in a more, another tight position. I just think I think Michael Malone likes his core.
Yep.
And I do wonder, does this now have to do with what are you screwing around with? How is Jamal not under contract? And Calvin Booth going, look, dude, I'm kind of tired of having off seasons. And I'm just speculating. But I would imagine the GM would like to have money and flexibility under the cap to be able to go and make some moves.
Let me put it this way.
He really couldn't this year.
Yeah, this is what I think is going on, okay? So it's been the off season, and it's summertime, okay? It's the NBA takes its break in the summer, all right? And Andy, what do you do in the summertime? You go out to the barbecue, you fire up the grill, you throw some steaks, some barbecue chicken, some brats, some burgers on there. And Michael Malone, he doesn't like to drip on his fine clothing, so he puts on a nice apron to keep his clothing nice and clean. However, Michael Malone really doesn't like dealing with grease splatters or anything else like that while he's working the grill. So Michael Malone would be willing to put a second apron on while he is there working in front of the barbecue, getting the tongs going, the spatula, all that good stuff. Now, Calvin Booth's a little bit more of a simple man working the grill. He's a single apron kind of guy. You picking up what I'm putting down right here?
Yes.
I think there was some apron disagreement going on with this group.
I would agree with you. Let me ask you this.
Michael Malone wants KCP. Michael Malone doesn't want your on-sale KCP jersey. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. Who do you think has the hammer here? Because, look, Michael Malone has coached this team to great heights and has the longer history of the two.
Yep.
But you can't deny that Calvin Booth came in, got Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown, too. Went ahead and got KCP.
Yep.
Added the final pieces, drafted Christian Brown.
Sure did.
He helped add what were true finishing touches to finally being able to get a championship. So the marriage together worked in the first year. Judging by the press conference alone, where Josh Kroenke even is out there saying, look, I'm the boss. They all answer to me.
Yeah.
Not feel like maybe it worked as harmoniously in the second year. And I guess when Zach Lowe refers to disagreements not normally seen in the NBA, well, we usually know who is the final say guy. Do you think Malone even probably feels like, I'm the one making this all work on the nightly basis, I should have final say? Or do you think that's the power struggle?
Is it power? Is it simply disagreement about direction?
Well, but how about this?
But
I say power because you mentioned it right there.
To it.
The power is, do we keep KCP or not? Is that what this is over?
Right. Look, Andy, we spent a lot of time talking about this, and I remain, and this is going to sound like a lame radio take, I straight up see both sides, and I see the pluses and minuses on both sides of it. I would so much rather have a basketball team with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and I also recognize that going into the second apron of the luxury tax screws you. Not because of the money that you're spending. I guess it's not my money. Technically, but not just because of the money you're spending, but the lack of flexibility that it then gives you. There was no perfect answer to what the Nuggets were going to do. That's an interesting note right there from Zach Lowe that I'm guessing there's going to be a follow-up question or two when we get to Media Day coming up next month. We got to hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We do that next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, it's Craig and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news. And we start with some Broncos backup quarterback stuff ahead of our conversation with our friend Kalen Kaler at 5:20. Go ahead, Spring.
Yeah, and also the Broncos just released their latest injury report just a few minutes ago ahead of the Sunday matchup in Seattle with the Seahawks. Nobody's on it. It
Still
is
clean.
Blank injury report. The Broncos also updated their depth chart since for the first time since cutting the roster down to 53. They still had Bo, even just yesterday, listed as the third string quarterback, that depth chart from a few weeks ago. They finally updated it, and Jarrett Stidham is quarterback 2 on the depth chart. Zach Wilson is QB3. That could put him on track to be inactive as the emergency quarterback this weekend. Lil Jordan Humphrey and Michael Burton are listed on the official depth chart. They are on the practice squad, so an indication that perhaps they could be elevated for Sunday's game.
So the way that rule works is Zach Wilson, as the third quarterback, still gets a uniform, and he is available as the emergency backup. However, the way that the rule works is with any third quarterback, you cannot take the field unless your first 2 quarterbacks have been determined incapacitated due to injury. So it's not like, Andy, they could put together the Zach Wilson package and have him out there. Doesn't work that way with the game day roster rules, which, as we have addressed many, many times before on this show, are stupid.
Yeah, here's what I think it would go down. I'd be very curious, and we're not wishing this upon anybody.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a long-term situation with Bo Nix, I think Stidham is the perfect guy to go in the game for Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Okay? Just trying to get through the game. The game plan, I think, would be similar for both guys because the skill sets are similar.
Yes.
If it were a long-term situation for Nix, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave a look at Wilson and then crafted a better game plan to fit his skill set in ensuing weeks. Does that make sense?
Bet on the upside of Big Z Dub and the arm and everything else. Could be the case, yeah. For now, Stiddy's he's the perfect Bo Nix backup because they're kind of essentially the same dude. So that works out a little bit for the Broncos. Yeah, we're going to talk more about backup quarterbacks with our friend Kalen Kaler. Her latest piece from ESPN is, why are backup quarterbacks so bad now? We'll talk to her coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, plus a few other items of note. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So the Broncos will play the Seahawks and Geno Smith on Sunday. Geno Smith has 2 years left on his contract this season and the following season. He was asked today about a report that he's approached the Seahawks asking for a contract extension. Here is that exchange.
Since we had a chance to talk to you last, there was a report that you're signing up with the Seahawks about wanting to extend your contract. I mean, is that true at all, or is that anything that's on your mind at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, that's just normal business. Nothing wrong with that.
Yes, I would like more money, please.
Yeah, I'd like a contract next year. I think we all,
Yeah, I think what Geno is saying right there is nothing wrong with asking. Look, Geno Smith is in an interesting spot in his career right now, Andy. He's 33 years old. He's fine, okay? I don't think he does anything great, but I don't think he really does anything all that poorly. Seattle has had success with Geno Smith as their quarterback. You're just kind of betting on a lower ceiling. Now, if you're Geno, if you go out there and put up a good season for the Seahawks with Mike Macdonald now as their head coach, they went defense with Byron Murphy for their first-round pick this year. If Seattle, and what's their total? 7.5, I think. If they're just a middle-of-the-road NFL team picking 12th to 15th or whatever in the NFL draft next year, and they're not in an ideal quarterback spot, I could see McDonald wanted to just like, hey, all right, let's just keep beefing up this defense. We'll pay Geno Smith a reasonable amount of money, and we'll keep this thing going, knowing that if we're special on one side of the ball and beef up the defense, maybe we can do something with Geno Smith, hearkening back to our Bo Nix conversation from hour one.
Yeah, Gino's a classic. You put this, you said it this way early in our show's history, and I agree with you. You could do better. You could do worse.
Yep.
Right? He's been a Pro Bowler, as we learned yesterday. Mm-hmm. Now, to me, a Pro Bowler is not what he used to be. But nonetheless, it's on the resume.
Yeah.
It means that you weren't one of the worst in your conference. Here's why I asked the question to Michael Sean Dugard yesterday. Did Seattle really take full advantage of the Russ trade? They got the number 5 pick twice from Denver. Okay? You didn't take a quarterback at all to have in the mix with any of those picks, man. That would be my one. Seattle won the trade because they got over on Denver, and Denver's paying for it.
Yeah.
But I think you could make an argument. You guys did not do what you should have with at least one of those first-round picks you got from Denver.
And yet, they did it because exactly what we just talked about, because Gino's okay. So they were like, left tackle, Charles Cross at number 9. Devin Witherspoon, corner at number 5. In their mind, it's like, okay, we locked up the two of the 4 most important positions on the entire roster. We just did so in the top 10, courtesy of the Denver Broncos, because Gino was okay. And that's what they kind of continue to bet on. The other thing I worry about with Gino this year, Andy, I don't think that offensive line's very good up there in Seattle. And if he starts getting hit and he gets physically compromised, I don't know what kind of season he can have.
I'll give you a preview.
That's the thing to worry about there.
I'll give you the preview of tomorrow's pick.
Yeah.
When we pick the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, your guy Andy's falling into some old trends.
Yeah, you are.
Your guy Andy's finding some things that may change his pick.
Yeah, you are.
You know.
Andy.
Hope springs eternal there, Nate.
They're not getting it.
I don't know if I can go against the Broncos in week 1. Someone's going to have to give me some. I don't know. I don't care about Michael McDonald and walking in Memphis. You're a new coach. They're a new D. I'm going to talk myself into the Broncos by this time tomorrow. You watch.
What I love is Andy went from 3 wins in the spring to 10 wins going into the season to, if you go by Andy's week-by-week picks, he has the Broncos going 17-0 this year. It's so good.
I can't pick against my guys. I can't do it. I ought to. It might do them some good.
Next up, Spring.
High five. We have NFL football tonight. Of the regular season variety, the season kicks off. The Ravens are 3-point dogs at the Chiefs. Taylor Swift has arrived at Arrowhead Stadium. Video of her walking in just dropped on social media. Lamar Jackson talking to the Washington Post, saying that if he felt like he did now in the AFC Championship game, remember he talked about how he's lost some weight and he thought he was out of shape last year. He said they would have won the AFC Championship game over the Chiefs last year if he felt the way that he does now back then. In Chiefs news, they have signed backup tight end Noah Gray to a 3-year extension as Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift's boo, continues to get a little bit older. And this all comes on a day where Chiefsaholic, it was sentencing day today for Chiefsaholic. He gets 17.5 years in prison without parole and 3 years of supervised release for committing a string of armed bank robberies across the U.S.
What an off season for the Chiefs, man. Like, it has been absolutely wild. I mean, Andy, shooting at the Super Bowl parade goes down, which was absolutely wild. You got Rashee Rice out there doing 120 in his Lamborghini SUV crashing into dudes. You got Harrison Butker pissing off women and anyone with a brain all over the country. You have got Travis Kelce getting his $100 million podcast deal and touring the world with Taylor Swift. They almost had a player die in their facility during a special teams meeting this year that had a seizure. One of their backup defensive linemen almost dropped dead this offseason. And now we find out Chiefsaholic is going to do 17.5 years. It's been just nuts. And yet, Andy, they're probably still going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, they're just kind of built that way. We may talk about that tomorrow. Of the Chiefs taking some of the fun out of football, I don't know. Have they hit that point, or they're already the Patriots? It's unbelievable. And we didn't even mention, Mark. I can't remember. Did you have the story yesterday about this whole faked breakup contract? Everybody's insisting
We talked about it
that
in the
now,
Blitz, yeah.
Yeah, there's a breakup contract circulating between Kelsey and Taylor Swift, and of course, their lawyers, their legal teams are like, we're going to find who did this. This is a lie.
It was apparently an AI-generated photo.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. That's perfect. Thank you.
So, yes, it's been quite the offseason, Nate Kreckman.
Yeah. By the way, one other note. Apparently, and Diana Rossini had this today in The Athletic. Last year, after Taylor Swift started going to games, early on, I guess the Chiefs, they put together like a playlist for practice every week, Andy. And there's like a social media kid that goes around and talks to a couple of players and is like, hey, what do you want to hear on the practice playlist today? And so somebody was like, play some Taylor Swift. And so, again, like social media kids like, whatever, pulls it up on the old Spotify, and they play Taylor Swift at practice, and there's video of it, and the players are dancing and smiling and all of that. Apparently, Mahomes went up to the social media kid and said, hey, that was pretty funny. Don't ever do that again. And it was like, no outside noise. We're not leaning into this thing. We're all football focused around here. The Taylor Swift thing is outside. Inside the building, we're all business. Apparently, Mahomes doesn't like listening to Taylor Swift at practice.
I get it. Hey, I get it.
Calm
boss.
down,
I
Calm
got
down,
you.
Well, he also did say that Taylor Swift is drawing up plays for the Chiefs.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, they're going to let her. I told you that.
That's the
It
other
came out. I told you that a couple weeks ago. Wasn't sure if it was from a fake account. Five people got a hold of the damn thing that, yeah, they may just try one of her plays because that's what the Chiefs do.
Yeah.
Mahomes' daughter spilled some corn. It rolled into places that, like, drew up 3 routes. They're going to run that, too.
Speaking of Mahomes, here, listen to this stat that I saw today. Check this out. According to Next Gen Stats, Andy, between 2018 and 2021, Patrick Mahomes threw 44 deep touchdown passes, 40 or more yards. 44 of them between 18 and 21, second most in the NFL over that span. Since 2022, the last 2 seasons, he has only thrown 2 deep touchdown passes. That's life without Tyreek Hill. That's everybody going 2 deep safety on you. And guess what? They won the last 2 Super Bowls anyway.
2 other quick notes. By the way, it's raining like hell right now in Kansas City. It got NFL Network on. So Peter Schrager, the guy that always gets his Super Bowl pick right from Good Morning Football, he picked the Chiefs again today. You know what he pointed out? You know who would be on the broadcast if the Chiefs three-peat? You know who would be calling that game?
Is it Brady?
Tom Brady.
Hell yeah.
Tom Brady. It's a Fox year.
And yet, he wouldn't be able to go to the meeting to learn anything about the team.
Yeah, you're right.
So
he
weird.
wouldn't.
So
Is
weird.
he even allowed to hand the trophy? Is he allowed to be on the field? Just think about it, though. The one thing Brady wasn't able to do was a three-peat, and he would have to call Patrick Mahomes possibly doing it.
It would be absolutely gold if that happened. By the way, Mahomes' career against Baltimore, 73% completion rate, averaging 344 yards a game, 13-2 touchdown to interception in 5 games, and the Chiefs are 4-1. I'm going to go out on a limb and take Kansas City at home tonight to both win and cover against the Baltimore Ravens. Our pal Caitlin Kaler of ESPN is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. We're going to talk to her thoughts on Bo Nix and the Broncos. Plus, she has a new narrative podcast out there that sounds intriguing. She'll tell you all about that coming up next. Game number 1 tonight. Ravens-Chiefs. Get down here, watch the game. Stoney's on Lincoln, 11th and Lincoln. Thursday Night Football brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Perfect place to get a dew and a brew. That is right here at Stoney's, as we are just about an hour away from kickoff right now. Joining us right now, Talk Broncos, preview the upcoming NFL season. Now with ESPN. We previously talked to her when she was with The Athletic, when she was with Defector. Now at ESPN, we are joined by national NFL reporter Kaylin Kaler. Kaylin, welcome back to the show. How you doing?
Hey, Mandy. I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. Kaylin, let's start here. You wrote about backup quarterbacks this week for ESPN. It was announced today Jarrett Stidham is technically the number 2. Zach Wilson is the number 3. But the Broncos have quite the stable of backup quarterbacks. You're kind of a connoisseur of backup quarterbacks, and you wrote about them yet again. Here's the question, Kaylin. Why is backup quarterback play so poor in the NFL these days?
Yeah, there are a lot of contributing factors to this, but one of the reasons is that more starters are getting hurt. We had 7 starting quarterbacks get hurt last season and missed significant time. And then there was a cycle, kind of a pattern that showed itself last year where the backups that played, they either got hurt, or they got benched. And so there were 3 teams last season that started 4 or more quarterbacks. That was the Browns, the Jets, and the Vikings. And the Browns actually started 5, which was an NFL record. So in the last 3 years, the number of quarterbacks starting games per season has been higher than it ever has been before. 2022 was an NFL record. Last year was just 3 short of that, with 66 quarterbacks. 2022 was 69 quarterbacks that have started games throughout the season. And so there's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons is the 17th game. Another is concussion protocol being more stringent, which means that quarterbacks aren't able to stay on the field in the way that they used to. Another is increased flexibility in injured reserve, meaning you can go on IR for 4 weeks and come back. Before that wasn't an option. And then, there's a few other factors too, such as, which is what's going to answer the question you just asked, why is the backup quarterback play so poor? Well, teams are just not developing quarterbacks anymore. So it used to be in 2000, almost 100% of the NFL teams, 30 of 31 teams in the year 2000 had 3 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster. That number has dwindled ever since then to last season, where it was only 15 teams had 3 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster. It means that you're no longer developing that third quarterback, because if he's on your practice squad, he could get poached by another team. It just has created a much more transient existence for the guys that are your, QB2s and QB3s. And so every team's going to have 2 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. But as we saw 2 years ago with the NFC title game with the Niners, they went through their 2 quarterbacks and they had nobody else. They had nobody left. Christian McCaffrey had to go in. And that's why we saw the rules changes to bring back the emergency third quarterback. But teams are still not prioritizing that third quarterback position enough, I don't think. And that, as you saw I think the Jets last season are a good example. And then Zach Wilson comes into play there, where Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. They go to Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson struggles, but he also gets hurt. And then behind Zach, they didn't have anybody. And so they're playing Tim Boyle. They're playing also Trevor Siemian, former Broncos quarterback. And they just didn't have anyone who was equipped to win games and to be a leader of that team. So, they ran into that problem last year. And so I think you just see that happening over and over again, and every team has a different strategy of how they want to build out their quarterback room. And I think the Broncos right now is actually interesting because, you've got a rookie, and behind him you have 2 what you could call veteran players. Now, they're not like a Josh McCown or, Tyler Taylor, have experience, but I think, Jarrett is an interesting backup. He does have a little bit of experience, and the team, I guess, I think he's technically one of the highest paid backups, although I think if you throw in some of the bridge quarterbacks like Sam, he wouldn't be towards the top, but he's technically one of the highest paid backups, and I think that's good because I think that shows, the Broncos have invested at the position, and if Bo Nix struggles, as rookies typically do, there are
Having some phone issues right there with Kaylin, and a little bit of what she's talking about, Andy, is a lot of what we have talked about here on the show. Is like the career rehabilitation of Zach Wilson is a good idea. The challenge for the Broncos is like putting it in practice, right? That ultimately is the challenge. There is like, okay, without game action, how much better can he get? It's the NFL could benefit so much from like a G League type of setup or something like that, and they just don't have that.
They could. It's why I don't understand why they just don't invest and do something about those extra leagues. Even like you're giving the XFL and whatever that thing is that they've got going on in the spring. You're right. You got to find another place for these guys to try to play. But the problem is, even if you put like a Zach Wilson on the Denver Generals in the XFL, he's not facing NFL defensive talent. So
yeah,
it just is what it is. At some point, you would think they would find a way to not have to give a starting quarterback all the snaps in practice like we always hear about, but there's just not enough practice time. It's why, Nate, there's a part of me, I'd love to go to the Players Association and go, look, guys, you guys are making obscene amount of money.
Right.
It's a full-time job. You make enough full-time money. I get back in the day, you want to limit some practice time because you weren't making enough so guys could have other careers to still do this. Dude, seriously, you make enough money. Why do you keep trying to limit practice time? I'm not saying it's got to be tackle practice time, but this is why you can't develop any young players, especially quarterbacks. There's not enough off-season work time, frankly. It's just how it is. And
you
the
know what,
veterans
Andy?
like it that way because it keeps them job security.
It's also, it's like, what are you made of as a coaching staff? Legwold pointed this out, and we're going to talk at length to Jeff Legwold tomorrow. And he had a great story about all the things that have happened to the Broncos since the retirement of Peyton Manning. But one of the things that happened was Gary Kubiak invested in Trevor Siemian. And Siemian got okay. Not great, but he was okay. In fact, Trevor Siemian, the last Broncos quarterback to put up a winning record, he was 13-11 as the starter for the Broncos. Like that goes to show you, like, if you do put the time in, you identify the right guy and put the time in, you can make it work. To that end, Sean Payton did handpick Jarrett Stidham. Sean Payton did move in the draft to get Zach Wilson. There is a degree of belief in these guys. It isn't just like, well, we got to find a backup quarterback. Like, these were chosen by the Broncos with some sort of acknowledgement of, like, they could potentially help us win. So, should something happen with Nix, in the very least, there has been some conversation and some directive to, like, okay, let's get somebody that fits what we're trying to do right now.
Yeah, and go listen to Kaylin's new podcast. She's a great NFL cover. We'll talk to her again. We're having the phone issues. Mark's rubbing his face like I that's a frustrating.
We're gonna
producer
talk to her
right
next
there.
week.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk to her next week. We'll make it up. But check her out. She's one of our faves, no matter
Kaylin
whether it
rules.
worked out or not. We love her.
Yeah.
But I did want to ask her how many of the quarterbacks that did struggle last year were stuck with defensive-minded coaches? Mike Sanford has told me, you guys make too much of that. He might be right, but I think to your point, coaches really knowing what they want out of a guy, I mean really knowing what they want out of a guy, that's important. I think that helps you, like Sean Payton, we've gotten to the point where I think we know what Sean Payton wants out of a guy, right?
Yeah.
I do think it helps. The NFL, the bottom line is, Nate, they can't keep cutting practice time. That's why this kickoff thing tonight is going to be so interesting. There was a note I almost passed on to you guys today, but I don't think it's going to affect anything right now, but just something to keep in mind. Again, what Mike Sanford told us during training camp, if this gets too complicated, they have to actually practice.
Just blast it
how
through.
they're going to cut. They're just going to blast it through and let them have it at 30. The NFL's worried about the same thing. They're already ready to act if this thing could be blown. It'll make it through the season, but this may be only 1 year of the dynamic kickoff. because coaches need to work on scheme and fundamentals and all the other stuff, and they don't, whether it's developing a third or second quarterback or doing extra kickoff stuff, they just don't feel like for whatever reason they got the time for it.
Here's what I think happens with the dynamic kickoff thing, okay? Because the numbers, at least so far, it's like a 1.5 yard difference. The average starting field position between actually having a return and the touchback at the 30, right? That's negligible, okay? That's not enough to move the needle. I believe it was the XFL had the ball, what was it, out to the 35? All right, NFL, that's what they're going to have to do. What they're going to have to do is figure out a way to make it actually punitive to kick a touchback. Right now, it simply isn't. And so with the potential of somebody breaking it, the potential of an injury that could happen, tack it all together, honestly, I think Will Lutz is just going to be blasting it through the end zone the entire season. I think by the end of the preseason, I think Sean Payton was already over it.
Yeah, now again, I think they're going to actually bring out their real plays, which we've been told will look more like run plays, a zone run play. So we'll see if maybe that doesn't change. But I think, to your point, I think it's going to end up being out to the 30.
But
and
Andy,
you know what I want to
it's
do?
like offensive linemen that are out there doing any kind of zone blocking scheme or anything like that. It's going to be like, hey, backup linebacker, can you execute this perfectly? They're not going to work on that stuff.
And, Nate, even if it's not blocked well, if one guy screws up the coverage, it's going to be like, I don't trust you. Kick it through. I'll just,
Right.
I want to do something with you when we get back, man. I got to, you know what? I'm going to admit something I was wrong about.
Ooh.
Something, an NFL take.
Ooh.
That I am ready to walk back.
I mean, there's so many to choose from. How are you going to pick?
This is a 4 or 5 year old NFL take.
All right. I'm eager to
I
hear.
am passionate about this one.
What? Is it that Joe Flacco is just entering his prime?
Well, I mean, hey, the Browns may have proven me right on that one. No, you know what? I think we'll do, Nate Kreckman? We'll pick out our 98th favorite bit on our show. I'm sorry.
Ooh. Oh, I'm excited about this. If I can think of anything I might have to apologize for, I'll try and come up with it here in the break. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
That beard's one of them.
This thing is, you see this guy right here? You look at that guy? Shimmering. Shimmering, my friend. Eberflusian, you might even say. We are live at
Got a little
Stoney's.
spring and a little fall in it. It's a little everything.
At 11th and Lincoln, Denver's best sports bar to watch games, according to our friends at Westward. D-Mac's going to be hosting the watch party tonight. Autograph Randy Gradishar helmet, autograph Javonte Williams helmet. We're giving it all away here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road is the place. They're the folks that I've trusted since 2019 to outfit my Ford F-150, which I bought as a base model. You know what? I'm like a lot of you, I'm sure, where, yeah, there's some features I'd like on there, but I like that lower monthly payment a lot more, and so that was what I opted for. And ever since then, I've had the truck that I've really created the truck that I originally wanted, adding floor mats, adding a bed cover, getting those side step rails, the remote start, thinking about the heated seats. I've had the alignment upgraded. I've gotten great tires from them. Got it all done through Colorado Off-Road because Jerry Jones and his wife, Wendy, this is their business. They know their stuff. They're going to guide you in the right direction. Most of the stuff on my truck, I just looked at Jerry, and starting with the very first thing, by the way, I just looked at Jerry when I needed a bed cover, and I said, you tell me what's going to be best. That's what I want to go with. He's given me one that's lasted through now 5 winters, heavy snows, hasn't changed at all, keeps things in my bed dry. I'm able to keep sports equipment, whatever, back there if I want. Jerry Jones, Wendy Jones, they'll guide you in the right direction. These are great people to work with. Colorado Off-Roads is located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. Their phone number, 720, give them a call. I'm already seeing I'm spacing it because I'm so tired. 303-761-1264. I'll get it right sooner or later. 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
Yeah, big viewing party tonight here at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. However, it's going to be going late night. Our buddy D-Mac is going to be hosting it. He has stopped by the Kreckman and Lindahl show here today. However, sounds like we could be in for a bit of a delay, so D-Mac is going to be working overtime on the first night of the NFL season. Congratulations, man.
I don't care. I got nothing better to do. Seriously. I'm done with my kids. They're all through college and stuff. I mean, it's like I'm 25 again. I got no job for tomorrow. I don't start till noon. I mean, nobody should feel sorry for me about anything. Kevin goes to me because Andy's not feeling so hot.
Yeah.
And it goes, can you go out to – I can, yes.
Sure.
Yes, I can.
I can do a thing.
Yes.
I'm available.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, D-Mac, can you go to a place with beer and football and food? Is that going to be tough for you tonight? Yeah, I think I can do that.
What a twist.
Here he is, everybody. But D-Mac's going to be hosting the watch party tonight.
Yes.
Plus, we'll be giving away...
What are we giving away?
Javonte Williams autographed helmet.
Oh.
Randy Gradishar autographed helmet. Plus,
yes.
Caller number 10 right now at 303-504-0925 wins an Altitude Authentics swag bag. An Altitude Authentics swag bag complete with Mini Joe Sakic. 303
and a Beanie Baby.
504-0925.
It looks just like him. It's like it's twin. What?
I like the chin strap beard that a young.
Oh, we're going Nordiques.
Quebec.
We're good. Yeah, that's right.
Joe Sakic was rocking back in the day.
All right.
Andy. You have admitted wrong. I'm very eager to hear what exactly you are wrong about. It is time to break out what is easily a top 74 bit here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show whenever we remember to do it. That's right, everybody. It is time. Andy Lindahl has got to say that he is sorry. Spring, roll it. The bit. I like that I called for a phone contest.
I was about to say, you really screwed Spring on this one.
Right before
That's great
Spring
driving by you there, Kreckman. You got the damn sun in your eyes.
Bit.
Put the sun visor down. Don't ask him to do 9 things at once because I
Spring
got
is
something
talking
I
to
wanted him to play
do
too.
more.
Spring
do
is
more.
Spring is
Hey,
talking
I
to
got
Fred
an
in
idea.
Arvada.
Let's have 100 people call to win something, and Spring at the same time pay attention to me.
He's got a finger. He's got a finger, right?
Oh,
he's got a finger and an
he's
extra
showing you
You
the
want to do it
finger
again?
he's got, all right.
He's
Check
paying
out
attention
Twitch.
now.
All right.
You want to do it all over again?
Spring, do you have the I'm sorry imaging? Do we even still have it?
Yes, that bit. Yes, okay.
That bit.
Poor Spring.
It's somewhere in the system.
See, if we were on D-Mac's show, there'd be someone like behind Spring.
Oh, we'd
that
have
could
3
answer
people.
phones.
Oh, here it
But
is.
we don't have
There
that.
it is.
There it is.
I knew we could do it. All right, Andy, what'd you get wrong?
Spring, real quick, before you go back to your caller. Spring.
Too late.
Yeah.
Stop talking to him.
None
He's
of
on
this
the
is
phone.
going the way that we wanted to.
We don't learn lessons on this show.
Look, I don't want to say I'm sorry till I can prove why I'm sorry, pal. Nate all the time goes back channel and sets stuff up with Spring, and it always works out.
It does.
Andy goes back channel to try to set stuff up with Spring, and Nate screws me. You screwed me, Kreckman. Spring, are you ready to play the
And I'm not sorry
example
for it.
A as to why I'm sorry? Are we okay? All right.
Good.
I'm sorry to Dan Campbell because when I heard the kneecap crap and all that, I was like, this chucklehead's going to be out of the league in 2 years.
Right.
How did this guy make it through an interview with the Detroit Lions for more than 15 minutes without asking him to leave your office and just go ahead and keep going until you got to the parking lot? But he's been winning.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a plan. But the coup de grace, Kreckman, is he's doing Applebee's commercials. Here is Dan Campbell for Applebee's. Spring.
And there's no point in adding the right talent without the right leadership.
We're more than servers. Feel the energy coursing through your veins.
Which is why Applebee's brought in Coach Dan Campbell to take the coveted role of assistant shift manager.
Now that I'm on this team, we're going to have a different level of production. I move faster than that.
Bringing a level of intensity that is as inspiring as it is feared.
I'm all about friendly competition in the workplace.
Anything else?
Coming from Craig. Next month, this is my wall.
The man's moving boneless wings, Andy.
We're going to be working 7 days a week. But yeah, we're about to turn this thing up.
He's got another one where he makes them all order like this.
Played
so
it
you
on the
can
show
order
the other
cheese
day.
sticks.
We did,
Yeah.
yes. You weren't here.
I'm telling you, I not only like Dan Campbell, the coach, I like Dan Campbell, certified psycho, with his coffee with 12 shots, and he has 5 of them. He's got to be peeing kidney stones left and right with all the caffeine he ingests in the morning. But I've decided I'm a Dan Campbell guy. I'm sorry, Dan Campbell. I was so wrong about you. Give me Dan Campbell all days.
I'll tell you why I love Dan Campbell. Goes for it on 4th down. If Josh Reynolds could catch the damn ball, the guy would have coached in a Super Bowl last year. Dan Campbell is pedal to the metal. That guy is out there to win football games. I also like the part where he's emotionally available. I appreciate
Wow.
that. I like that in a coaching and father figure. I like somebody that is there, that will cry, that will wrap his arms around it. But the biggest thing, Andy, this dude can flat out coach football. That's what Dan Campbell has going for him right now. Dan Campbell is such a good football coach that people love Jared Goff. I never thought it would be humanly possible. Even Sean McVay, who can also straight up coach some football, Sean McVay couldn't stand coaching Jared Goff. Dan Campbell, however, he's wrapped his big burly arms around him, hugged him into his bosom, and he has made Jared Goff one of the best quarterbacks in all of the NFL. That's what Dan Campbell's done.
Now, I need honesty out of all 3 of you because we were all on the air when we first heard that first press conference. D-Mac, you can't tell me, as he's talking to these weird actor, whatever he was with his I'm biting kneecaps on the other way up and we're taking a – there's no way I thought this meathead was going to do what he's done. But are you surprised?
I was pretty sure Campbell and Eagles guy, Sirianni.
Yeah.
They'd be working at the host stand out here if they're lucky at Stoney's.
Actually working at the Applebee's, not doing the commercials.
Well, exactly. And listen, I appreciate the he went for it, he's aggressive, but basic math has to factor in if you're down by 2 scores as well, but they're all about emotion. So I can't debate the culture and emotion they have. I think you got to work in some common sense football game management stuff, but who wouldn't want to be the Lions? I think that's exactly who the Broncos should emulate and try to be like for the next couple years. Exactly like that.
As we've been saying, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell building something up, culture in place. By the way, if Josh Reynolds catches the ball, they win the game. If Josh Reynolds catches the ball, they win the game.
But again, you're all right, but you're down. All right,
execution. Catch the ball.
I got you.
We
but
already
you got
had
to
this
score.
fight
You got to
back
have
in January.
When the professional football
Just
players hit in the hands with the football, he has to catch the thing.
I got it, but you're going to have to score again no matter what. It's going to have to happen.
Catch the football.
Kick a field goal. Go for the touchdown next time around.
Professional football
By the way,
player.
Update from the NFL. And
What's
it
the word?
affects D-Mac. We'll get kickoff at 6:40.
6:40?
Torrential downpour for the Chiefs.
6:40.
D-Mac is going to house 3 baskets of cheese curds before kickoff over here at
Hey,
Stoney's.
a do and a brew there, D-Mac. That's what our
right.
guy Sean's been telling us, a do and a brew.
I ain't complaining. Remember last time we were here?
Yeah, I do remember. D-Mac hosts a hell of a watch party,
do you remember
folks.
the
Let me
last
tell
time you were there? That's the question.
Well, you have a few Tullamores, and it gets saucy. I don't anticipate that tonight, but we'll have as much fun as we can while watching the Chiefs.
Don't discount any possibilities, okay? They're endless here tonight out at Stoney's. Spring, who won our Altitude Authentics gift bag?
Cindy Moss won.
Cindy Moss. Yes, Cindy Moss. Randy's daughter. Congratulations, Cindy. She wins Altitude Authentics gift card and swag bag. Get out to Altitude Authentics this weekend because they've got all kinds of good stuff going on.
They got the sale, the clearance, baby.
10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sunday, 10